Lin Zhiyu discovered she was pregnant with twins on a day when she had yet to inform Duan, who was already entangled with his former flame. He proposed a divorce. What if I say I refuse? You know, I will not allow her to suffer because of anyone. Lin Zhiyu was rendered speechless, concealing the pregnancy notice behind her back and choosing to let go. 3 years later, they crossed paths in an unfamiliar city. Chapter 1. He is newlywed, she perishes in a foreign land. 1. Duan, when do you intend to divorce Lin Zhiyu? Duan's voice was cold and magnetic, yet bore a tenderness absent in their previous conversations. Whenever you wish. If she is pregnant, will you still proceed with the divorce? Nanji, I will not allow you to suffer any longer. His words drained the last vestige of color from Lin Ziyu's face. She looked down at the pregnancy test slip in her hand, recalling what the obstetrician had just informed her. Miss Lin, congratulations, you are 3 months pregnant with twins. Recently, she had been overcome with nausea, unable to tolerate any scent of fish. An astute elderly servant in her household had discreetly suggested she visit the hospital for a checkup. Who is outside? With a loud thud, the study door swung open, revealing Nanji in an elegant white dress. Upon seeing Lin Zhiyu, her delicate face briefly registered surprise. Instinctively, Lin Zhiyu hid the pregnancy slip behind her back. Nanji smiled as she brushed past her, her slender figure exuding an elegance reminiscent of a white swan. What is it? A low male voice resonated from the study. Lin Zhiyu lifted her gaze to the young man seated at the desk. His eyes were sharp and cold, his demeanor strikingly noble. I have something to discuss with you, Lin Zhiyu said, trembling as she inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze upon the man at the desk. May I? Duan seemed momentarily taken aback, meeting the gaze of his small wife, before nodding lightly. Of course. I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. Perhaps his intended words had been preempted by hers, for a ripple of emotion stirred in his usually inscrutable dark eyes. As she lied, Lin Ziyu's grip on the pregnancy slip grew clammy. Duan fell silent for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her delicate face. Is it true? Indeed, Lin Zhiyu replied, suppressing the sharp pain in her heart, adopting a nonchalant tone. You were coerced into marrying me, and I wed you for financial reasons. Now that we both have individuals we cherish, why must we entangle ourselves in mutual torment? Ignoring Lin Zhiyu's astonishment, he issued an unkind dismissal. Leave. Chapter 2. He is newlywed, she perishes in a foreign land too. Duan could afford to wait, but her body could not. He would not allow Nanji to suffer, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that these were the only 2 children Lin Zhiyu would ever bear. Duan remained silent, accepting the letter bearing Lin Zhiyu's elegant handwriting. In the letter, she conveyed her unwillingness to let her first love endure further humiliation, and since he was reluctant to grant her a divorce, she resolved to elope with her. First love. At the end of the letter, she wished him and Nanji a lifetime of happiness. A storm brewed in Duan's dark eyes. Nanji continued to chatter in his ear. Duan tightened his grip on the letter, his voice darkening. Seize her. Nanji, who had been reveling in her triumph, was momentarily taken aback. Snow fell that night. A chill moon hung high, and icy winds howled. Lin Zhiyu, clad in a thin dress, ran barefoot across the biting snow. The milk and bread she had just purchased from the convenience store lay scattered on the ground. Don't run. Catch her. She must not escape. Behind her, the sound of harsh male voices and hurried footsteps grew nearer. Her pale face now bore only despair. Her pronounced belly, housing 2 children, seemed to sense their mother's fear, stirring uneasily within her. Lin Zhiyu's tears flowed like beads from a broken string, swept away by the wind. The biting cold wind filled her nostrils, and her chest felt as though it were being torn apart. All she could think was to run faster, to avoid capture at all costs. Got her. A large hand reached out from behind, gripping her arm like iron, while another hand swiftly covered her mouth. An unmarked van came to an eerie halt at the roadside. The man attempting to seize her disregarded her struggles, forcefully shoving her into the back of the vehicle. The driver's voice conveyed urgency. Hurry, someone is approaching. Ah. The man covering her mouth suddenly let out a pained scream, violently tossing the slight Lin Zhiyu aside. His palm had been savagely bitten, blood streaming profusely. Lin Zhiyu felt her body lighten, only to crash heavily into the snow. A sharp pain radiated from her abdomen, warm fluid instantly staining her pristine dress. This is bad, she's bleeding profusely. The driver rushed out of the vehicle upon seeing the spreading crimson on the snow, his face paling in horror as he stumbled backward. The other man, shaken by the bite, hesitated before asking. With this much blood, she won't survive. We must flee before we are seen. As he prepared to escape, he suddenly noticed Lin Zhiyu grasping his ankle, her face ashen, pleading in agony as she lay in the snow, clutching her belly. Please, don't go. Save my children. I beg you, save them. Chapter 3 3 years later. Her children. Before she could allow them to bask in the warmth of the sun, they were to perish alongside her in this snowy night. The man who grasped her ankle forcefully kicked her hand away, casting a final glance at her as if to pity her, and remarked, "Miss Lin, in your next life, may you be born into a favorable circumstance." The snowflakes fell silently, gradually blanketing the pale visage of the woman. Lin Zhiyu had lost all her strength, and within her, the two children had, unbeknownst to her, ceased their movement. With a resounding thud, fireworks erupted in the distance, illuminating the colossal rolling advertisements on the skyscrapers. He was newlywed, and she was to die far from home. On the day of Duanshan's wedding, unexpectedly, he awoke very early. For reasons unknown, he had not slept well the previous night. His sharp brows were slightly furrowed as he donned a bathrobe, pushed open the window, and lit a cigarette to clear his mind amidst the chilling embrace of the snow. Amidst the white expanse, he noticed the butler stealthily entering, cradling something in his arms. Lin Zhiyu. The man squinted, a soft reprimand escaping his lips. "What do you have there?" Lin Zhiyu drew the object closer, seemingly reluctant to reveal it to him. In that moment, the unsettling sensation within Duanshan reached its zenith. He descended the stairs and forcefully seized the hidden object from Lin Zhong's embrace. It was a child, a bloodied infant, scarcely larger than his palm. The expression on Duanshan's handsome face darkened in an instant. Lin Zhong, terrified, fell to his knees. "Young master, this is Miss Lin's child. We just received news of her passing. This was entrusted to us by the hospital." Ashes from the cigarette fell from the long fingers of the man. Duanshan stood frozen in place, seemingly in shock. That woman, driven solely by greed and avarice, who had eloped with his fortune, and a man of ill repute, dead. 3 years later. Ouching, Children's Hospital. "Miss Lin, your friend has arrived." The gentle voice of the nurse roused the weary Lin Zhiyu. "Zhiyu, you look dreadful. Are you unwell?" Song Qian entered, carrying 2 takeout boxes, placing them on the cabinet in the children's ward, her eyes filled with concern for Lin Jiyu's pale countenance. She comforted Lin Zhiyu. "Yaya will be fine. I brought you seafood porridge. You haven't eaten all day, have you? Please have some to settle your stomach." Last night, Yaya had suddenly developed a high fever, followed by convulsions and unconsciousness. Lin Zhiyu had been terrified to the core, hailing a taxi to rush him to the nearest children's hospital. Now, after a night had passed, Yaya's fever had subsided under medication, and a hint of color returned to his delicate, pale face. His small hand gently clung to Lin Zhiyu's, his breath shallow, long lashes resting as he fell into a deep sleep, so obedient that it broke Lin Zhiyu's heart. Chapter 4 Reunion 1. When she awoke, it was 3 days later. The 2 children within her had been delivered via cesarean section. The nurse tending to her informed her that one of the children had not breathed upon birth, while the other exhibited faint vital signs, advising her to prepare herself mentally at any moment. Fortunately, her child proved to be remarkably resilient, enduring a perilous week and emerging safely from the incubator. As she lay in her hospital bed, gingerly receiving her baby from the nurse, and gazed upon the frail yet strikingly familiar little face, Lin Zhiyu felt her bleeding heart being warmed by the softness of that tiny body. She embraced her child, overwhelmed with tears. From this moment forth, she was not only blessed with a blood relative, but also bestowed with the courage to persevere. Song Qian brought over a bowl of seafood porridge, gently placing it into Lin Zhiyu's hands. With a kind demeanor, she said, "It's the weekend, and my company is closed. Allow me to watch over Yaya for you. You have work this afternoon. Eat something and catch a bit of rest. Your complexion is alarmingly pale. If this continues, before Yaya recovers, you may find yourself unwell." Song Qian, her roommate, had just graduated from university and was currently interning at a design firm. Over the past 6 months, she had grown fond of the gentle Lin Zhiyu and her adorable child, their relationship blossoming into something akin to that of close friends. Her boyfriend, a childhood companion, worked in a finance company. Both were fresh graduates, navigating their new careers, often too busy to see each other more than twice a month. Lin Zhiyu accepted the porridge, feeling a twinge of guilt for burdening Song Qian. "I'm sorry, Qian, you could have gone on your date with Shernyan today." Their soft conversation stirred the peacefully sleeping Yaya. The little one opened her sleepy eyes, first confirming Lin Zhiyu's presence, then calling out, "Mommy," followed by Auntie Song. Song Qian, who doted on him, approached to affectionately ruffle Yaya's small head, cooing, "Yaya, your mommy has work this afternoon, but Auntie will keep you company in the hospital, all right?" Understanding and well-behaved, Yaya nodded gently, her pale face responding, "Okay." "Yaya is the best," Song Qian exclaimed, utterly charmed, showering him with kisses and tucking him in warmly. Turning to Lin Zhiyu, she encouraged, "Little you, don't worry. I'm here to take care of Yaya. Hurry and eat." Seeing that Ye had awakened in good spirits, Lin Zhiyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She reached out to caress Ye's small face, whispering, "Mommy has to work this afternoon. Be a good boy and listen to Andy, and tonight, I'll bring you a small cake." Although Lin Zhiyu was not fond of sweets, Ye seemed to have inherited a sweet tooth from somewhere, for he adored all kinds of desserts. After swiftly finishing the seafood porridge, Lin Zhiyu bid farewell to Song Qian and the little one. In Song Qian's embrace, Ye waved his tiny hand, calling out, "Bye, Mommy." Chapter 5, Reunion 2. Observing the joyful scene of the two, Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but smile. She leaned in to plant a kiss on Ye's cheek before hastily gathering her belongings and departing. Perhaps due to her restless thoughts, Lin Zhiyu found it difficult to sleep soundly, plagued by a series of chaotic dreams. When she awoke, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. In a hurried manner, she entered the washroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. Riding her bicycle, she arrived at the prestigious Emperor Hotel, the only 6-star establishment in the city. The hotel held high standards for its staff, demanding not only youth and beauty, but also fluency in spoken English. Although Lin Zhiyu possessed only a high school diploma, her university major in English, coupled with her striking appearance, earned her an exception from the hotel's supervisor. After changing into her uniform in the locker room and clocking in, she informed her colleagues about the shift handover before proceeding to the hotel suites to prepare the beds as usual. To be frank, making the beds was quite a labor-intensive task. After tidying up 3 rooms in one go, she was out of breath as she pushed the freshly laundered linens towards the cleaning room when suddenly, the supervisor's anxious voice crackled through the intercom. "Does anyone have an asthma inhaler? Please bring it to the presidential suite immediately." Lin Zhiyu paused momentarily. Given that her friend Jia had asthma, she always carried a salbutamol inhaler in her pocket, and she was surprised to find it would be needed at this very moment. "Supervisor, I have one," she replied hurriedly. The supervisor's voice, though relieved, still lacked its usual composure as she urged, "Bring it up quickly. Hurry." Understanding the grave nature of an asthma attack, Lin Zhiyu wasted no time in contemplating the situation and dashed toward the elevator leading to the top floor. The presidential suite was not open to the public, and at that moment, the entrance was crowded with individuals. A swarm of bodyguards and hotel executives fretting like ants on a hot skillet, frantically dialing on their phones. The supervisor, with keen eyes, spotted her and rushed over. "Did you bring the inhaler?" Lin Zhiyu produced the inhaler for her inspection, eyeing the ominous black-clad bodyguards with uncertainty. "Supervisor, who are they?" she asked softly. "Do not ask too many questions." The supervisor interrupted in a hushed tone. "They are people we cannot afford to offend." With that, she pulled Lin Zhiyu towards the suite's entrance, whispering a few words to a young man with enchanting peach blossom eyes standing by the door. Lin Zhiyu felt his gaze upon her, and a languid male voice resonated from across, tinged with seriousness. "Are you certain that the medication you brought can treat asthma?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhiyu raised her head and replied, "I have a family member who suffers from asthma. I always carry the inhaler, and it must be effective." The man inquired, "Do you know how to use it?" "Yes," Lin Zhiyu nodded. He acknowledged her with a slight nod, exchanged glances with those inside, and swiftly guided her into the presidential suite. The man warned her, "Once you step out, forget everything you saw and everyone you met inside." "I understand," Lin Zhiyu replied calmly. Guests at a 6-star hotel are typically affluent, but those residing in the presidential suite are likely beyond mere wealth. If news of their ailment were to leak, it could potentially disrupt societal and economic stability. Upon entering the presidential suite, Lin Zhiyu beheld a man lying on the bed, his face pale from an asthma attack, breaths coming in shallow gasps. A shock reverberated in her mind. A man as ruthless as Du Shin deserved to descend into hell. Originally, one might expect that the individual who could instill such trepidation in the upper echelons of the hotel would be a wealthy, elderly gentleman. To her astonishment, the person in question was not only youthful, but also strikingly handsome. After 3 years apart, the man who had once nearly claimed her life had grown even more distinguished, and his features were now more vividly attractive than she remembered. As Luo Qingchao encountered this junior staff member abruptly halting at the bedroom door, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" Lin Zhiyu replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly don't want to save anyone anymore." Revisiting past grievances and confronting an old acquaintance, Lin Zhiyu's heart brimmed with animosity. The child who had been born only to die was undoubtedly healthy, and yet Yue was not frail from birth. The 3-year-old had been steeped in a life of medication since infancy. The root of all this suffering lay with the man now lying in bed, battling an asthma attack. For a fleeting moment, Lin Zhiyu contemplated turning on her heel and exiting the room. However, perhaps due to her prolonged presence in the same spot, The man beside her seemed to sense something amiss, his beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously. Lin Zhiyu understood that should she act irrationally under the watchful gaze of those surrounding her, leaving this place alive would be an impossibility. The man lay on the bed, eyes closed and breathing laboriously, the tightness in his brow rendering this once proud figure somewhat vulnerable. Unexpectedly, a cold hand grasped her wrist. Had he recognized her? Lin Zhiyu's heart raced, and instinctively, she wrenched her hand free and tossed the inhaler to the man with the peach blossom eyes before fleeing in disarray. Gasping for breath and leaning against the wall, Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, her heart heavy with regret. Duan must have assumed she had perished long ago. Would he seize Yu Yue or once again pursue their annihilation? Either option was unbearable for Lin Zhiyu. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Duan wore a cold expression as he accepted a teacup handed to him, uttering 2 words, noisy. At that moment, having just emerged from suffocation, he was disoriented yet captivated by a peculiar, warm fragrance that evoked fond memories. Chapter 7. Lin Zhiyu's heart was in turmoil. Therefore, instinctively, she grasped the source of that enchanting scent. To her surprise, the individual was startled by a sudden grip, flinging his hand away and fleeing the room. Recalling this incident, Duan pinched the bridge of his nose and instructed Luo Qingchao, retrieve her file. What began as a jest turned into an exaggerated expression of shock from Luo Qingchao. Should I also ask her to bring some condoms? Duan kicked at her in retort. What is wrong with your mind, filled with such trivialities? That young lady is my savior, and I intend to personally express my gratitude. Understood, Luo Qingchao nodded. She is your savior. You certainly owe her a debt of gratitude. Lest you repay kindness with ingratitude. Unbeknownst to them, the supervisor was elated, exclaiming that she was destined for greatness. The person she had saved today was none other than the president of the Imperial Hotel. Lin Zhiyu could hardly fathom that the Thin family's commercial empire was so vast, reaching even to the distant land of Aoqing, a staggering 180,000 miles from Jiangcheng. Ironically, she found herself working at a hotel under his name. Supervisor. I suddenly feel unwell. Could you perhaps help me out? She attempted to escape. A fortunate turn of events? How could that possibly be the case? Duan looked at her, and the only plausible explanation was that she had been recognized, and he wished to reminisce. Was he threatening her not to appear before him and Nanji, or had he uncovered the existence of Yaya? Lin Zhiyu's mind was a tumultuous storm. At the entrance of the conference room stood a strikingly handsome man with enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes, leaning casually against the wall while smoking. As she approached, he greeted her with a warm smile. Miss Lin. Luo Qingchao, accustomed to the admiration of women since childhood, was taken aback by the cold reception from this young woman. Casting several curious glances at Lin Zhiyu, she was not exceptionally beautiful, but her fair complexion and refined features were quite appealing, a classic beauty of modest charm. If he dared to vie for Yaya with her, she would not back down. Chapter 8. Duan had lost his memory. The conference room was tidy and bright. The man she had not seen for 3 years sat there, clad in a crisp white shirt with sleeves slightly rolled up. A stack of documents before him as he read, a cup of steaming coffee resting on his left, exuding warmth. At that moment, she was dressed in the tattered uniform of a hotel waitress, her attire dusted from recent labor, weary and humble. They were never from the same world. Fate had merely permitted their paths to cross momentarily. Had she recognized this reality sooner, perhaps her life would not have been so wretched. Could it be that he had truly discovered Yaya? Duan was momentarily taken aback by her reaction, then quickly regained his composure. Luo Qingchao was right. He was indeed being perceived as a lecher. Amused, he observed the woman before him, vigilant like a little rabbit. He mused that he was not the type to be interested in a divorced woman with a child. He had just reviewed Lin Zhiyu's personal information, 23 years old, a high school diploma, a single mother struggling to provide for her 3-year-old son in Aoqing. At such a young age, having already endured a divorce, she must have been deceived by some unscrupulous man. A girl of her modest beauty from a poor family was indeed vulnerable to the charms of bad men in society. Duan was not a paragon of virtue, but since she had saved his life, compensating her for her struggles seemed reasonable. As he presented her with a bank card, Lin Zhiyu frowned slightly. What was this man up to? Lin Zhiyu, you wish to give me money? Duan raised an eyebrow at her hesitant expression, questioning whether she found it insufficient. Displaying his generosity, he retrieved a check from his pocket and said to Lin Zhiyu, Here, you saved my life. This is your reward. You may select a number of your preference within a reasonable range, and I shall endeavor to accommodate your wishes. Lin Zhiyu gazed at him in silence. Contrary to her calm demeanor, a tempest surged within her breast. The man's gaze upon her was both distant and unfamiliar. If her intuition served her correctly, Duan Dushan no longer recognized her. It was not a mere pretense of ignorance. Given his stature, there was little need for such artifice in his dealings with her. Had he lost his memory? Or had something amiss occurred in his mind? Lin Zhiyu's fingertips trembled with excitement. How splendid! No matter the cause of his condition. Duan Dushan's lack of recollection meant he would not contest her for Yaya. Upon leaving this place, she would promptly resign and depart Australia with Yaya. With her long eyelashes concealing the tumultuous emotions beneath, Lin Zhiyu inhaled deeply and stepped forward to retrieve the check. Chapter 9. Yaya was diagnosed with leukemia. Duan Dushan was not surprised to see her take the check. The task was accomplished, and his tone grew dismissive as he remarked, "This is what you rightfully deserve. I shall take my leave." Affecting a grateful expression, Lin Zhiyu exited the conference room upon receiving his assent. Just as Lin Zhiyu departed, Luo Qingqiao entered. His peach blossom eyes glinting with curiosity. He inquired with a grin, "So, how did it go?" Duan Dushan rose from the conference table and cast him a sidelong glance. "What do you mean, how did it go? Spare me the pretense." After chatting for so long with the lovely lady, unable to resist taking her hand. "Yet you claim disinterest?" Duan Dushan regarded him with a sardonic smile. "I merely handed her a bank card and a check for her to choose. Care to guess which one she took?" Well, it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Duan Dushan adjusted his sleeves, his demeanor unruffled as he continued. "Your mind is filled with frivolous thoughts. Even 4 years in confinement could not temper your impetuous nature." A fleeting shadow crossed Luo Qingqiao's bright eyes, and he merely hummed in response, remaining silent. Duan Dushan chose to leave the topic there, refraining from further discussion. For years prior, Luo Qingqiao had been the epitome of arrogance in the capital, commanding both wind and rain. Unexpectedly, the tides turned, and he was reported to the authorities. The Luo family quickly identified the informant and sought reconciliation, only to find their overtures rebuffed, resulting in Luo Qingqiao's 4-year imprisonment. The Duan and Luo families maintained a cordial relationship, and upon Luo Qingqiao's release, his family sent him to Duan Dushan to evade scrutiny and, incidentally, to learn the intricacies of business. As a direct descendant, Luo Qingqiao's maternal family also wished to elevate his status. Duan Dushan, benefiting from this arrangement, was more than willing to extend this favor. The annual high-level meeting in Australia was intended to help Luo Qingqiao expand his network. "Look," Luo Qingqiao remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Duan Dushan casually followed his gaze. At the corner near a trash bin stood a woman, her back to him, revealing only her slender, fair neck and a waist so thin it could be encircled by a hand. The hem of her hotel uniform skirt was modest, showcasing her long, straight legs. Duan Dushan was not one to indulge in excess, yet for reasons unknown, his gaze lingered on her legs for a few moments, his mind briefly flashing with inappropriate imagery. Such slender legs, lying on the bed, likely lacked the strength to embrace his waist. Goodness! Could she have been brainwashed by Luo Qingqiao? The woman remained oblivious to the 2 men watching her from a distance, who forcefully tore something apart and discarded it into the trash. With a disdainful flick of her fingers, she turned and departed. What she had torn was the check you provided. Since the money had already been given, and she no longer desired it, it was no longer his concern. A flicker of unwelcome emotion crossed Duan Dushan's heart, yet he resolved that Luo Qingqiao's private affairs were of little relevance to him, and coldly remarked, "Do as you wish." He proceeded towards the elevator. Lin Zhiyu had ultimately decided to resign. Just as she was about to hand her resignation letter to the foreman, she received a call from Song Qian at the hospital. Instinctively, she answered Qian. "Xiuyu, hurry to the hospital." Song Qian's voice trembled, laced with tears. Lin Zhiyu's face instantly drained of color, her lips turning pale. She turned and dashed desperately towards the hospital. Chapter 10, Yaya has leukemia, 2. In the doctor's office, the middle-aged attending physician adjusted his glasses and looked compassionately at the 2 young women seated before him. "It is chronic leukemia," he stated, examining the medical report. "The symptoms have likely been present for some time. Has your son frequently experienced low fevers, a lack of appetite, weakness, or susceptibility to colds?" Lin Zhiyu trembled uncontrollably as she listened to the doctor describe the symptoms, murmuring, yes, but since Yaya's birth, her health had been frail. And for the past 3 years, colds and fevers had been a regular occurrence, requiring her to take him to the hospital for injections and medication almost every month. How could she have anticipated that Yaya would be diagnosed with leukemia? The doctor, noticing her self-reproachful expression, offered reassurance. Chronic leukemia has mild symptoms and is often difficult to detect in a timely manner. It was only when Lin Liua experienced a fever and fainting that the pediatrician ordered additional tests, revealing the condition. Tears brimmed in Lin Zhiyu's eyes as she rubbed them vigorously, her voice trembling as she asked the doctor, "Is it treatable?" "Doctor, no matter the cost, I will." The doctor replied, "Rest assured, Miss Lin, we will do our utmost to treat young Yaya. The immediate priority is to find a suitable bone marrow match. Although chronic leukemia progresses slowly, it can become acute and pose serious risks. May I ask how many children you and your husband have?" Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together. "Only one." The doctor sighed. "In that case, please have your husband come over to undergo a bone marrow matching test.
If either of you is a match,
we will promptly initiate chemotherapy for young Yaya." Lin Zhiyu clenched her hands tightly. "Doctor, my ex-husband and I have been divorced for many years." The doctor replied, "In matters of life and death, your ex-husband, regardless of any lingering feelings, would not forsake his own child." Lin Zhiyu found herself at a loss for words. Exiting the doctor's office, she could not bear the weight of the situation and wept in Song Qian's embrace. Song Qian was also weeping, her eyes swollen. As she gently patted her shoulder to comfort her, "Xiao Yu, do not be afraid. I just checked on my phone. Chronic leukemia differs from acute leukemia. As long as it does not progress to the acute stage, the interval before symptoms manifest is quite prolonged. The doctor has already reported us to the free bone marrow matching registry, and we might receive a call from a volunteer tomorrow. Moreover, it is possible that your bone marrow matches with Yaya's. I shall also undergo a check. Perhaps fate will allow me to save him." The two of them went to have a blood sample taken, awaiting the results. The outcomes were swift. Lin Zhiyu's bone marrow compatibility with Yaya was merely 30%, while Song Qian stood at a mere 15%. Both results indicated incompatibility, shattering even the slightest glimmer of hope. Lin Zhiyu, her frail form on the verge of collapse, crouched on the ground, clutching her legs as she struggled to digest this unbearable news. After a moment, she rose to wipe her tears and said to Song Qian, "Qian, I will go see Yaya first. The two of us have been gone for some time. Little Yaya must be frightened alone in the ward." Chapter 11. Her heart was breaking. The two adults trudged to the ward with heavy footsteps, only to hear a faint sobbing accompanied by Lin Liyue's gentle voice. "Brother is here to protect you. No monster will bully you." As Lin Zhiyu entered, she saw a frail little girl with horned braids, seemingly of similar age to Yaya, sitting on the bed. The girl appeared delicate, her face streaked with tears, and upon seeing unfamiliar faces, she widened her eyes in fear and hid behind Yaya. "Mommy." The little girl blinked her large eyes, resembling a startled fawn. Lin Zhiyu glanced at the adjacent bed and confirmed that a worker's bag lay atop it. When they had left at noon, that bed had been unoccupied. "Little one, how old are you?" Song Qian, adept at soothing children, produced a piece of candy from her pocket and soon coaxed information from the child. Like Yaya, this little girl was raised in a single-parent household. Today, she had been brought to the hospital by her father due to a fever and had been left alone in the ward, frightened until Yaya offered her comfort. "Brother, here is some candy for you." Sweetly, the girl received 2 pieces, sharing one with Yaya. The 2 children nestled together, sitting on the bed, enjoying their sweets. "Mommy, what is wrong?" Perhaps sensing Lin Zhiyu's unusual demeanor, Yaya, while enjoying the candy, keenly noticed something amiss and looked up, fearing her tears would flow. Lin Zhiyu instinctively turned her gaze away. Suddenly, a man's anguished cries echoed from outside. "Doctor, you must save my Tian sweet. I would pay any amount. She is my only daughter. Without her, what am I to do?" Lin Zhiyu lifted her head to see a man, clad in the garb of a laborer, kneeling in the corridor, fervently bowing his head to a male doctor. The sound of his forehead striking the tiles was chilling. Surrounding family members of other patients exchanged uncertain glances, whispering amongst themselves. Savoring the sweetness of candy while nestled in bed, the child, Tian, who had just calmed down, suddenly called out and leaped off the bed, her short legs scampering towards the outside. Lin Zhiyu reached out to steady her, while Song Qian remarked, "I'll go check outside." Lin Zhiyu acknowledged her with a nod, her heart heavy with the chaotic sounds emanating from beyond the walls. "Mommy." Yaya stretched out her small hands, yearning to be held. Lin Zhiyu embraced her tiny frame, and Yaya, with innocent curiosity, inquired, "Is the adult crying outside Tiantian's father? Is Tian very ill? Why is he crying so much?" He lifted his head, and with a hint of panic, gently touched the corner of Lin Zhiyu's eye, cautiously asking, "Mommy, why are you crying too? Did Yaya say something wrong?" Lin Zhiyu held him close, managing a faint smile while suppressing the overwhelming tide of emotion. "No. It has nothing to do with you. Mommy didn't do well at work today, and was reprimanded." She vigorously wiped away her tears and cheerfully asked, "Are you hungry?" "Yaya, what would you like to eat?" "Mommy will go buy it for you." Yaya regarded her with suspicion, then tenderly wiped her tears, looking up seriously and declaring, "Mommy, don't worry. When I grow up, I won't let anyone bully you. I will earn a lot of money. So you won't have to work so hard every day." Lin Zhiyu clutched him tightly, her heart aching profoundly. The tears she had just managed to hold back threatened to spill over again. How could her child be so understanding and considerate? Why must fate be so cruel to him? Her heart felt as though it were shattering. She wished fervently that she could bear the burden of illness herself instead. Chapter 12. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Xiaoyu. Song Qian did not refuse. She still had some documents to send out and nodded in agreement. Lin Zhiyu escorted Song Qian out. As her gaze wandered down the corridor, she noticed that Tian Tian's father had already departed. It is acute lymphoblastic leukemia, Song Qian whispered. Lin Zhiyu's heart skipped a beat as she looked up at her. The little girl's mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving her father to support her alone while working at a construction site in Aocheng. Thinking of the delicate, fair-skinned girl with her charming pigtails, Song Qian's voice lowered further. The doctor has asked him to take the child for blood tests to match for a bone marrow transplant. We don't know if they will find a match. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia is perilous. Without a compatible bone marrow donor, the prognosis could be grim. It will be fine, Lin Zhiyu whispered resolutely. Both Tian and Yaya will be all right. After bidding farewell to Song Qian, Lin Zhiyu made her way to the hospital cafeteria to fetch a meal for Yaya. After they finished eating in the ward, she remembered she had forgotten to buy the small cake she had promised Yaya earlier. Noticing that there was still time, she asked Yaya to lie down while she went downstairs to find a cake shop, where she purchased a SpongeBob-shaped cake. Emerging from the cake shop, the sky was overcast, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour. Concerned about the rain, Lin Zhiyu hurriedly made her way back to the hospital. Oh no! Aocheng, being a tourist city, was bustling even on weekends, and Lin Zhiyu accidentally bumped into someone, letting out a startled gasp. The individual she collided with extended his hand, grasping her arm to steady her. Thank you, she uttered, her heart still racing. As she lifted her gaze to express her gratitude, her eyes met the visage of her rescuer, and a sudden jolt of alarm surged through Lin Zhiyu. Instinctively, she withdrew, releasing his grip and stepping back. The bustling sidewalk was illuminated by the warm glow of street-side shops, casting a soft light upon the man's chiseled and noble features. His dark eyes met hers, enveloping her in a misty gaze, yet he remained silent. Beside him, Luo Qingchao brightened with a charming smile and approached her like a butterfly flitting through flowers, initiating a conversation. Miss Lin, what a coincidence. What bakery did you procure that cake from? How does it taste? I've just arrived in the city and am not yet familiar with the local establishments. Would you be so kind as to show me around? Luo Qingchao, possessing an innate attractiveness and a perpetually cheerful demeanor, had navigated through the company of women all his life, rarely encountering rejection. However, his words seemed to alert the woman before him, who instinctively concealed the cake behind her back. A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qingchao's face. What do you mean? Are you afraid I might snatch your cake? Duan, observing from a distance, caught the woman's murmured refusal, sensing her unease. After he entered his vehicle, he glanced in the rearview mirror and noted that she had indeed gotten into Luo Qingchao's car. Chapter 13. Duan Runaway. The Art of Seduction. He chuckled inwardly. Yet, Luo Qingchao was devoid of genuine feelings. Her calculations were fundamentally flawed. Duan withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and was about to start the engine when his phone rang. What is it? He took a drag, reclining against the leather seat as he regarded the screen displaying his son. Oh, let me see. Runaway spoke with grave seriousness. Can't you tell what it is, father? Duan replied, You're hopeless. You possess no artistic talent whatsoever. Runaway continued, Father, all the other children have mothers. Where is mine? Having fled Jiangqing for Aocheng, Duan never anticipated being pressured into marriage by his own child. He inhaled deeply, chuckling in disbelief. Runaway, let us be reasonable. I don't even know who your mother is. I suspect you might be. Runaway retorted, expressionless. Father, are you implying I was found in a trash bin? Even a 2-year-old wouldn't believe such nonsense. Duan fell silent for a moment, casting a subtle glance at his son. To his surprise, there was some truth to the child's speculation. Exasperated, he inquired, So what do you propose? Rubbing his temples in frustration, Duan pondered how this little rascal had inherited such audacity. He nodded as he observed Runaway and the video call, finishing his cigarette in the car. Indeed, he was unaware of the identity of the boy's mother. Regrettably, this 3-year-old was at the stage of imitation, yearning for a family like his peers. Where could he possibly find a mother for him? The rain began to pour more heavily. Luo Qingchao, driving, cheerfully remarked to Lin Zhiyu, Miss Lin, I was correct. Wasn't I? It's about to rain. If you don't get in the car, you'll be drenched. Lin Zhiyu gazed at the cascading curtain of rain, pursing her lips slightly as she whispered, Thank you. As Luo Qingchao gazed into the rearview mirror, he beheld the woman's pale, delicate visage. Her long lashes, rosy lips, and prominent nose adorned a face that was the epitome of beauty, a rare gem amidst the ordinary. Alas, her simple attire concealed her allure. Should she be attired more splendidly, she would not be a burden to accompany. He contemplated generously compensating her later, ensuring a cordial parting that would leave both parties unscathed. His heart was filled with careless calculations, devoid of concern. Chapter 14. It seemed this woman regarded him merely as a taxi driver. Lin Zhiyu, seated in the passenger seat, sensed the man's intermittent gaze upon her, playful and mocking, as if appraising a curious trinket. Having worked at the hotel for a year, she had encountered such looks from affluent young men before. Perhaps this was his inherent nature, one she had yet to comprehend.
We've arrived. Thank you.
The luxury vehicle came to a smooth halt outside the children's hospital. Lin Zhiyu, holding a small cake, retrieved 20 yuan from her pocket and pressed it into the man's hand. Miss Lin. Luo Qingchao intended to ask for her phone number, but the unexpected cash caused his smile to falter, leaving him momentarily speechless. After her farewell, she vanished into the curtain of rain, cake box in hand. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he looked at the crumpled bills, amusement laced with irritation. Did she truly see him as a mere taxi driver? His eyes narrowed in disbelief, a vacant expression taking hold. Lin Zhiyu cast a fleeting glance his way, pausing momentarily, but choosing not to engage in conversation. The door to the hospital room stood ajar, the sound of a child reading a picture book wafting through, and so, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after. The innocence of youth knew not the sorrows of the world. By afternoon's end, the two children, of similar age, had formed a bond. Engrossed in the story brought from home, "Sweetie," the little girl timidly called, glancing at her. A laborer, having finished his smoke, entered the room, and upon seeing his daughter sharing cake with a child in the adjacent bed, he sheepishly extracted a wad of coins from his pocket. "Excuse me, how much is the cake my daughter is eating?" Observing his demeanor, Lin Zhiyu discerned the results of the bone marrow match. "No need," she softly replied. "It's not worth much, and my yaya cannot finish it alone. It would spoil overnight."
Daddy.
The little girl leaped from her bed and threw herself into her father's embrace, tiptoeing to offer him a piece of cake.
You must eat too, Daddy.
"If you don't, Sweetie will." The man cradled his daughter as if she were his most treasured possession, a broad smile illuminating his face. Once Yaya had finished her cake, her father took her to wash up, tucking her into bed well past midnight. Lin Zhiyu borrowed a recliner from the nurse, settling beside Yaya, while the middle-aged man dozed on the floor, his soft snoring filling the air. Perhaps the day's events had exhausted her to the core, yet sleep eluded her until the first light of dawn, when she finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 15. Zhiyu, from now on, room 1 will be your responsibility to clean. In the morning, Lin Zhiyu, free from work, visited the hospital's canteen to purchase some dumplings for Yaya. As she completed her transaction, she noticed a migrant worker perusing the offerings, ultimately selecting 2 meat buns and 2 plain steamed buns, along with a bowl of soy milk. The meat buns were priced at 5 yuan each, while the plain buns cost merely 2. In the expensive city of Aocheng, it was evident that this man was struggling financially. Yet, he cared for Tian exceptionally well. The little girl was plump and fair, clearly well protected. "Zhiyu, have you lost weight?" Song Qian gently cupped her face, her concern palpable. "This won't do. You have work and a child to care for. How will you manage? Have you inquired about the monthly salary for caregivers here?" Lin Zhiyu glanced at Yaya, who was clutching her sketchbook, and whispered, "Let us not discuss this in front of the child." She then took Song Qian outside and said, "I'm planning to arrange for a caregiver to come over at noon." Initially, she had intended to resign from the Emperor Hotel quickly, but with Yaya's illness requiring substantial expenses, she found herself unable to do so. Everything hinged on Yaya's recovery before any decisions could be made. Upon seeing him, Song Qian looked at Lin Zhiyu, who shook her head. Song Qian paused, then expressed regret. His daughter is truly obedient and adorable. Lin Zhiyu thought to herself that, fortunately, Yaya suffered from chronic leukemia. Had it been acute, her situation might not have been any better than that of the man.
Now,
all hope rested on finding a suitable bone marrow match from the registry before Yaya's condition escalated to acute leukemia. At noon, with the assistance of a nurse, Lin Zhiyu spent 8,000 yuan to hire a female caregiver. The caregiver was a robust middle-aged woman with a friendly demeanor who assured Lin Zhiyu, smiling, that she had extensive experience caring for children and would keep her informed of any developments at the hospital. Lin Zhiyu shared the news of the caregiver with Yaya, who, understanding and considerate, nodded and kissed her cheek, promising to behave. Lin Zhiyu gently patted the child's small head, her heart softening. After changing into her uniform in the hotel locker room, She emerged to find the supervisor reprimanding a new female server, while several young waitresses nearby whispered and pointed. The server being chastised was new, rumored to be a graduate of Ouching University, young and beautiful, with excellent spoken English. Yet she had been reduced to tears by the supervisor's scolding. What happened? Why is the supervisor so furious? Lin Zhiyu inquired out of curiosity. This question prompted the onlookers to eagerly share the gossip. We heard she tried to seduce the big shot from room 1 and was thrown out of the room. One of them exclaimed, "She should know her own worth. Does she really think a big boss would be interested in someone like us? How embarrassing. Why are you all standing around? Get back to work. If you keep gossiping, you'll all be fired." The supervisor, clearly incensed, strode over and scolded them. Then, with a furrowed brow, she pointed at Lin Zhiyu and declared, "Zhiyu, from now on, room 1 will be your responsibility." Lin Zhiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that merely posing a question would lead to such misfortune. Hastily, she expressed, "Team leader, I'm rather clumsy and fear I won't clean properly. Perhaps it's better if you take care of it." To her surprise, the team leader appeared even more pleased with her reluctance, reaching out to pat her shoulder reassuringly. With earnest gravity, he declared, "Your diligent and steady character reassures me. I trust you to tidy the presidential suite." The other female attendants, upon catching sight of the affluent guests, beamed with excitement, their minds swirling with aspirations. Normally, they could overlook it, but with the owner of the Empire Hotel present, she was keen to avoid any blunders. The team leader, unyielding, disregarded Lin Zhiyu's objections and swiftly departed after issuing his orders. Lin Zhiyu wore a troubled expression, while the other attendants regarded her with envy. "I've heard our boss is quite handsome. I've yet to catch a glimpse of him. Just to satisfy my curiosity would be delightful." One remarked, You're so beautiful. If our hotel owner takes an interest in you, you'll surely enjoy a life of luxury," another chimed in. "Humph." A voice from nearby interrupted. It was Lin Yuan, who had been scolded by the team leader moments earlier. She was strikingly beautiful, a graduate of a prestigious university, and despite working as a server, she felt herself above the others. Hearing her colleagues' remarks, she scoffed. The big boss wouldn't look twice at a divorced woman with a child. "Do you really think his standards are so low?" "Lin Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting?" retorted a server, who shared a good rapport with Lin Zhiyu. "How dare you speak, after being unceremoniously cast out?" Lin Yuan merely touched up her makeup with a compact, letting out a derisive snort. "I just didn't succeed. But what of it? Unlike you lot, who possess the ambition but lack the courage, you'll never marry into a wealthy family." With that, she dismissed them, strutting away with an air of superiority. Given that the Empire Hotel was the only 6-star establishment in Ouching frequented by the elite, it was not uncommon for individuals like Lin Yuan to seek employment there in hopes of elevating their status. Lin Zhiyu had grown accustomed to such encounters long ago. "You? Don't be upset. I truly believe you're far more attractive than Lin Yuan," a colleague consoled. "It's nothing," Lin Zhiyu replied with a faint smile, internally sighing. "I must get to work." Pushing her cart toward the presidential suite, Lin Zhiyu gazed at the closed door before pressing the doorbell. They must not be home, she thought, feeling a wave of relief. With a determination to complete her task swiftly, she swiped her card and entered the room. The expansive suite was silent, enveloped in the subtle fragrance characteristic of a luxury hotel. She hung up neatly arranged towels in the bathroom, mopped the floor, and changed into fresh slippers. Finally, she entered the bedroom to replace the linens. Engrossed in her work, she failed to notice the footsteps approaching from a distance. Thus, when a cold male voice called from behind, she jumped in surprise. "Who permitted you to enter?" She looked up to find the man, who should have been absent, holding a cup of coffee and scrutinizing her with a furrowed brow. He regarded her from a towering height, his expression one of displeasure. Duan Dushan's sudden appearance left Lin Zhiyu momentarily speechless. Duan Dushan's gaze fell upon Lin Zhiyu as she bent down to arrange the bed sheets, revealing a glimpse of her slightly open blouse. From his vantage point, he could perfectly see the whiteness of her ample bosom. Such a slender figure belied her curvaceous form. He took a sip of coffee, concluding that this woman intended to seduce him. Chapter 17. A Fierce Temper. Yesterday, she had pretended to tear up a check in front of him, and today she had come to his room, exposing herself. He wondered where she had learned such tricks. Disdain filled Du Shun's heart as he coldly commanded, "Get out." Lin Zhiyu met his gaze, equally displeased. 3 years ago, it had indeed been her one-sided wish to bear his child, and she had been at fault. However, he had nearly caused her death and had taken another child's life. This man was heartless and cruel, and now, inexplicably amnesiac, he acted imperiously before her. She regretted saving him yesterday. Du Shun interrupted her. Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Leave my presence. Even in his amnesiac state, the man still harbored an inherent dislike for her. Had she known he had always loathed her, she would have abandoned any foolish hopes during their 3 years together. A profound ache surged from her heart, a pain akin to being pricked by needles. She was no longer the 18-year-old girl she once was. Yet she could not help but feel wronged and undeserving about the past. Du Shun's gaze lingered on her slightly pursed lips and her straightened back. Her waist was so slender that it could be encircled by a single hand, and beneath her tied-up long hair lay a delicate swan-like neck, its graceful lines hidden beneath the collar of her black uniform. As she passed in front of him, he caught a faint scent emanating from her, one that inexplicably left him feeling parched. Du Shun took another sip of coffee, suppressing an inexplicable heat rising within him, furrowing his brow as he wondered if he had become unfulfilled. Was it possible for him to feel something for such a seemingly insipid and calculating woman? He dismissed the thought. He had no interest in a woman with a past, particularly one who was divorced and had a child.
Bang!
The door slammed shut. He cast a glance at the firmly closed door. Such a mere waitress had quite the temper. He wondered where she derived her confidence. If I give her jewelry, do you think she would agree to a date with me tonight? Luo Qingchao propped his chin on his hand, laughing heartily. Is she not ill-tempered? I find her demeanor rather serene. Perhaps we could truly hit it off. Serene?
Chapter 18. Du Shen was dreaming.
Serene? That woman was not only deeply calculating, but also had a terrible temper. Luo Qingchao, who had lingered among flowers for years, had finally misjudged someone. The following morning, when Du Shen awoke from his dreams, he was drenched in sweat. His breathing was rapid as he lifted the covers to confirm his disbelief. The echoes of the dream lingered. The woman entangled with him in a slumber had skin as smooth as jade, a waist so slender it could barely be grasped. He had traced his fingers along her pale, fragile back, feeling her tremble like a cello in his grasp.
Damn it.
The man muttered a curse under his breath, slightly awkward as he entered the bathroom for a shower. No longer the vigorous youth he once was. He found it hard to believe that he could be stirred to such fervor by a woman he deemed unworthy. To add insult to injury, he had even experienced a spring dream about her. This repulsed him. In his eyes, Lin Zhiyu was no different from a gold digger or a courtesan, and he felt as if he were losing his sanity. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Duan dried his damp hair with a towel and sauntered over to answer the door. He cast a nonchalant yet meaningful glance at her and said, "Come in." Upon entering the room, Lin Zhiyu wore a displeased expression, especially since their last encounter had ended on an unpleasant note. She had no desire to engage with this man. The mere thought that her daughter, Ye, had suffered due to him since birth filled her with deep-seated resentment. Her gaze carried a weight of meaning, but Lin Zhiyu was not inclined to delve into his thoughts. She merely wished to complete her tasks and leave. The air in his room, previously dry, became infused with a rich fragrance upon her arrival, awakening dormant desires within him. It must be said, these women aspiring to climb the social ladder indeed possessed some charm, for he had never encountered a perfume so tantalizing. She intended to avoid unnecessary conversation, sensing that this troublesome man was once again seeking something to nitpick. What could he possibly want to complain about this time? Surely, he wouldn't blame her for the fragrance that had permeated his space. Gripping the cart's handle, Lin Zhiyu stated matter-of-factly, hotel policy prohibits servers from wearing perfume, implying that she had not sprayed anything and suggesting that his sense of smell was at fault. Duan would be a fool to believe her. Yesterday, that server named Lin Yuan had nearly suffocated him with her overpowering scent. At the very least, her fragrance was far more pleasant than Lin Yuan's. Chapter 19. Aspiring for higher branches, choose another. Duan remained silent, and Lin Zhiyu didn't intend to linger any longer. Lowering her head, she continued pushing the cart forward when he suddenly remarked, "You've been spending quite a lot of time with Luo Qingzhao. Here's a piece of advice. He is not someone you can afford to play with." His dark eyes bore into hers, and he added, "If you seek to ascend the social ladder, choose another." Lin Zhiyu, initially lacking any retort, felt a surge of anger at his words. This man was not only becoming increasingly irksome, but also more depraved in his thoughts. How had she ever found him appealing? Duan paused for a moment, his expression inscrutable, before coolly stating, "I am merely offering you a friendly warning." Since he regarded her as little more than the likes of Lin Yuan, she did not mind affirming his assumption. The more he despised her, the better. They would surely become strangers in the future. Duan fell silent again. But Lin Zhiyu could sense his displeasure, his brow furrowed coldly. She had once harbored feelings for him, trying her best to appease him. Now, she secretly wished for him to be thoroughly vexed. He found this woman utterly ungrateful. Here he was, trying to offer her a word of caution. And she had the audacity to ridicule him? Who did Luo Qingzhao think he was? Did she truly believe she could gain anything from him? If it were not for the air still lingered with the fragrant essence left behind by the woman's departure, Duan mused coldly. Had she saved him yesterday, he would have been indifferent to her. She was clad simply in a white short-sleeved top and washed denim jeans, appearing both understated and slender. Her long hair cascading down her back, rendering her silhouette delicate and fragile. It was she who first beheld him, her eyes widening in surprise before she hurriedly exchanged a few words with Luo Qingzhao and then dashed away. Duan approached nonchalantly, inquiring, "What were you discussing with that waitress?" He was less than impressed with his own assessment. What did it mean that she was flustered upon seeing him? Did she fear him? He hadn't perceived such a thing. The only waitress bold enough to speak back to him was her. Duan even felt as though the woman bore a disdain for him. It was not mere narcissism, rather, he could not fathom why Lin Zhiyu's disdain caused him such inexplicable annoyance. "Have you sent her the gift?" he asked. "Gift? Oh, you mean that necklace?" Luo Qingzhao replied, shaking his head. "No, she didn't want it," Duan remarked, half seriously. "What do you find appealing in such an ungrateful woman? There are plenty of beautiful female employees in my company. You might as well choose another." Luo Qingzhao cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Don't you find that the more challenging a woman is, the more intriguing she becomes?" Duan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Not at all. I only find your taste rather lacking." With his hands shoved into his pockets, he continued forward with an impassive expression. Chapter 20. My license plate number. This petty-minded man not only refused to allow the manager to replace her as a waitress, but also summoned her to attend to him for trivial matters, even insisting she personally brew his coffee. As merely a hotel waitress, not his personal mistress, Lin Zhiyu lamented to the manager, only to receive a pleading look in return. "You just endure this month and I'll give you a raise, all right?" There were few honest, young, and beautiful waitresses like Lin Zhiyu who had no intention of ingratiating themselves with superiors. Was there anyone better suited than her? She needed a substantial sum for Yeya's treatment, and finding a compatible bone marrow donor would surely require a fortune. Lin Zhiyu, for the time being,
could not afford to resign.
As the night grew late and rain poured down, hailing a taxi became impossible. When Song Qian called to offer her an umbrella, Lin Zhiyu accepted. While waiting at the entrance, she suddenly heard the steady sound of footsteps approaching from behind. What this man intended to do at such an hour was of no concern to her. Suddenly, a red sports car screeched to a halt before her. The window rolled down, revealing a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Lin Zhiyu replied, "No need. My roommate is coming to pick me up." However, upon saying this, she felt a twinge of hesitation. It was nearly midnight, and it certainly wasn't safe for Song Qian to come alone. She acquiesced, expressing her gratitude. "Then I'll let my friend know." "Duan, where are you going so late?"
"Let me take you."
Du Shan's gaze settled upon the woman in the passenger seat, who was engrossed in a phone call. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, "I am not going anywhere. I merely need some fresh air." Luo Qingzhao, unsuspecting, nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I shall go out to have some fun. Call me if you need anything." Du Shan responded with a lack of enthusiasm, and once the car had driven away, he discarded the umbrella he had been holding into a nearby trash bin. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zhiyu was on the phone with Song Qian. "Hello, Xiaoyu?" Song Qian's hurried voice came through, indicating she was likely about to head out. "Is someone there?" Song Qian's tone held a hint of suspicion before she lowered her voice. "Xiaoyu, is it a male or female colleague? Please send me the license plate number." It seemed Song Qian had more to say, but out of consideration for her companion in the car, she whispered and asked for the license plate number via WeChat. Lin Zhiyu, unable to recall Luo Qingzhao's license plate number, was about to reassure Song Qian not to worry when she heard Luo Qingzhao recite a series of digits. Embarrassed, she looked up, only to find Luo Qingzhao smiling gently. "That's my license plate number." Chapter 21. What is your friend's name? Lin Zhiyu felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. My roommate tends to worry about me." Song Qian, a few months older, was quite concerned about her working in a hotel, fearing she might be taken advantage of by men. Previously, she had mentioned that once Lin Zhiyu established herself in a design firm, she would offer her a position as an assistant. Luo Qingzhao, with his charming peach blossom eyes, blinked lightly, observing Lin Zhiyu's slightly reddened face and thinking he had made a commendable choice. He smiled softly. "That is understandable. You should share the license plate number with her." If it were a naive young girl, she would likely soon find herself entranced in the tender affections of affluent men who are both generous and suave. After replying, Lin Zhiyu lifted her head and noticed Luo Qingzhao's expression had turned momentarily dazed. Just as she was about to apologize, she heard him lean in to ask, "What is your friend's name?" Lin Zhiyu quickly offered an apology on behalf of Song Qian. I am sorry, Mr. Luo. My friend merely. She hesitated. Her voice is quite similar to someone I know. Sensing her unease, the man revealed a gentle smile. However, I haven't seen her in quite some time. Which is why I inquired if she might be someone I know. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. How could Song Qian, a girl from an ordinary family, possibly know Luo Qingchao? She earnestly responded, my friend's name is Song Qian. She just graduated from university and has come to work in Aocheng. I doubt she is the person you know. Her personality is rather straightforward, Mr. Luo. Please do not be upset. I will apologize on her behalf.
Subsequently,
Luo Qingchao casually initiated a different topic, steering the conversation away from the previous subject. The car gradually came to a stop at the residential complex where Lin Zhiyu rented an apartment. At the entrance, Song Qian, holding an umbrella, spotted Lin Zhiyu and called out, Xiaoyu. Luo Qingchao offered a faint smile, showing no reluctance. Lin Zhiyu, clutching her bag, hurriedly sought refuge beneath Song Qian's dark blue umbrella. The two young and beautiful women shared a few words, their laughter ringing out like a melody through the night. Luo Qingchao lit a cigarette and turned his head, his gaze falling upon the woman beside Lin Zhiyu through the dark, rain-drenched night. Taller, slimmer, and more mature, the once slender figure had now blossomed into an alluring silhouette. It appears that during the 4 years he spent in prison, this woman has lived a life more content than he could have imagined. After his release, his family, wishing to prevent him from causing her any trouble, forbade him from seeking her whereabouts. Little did he expect to encounter her here, once more. The humid air seeped into the compartment, and Luo Qing exhaled a plume of smoke slowly, his eyes cast downward as a cruel smile graced his lips. Chapter 22. Yaya misses her mother. The following day, after the rain had cleared, Lin Zhiyu, who was not scheduled to work, rose early. She first tidied up the room and the living area before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Song Qian. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Song Qian awoke, rubbing her eyes as she peeked out from her bedroom. Xiuyu, it's been ages since I had your fried rice. Lin Zhiyu smiled gently. I've been quite busy lately. Once Yaya's condition stabilizes, I'll make it for you every day.
How could I accept that? Song Qian yawned.
Stepping out to see Lin Zhiyu efficiently packing the lunchbox into an insulated bag. Realizing she was headed to the hospital to visit Yaya, Song Qian said, I'll take care of the kitchen. You should spend the day with the child at the hospital. Lin Zhiyu nodded, then recalled something. There's some pickled cabbage in the fridge that I prepared a week ago. It should have marinated by now. If you feel like having some, do remember to take it. Song Qian flashed a proud smile, revealing a small canine tooth. I started eating it ages ago. Do you think I would let it sit in the fridge for a week? Lin Zhiyu chuckled. Well, I'm off then. Upon exiting the apartment, Lin Zhiyu hopped onto her bicycle and swiftly made her way to the hospital. There, at the entrance of a ward, a laborer was squatting down, nibbling on a dry bun. In just over a week, the man's hair had turned gray. Lin Zhiyu handed him a thermal box. I brought an extra box of fried rice. If you don't mind, please make do with it. The gaunt man looked up and recognized her, standing up awkwardly to accept the thermal box. Thank you, he said, rummaging through his pocket for crumpled bills. I'll pay you. Lin Zhiyu smiled and replied, I made it myself. There's no need for payment. I'm going to see the child now. As she pushed the door open, Lin Zhiyu saw 2 children in hospital gowns sitting side by side. Yaya had a drawing board set up in front of him, engrossed in his artwork. His innate sense of color was exceptional. The paper displayed a nearly finished azure sky, the layers of color harmoniously pleasing to the eye. Upon spotting Lin Zhiyu, Yaya dropped his brush and joyfully rushed towards her. Mama! Lin Zhiyu bent down to lift him up, gently touching Yaya's paint-smeared cheek, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Have you missed your mama? Yes, Yaya replied, wrapping his arms around Lin Zhiyu's neck, his voice muffled. Mama hasn't come to see me in a long time. Hearing her child's complaint, Lin Zhiyu felt a pang in her heart. She had been so busy with work these days, often pulling night shifts, and by the time she finished, the child would already be asleep. She would sneak in for a glimpse, unwilling to wake him, only learning of Yaya's daily life through the few words of the caregivers. After soothing Yaya, Lin Zhiyu sat with him for breakfast, even sharing a small bowl of fried rice with Tian. Due to her acute leukemia, Tian had yet to find a compatible bone marrow donor and could only undergo conservative treatment. Due to her frequent encounters with Lin Zhiyu, the little girl has grown less timid than at the beginning. The 2 children sit side by side, spoons in hand, enjoying their meal. Once they finish, the caregiver brings in warm water, greets Lin Zhiyu with a smile, and takes the thermos and chopsticks into the washroom for cleaning. Yaya's mother, a migrant worker, enters, handing over the freshly cleaned thermos. Noticing her gaze, he shyly remarks, I helped wash your lunchbox. The food you made was delicious. Lin Zhiyu responds with a grateful smile. After breakfast, Ye picks up her paintbrush again, while Tian sits beside her, hugging her short legs and gazing at her with wide eyes as she paints. The two children sit shoulder to shoulder, embodying a tranquil moment in time.
Chapitre 23, du chêne complet.
Observing their camaraderie, Lin Zhiyu cannot help but think that once Tian and Ye recover, they might maintain a close friendship, perhaps even leading their families to become in-laws. She looks up and notices the migrant worker appears lost in thought as well. Lin Zhiyu smiles at him, suggesting, "Let us step outside. We shouldn't disturb them." As parents of patients, the two adults stand outside, with endless conversation to share. Tian's father hails from a small mountain village, where he and Tian's mother were childhood sweethearts. The village suffers from poor medical conditions, and Tian's mother tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving him to work in Australia with Tian. As a single father with a daughter, he often faces exploitation from his foreman who takes advantage of his situation. Lin Zhiyu discusses her future plans with him, expressing her intention to leave Australia once Ye recovers, seeking a serene place to nurture her health. Suddenly, her phone vibrates. Lin Zhiyu answers, expecting a call from Song Qian, but instead, an irritable male voice comes through. "Where have you run off to? Didn't we agree you would leave a cup of hot coffee in my study every morning?" "Lin Zhiyu, how do you work?" Du Shan continues, "If the boss doesn't take a break, how can you?" This man is insufferable. Lin Zhiyu, recalling his detestable face, struggles to contain her anger. "I work 6 days and rest 1. That has always been my schedule." Hearing her on the phone, the migrant worker quietly says, "Ye's mother. I'll go check on Tian." Lin Zhiyu's suppressed frustration erupts. How dare this scoundrel call her on her day off to demand extra work and tarnish her reputation? Du Shan's voice carries a hint of suppressed anger. "What you do outside is none of my business, but you are my employee now. And I do not want you to catch any illness to pass on to me." Truly, a dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Lin Zhiyu abruptly ends the call and switches off her phone. This insufferable man, who feigns a benevolent demeanor, is fundamentally irritable and petty. In that moment, she realizes how blinded she was to have ever been attracted to such a superficial scoundrel. "Yesterday, the president called me." The foreman blinks, cautiously asking, "Did something happen between you two?" Chapter 24. How much do you need for a month? Is he still a child? How immature. The time was drawing near. Work diligently. And once the senior management meeting concludes, I shall request a salary increase on your behalf. She patted Lin Zhiyu on the shoulder, offering a comforting encouragement, and then instructed her to leave. Lin Zhiyu stood in place, inhaling deeply before reluctantly ascending to the top floor, room 1, swiping her card to enter the presidential suite. As she emerged from the study, she spotted the previously absent man draped in a black bathrobe, seated on the sofa. The morning sun, still shy in its brightness, streamed through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the man's handsome and chiseled features, his sharp brows furrowed in a manner that suggested he was not to be trifled with. "Bring the coffee over." Lin Zhiyu focused her gaze, her mind in a state of calm, yet her phone was merely out of battery. Duan paused mid-sip, glancing up at her with a hint of admiration. "You possess quite the audacity to speak falsehoods with your eyes wide open." Lin Zhiyu endured his cold sarcasm, bearing it with patience. The salary at the Emperor Hotel was indeed high, which was why she had chosen this place initially. However, the cost of living in Ouching was equally steep, compounded by her need to rent a home and care for a child, leaving her savings far from lavish over the past 2 years. Duan sipped his coffee, nodding at her words. It must be challenging for a single parent to live in Ouching, right? It's manageable. Early morning heart-to-heart? She found it hard to believe. Nonetheless, she had no intention of holding it against him. Duan inquired, "How much do you require for a month?" Lin Zhiyu raised her head as he set down his coffee. His tone was casual, albeit tinged with a hint of indifference. "I am asking how much you need for a month." Chapter 25. What does he see in her? Duan spent an entire night contemplating this matter. Although he could not quite fathom why, he found himself desiring this woman. He was unsure when his standards had lowered, just a few days prior. He had accompanied Luo Qingchao to a bar, but the moment those women approached, he was overwhelmed by the cloying scent of cheap perfume. Once the annual meeting was over, precisely 1 month later, he would indulge in this vain woman, leaving Ouching thereafter. A fleeting romance meant little to a man of his stature. However, accepting this reality was still disconcerting. What did he see in her? Her temperament was peculiar, her speech lacking decorum, and she was a divorced woman with a child. Though she appeared younger than him, she had indeed borne a child. Her skin was commendable, she exuded a pleasant fragrance, her waist was slender, and her lips appeared soft, likely inviting to kiss. Duan scrutinized her, identifying only a handful of her attributes. After he spoke, noticing Lin Zhiyu's lack of response, he frowned and looked up at her. You aren't still pining for Luo Qingchao, are you? Let me be frank, he is merely toying with you.
Slap.
Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face. Duan had turned from the impact, and he remained momentarily stunned. Since reaching adulthood, no one had dared to lay a hand upon him. Lin Zhiyu's chest rose and fell with great intensity. The silence in the room was eerily palpable. Dushan sat in place until Luo Qingchao cheerfully pushed the door open after finishing breakfast. Upon seeing the distinct five-finger mark on Dushan's face, he burst into laughter. Dushan, your face looks quite unusual.
Who hit you?
Dushan remained silent for a long while. Eventually, he stated, the video conference for today has been cancelled. Glancing at his friend's teasing expression, he pinched the bridge of his nose and added, is there anything else? The implication was clear. It was time for him to leave. Luo Qingchao squinted and asked again, who hit you? After a moment of contemplation, Dushan slowly replied, I did it myself. Is that a problem? Ignoring Luo Qingchao's probing, he maintained a calm demeanor, his expression as cold as ice. Your mother asked you to learn finance from me. Have you completed the financial analysis report I asked you to calculate? Chapter 26, The Sudden Change. Wait. Luo Qingchao raised both hands in surrender. I won't gossip anymore, alright? Dushan shot him a glance and said, I expect to see this quarter's financial report by noon today. If it's late, you'll be leading tomorrow's conference call. Luo Qingchao detested dealing with the tedious shareholders and muttered under his breath, no wonder you got slapped by a woman. He then slipped away. Dushan sat on the sofa, opened his phone's camera, and inspected his face. The imprint of the slap was painfully clear on his skin. That woman certainly had a fierce hand. Had he truly misjudged her? Was she not trying to entice him with her alluring perfumes and flirtatious demeanor? Or perhaps she simply looked down upon him, favoring another man instead? Why was he any less appealing than Luo Qingchao? When he smiled at Luo Qingchao, he was met with warmth, yet in her presence, he felt as though he wore a mask of disdain, as if he owed her a million. After delivering the slap, her head buzzed for quite some time before she gradually calmed down. Initially, she felt humiliated, then furious, and now, she was simply incredulous. 3 years could change so much. After the first time, the second came with much greater ease. Yet she recalled vividly that when they had become intimate, it had been their first experience for both.
Now.
3 years later, he had likely married Nanji. The audacity of him coming to Australia on a business trip and wanting to keep her. 3 years had truly transformed so many people. Lin Zhiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she needed money the most. It wasn't easy to find a well-paying job with her qualifications, and she did not want to resign immediately. Despite both being in the same hotel,
They felt like parallel lines.
as this thought crossed her mind, she exhaled deeply. On her day off, Lin Zhiyu went to the hospital to accompany Yeye, as usual. Coming out of Yeye's attending physician's office, Lin Zhiyu felt a rare lightness in her heart. As she walked towards Yeye's pediatric ward, a group of nurses suddenly rushed out,
Pushing a small stretcher.
On it lay a tiny figure, and Lin Zhiyu stepped aside, unable to clearly see the child's face as the stretcher swiftly passed before her eyes. Chapter 27. What happened to Sweet? Will she come back? Lin Zhiyu gazed at the hurried figures for a while, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her. She pursed her lips and made her way to Yeye's pediatric ward. Upon entering, she noticed that the bed adjacent to Yeye's was already vacant. A pool of blood stained the floor, while a nurse diligently cleaned the crimson mark. The sight of the glaring blood sent a chill down Lin Zhiyu's spine. Yeye was being cradled in the arms of a female nurse, the child appearing utterly frightened. Upon seeing Lin Zhiyu approach, he called out for his mother, yearning to be held. Lin Zhiyu hurried over, enveloping him in her embrace, gently stroking his little head, reassuring him that everything was all right, that his mother was there. Mommy. Tian. She was taken away by the uncle and aunt. The child's anxious words brought tears to the nurse's eyes. Lin Zhiyu comforted Yeye for a considerable time before he gradually calmed down. Yeye was truly wonderful. Lin Zhiyu kissed him and stayed by his side for a while, watching as he got up and picked up his paintbrush, eager to complete the family portrait for Tian. Observing the child quietly engrossed in his drawing, the emotions that had been brewing within Lin Zhiyu finally surged forth. The joy she had felt upon leaving the doctor's office earlier had vanished. She took a deep breath and tiptoed outside, standing at the door and watching the comings and goings of people. A nurse emerged, her eyes red-rimmed as she informed Lin Zhiyu that little girl suddenly coughed up blood. I called for a nurse, and she said it was serious. Her condition deteriorated suddenly. Wiping her tears, she lamented that the child's father was still at the construction site, and it was uncertain whether anyone had contacted him about his little girl. Such misfortune. Lin Zhiyu's complexion paled slightly as she whispered, "Stop talking." The nurse, recalling that both Ye and Tian were essentially afflicted by the same illness, fell silent. Glancing awkwardly at Lin Zhiyu. "Please keep an eye on Ye," Lin Zhiyu said, pinching the bridge of her nose, fatigue evident in her voice. "I need to catch my breath." "All right, you go ahead," the nurse replied. After that day, Lin Zhiyu never saw Tian again. Ye had already completed the family portrait for Tian with his watercolor pens, which depicted Tian's father and, insistently, her mother. During this time, the hospital held a charity event to raise funds. Tian's attending physician and nurses contributed, while Lin Zhiyu donated 5,000. Upon learning this, Song Qian also donated half a month's salary. Half a month later, a strange boy, around 8 or 9 years old, occupied Tian's former bed. Lin Zhiyu emerged from Ye's attending physician's office, feeling disoriented. Known for her gentle temperament, it was the first time she had quarreled with Ye's attending doctor. Chapter 28. Someone jumped from the building. She confronted the doctor about when Ye's bone marrow would be matched, only to be met with the doctor's helpless reply that the free bone marrow registry required waiting. Moreover, Ye's blood type was unique, making the probability of finding a suitable match significantly lower than that of an average person. The only course of action left for her was to wait. Wait. Lin Zhiyu could no longer afford to wait. The death of Tian loomed over her like the sword of Damocles. And she could not bear to imagine what she would do if Ye were to suddenly fall ill like Tian. Despite Song Qian's continuous reassurances that Ye's condition was progressing slowly and not akin to the acute leukemia that plagued Tian, she found herself inexorably ensnared in a nightmare. Awakening alone in her bed in the dead of night, her body was chilled to the core. This torment reached its zenith one fateful afternoon when she seized a moment to visit Ye. A figure leapt from the heights of the hospital's towering edifice. The impact of the fall, from over 20 stories, rendered the body akin to a shattered watermelon, splattering gruesomely not far from her. Oh, heavens! Someone has jumped. It was a man, a few years her senior, yet already adorned with strands of gray. Nurses swiftly arrived, deploying a body bag to remove the lifeless form. Lin Zhiyu stood in a daze, fixated on the still wet stain of blood, before retreating to a corner to retch violently. Her mind wandered to the family portrait that Ye had drawn for Tian, depicting 3 small figures hand in hand, basking in the sun's warm embrace. She recalled her previous thoughts of fostering a close relationship between their 2 families once Tian and Ye had recovered. Now, everything lay shattered before her, disintegrated into oblivion. A whirlwind of indescribable dread and sorrow engulfed her. She felt that had Ye not succumbed to her illness, the person who had plummeted from the building might well have been herself. She envisioned her own grim fate. That afternoon, Lin Zhiyu refrained from visiting Ye. Following the suicide of the laborer, her emotional state crumbled. She felt utterly unprepared to face the child. This was a child she had insisted on bringing into the world, yet she was incapable of providing him with a healthy body, forcing him to endure suffering at such a tender age, even jeopardizing his very life. Perhaps she should have never lived. Perhaps she should have taken the child with her into oblivion. Would that not alleviate Ye's anguish, if only slightly? Night fell. Ye was also his child. He bore the responsibility of fatherhood and should strive to save him. Yet a voice within her questioned, "Do you truly believe he would be willing to rescue Ye?" As Duan exited his vehicle, he spotted Lin Zhiyu standing in a dim corner of the lobby, her complexion pale and her demeanor dazed. He furrowed his brow, offering her but a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze. Since that incident, he had not encountered her again. Perhaps the demands of work during the recent annual meeting had dulled his feelings toward her. He feared he would soon forget this woman entirely. The man strode toward the VIP elevator. Shortly thereafter, he heard a gentle patter of footsteps trailing behind him. Chapter 29. Mr. Duan, I desire money.
Can you provide it?
Duan halted momentarily, casting a glance over his shoulder before proceeding into the elevator. The footsteps drew closer, and just as he was about to close the doors, a slender, icy hand slipped in from outside, grasping his sleeve as if clutching a lifeline. Duan's brow furrowed in irritation, compelling him to release her grip. Lin Zhiyu held onto his sleeve, silently following him inside, her head bowed as she stood before him. She exuded a delicate fragrance, mingled with the scent of evening dew. Duan's tone was harsh. "Lin Zhiyu, what do you intend to do this time? Lure him in, and once he takes the bait, deliver a slap? Are you toying with him?" Duan took a breath, momentarily pausing, but quickly regained his composure. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, standing silently in place. Duan found himself amused by her audacity. He had never encountered such a troublesome woman in his life. Ultimately, he refrained from resorting to violence against Lin Zhiyu and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended directly to the presidential suite. As Duan stepped out, loosening his tie, the lingering scent of rich red wine from the banquet clung to him. Before I call security, you should leave. He saw no reason to entangle himself further with a woman like her, especially one so ungrateful. Lin Zhiyu did not leave. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Duan pulled the woman standing behind him into view. She was lighter than he had anticipated, frail enough to fit in one hand. When he yanked her, she stumbled and nearly fell into his arms. Her hands instinctively pressed against his chest, causing him to pause for a brief moment before furrowing his brow and gripping her arm, attempting to pull her away. Stand still. Lin Zhiyu sensed his rejection. As he tried to distance her, she clung tightly to his waist. The warmth of his muscular frame tensed beneath her touch, and the force with which he attempted to free himself intensified. Regardless of the circumstances, she buried her slender body into his broad, heated chest. Duan lowered his gaze, observing her tearful eyes and her pale, innocent face, his expression complex. He felt a surge of frustration. He prided himself on being selective with women. Why then was he unable to forget this so-called second-hand treasure? Chapter 30. You clearly have a reaction to me. She was naive and not particularly bright. It was no wonder she was single and raising a child at such a young age. With a cold demeanor, he instructed Lin Zhiyu, let go. Duan added, how can I strike you when you are holding on to me? He elegantly rolled up his sleeves, his tone icy. Do you know how many days it took for that mark you left on me to fade? Lin Zhiyu fell silent, resigned to her fate. She tilted her head back defiantly and closed her eyes, terrified. She needed to save Yaya. She could no longer afford to wait. The window for intervention was merely half a month before her sweet child could succumb to illness. She had to find a way to obtain the cord blood. Yaya's attending physician had suggested that she could conceive another child with her ex-husband. She needed to act. It was better than waiting in vain. Lin Zhiyu mentally prepared herself, her hands tightly clasped at her sides as she braced for the impending pain. However, after a long wait, nothing happened. Noticing her gaze, the man replied coldly, I have no interest in striking women. Since I do not intend to call security right now, you should leave. Lin Zhiyu bit her lower lip, unable to restrain herself.
Why?
There is no reason. That day was merely a whim, and I have lost interest in you now. Lin Zhiyu softly murmured, when I held you just now, your body clearly reacted to me. As Lin Zhiyu uttered these words, her face inevitably flushed with warmth, a testament to the stirrings of desire within. Duan grasped the cup tightly, falling into a prolonged silence. Given her current dependence on him, Lin Zhiyu dared not show any displeasure, carefully assessing his expression. Duan's face was inscrutable. Despite her brazen admission, she appeared as bashful as a young rabbit. What was she trying to portray? Chapter 31. Mr. Duan, grant me a month. Lin Zhiyu inhaled softly. Yet now she needed him to stay, for her sake. With her eyes cast down, she slowly approached the man. The intense warmth radiating from him gradually seeped into her own body, rendering her pale visage tinged with a delicate crimson hue. She bit her lip and whispered, a month. Please? You still hold affection for me, do you not? After a month, I promise not to intrude. Duan chuckled softly, lifting her chin with his fingers. You wish for me to squander a month on you? Do you truly believe you are worth such an investment? Lin Zhiyu gazed at his elegantly shaped lips, resting one leg on the stool between his, leaning forward to kiss him. Well versed in his preferences, she recalled that every kissing technique she had mastered was honed by him. She tenderly pressed her lips against his, gradually deepening the kiss, acutely aware of the hitch in his breath and its ensuing urgency. A wave of relief washed over her. He still relished her kisses. Her kiss, akin to the finest of wines, exuded an intoxicating fragrance, irresistible and captivating. This was promising indeed. Duan observed the woman kissing him, his gaze growing ever more profound. It was clear she had instigated this encounter, yet she was the one now rendered shy. A soft whimper escaped Lin Zhiyu. The man reached out, cradling the back of her head, intensifying the kiss. A sharp yet commanding breath enveloped her, stirring a deep-seated fear within. Lin Zhiyu struggled backward, eliciting a flicker of displeasure from him as he tightened his grip around her slender waist, punishingly nibbling her lips. When the kiss finally ceased, Lin Zhiyu melted against him, her small hands clutching his shirt, her wide, glistening eyes clouded with bewilderment. Duan lowered his gaze, observing her dazed expression. Realizing that this submissive demeanor suited her far better than her confrontational side, which he found less appealing. After a moment, Lin Zhiyu regained her composure, feeling his arms still encircling her waist, leaving her hesitant to resist. Duan's mood lightened slightly. He caressed her delicate neck casually, inquiring what happened. Why the sudden need for money? He remembered her defiant act of tearing up the check he had given her. Was she not the epitome of resolve? Had she been cast aside by Luo Qingchao, or was there another reason? Lin Zhiyu lowered her gaze. A family member is ill, and I am in need of funds. Duan Dushan cast her a sidelong glance. Your son? Lin Zhiyu was not surprised that he was aware of her child's existence. Still, hearing it from his lips sent a shiver down her spine. Chapter 32. She was gambling. Duanshan is not a person of chivalrous spirit or noble heart. On the contrary, having taken over the family business for many years, he is a cunning and astute businessman. Duanshan inquired nonchalantly. Do you have any idea how much I lose by staying here every day? Essentially, she was merely gambling, or perhaps unwilling to passively await her fate. Yet, there was little she could do. It was impossible for him to take her to Jiangcheng. A kept canary ought to be a pristine and cherished woman. Certainly not a divorced one burdened with a child like her. Observing her silence, Duanshan mused that, at this moment, she had indeed become pragmatic. His fingers languidly rested on her slender waist, enveloping her in his embrace. She felt as light as a bird, hardly weighing anything at all. A woman with a peculiar temperament, who seldom took care of herself, yet paradoxically, this very woman compelled him to desire a taste of her essence. He even deemed it acceptable to squander time in ouching. A fleeting romance, a mutual transaction wherein he sought the liberation that haunted his dreams. While she obtained the funds for her child's medical expenses, one could say they owed each other nothing. Go take a shower, he instructed. Lin Zhiyu, momentarily taken aback, looked up in confusion. Understanding his insinuation, her previously calm expression flushed with color once more. I understand. The bathroom was spacious, and after her shower, Lin Zhiyu emerged wrapped in a man's bathrobe. The robe was oversized, and her petite frame rendered it loose and draping, revealing much of her fair neck, leaving her in a state of unspoken allure. Duanshan, seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, stole a glance at her, his gaze darkening for a fleeting moment before he resumed his indifference. Your sleepwear is on the bed. I still have some matters to attend to. You may rest first. Entering the bedroom, Lin Zhiyu indeed discovered a set of white loungewear on the bed. She gingerly changed into it and slipped under the covers. The bed she had meticulously arranged days prior now welcomed her with open arms. Engaging in a tangle with this man once more, she felt no remorse. Perhaps exhaustion had overtaken her, or the day's emotional toll had been too great. Believing she would struggle to fall asleep, she was surprised to find herself drifting off as soon as she lay down. In a hazy state, she suddenly felt a weight pressing down on her, a warm, steamy body enveloping her. The familiar yet strange scent evoked both resistance and surrender within her. Duanshan furrowed his brow, letting out a soft click of his tongue. Isn't this not the first time with this woman? Yet their bodies harmonized exquisitely, and soon they were intertwined. Dreams and reality melded into one. Her essence was sweeter than he had ever imagined. He indulged in her throughout the night, and only as dawn broke, illuminating the world outside, did he finally succumb to sleep, cradling the utterly exhausted Lin Zhiyu in his arms. Chapter 33. Reluctance to reveal their relationship. When Lin Zhiyu awoke, her body felt as though it had been crushed. She stared at the ceiling, taking a long while to comprehend where she was and what had transpired. The man who had processed a batch of official documents pushed open the door and stepped into the room, observing Lin Zhiyu with her wide, dazed eyes. He spoke softly. I have to step out for a while. If you need anything, just contact my assistant. Lin Zhiyu noticed he had changed into a suit. Even in ouching, this man remained exceedingly busy. She rose from her position, half kneeling at the edge of the bed to tie his tie. Duan Dushan lowered his eyes, taking in the purplish bruises adorning Lin Zhiyu's neck. She seemed to adapt to the situation quite quickly. Duan Dushan remarked, You tie a good tie. How many men have you done this for? Lin Zhiyu longed to reply, Isn't it because you once asked me to learn? Before work each day. His favorite pastime was to call her to rise and tie his tie, a peculiar little quirk of his. Thanks to him, it had become muscle memory. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes and her uncontrollable fatigue, the man said lightly, My assistant will come over shortly to discuss the contract with you. You should take another nap. Lin Zhiyu felt somewhat bewildered. Contract? My assistant will explain it to you in detail. He glanced at his watch, then gently grasped Lin Zhiyu's chin, planting a kiss on her tender lips. I've spoken to your supervisor today. You don't have to go to work. Rest well. The man turned his head to glance at her. Lin Zhiyu nervously inquired, You told our supervisor about our relationship? Duan Dushan halted, his dark eyes fixed on Lin Zhiyu's panicked expression, and countered, What's the matter? He raised an eyebrow slightly, neither confirming nor denying, and repeated her words. You don't want others to know about our relationship? What? Does it appear that I cannot handle it? After she arrived, the supervisor had taken good care of her. She did not wish to seem inadequate in her eyes. Lin Zhiyu replied, I still want to work at this hotel. If outsiders find out, I think it would not be good. It was merely that last night's exertion had taken its toll, leading to a hint of sympathy for her. Since she was dissatisfied, she should simply take a leave of absence herself. Her mood had grown increasingly unpredictable. Lin Zhiyu lay back on the bed, sighing inwardly, snuggling under the covers. She glanced at the time. It was only a little past 7, and she drifted back into a drowsy slumber. After what felt like an eternity, she was startled awake by footsteps outside the door. A young woman in professional attire entered, holding a glass of water. Upon noticing Lin Zhiyu was awake, she smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, did I wake you? Who are you? Miss Lin, you have a fever. Chapter 34. Persistent fever. Miss Lin, you have a fever. The woman looked at her with concern. Are you all right, Miss Lin? Do you want to go to the hospital? A fever. Was that why she felt so unwell? Was her constitution so fragile? Lin Zhiyu shook her head, took the medicine, expressed her gratitude, and said, I'm fine. I want to go to the hospital. Where's the contract? May I see it? I'll get it right away. The woman replied, turning to the living room to fetch a folder. Her businesslike demeanor eased Lin Zhiyu's sense of embarrassment a little. She reached out to take the folder and glanced through it. It was an employment contract, essentially a buyout of her personal rights for the month. The terms were meticulously detailed, including being at the beck and call of the employer and a stipulation against inciting his anger. This man was indeed generous for accompanying him for a mere month. He offered 2 million, a sum sufficient for a lifetime of frugality. Lin Zhiyu licked her lips, noting a specific clause. With a gentle tone, she inquired, what do you mean by not provoking him? Lin Zhiyu focused on those words and murmured, I fear that may prove quite challenging. Duan was capricious and rather petty. How could she possibly know which of her words might irritate him? It was akin to this morning, when he had inexplicably become angry. Lin Zhiyu was at a loss for words. She perused the contract a few more times and then readily affixed her signature. She vowed not to entangle herself with him or fall in love. The suffering she had endured in the past was more than enough. Her sole desire now was to depart with her health intact and never cross paths with him again. After signing the contract, the woman smiled as she tucked it away. Miss Lin, please rest well. The fever-reducing medication contains sedatives. A good sleep will hasten your recovery. Thank you. Last night, her overexerted waist ached painfully, and when she was awakened again, she felt exceedingly warm. Just as she was about to toss off the covers, a large hand pressed down, and a deep voice commanded, Don't move. The room was quite noisy, with a commotion outside that suggested several people were present, someone scolding another. Why wasn't she taken to the hospital sooner with such a high fever? A woman's voice, tinged with distress, echoed. I'm so sorry, Mr. Luo. I never anticipated Miss Lin would have such a persistent fever. Chapter 35. Duan, you go out. It was the female assistant who had been attending to her today. Lin Zhiyu quickly interjected, It has nothing to do with her. I'm fine. Lin Zhiyu paused, glancing out the window to find that dusk had nearly fallen. What felt like just a brief moment of closing her eyes had turned into a lengthy slumber. The doctor has arrived, Luo Qingchao's voice announced from outside. Duan responded and rose to open the bedroom door, revealing a kindly middle-aged female doctor who entered with a medical kit. After a brief exchange with Duan, she approached Lin Zhiyu, took her temperature, and asked her a few questions before attempting to lift her covers, wearing only a camisole beneath. Lin Zhiyu instinctively clutched the edges of the blanket in alarm. Duan glanced over, frowning as he questioned the doctor. What are you doing? The doctor replied kindly. Since the fever persists despite medication, I suspect there may be an underlying inflammation. If you are unwilling to undergo an examination here, we can go to the hospital for further checks. Fortunately, it was a female doctor attending to her, though he felt an inexplicable annoyance. Miss Lin, please spread your legs. Duan furrowed his brow and retorted, What do you mean by that? Dushin gazed at her lips, devoid of color, and belatedly realized that he might be the root cause of her discomfort. Ultimately, he chose silence and stepped out of the room. Half an hour later, the female doctor emerged after removing her disposable gloves. Dushin and Luo Qingchao were engaged in conversation when they noticed her and turned their heads. The doctor, seasoned and straightforward, candidly stated, She has a tear down below, which likely triggered the inflammation. I've administered anti-inflammatory medication. Dushin felt chastised, his expression darkening. How could he be blamed for being rough? She was a woman who had borne children, yet her condition remained delicate. Lin Zhiyu leaned against the headboard, her soft, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, illuminated by the light above, making her appear small and somewhat pitiful. Dushin approached her, contemplating the doctor's words, and pressed his lips together, asking if it hurts. Why didn't you say anything? Chapter 36. Breaking the fast. Lin Zhiyu was taken aback that he would place blame on her. Feeling unjustly wronged, she retorted, I did say it. You just didn't listen. I clearly stated I didn't want it. After a moment, he finally murmured, I apologize. This time, I was in the wrong. Observing his reluctant apology, Lin Zhiyu tugged at the blanket, deciding to ignore him. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Duan sighed softly and replied. She said I should help you apply the medication. Where is it? Lin Zhiyu's face flushed deeply as she muttered, no need. I can do it myself. However, Duan disregarded her protest and rummaged through the bedside table, quickly discovering a tube of anti-inflammatory ointment. As he held up the ointment, Lin Zhiyu threw off the blanket,
reaching out to snatch it from him.
She absolutely did not want him to apply the medication. Duan gently restrained her hand, consulting the instructions on the tube, and remarked, it says to apply it to the wound. Are you sure you can manage on your own?
Of course I can. Just give it to me.
Lin Zhiyu's cheeks, already flushed, now appeared as if they might bleed with embarrassment. You have short hands. Your whole family has short hands. I'm going to wash my hands, he said nonchalantly. You prepare yourself first. Lin Zhiyu's slender chest heaved dramatically, resembling someone on the brink of fainting from frustration. Duan noted the pink hue of her collarbone and couldn't help but chuckle. What is there to fear? I've seen every part of you. It's just applying ointment. After washing his hands in the bathroom, he returned to administer the medication, perhaps having resigned herself to the reality. She lay still as he applied the ointment, immobile upon the bed. Duan used nearly half the tube, carefully spreading the ointment over the wound.
Indeed,
he had been a bit excessive the previous night, and it was no wonder the doctor felt compelled to reprimand him upon her exit. After covering her with the blanket, as he returned to wash his hands, he heard Lin Zhiyu mutter a curse from beneath the covers. Pervert. Duan paused, glancing back at her. Considering her current state, which he had caused, he chose not to engage. The contract stipulated that the second party could not insult the first party. This would not be tolerated again. Exiting the bedroom, he spotted Luo Qingchao standing on the balcony, speaking on the phone, seemingly arranging to meet a woman. Upon his emergence, he ended the call. His enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly raised in inquiry. Is this no longer my concern? What is there to be thankful for? Luo Qingchao chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. Sometimes a virgin's first experience unfolds like this. Duan interjected, which virgin possesses a 3-year-old son. Luo Qingchao shrugged. After all, you are entirely unaware of which woman gave birth to Runaway. Are you certain that this son of yours was not conceived through artificial means? Duan retorted coldly. Impossible. He simply lost his memory. He is not a fool, merely disinclined to investigate Runaway's biological mother, though the information is not elusive. Ultimately, it is inconsequential. Chapter 37. Lin Zhiyu. Must one be coaxed even for a meal? He pinched the bridge of his nose and dialed for room service. A mere 10 minutes later, a male server wheeled in the dining cart. Duan nodded. Just leave it there. Lin Zhiyu, having taken anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medication, was drowsily nestled in bed, yet was extricated from her cocoon. With her eyes shut in fatigue, she resisted the notion of eating. She felt feeble, lacking the energy to bicker with him. Duan checked her still feverish forehead, recognizing her ailing state, and silently acknowledged that he had indeed overstepped this time. He was no longer a naive youth. He possessed the self-control expected of an adult. Yet last night, enveloped in her presence, he succumbed completely to the allure of her scent. But did a mere night of intimacy warrant such a fever? I am not hungry, Lin Zhiyu protested weakly. Linda mentioned you have not eaten all day. I am very sleepy. Consuming food will allow you to rest. Be good. Lin Zhiyu found him bothersome. Ultimately, she could not withstand his insistence and reluctantly sipped a mouthful of thin porridge, finding it too hot for her liking. Duan chuckled, amused, pinching her cheek. Lin Zhiyu,
how old are you?
Must one be cajoled for a meal? Almost as soon as she touched the bed, Lin Zhiyu succumbed to slumber. He discarded the remaining porridge into the trash and gazed down at the woman lying on his pillow. Her eyes were closed, and the delicate, elongated lashes cast a fan-like silhouette in the dim light, her face smaller than his palm, with a sickly flush on her cheeks. Why had she fallen ill? He reached out to caress her cheek, dimming the bedside lamp, and let out a soft sigh before retreating to his study. Rue's artistic skills, under the tutelage of a highly paid art teacher, showed no signs of improvement. Duan observed the computer screen as his son showcased several watercolor paintings he had practiced that day. This is the mountain I painted. The teacher said my use of color is commendable. Duan glanced at the muddled mass, struggling to feign praise. This is my copy of the ocean. Rue exclaimed excitedly, placing his work alongside another. Ms. Helen said the original artist was about my age too. Daddy, do you think it looks like it? Duan Dushan took a quick look. It could hardly be described as resembling anything. There was merely a slight semblance. It appears that artistry indeed requires a certain innate talent. Chapter 38. Retribution. For instance, this small artist, known simply by the initial Y, possesses a remarkable sensitivity to color that far surpasses that of the ordinary individual. His use of hues is an art form that cannot be easily replicated. In one of his paintings of the sea, one can perceive waves kissed by sunlight, turning them a golden hue, the frothy white surf stirred by the sea breeze, and the iridescent waters shifting in color under the sun's gaze. His blue is a pure and vibrant cerulean. Now, let us turn our attention to his son. Fortunately, although Runaway lacks artistic talent, he possesses a keen acumen for numbers. The stock account opened for him this year has already begun to yield a profit of over $1 million.
Dad.
I adore his paintings. If you ever come across one, could you please purchase it for me? Certainly. I will endeavor to buy one for Runaway when the chance arises.
Thank you, Dad.
Time is fleeting, and Runaway must prepare for slumber. Good night. This young artist has garnered quite a following online, with each piece fetching between $200 to $1,000. Due to his youth and exceptional color perception, he has amassed a significant fan base, though his works are limited in number, totaling around 20, with no new creations surfacing in recent months. He consistently sells his paintings on a specific website, where one can catch a glimpse of him painting from behind, presumably to protect the young lad's identity. One cannot see his face, yet the silhouette suggests he resembles Runaway closely. Duan Du pondered for a moment and decided to send an email to the contact address left by the parents on the website. Hello, I admire your child's work. I wonder when he might create a new piece? I am willing to offer $2,000. Spending a little to bring joy to a child seems quite reasonable. That night, Song Qian, clutching her phone, arrived at the address she had been given via text. The opulent lights of the hotel illuminated her pale visage. The five-star establishment offered impeccable service. As soon as she stepped inside, she was greeted warmly. Upon providing her room number, the attendant's demeanor shifted noticeably. They promptly summoned a bellboy to escort her to the elevator. Miss Song, this way, please. The attentive attitude of the staff made Song Qian feel somewhat uneasy. With clammy palms gripping her phone tightly, she lowered her gaze and followed the bellboy into the VIP elevator. After swiping her card, the elevator ascended directly to the top floor. As the doors opened before her, she was met with an expansive lobby, adorned with a luxurious Persian carpet that was both soft and exquisite. Standing at the elevator's entrance, Song Qian stiffly gazed at the figure by the large floor-to-ceiling windows. The man was tall, likely around 6'2", dressed casually in a white shirt and jeans. She clenched her damp hands and could not restrain herself from asking, "What do you want?" Enough with the pleasantries, he interrupted, turning to face her and gesturing with a slight nod of his chin. Undress. Chapter 39. If you do not play with me, I shall seek out your boyfriend. Song Qian stood rooted in place, unable to move. You must give me a deadline for this. I cannot continue indefinitely. Luo Qing interjected with a scoff. A deadline? Do you think you are worthy of one? Song Qian's complexion paled as she watched the man approach her deliberately, unable to suppress her instinct to retreat. For years had passed. She believed that her nightmare had come to an end after the police took the man away. However, she never anticipated his early release, nor that he would seek her out again. The memory of that slightly gaunt youth now stood towering over her, easily capable of pinning her against the cold walls of the elevator with a single hand. As she pressed her back against the icy surface, the sight of the man approaching her ignited a surge of fear within Song Qian, compelling her to instinctively attempt to flee the elevator. Observing her reaction, the man remarked coolly, "If you do not wish to play with me, I shall go find your boyfriend." Song Qian's body jolted, her movements abruptly halted. She was acutely aware that during their time interning at the finest financial firm in AO City, he had dedicated 4 arduous years of university life to securing a position there. She vividly recalled the day he received his acceptance letter from that financial institution. The usually aloof man had taken her to a street-side eatery, intoxicated with joy, and had embraced her while foolishly laughing, promising that once he established himself in the company, he would come to marry her. Having grown up as childhood friends from ordinary families, they both excelled in high school, she in the humanities and he in the sciences, earning special admission into a prestigious academy in Jiangcheng. They had hoped for a brighter future, yet little did they know they would attract the ire of a demon. Upon entering the academy, he quickly became the top student, drawing the ire of Luo Qingchao, a classmate who made it her mission to trouble him incessantly, even going so far as to conspire with male classmates to lock him in the restroom during class. The teachers, intimidated by the influence of the Luo family, dared not intervene. Eventually, after a confrontation where Luo Qingchao and her minions assaulted him, She called the police. Subsequently, Luo Qingchao was expelled, rumored to have been imprisoned by the enemies of her family. She did not feel pity for him. Instead, she reveled in the justice served. A privileged bully like him deserved to endure the harsh realities of prison life. After Luo Qingchao's expulsion, she and Shi Nian managed to gain admission to a prestigious university far from home. Upon graduation, they sought employment in Ao City, 1,000 miles from Jiangcheng, believing their nightmares were behind them. Yet, fate had other plans, as Luo Qingchao resurfaced in her life. 4 years of incarceration had not dulled his malevolence. In fact, he seemed even more sinister than she remembered. This time, he was not interested in Shi Nian but had come directly for her. Luo Qingchao's palm pressed gently against her icy cheek, and as he observed the terror in her eyes and the involuntary tremors of her body, a mocking smile spread across his face. Why are you trembling? Are you cold? I shall warm you up soon enough. Song Qian felt his hand was colder than her own skin, slithering across her body like a serpent, evoking a sense of revulsion and dread. I need to take a shower, she stammered, suppressing her fear and attempting to appear composed as she lifted her gaze to meet the strikingly handsome face of the man before her. After a day of running about the company, she was drenched in sweat. Chapter 40. How to deal with you. Suddenly, Luo Qingchao's face drew nearer, startling her into silence. The man gently inhaled near her neck, as if savoring the scent of his impending prey. Song Qian felt a chill run down her spine. Was it truly necessary? I find it rather pleasant, she thought. The man elongated his tone, lazily glancing over at her, his beautiful, elongated phoenix eyes assessing her tightly pressed lips, revealing a hint of malicious amusement. What? You wouldn't want to delay things, would you? Caught in her thoughts, Song Qian's expression faltered. Luo Qingchao, with his gaze lowered upon the woman shrouded in his shadow, slowly exhaled a breath towards her, deliberately prolonging her dread, and spoke in a languorous manner. Little Qian. Do you know? In those 1,400 days and nights in prison, every moment was consumed with thoughts of you. I pondered how I would deal with you upon my release. You should consider yourself fortunate that I still find you intriguing. Otherwise, that spineless boyfriend of yours. What was his name again? Shi Nian, right? With merely a word, I could have the president of his company cast him aside. Do you believe me? Song Qian felt utterly helpless. For Shi Nian's sake, she had no choice but to endure Luo Qingchao's vengeance. The man's eyes gleamed with delight as he regarded the pale-faced woman before him, who could not utter a single word. He spoke slowly now. What is it that you ought to do? Do you require my guidance? After a moment of silence, Song Qian trembled, her fingers quaking as she began to unfasten the buttons of her clothing under his intensely invasive gaze. She would do anything to prevent Luo Qingchao from exacting revenge on Shi Nian. After all, it was she who had made that fateful call years ago. If revenge was to be had, it should be directed at her instead. The following day, the familiar rhythm of breath stirred memories of the 3 years they had spent together. Leukemia, a sponsorship contract. Lin Zhiyu gently lifted the covers, attempting to sit up, only for a long, robust arm to cross over her waist, pinning her down. The man's husky, sleep-laden voice murmured in her ear, "Why are you up so early? Go back to sleep." Lin Zhiyu murmured, "I need to use the restroom." Duan removed his arm, and Lin Zhiyu, feeling a sense of relief, hurried to the bathroom. After finishing her business, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror. The reflection revealed a face devoid of color, looking worn and pitiful. A recent high fever had nearly drained her already fragile physique. However, considering her generally poor health, it was not particularly surprising. After washing her face, she exited the bathroom. Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together and approached, only to be abruptly pulled into the man's embrace. "You," startled by his sudden movement. She braced herself against his chest with her hands. I still feel quite uncomfortable down there." Upon speaking, she noticed the man paused briefly, then raised an eyebrow. Assessing her with a teasing remark, "Lin Zhiyu, I didn't expect you to be quite so bold." Lin Zhiyu's face flushed crimson. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Duan reached out, gently brushing her forehead. "All good now. Your fever has subsided." Chapter 41. Finding her a job. Lin Zhiyu merely felt his light touch on her forehead before he released her from his hold. Duan rose from the bed, casting a glance at Lin Zhiyu, who lay there in a daze. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "I did not grant you leave today. It is already 6:30. With that, he sauntered into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, Lin Zhiyu blushed and clambered out of bed, grinding her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel's antics earlier were undoubtedly deliberate. Duan had ordered breakfast, which arrived at the door just as she finished changing her clothes, the delivery boy ringing the bell. Lin Zhiyu knocked on the bathroom door. The sound of water diminished slightly, and the man's deep voice emerged. What is it? The waiter has brought your breakfast, she replied. Duan instructed. Please open the door. Lin Zhiyu hesitated, but what? She ultimately refrained from saying more and approached the door, opening it. The young male server in a hotel uniform stood there, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing her. He acknowledged her with a nod as Lin Zhiyu pushed the cart into the room, setting out the toasted sandwiches and pasta on the table. The man, freshly showered and clad only in a towel around his muscular waist, was drying his short hair with a towel and commanded, "Make me a cup of coffee." Lin Zhiyu stole a glance at him, replied affirmatively, and went to the dining area to brew a cup of coffee, preparing a sweet milk for herself as well. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Did I ask you to order for yourself?" Lin Zhiyu licked the ketchup from the corner of her mouth. "Are you planning to eat 2 portions by yourself?" He sat across from her with his coffee, chiding, "You possess no sense of decorum. I haven't even begun eating, and you're nearly finished." Stirring her pasta, Lin Zhiyu retorted, "The contract did not stipulate that I must wait for the principal to dine." Their breakfast proceeded in relative harmony. The man, seated on the sofa, called out to her, "Lin Zhiyu." She paused and turned her head to look at him. Duan said, "If you wish to resign, I can assist you in finding another job." Lin Zhiyu was taken aback, pondering what this could mean. "Employee benefits?" "No need," she replied. Duan did not pursue the matter further, waving his hand to signal her departure. Once Lin Zhiyu left, he was startled by his own words. Fortunately, she had declined. Changing her job? Where to? Closer to him? He had always despised men who blurred the lines between personal and professional, keeping women as mistresses. He certainly did not wish to become one of them. Taking a sip of his coffee, he endeavored to settle his scattered thoughts and retreated to his study to tend to emails. Chapter 42. Associating with Duan brings no good fortune. Lin Zhiyu went to the changing room to don her employee uniform. As she emerged with the cart, she spotted Lin Yuanyuan striding towards her with an air of aggression. Just as Lin Zhiyu planned to step aside, Lin Yuanyuan confronted her, delivering a sharp slap. Smack. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, seizing Lin Yuanyuan's wrist and demanding fiercely, "What are you doing?" The unbearable words escaped from the opponent's lips, and although Lin Zhiyu had long been prepared, her mind still felt as though it had exploded. However, she quickly regained her composure. "I do not comprehend your words," Lin Zhiyu stated, "but you have struck me, and it would be wise for you to apologize. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to involve the authorities." Jealousy can drive one to a loss of reason. Gripped by Lin Zhiyu, Lin Yuanyuan persisted in her attempts to assault her. Clearly, she was more beautiful than Lin Zhiyu and bore no children. Lin Zhiyu seized Lin Yuanyuan's wrist, her voice icy. "You may say whatever you wish. I have work to attend to. Should you continue this relentless pursuit, I truly will call the police." Lin Zhiyu's calm demeanor was intolerable to Lin Yuanyuan. Lin Zhiyu had ruined her chance to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. Enraged, Lin Yuanyuan perceived Lin Zhiyu's tranquility as a smug display of confidence. She lost all rationality and lunged at Lin Zhiyu, pinning her to the ground in a struggle. The back of her head struck the floor, a sharp pain reverberating through her, igniting a surge of anger within Lin Zhiyu. Was everyone intent on causing her trouble? In retaliation, she grasped Lin Yuanyuan's long hair and slammed her head against the wall, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yuanyuan was dazed. She delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling aside. Lin Yuanyuan fell to the ground, clutching her stomach in disbelief. "You wretched creature! How dare you strike me?" Lin Zhiyu sat on the floor, panting heavily, her hand pressed against the back of her head, feeling the dampness of blood. Unable to suppress her urge to curse, the commotion soon attracted the attention of the supervisor. "Lin Zhiyu, Lin Yuanyuan, have you lost your minds? Fighting in the corridor. What will happen if a guest sees you?" Upon seeing the supervisor, Lin Yuanyuan scrambled to her feet, seizing the supervisor's arm as if she had found her anchor. Pleading for justice. Chapter 43. Injustice. "Lin Yuanyuan," the supervisor barked, silencing her outburst. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The supervisor paused, casting a complex gaze towards Lin Zhiyu. She was an orphan, working here for so long without any family in sight. It was understandable for her to seek some financial gain while she was young. Lin Zhiyu stood up, still reeling from a fever that had just subsided, now further disoriented from the blow to her head. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of her colleagues and the supervisor, her heart constricted, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Even though she had known that her choice would eventually be discovered by her colleagues, the supervisor had been the most caring person since her arrival. She could scarcely imagine how her image would be perceived in the supervisor's eyes moving forward. Lin Zhiyu remained silent. Lin Yuanyuan, taken aback by the supervisor's response, widened her eyes in disbelief. But Clutching a broom in indignation, Lin Yuanyuan simmered with anger, yet, cowed by the supervisor's authority, she dared not utter another word and stormed off. Once Lin Yuanyuan had departed, the supervisor turned to the onlookers and scolded, "What are you all standing around for? Has today's work been completed? If the morning tasks were not finished on time, wages will be deducted. Do you understand?" A few sharp words from the East River Lion's roar finally sent the crowd dispersing, layers upon layers of onlookers driven away. "Zhiyu, I see you're bleeding. Are you alright?" She approached, supporting the frail figure of Lin Zhiyu, and upon noticing the crimson fluid trickling through her fingers, furrowed her brow. "We must get you to the hospital quickly. We cannot risk a concussion." Lin Zhiyu had anticipated hearing harsh words or disdain, akin to the sentiments of her colleagues. Yet the first phrase uttered was one of genuine concern. She parted her lips, her voice hoarse. "Team leader I." If there was anyone she felt indebted to in this moment, it would undoubtedly be the superior who had consistently cared for her. "Enough of that. I will take you to the hospital," the team leader grumbled, her annoyance directed at Lin Yuanyuan for her severe actions. "I'll confront her for the medical expenses." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Lin Zhiyu felt a firm grip on her arm as she was pulled away from the team leader's side. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted from the man's suit. An irate voice broke through. "Lin Zhiyu, how long will you continue like this? You just recovered from a fever and now you've injured your head." Chapter 44. Is this woman a fool? Lin Zhiyu was already feeling dizzy, and the sudden tug exacerbated her nausea. She stifled a retch, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. The team leader, observing her pallid complexion, was alarmed. Duan, clutching the ailing woman, was momentarily taken aback, his chest rising and falling rapidly, rendered speechless. He had merely intended to attend a meeting, only to witness what? A woman who had emerged unscathed from his office now sported a gaping wound on her head. Was she a fool? Always either ill or injured. How had she survived to the age of 23? Glancing at the time, Duan realized he would be late for the meeting. Cursing under his breath, he noticed the blood flowing through Lin Zhiyu's hair, his heart constricting with anxiety. "Shut up," he snapped, hoisting her up and carrying her toward the parking lot. "This is a disaster." Lin Zhiyu, in a stupor, felt herself being pressed into the vehicle. Duan pressed tissues against her wound, his voice laced with irritation.
Who did this to you?
Lin Zhiyu lowered her gaze. "It's none of your concern." The car sped away, halting at the entrance of a private hospital. Lin Zhiyu was escorted to register, then taken to the operating room for a thorough cleaning and stitching. After 3 stitches to her scalp, the doctor summoned her for a brain CT scan. After an hour of turmoil, the examination yielded reassuring results. However, a mandatory overnight stay for observation was required. Lin Zhiyu instinctively protested, "Doctor, I'm fine. I don't need to be hospitalized." Duan, asserting his authority, declared, 2 days of admission. Lin Zhiyu frowned, shooting him an exasperated glare. "I'm perfectly fine. Hospitalization is unnecessary. You must be out of your mind." Duan, affluent as he was, had arranged for her a private room. The hospital suite was luxurious, boasting a balcony and even a kitchenette. Duan ventured into the kitchen to boil some water, returning with a cup of warm water for Lin Zhiyu. Observing her propped against the headboard, adorned with a pallid expression, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was genuinely curious how she had managed to survive this long without succumbing to her own foolishness. With her diminutive arms and legs, how could she engage in brawls? No wonder she nearly suffered a concussion. "You truly are remarkably foolish, Lin Zhiyu," Duan remarked. Lin Zhiyu retorted, her indignation rising. "How dare you insult me? I was just about to chastise you." Chapter 45. It is only reassuring to keep one's loved ones within sight. "It's all your fault." Lin Zhiyu could not restrain herself from exclaiming. "My fault?" The man scoffed lightly. "Am I the one who caused her injury? I can't even be bothered to discuss this with you." Duan glanced at the small mound on the bed, recalling her woeful appearance over the past few days. He pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing silence. Approaching the door, he moved to the window and dialed the manager. The manager answered, his tone tinged with trepidation. "Did Xiaoyu speak to you in this manner?" He inquired awkwardly. "It seems that her relationship with you has become known among your admirers at the hotel, leading to some conflict." Upon hearing this, Duan paused, briefly contemplating the situation before piecing together the events. He felt a sense of boredom creeping in, yet the image of Lin Zhiyu's miserable state stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. The squabbles among women over jealousy were none of his concern. Yet Lin Zhiyu's predicament was rather disheartening. Who would have thought that amidst such trivial disputes, she would end up bloodied and bruised? And to blame him for it? Did he instruct her to take part in a brawl? Lin Zhiyu was not asleep. The anesthesia had begun to wear off, and the stitched wound throbbed painfully. She frowned, pressing against the injury, visibly distressed. Upon noticing his entrance, she instantly feigned sleep. "Could you do me a favor?" she murmured. Duan cast a glance at her. Lin Zhiyu sighed softly, her thoughts heavy. "You seem quite devoted to your work," Duan remarked coolly. "Even hospitalized, you remember to request leave." "After all, I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth," Lin Zhiyu replied. Duan paused momentarily, surprised by her audacity to mock him. Whether she was clever or simply foolish remained uncertain. The female assistant awaited him at the hotel, and as he stepped out of the car, she promptly approached him. "Dismiss the service staff involved in the altercation in the corridor today," he instructed. The assistant hesitated, having received the report. "Should I dismiss both of them?" After a moment's contemplation, Duan decided that both should indeed be let go. The assistant was taken aback. "Just like that?" However, she quickly responded, "I will attend to it immediately." Rubbing his temples, he thought of the feeble Lin Zhiyu in her hospital bed and added, "Have the secretary clear a position. I need to place someone there." Though he believed Lin Zhiyu was capable of taking care of herself, he felt a sense of responsibility. Having taken her under his wing for a month, during this time, he must ensure her safety. After all, it is indeed more reassuring to keep one's loved ones within sight. Chapter 46, Selling Paintings. The female assistant was once again taken aback. "Yes, I assure you the task will be completed," Duan remarked. "No need to raise your voice." Lin Zhiyu, having overslept for an extended period, found herself unable to drift back into slumber despite the throbbing pain in her head. She retrieved her phone, accessed her email, and began perusing through messages. This email account was designated for correspondence with clients interested in purchasing Yeye's artwork.
Hello.
"I admire your child's creations. When might a piece be available? I am willing to offer 2,000. 2,000. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily stunned by this offer. Although Yeye's paintings were characterized by their bold use of color, they remained the work of a 3-year-old, lacking the foundational skills of more formally trained artists. A sum of 2,000 was sufficient for the client to seek out more renowned painters on the internet. Lin Zhiyu set her phone down, feeling restless. She quickly changed into her everyday attire and, clutching her phone, headed to the hospital where Yeye was. After all, there were few affluent individuals willing to pay 2,000 for a child's painting. Before acquiring the umbilical cord blood, she needed to do everything possible to gather medical funds for Yeye. Upon arriving breathless at the hospital, she found Yeye under the care of a nurse, painting joyfully in the sunlight. Upon seeing her, his paint-streaked face instantly lit up with a smile.
"Mama."
Lin Zhiyu extended her arms, embracing the small body rushing towards her, showering kisses upon his soft little face. "Mama, what happened to your head?" Yeye, wrapping his arms around Lin Zhiyu's neck, noticed the fresh wound on her head. "I accidentally bumped my head while walking," she replied. "Does it still hurt? Let me blow on it for you." Yeye cupped Lin Zhiyu's face and carefully blew on her wound, mimicking the soothing gestures she had once performed for him. Seated on the bed with her child, Lin Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with tenderness. The nurse quietly slipped out, leaving space for this mother-son duo. "Yeye, someone wishes to purchase your artwork. May I select a few pieces to send to the client?" Yeye nodded, having been unable to go outside for days. He had created around 10 paintings. He clumsily hopped down from Lin Zhiyu's lap and brought them over to her. Lin Zhiyu selected a few pieces that showcased vibrant colors and sent them to the client. "Wait, Mama. This painting is for Tian Tian," Yeye exclaimed, pulling out a family portrait from the selection, cradling it in his arms, and looking up at Lin Zhiyu. "I promised Tian Tian I would paint a family portrait for her, so this one is not for sale." Chapter 47. Shamelessness. The name Tian Tian left Lin Zhiyu momentarily speechless. After a moment's consideration, she carefully chose her words. "I apologize, but one of the paintings is not for sale. I have re-edited the email. Could you please take a look again?" Once the email was sent anew, the recipient did not immediately open it, assuming the individual might be occupied. Lin Zhiyu refrained from checking her phone again and instead assisted Yeye in reorganizing his artwork. Originally, I had thought that Yeye would discuss Sweet matters with her. Yet to my surprise, not only did Yeye not mention Sweet's name, but she also did not inquire about when she could be discharged from the hospital. Gently caressing the child's round little head, Lin Zhiyu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Yeye was precocious. She said nothing, perhaps understanding everything already. The man's voice on the phone sounded somewhat impatient. "Lin Zhiyu, have you lost your mind running around with a hole in your head? Is your brain completely drained?" "I'm at my son's hospital," Lin Zhiyu replied. The man coldly stated, "You need to come to the hospital immediately." Lin Zhiyu bit her lip. "I still want to have dinner with my son. The hospital has just released your brain CT report, indicating that a blood clot has been found in your brain, necessitating immediate surgery." The man scoffed. "So you do have a bit of sense left. Enough of the nonsense. Come over and have dinner with me." I remember. There was no such stipulation in the contract. And now I've added it. What's wrong with that? She realized she should have been more cautious before signing the agreement. This clearly priced contract could have terms added at any time. Mommy, yeah, sitting on the bed, said obediently, lifting her head to Lin Zhiyu, I can eat by myself. You can go and be busy. Lin Zhiyu hung up the phone, pinched Yaya's little face, and smiled. No, today Mommy must have dinner with Yaya. What does Yaya want to eat? Yaya's delicate little face displayed a look of conflict as she tilted her head to look at Lin Zhiyu. If Mommy stays, will that uncle in the phone get angry? I just heard him. He sounded fierce, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, insisting that Mommy go have dinner with him. He is already 3 years old, and doesn't he need Mommy to eat with him? Yet that uncle, so grown up, still needs his mother. How shameless. Lin Zhiyu promptly turned off her phone. Delighted, she enjoyed a dinner with Yaya, coaxed her to sleep, and then leisurely rode a public bicycle towards the hospital. Having spent the entire day with Yaya and soon to secure a successful transaction of $2,000, Lin Zhiyu's mood was unusually pleasant. As she felt the night breeze, she relished this tranquil evening. However, this joyous sentiment dissipated upon seeing the man standing by the car door at the hospital entrance. Chapter 48. Mr. Duan, please let me off the hook today, as you are magnanimous and do not hold grudges against the small. The streetlights cast their glow upon the man dressed in a black suit, accentuating the sharp contours of his noble face. A faint scent of smoke wafted from the glowing ember at his fingertips, carried by the wind. The slight curve of Lin Zhiyu's lips straightened swiftly as he glanced in her direction. Duan Dushan extinguished his cigarette, approached, and pinched Lin Zhiyu's face. His voice was fierce. So, you dare to hang up on a benefactor? With your level of service, do you still wish to earn money? Lin Zhiyu's small face contorted in response to his grip. She protested, I have the right to refuse any terms not stipulated in the contract. The contract states you must meet all of Party A's requests. Did you just ignore that? The man's eyes narrowed, his tone darkening. Lin Zhiyu, what did you just say? Duanshan had long become accustomed to being the sole decision-maker, and it was not so much that he insisted on Lin Zhiyu accompanying him for a meal, but rather that he felt somewhat irked by the woman who had repeatedly hung up on him. He cast a glance at her timid demeanor and, noting the time, remarked, I have yet to dine due to waiting for you, Lin Zhiyu. You ought to find a way to atone for this. Lin Zhiyu, mustering her courage, inquired, how do you propose I make amends? Treat me to dinner, he replied. One meal could easily bankrupt her. This woman was indeed a peculiar case. He pinched her cheek, holding on firmly. You have 2 choices. 1, we can dine at the Emperor Hotel. 2, you can prepare a meal for me at your home. The most affordable set meal at the Emperor Hotel would cost over 2,000. Lin Zhiyu had no doubt that this petty man would opt for the most expensive option. Such an amount was trivial for him, yet for her, a single meal could cover a month's hospital expenses for Yaya. Knowing she was so impoverished that she might as well sell herself, he still dared to suggest such an arrangement. What a heartless man. She stepped aside to call Song Qian, inquiring whether she was at home. Lin Zhiyu felt a sigh of relief. Song Qian was her only friend, and she did not wish to be looked down upon, even though she understood that in the near future, they would inevitably part ways. Putting away her phone, Lin Zhiyu approached the man and quietly stated, Then I shall prepare a meal for you, and you must promise not to dwell on this trivial matter any longer. Duanshan was merely indulging a whim, relishing the sight of the woman before him in a predicament. However, the moment he heard her offer to take him to her home for a meal, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of peculiar emotion within him. He caught a glimpse of Lin Zhiyu's somewhat reluctant expression and arrogantly replied, Let us see how well you can cook first. Chapter 49. Cooking for the heartless man. Lin Zhiyu remained silent. Whether it was the coffee she brewed, the noodles she prepared for him, or the ties she meticulously tied for him each morning, she believed these acts constituted love. What was she thinking? The man behind the wheel glanced at her silent expression in the rearview mirror. For some inexplicable reason, he found her current silence rather unappealing. She turned to gaze at his profile. Was it because he had lost his memory that Nanji had cast him aside? Yet, she had no right to pry into his affairs with that woman. Instead, her thoughts drifted to what ingredients to buy at the supermarket. Duanshan smirked slightly and feigned nonchalance, saying, Anything is fine. I am not picky. Lin Zhiyu shot him a glance. Not picky? Heaven knew how much effort she had expended to prepare dishes that suited his palate. The Bentley came to a slow stop outside an imported supermarket. It was nearing closing time, and the store was not particularly crowded. Lin Zhiyu pushed the cart towards the fresh produce section. This was Duanshan's first experience shopping at a supermarket, and he found it quite novel, following Lin Zhiyu closely, tossing items into the cart as he pleased. Watching him casually toss expensive steaks worth hundreds into the cart made Lin Zhiyu wince. In a moment of exasperation, she grasped his hand and pressed it onto the cart. declaring, "I will select the ingredients. You focus on pushing the cart." Duan Dushan raised an eyebrow. "You want me to push the cart?" Lin Zhiyu placed her hands on her hips, replying, "Not for me. It's for you. The items inside are all for your consumption." Reluctantly, the man acquiesced. "All right then." Lin Zhiyu had no intention of purchasing much. The cart came to a halt at the residential complex where she currently resided. It was a shared accommodation with Song Qian, located in the old district of Aoqing. As most people had relocated to new developments, the residents here were predominantly newcomers, a mix of various backgrounds, and there were no elevators. However, this had its advantages, such as the affordable rent. The 80 square meter apartment shared by Lin Zhiyu and Song Qian cost 4,000 a month, which they split evenly at 2,000 each. It seemed they were quite disdainful of their situation. Lin Zhiyu glanced at him and softly remarked, "It's tasteless ahead." Duan Dushan inquired, "Have you lived here all along?" Lin Zhiyu licked her lips. "Yes, the rent here is the lowest in all of Aoqing." She recalled, "I remember the salary Diju offered you was quite substantial." Lin Zhiyu responded, "Indeed, but I have a child to support. In a year, I plan to send him to kindergarten, possibly even a special class. Being a single mother is no easy feat, especially at my young age, without a diploma." Chapter 50. Cooking for the Unworthy Man Too. Duan Dushan fell silent, his hands buried in his pockets as he followed Lin Zhiyu up the dimly lit staircase. The lighting was poor, and the hallway bore the remnants of discarded trash bags left by other tenants. As she led him upwards, Lin Zhiyu felt a twinge of sympathy watching his polished shoes tread on the filthy corridor. What was the young master doing here? Causing a fuss and coming to such a place? "We're here." Lin Zhiyu stopped at the 5th floor, retrieving her keys to unlock the door. "Wait a moment." After changing into slippers, she hurriedly fetched a brand new pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them at the entrance. "All right, you can change and come in." She cast a glance at him, noting the freshness of the slippers, untouched by anyone else, a promotional gift from the supermarket during the new year. Only then did Duan Dushan deign to step into the apartment, donning the slippers. Unlike the filthy corridor outside, Lin Zhiyu had arranged her small abode with cleanliness and warmth. The living room was modest, furnished with a fabric sofa and a television, adorned with unused paintbrushes. The air was infused with a faint citrus fragrance, alleviating the lingering foulness from outside. Lin Zhiyu carried the ingredients into the kitchen, and upon her return, her slender waist was adorned with an apron. Duan Dushan raised an eyebrow. "After all this fuss, you're just making me noodles?" Lin Zhiyu replied confidently, "I guarantee you will love it." A hint of amusement flickered in the depths of the man's dark eyes. "I didn't realize you had such confidence." "Go watch television." "Go on," Lin Zhiyu urged. Duan Dushan chuckled softly, refraining from further comment as he settled into the fabric sofa and switched on the television. Lin Zhiyu cooked with remarkable speed. In less than half an hour, she had prepared the noodles, complemented by seared steak and eggs, with a broth of Crucian carp soup. As she emerged holding the bowl, the air was filled with a rich, savory aroma. Duanshan was not particularly hungry, yet the alluring aroma suddenly awakened a ravenous appetite within him. Lin Zhiyu beckoned him to join her for dinner before heading into the kitchen to tidy up. Observing the well-dressed man seated at the dining table, Lin Zhiyu hesitated, glancing at the empty bowl before him. Had he truly finished an entire bowl of noodles in merely 10 minutes? Surely, he couldn't have secretly disposed of it? The taste was rather satisfactory, the man remarked with restraint. Lin Zhiyu silently approached and collected the bowl and chopsticks from his side. "Where is your room?" he asked, seemingly indifferent. Caught off guard by a man lurking at the doorway, he felt sated and content, his desires stirred after a hearty meal. Chapter 51. You smell wonderful. She was pressed against the wall, the warmth of his lips lingering on her delicate neck. One hand, unbeknownst to her, had found its way to her waist, while the other cradled the back of her head, gently cushioning her against the wall. Lin Zhiyu felt a shiver run through her. The man lifted his head, his gaze deep and filled with unspoken desire. Lin Zhiyu's body tensed, and she cautiously uttered, I haven't bathed yet." Duanshan lowered his head, inhaling the scent of her tender neck, detecting no other fragrance but the rich aroma that enveloped Lin Zhiyu. He had always assumed she wore perfume, but upon entering her room, he realized it was her natural scent. "No need," he replied ambiguously, leaning in to kiss her, following the contours of her moist lips. Lin Zhiyu murmured in protest, reluctant, as he grasped her chin and deepened the kiss. Before they knew it, they had tumbled onto Lin Zhiyu's single bed. The man remained silent, but with a firm grip on her waist, he expressed a hint of frustration. "You enjoy tempting men, don't you?" Lin Zhiyu curled up in his embrace, gazing at him with a mix of confusion and vulnerability. The sight of her stirred a primal urge within Duanshan. Yet amidst the escalating tension, he suddenly realized something. Do you have any protection in your room? Lin Zhiyu shook her head. As a single woman, what purpose would such items serve in her space? Duan regained some composure, pushing her away and sitting up. Lin Zhiyu lay on the bed, watching as he lit a cigarette, seemingly attempting to subdue the lingering heat of desire with smoke. It was undeniable that, in this moment, the man exuded an inexplicable allure as he exhaled clouds of smoke, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of thought, Lin Zhiyu gently climbed onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Duan tensed, pushing her away slightly, his voice strained. Don't tease. It's fine, she whispered, placing a kiss on his Adam's apple. I can take the pill tomorrow. Duan frowned. That's not good for your body. He considered himself not one to indulge recklessly. Yet his rationality crumbled with her last 4 words. Cursing inwardly, he extinguished his cigarette and, overwhelmed by desire, pressed the woman who had so boldly enticed him back onto the bed. The following morning, upon awakening, the man by her side had vanished. Outside the door, the sound of Song Qian entering and changing her shoes could be heard. Xiaoyu, are you home? I am, Lin Zhiyu hastily replied, only to realize her voice was hoarse. Evidently, it had been overexerted the previous night. Duan Dushen had been extraordinarily enthusiastic. She cleared her throat softly, sat up in bed, and something slipped off the blanket. Leaning down to retrieve it, she discovered it was a contraceptive pill. Chapter 52. Personal Assistant. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Your voice sounds so hoarse. Have you caught a cold? Came Song Qian's concerned voice from outside. Lin Zhiyu coughed a few times. It's nothing serious. Just a slight cold. She quickly changed into a turtleneck sweater, concealing the marks on her body. After checking herself in the mirror to ensure nothing was visible, she stepped out of the bedroom. Song Qian, having worked overnight, appeared weary and disheveled. Lin Zhiyu approached her and inquired, have you had breakfast? Song Qian shook her head, not yet. I'm going to take a nap. Lin Zhiyu replied. Then I'll prepare some food for you to eat when you wake up. Song Qian gratefully embraced her. Xiaoyu, you're so kind. Lin Zhiyu gently caressed her face. Qian, have you lost weight? Song Qian touched her own face and replied, perhaps I've just been too busy with work lately. But enough about that, I'm going to sleep. Lin Zhiyu nodded, watching Song Qian enter the bedroom before exhaling slowly. She donned an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare a simple meal for her friend. Just as Song Qian lay down, her phone buzzed several times. Taking a deep breath, she picked it up and glanced at the screen. It displayed a room number followed by the words, 11. 11 o'clock at night was a secret shared only between her and Luo Qingzhao. She was uncertain how long that man would seek revenge. But as long as this year passed safely, she was willing to pay any price. Lying on the bed, she raised her hand to press against her forehead, exhaling heavily. The previous day, she had gotten into a fight with Lin Yuan in the hotel corridor, violating hotel policy, and had consequently been dismissed. Lin Zhiyu held the termination notice in her hand, nearly choking with indignation. How could Duan Dushen, after enjoying her company the night before, have caused her to lose her job? What kind of scoundrel was he? Lin Zhiyu fumed. Who would want to accompany him? She had been looking forward to receiving a month's salary. The office door swung open, and Duan Dushen's assistant appeared before Lin Zhiyu with a bright smile. Miss Lin. The female assistant handed over a stack of documents. 100,000 for a month? The supervisor beside her covered her mouth in astonishment. This is a blessing in disguise. However, Lin Zhiyu gazed at the contract presented to her, her face a mask of confusion. What trick was this dog of a man playing? He had fired her from the hotel and then summoned her to his side? Could it be that he had intentions to pursue her at all times? How scandalous. Lin Zhiyu's face flushed with a mix of crimson and purple, remaining motionless for a while. Miss Lin? The assistant urged her. Lin Zhiyu hesitated. Chapter 53. The disparity between her and Duan Shu was too great. Xiaoyu, hurry and sign. The foreman urged. Lin Zhiyu replied softly, it's nothing. I just want to clarify. She continued, foreman. Do you not feel that my relationship with him is quite undignified? She feared that she would be looked down upon. Yet to her surprise, the foreman treated her with unwavering kindness. The foreman smiled and said, I am well aware of your character. You are not one to be swayed by vanity. Your choice must be grounded in reason. As Lin Zhiyu gazed at the foreman's round, gentle face, she felt a lump in her throat and couldn't help but wipe her eyes before softly admitting, my child is ill. It's leukemia. The foreman paused, taking her hand. Why did you wait until now to tell me? Lin Zhiyu shook her head. I didn't want to bring personal matters into my work. Only she understood the calculations she was making in her heart. However, the fact that Yaya was sick was undeniable, thus it was not a lie. The foreman embraced Lin Zhiyu and gently stroked her hair. I understand that making this choice was difficult for you, but as long as your child can recover in the future, it will all be worth it. The foreman's words of concern caused the tears that Lin Zhiyu had been holding back to flow freely. Although she had not revealed the entire truth, the presence of someone who comprehended her choice brought a sense of solace to her long-suffering heart. After making such a decision, she had always wished for someone to affirm, "Lin Zhiyu, your choice is not wrong. As long as Ye could recover, she would accept any price." After crying for a while, Lin Zhiyu gradually regained her composure, embarrassedly sniffing her nose as she said to the foreman, "I apologize for my outburst." The foreman patted her hand and remarked, "That contract is quite favorable. Although I am unaware of your considerations, I hope you can sign it soon. Every bit of money saved for Ye counts." Lin Zhiyu nodded, "I understand." While waiting, she took out her phone and logged into her email. Chapter 54. A month later, we parted amicably. Half asleep, she felt someone nibbling on her lips. She softly murmured, feeling her lips being kissed apart, a crisp and domineering breath filling her senses. She was kissed to near breathlessness when the other person finally released her, licking his moist lips. The man loosened his tie, leaned down, and raised an eyebrow at her. "Why haven't you signed the contract?" Lin Zhiyu's slender chest heaved as she gasped for air, her pale face flushed from the kiss. After a moment, she shot him a glare. "Why did you suddenly present me with a contract for a life assistant?" Duan replied, "Aren't you unemployed now?" "I'm simply offering you a job," Lin Zhiyu retorted. "My unemployment is your doing." Duan chuckled lightly, casually removing his black suit jacket and hanging it on a coat rack. As the hotel president, I must treat all my employees equally when I witness them fighting. If I do not address this issue, how can I command respect? His reasoning was always self-serving. Lin Zhiyu pursed her lips and sat up in bed. What does being your life assistant entail? If she were to become pregnant, and he were to cause her to miscarry, it would be disastrous. Duan cast a sidelong glance at her, pouring tea, filling glasses, making copies, and warming the bed. Warming the bed. How could he say that with such seriousness? On the pale nape of her neck were the marks he had left from the night before. He swallowed hard, his gaze profound, and in a husky voice asked, "Did you take the medicine I bought for you this morning?" Lin Zhiyu's heart skipped a beat. She clenched her hands but quickly steadied her emotions and nodded. "I did." "That's good," he said, caressing her ear. "In a month, we shall part ways amicably. Do not harbor any other thoughts. I will not mistreat you." Lin Zhiyu obediently replied. Lin Zhiyu's eyes widened in shock as she pressed against his shoulder. However, the man had already kissed her recklessly. His voice was husky as he kissed her delicate neck, whispering, "The medicine lasts for 24 hours. Do not waste it." Lin Zhiyu clutched his shoulder tightly, feeling his warm breath against her ear, unable to suppress her urge to curse. Duan, that beast. He had tormented her all night, and now he was starting again. Clearly, when he had married her 3 years ago, he had been so restrained and abstinent. How had he transformed into this creature in such a short time? Thankfully, there was only a month left. Otherwise, she would eventually perish in his bed. Chapter 55. Father and son meet. When Lin Zhiyu awoke, it was already afternoon. Her body had been cleansed, and the bedding had been changed to fresh linens. At the foot of the bed lay a set of soft loungewear. He was like a workaholic, spending every hour of the day either in bed or working. Lin Zhiyu murmured, "After I finish eating, I want to see my son." Duan glanced at her. "You seem quite concerned about your son." "Obviously," Lin Zhiyu thought silently. "I would assume that a man who deceived you into bearing his child at 19 would not matter much to you." Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together. "Of course I despise that man, but the child is innocent." Duan raised an eyebrow. "I would never raise a child for a woman I loathe." Lin Zhiyu gazed deeply at him. "We are different." "Oh, I have been an orphan since childhood. My lifelong dream has been to have a home. The warmth my child brings me is irreplaceable." Duan offered a scathing remark. "So you were deceived into giving your heart and body at 19? And now you must pay the price for that youthful mistake." "A mistake?" Lin Zhiyu looked at him and nodded. "You are right." Her greatest error in life had been falling for this ungrateful man. Fortunately, she vowed never to make such a mistake again. "I am going to eat." Lin Zhiyu concluded the conversation and turned to leave. Duan called after her, "Wait." He pushed the contract towards her. "Sign this. Today marks your employment." The dining table was set with a warm steak and a glass of chilled orange juice. Duan, knowing she wished to see her son, replied, "Go ahead. I will come to pick you up after I finish my work." "Pick her up?" Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. "Do you know which hospital my child is in?" Duan replied nonchalantly, "Such matters can be easily investigated by anyone." With a heavy heart, Lin Zhiyu departed. Though Ye bore a resemblance to her, she felt a cloud of worry as she spent the afternoon with her daughter. Ye cupped Lin Zhiyu's face and asked anxiously, "Mom, is it because I didn't want to sell that painting that you're upset? If you really want to sell it, I can do that." She had no intention of coercing her child into selling her artwork. No, Lin Zhiyu smiled gently. Mom is just preoccupied with work. Chapter 56, A Meeting Between Father and Son, Part 2. Lin Zhiyu remained silent for a long time. She had always known her child was precocious, yet she wished to shield him from the harsh reality of death. Now, however, it was a confrontation that both mother and son must face. Embracing her child, she took a deep breath and fought back tears. No matter the cost, she was determined to keep her child safe. Around 7 in the evening, as Lin Zhiyu accompanied Ye for dinner, a nurse knocked on the door. "Miss Lin, someone is looking for you." To her surprise, it was him. Standing at the door of Ye's ward, Duan held several educational toys, having picked them up on a whim while passing by a children's store. Lin Zhiyu widened her eyes, blocking the entrance, momentarily at a loss for words. Duan raised an eyebrow and handed over the gifts. "These are for your son." Lin Zhiyu accepted them but remained rooted at the door, hesitating to let him in. Steeling herself, she said, "My child is shy." From behind her, Ye's soft voice inquired, "Mom, who is this uncle?" Duan lowered his gaze, observing the child who was being so closely guarded by Lin Zhiyu. His pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the boy, who was roughly the same age as Runaway. The child was delicate, with jet black hair and porcelain skin. Though his lips lacked color, his features bore a striking resemblance to Lin Zhiyu, unmistakably her offspring. In a hurry, Lin Zhiyu turned and lifted her child, calling for the nurse. "Aunt Feng, could you please help Ye with her meal?" Then she addressed Ye. "He is your mother's boss. Ye, eat well. Mom needs to talk to him." Ye blinked her bright, expressive eyes, her gaze settling on the tall man at the door, before nodding obediently, "Okay." Noticing that Ye had no significant reaction, Lin Zhiyu exhaled in relief. She pinched the bridge of her nose and could not help but ask, "What brings you here?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Is your son not allowed to be seen? Is it wrong for me to come and check?" "That's not what I meant," Lin Zhiyu began. But her words were interrupted by the nurse. Chapter 57. What a coincidence. I am also Rh negative. Upon seeing the unfamiliar man in a suit entering with Lin Zhiyu, he paused slightly, then beamed at Lin Zhiyu. "So this must be Ye's father. They truly resemble each other." Duan interjected, "How is Ye's condition?" Raising an eyebrow, he added, "What a coincidence. I am also Rh negative." Lin Zhiyu's face turned pale, her palms slick with sweat. Oh heavens! How did she suddenly find herself in Ye's hospital room, with him seeking out her attending physician? Was Duan really such a kind-hearted man? The doctor, upon hearing this, was quite pleased and promptly exclaimed, "Is that true? That's wonderful. The probability of a bone marrow match between parent and child is quite high. I'll prepare the necessary forms immediately." They proceeded to the blood draw center. She glanced at the man beside her, casually strolling with one hand in his pocket, and couldn't help but inquire, "Are you truly going to test for a bone marrow match with Ye?" Duan lowered his head, observing the woman who stood nearly a head shorter than him, her face alight with excitement and disbelief. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "It's rare for my blood type to match with your son. If we find a match, I wouldn't mind donating some marrow to him." In truth, she had harbored this thought for quite some time, and now, with his memory lost, if he truly matched with Ye. Lin Zhiyu gently pressed her hand to her heart, emotions swelling within her, an uncontainable joy. Standing beside her, Duan could sense her exhilaration. So, this woman was so easily pleased? It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state of unrestrained delight. He lowered his gaze, watching her trembling eyelashes, his thin lips curling slightly. If the marrow matched, donating it would not be out of the question. He could also negotiate some favors in return. After all, he had saved her son. It wouldn't be unreasonable for her to comply with his wishes each night. Once the blood was drawn, it was too late to obtain results, so they would have to wait until the next day. Lin Zhiyu pressed a cotton swab against the small puncture on the man's wrist and, upon noticing him staring at her, instinctively asked, "Does it hurt?"
Duan replied, "Yes."
"It does." Chapter 58. Her heart inexplicably raced for a few seconds. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, bowing her head to firmly press the cotton swab down. After the bleeding ceased, she inquired, "Have you had dinner yet? I had planned to take you out for a candlelit dinner, but I see it's too late now." Lin Zhiyu spoke softly. "Then let me tell you, I'll go prepare a meal for you." Duan raised an eyebrow slightly and let out a soft hum, which she took as a sign of agreement. The two men shared a look, one of unfamiliarity. Everything was different from what she had imagined. Duan had lost his memory, forgetting all about their past. The two stood face to face, like strangers. He then turned to Lin Zhiyu, reached out, and wrapped his arms around her neck, holding her quietly for a moment before releasing her. This gesture signified that she could let go of him now. Lin Zhiyu glanced at him, thinking, Of course my son is attached to me. Duan lowered his gaze to the woman beside him, noticing the bright smile in her eyes, and his heart inexplicably quickened for a few seconds. However, as they sat, the route began to change. Lin Zhiyu looked out the window in surprise. I don't take this road to my home. Duan replied coolly. Who said we were going to your house? He continued, I bought a villa in the Royal Mansion. The Royal Mansion was the most affluent district in AO City, a villa that Lin Zhiyu could hardly hope to earn in 10 lifetimes of work. Duan said, for the next month, you shall reside here.
Lin Zhiyu instinctively replied, no.
Duan frowned. Are you unaware of how to write the term life assistant? Lin Zhiyu looked at him. The man asserted confidently, if you do not stay here, who will cook for me, brew my coffee, or change the bed linens? Lin Zhiyu. Writing life assistant essentially means a housekeeper, does it not? Duan replied nonchalantly. Regardless, it is settled. If I match with your son's bone marrow, I will be his savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Chapter 59. Mr. Duan is already married? Even before the bone marrow match, he has begun to take liberties. Lin Zhiyu pinched her brow in exasperation. This place is a prime location, the most prestigious affluent district in the city, frequented by politicians and top global tycoons. Under the designer's exquisite vision, the sprawling villas are strategically placed so that, upon driving in, one hardly encounters a neighbor. The carefully planted sycamore trees aptly shield their views from one another, creating true private villas that perfectly preserve the homeowner's privacy. The car came to a gentle stop in front of a resplendent villa, and Lin Zhiyu was pulled out by the man. Despite the presence of several housekeepers within the villa, he insisted on having her prepare his meals. Lin Zhiyu lowered her eyes, refraining from further protest, and began to wash the groceries she had purchased from the supermarket. Over time, a routine developed between them. Back then, she adored this man deeply, yet was uncertain of how to express it. Merely witnessing him finish the noodles she prepared brought her immense joy. At that moment, she believed that love was simply that. In retrospect, it seems rather naive and amusing. Lin Zhiyu moved with remarkable efficiency. In no time, she had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried beef, steamed fish, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, simple home-cooked fare. She gently placed the bowls on the marble table, inadvertently waking him. The man raised his head, pinching his brow, and opened his eyes. Is it ready? Lin Zhiyu observed the faint bruises under his eyes and said, if you are tired, you may rest. The man extended his long fingers, scooping a spoonful of soup to taste. If I go to sleep now, wouldn't that be ungrateful for the meal you worked hard to prepare for me at night? Lin Zhiyu approached, serving him the stir-fried beef and steamed fish, and added, eating while half asleep may lead to indigestion later. Upon hearing this, Duan chuckled softly, looking at Lin Zhiyu and playfully pinching her cheek. Your tone makes it sound as if I am married to you. There were no signs of marriage on Duan. His ring finger bore no marks from a wedding band. Chapter 60. Are you happy now that he is near death? Duan, with food on his chopsticks, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zhiyu. Of course not. Why the urgency? Lin Zhiyu murmured. It is for the best. I do not wish to disrupt someone else's family. I am not like those wealthy businessmen who maintain a red flag at home while flying colorful banners outside. The man appeared to have regained some clarity, beginning to inquire about her ex-husband. Your son has leukemia. Have you not called him?
No.
Why not? His bone marrow might be a match, after all. Lin Zhiyu replied calmly. He has already passed away. Duan was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet hers. Furrowing his brow, really? Speaking of his death in front of her ex-husband, Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of vindictive pleasure. She nodded earnestly. He was unfaithful and met with a tragic accident while eloping with his mistress. He died in a horrific manner, his face unrecognizable. Duan replied, perplexed. It has nothing to do with him. Why does it feel so uncomfortable? He took a bite of beef and continued, so you still raised a son? He did not wish for me to have children. The child was born without his knowledge. Thus, Yaya is not related to him. Her tone was unremarkable. A strange heaviness settled in his chest as he chewed slowly. After a long pause, he said, everything is in the past. Lin Zhiyu lifted her gaze to his handsome features, nodded, and smiled gently. Yes, everything is past. Those irretrievable affections had long since faded 3 years ago. Now, she only wished to live well with her child. This news was too disheartening, even more so than her feelings towards Song Qian. Lin Zhiyu received the news, her emotions sinking uncontrollably. It was evident that Yaya and his father were fated to be apart. Duan could not save him. Overwhelmed with anticipation for the results of the bone marrow match, she found it difficult to accept. Both parents were powerless to rescue him. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if that child who died in the snow years ago were still alive. night after night, entangled with the man she harbored the deepest resentment towards. Duan emerged from the bathroom, lifting the woman who sat on the floor, silently weeping with her head in her hands. Seeing her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes, an inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. Are you happy now that I am nearly dead? How could you forget all of this, leaving all the hatred for me alone? How can you be so selfish, cruel, and heartless? Chapter 61. Lin Zhiyu, answer me, how many times have you done this? Song Qian curiously asked what her job was. To which Lin Zhiyu replied it was housekeeping. Her work was indeed quite similar. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Did he seek out other women in her absence? Yet, this was of little concern to her. What made Lin Zhiyu anxious was the lack of any signs of pregnancy. When she went to the hospital to have her scalp stitches removed, she deliberately purchased a pregnancy test, having not taken contraceptives for a week. The test had not revealed 2 lines. A week should not show results so quickly, she reassured herself. Now half a month had gone by, and the test showed no signs of activity. With Duan gone to work, she found herself alone at home, and as she emerged from the bathroom, her anxiety began to swell. Lin Zhiyu sat on the edge of her bed, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the nightstand, where a sudden plan surged in her mind. If natural conception proved futile, she hastily rose from the bed and descended the stairs to seek the maid, fabricating an excuse about a torn garment to borrow a needle. Upon returning to her bedroom, a sense of furtiveness enveloped her as she drew the curtains, then opened the nightstand to retrieve the condoms hidden within. Lin Zhiyu, what are you doing? A chilling voice pierced the silence from behind her. The needle slipped from her grasp, clattering against the deep gray floor, reflecting the morning sun's blinding light. How could he be here? Hadn't he left for work? A wave of disbelief and terror washed over her. The man's gaze fell upon the scattered condoms, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes, only to be replaced by an increasingly cold demeanor as realization dawned upon him. Chapter 62. Duan's Fury. The man's wrath was formidable, fueled by an overwhelming sense of betrayal. He had arranged a VIP hospital room for her son, leveraged his connections to find a suitable bone marrow donor, and even purchased this splendid home for her. Yet, she dared to scheme against him? If not for the documents he had left behind for a meeting, he might never have discovered her manipulations regarding the condoms. What was her intention? To conceive his child? To ascend socially through motherhood? Or perhaps, to use this child as leverage for extorting more money from him? Was she truly that kind of woman? He reached out, gripping Lin Zhiyu's neck, his voice laced with menace. Tell me the truth. How many times did you tamper with them? The pressure on her throat rendered Lin Zhiyu speechless. The maid, noticing her ashen complexion and fearing for her life, rushed over to intervene. Sometimes, even a condom required multiple layers for safety. He was almost entranced by her body, cherishing her in a way no other woman could evoke. Thus, beyond mere financial support, he had strived to provide for her in every aspect of life. Yet, what had he received in return? Duan found the entire situation absurdly laughable. This woman had the audacity to manipulate condoms behind his back. He pushed Lin Zhiyu into the car, his icy gaze fixed upon her slender waist. After half a month, there would be no signs of pregnancy, but it was certainly enough time for her to conceive. Indeed, this favored child of fortune had always gotten her way. Who would dare oppose his will? Yet here she was ensnaring him like a mere pet. Her luck had consistently been dismal. Chapter 63. She was cast out by Duan. The abrupt screech of brakes echoed as they arrived at a private hospital. The man had already contacted the hospital director while driving, so as the car halted, a nurse awaited them at the entrance. Lin Zhiyu was forcibly pulled down from the passenger seat by a man and pushed in front of 2 imposing nurses. Without a trace of compassion, the man addressed the head nurse, instructing her to conduct a pregnancy test on her. If she were found to be pregnant, he demanded that arrangements for an abortion be made immediately. Lin Zhiyu, who had remained silent, momentarily narrowed her eyes. She lifted her gaze to meet the man's, whose demeanor was unchanged from years past. Duan, noticing her glance, lowered his eyes and found Lin Zhiyu looking back at him, her pallid face breaking into a faint smile. The smile carried a hint of mockery and a trace of cold hatred. An underlying fury began to bubble within him. How dare she still harbor hatred towards him? Given the atrocities he had committed, it was already merciful of him not to shatter her completely. Lin Zhiyu was escorted by the nurse to the obstetrics and gynecology department for the pregnancy test. She walked in silence. The blood test results arrived swiftly, followed by the ultrasound examination, both yielding normal results. His voice, still laced with lingering anger, emerged cold and hard as he spoke. Lin Zhiyu remained silent, trailing behind her. An unused pregnancy test strip was discovered and treated like evidence, sealed within a transparent plastic bag. 5 condoms bore the marks of being punctured. Duan turned to Lin Zhiyu, who stood with her head bowed, and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Lin Zhiyu bit her lips pale as parchment, and said nothing. After observing her for a moment, he instructed, "Pack your things. You are to leave immediately." He intended to expel her. As she raised her gaze to his stern countenance, Lin Zhiyu realized that no words would hold weight now. She softly replied, "I have nothing to pack." A bone-chilling coldness enveloped her heart, mingling with the icy memories of 3 years prior. Back then, it was a stranger who had coerced her into an abortion. Taking a gentle breath, she buried her face in her knees, attempting to comfort herself. "Stay strong, Lin Zhiyu. It's all in the past. Think of other ways. Do not let this defeat you. Yaya is still waiting for your help." In the ensuing days, Lin Zhiyu remained at the hospital with Yaya. The payment for the family portrait was promptly transferred to her account. The client seemed particularly fond of Yaya's artwork and eagerly inquired if she could create another piece for his son, who was a little fan of Yaya. His birthday was approaching, and he expressed that a personalized painting would delight his son immensely. Upon learning that he had a 3-year-old son, Lin Zhiyu found common ground with him. Listening to the client lament about his son's lack of artistic talent, while simultaneously urging him to appreciate art, she felt a fondness for this adorable yet stubborn little boy. Moreover, the child's birthday coincided with Yaya's. After discussing with Yaya, who was thrilled to learn she had a peer of the same age, she readily agreed to create a painting as a birthday gift. The other party received a satisfactory response and was quite accommodating. Aware that Yaya had recently fallen ill and was hospitalized, they sent her half of the deposit. The branch of the Duan family was located on the largest commercial street in the city, easily visible to all. Naturally, Duan Dushan paid her no mind, as he was genuinely quite angry. Lin Zhiyu could not afford to give up on him. She could only wait for his anger to subside before seeking him out again. That day, Lin Zhiyu awaited his departure from work. When the man emerged, he was surrounded by a throng of people, tall figures in suits, encircled by a cadre of elites. Passed by her without a sideways glance. Undeterred, Lin Zhiyu returned to his branch daily. The receptionist, perhaps recognizing her commendable courage, even offered her some tea. Luo Qingchao smiled and remarked, "Miss Lin, your bravery is commendable. After all these years, you are the first woman bold enough to design for our Duan Dushan." Lin Zhiyu bit her lip. "Did he have many women?" Luo Qingchao replied, "Not particularly, but you are not the first to climb into his bed. Do you know what happened to the others?" Lin Zhiyu fell silent for a few seconds, contemplating his words. Chapter 65, a more entertaining toy. Lin Zhiyu understood he was warning her as she turned her gaze to the window, pursing her lips and murmuring, "Oh, I see." Luo Qingchao observed her expression through the rearview mirror, calm yet slightly defiant. He couldn't help but chuckle. His subtle indulgence had not gone unnoticed even by the receptionist, who began enthusiastically serving Lin Zhiyu more tea. Could it be that true love had actually blossomed? Luo Qingchao stroked his chin, glancing at Lin Zhiyu beside him, her lips devoid of color, long eyelashes falling like curtains, a sight to behold. However, at present, he possessed more captivating diversions. A delicate flower like Lin Zhiyu did not capture his interest. "Get down," he instructed. Song Qian nodded. "I'll go throw away some trash." Lin Zhiyu watched as Song Qian hurriedly descended the stairs, sensing that she bore a burden. Was work too overwhelming? Lin Zhiyu sighed softly. She too wished to assist, but she was already overwhelmed herself, stretched too thin. After discarding the trash, Song Qian spotted the red sports car, its headlights illuminating the street beneath a tree's shade. Despite her reluctance, she trudged towards the vehicle. Upon reaching the door, she was abruptly pulled inside and forced onto the man's lap. The man, with delicate peach blossom eyes, grasped her chin, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her, smiling as he asked, "What expression is that? Are you here to bed me, or to pay your respects?" This position, sitting on the man's lap, made Song Qian exceedingly uneasy. She pushed against his chest, whispering, "No, not here." Luo Qingchao, observing her resistance, felt a surge of excitement. "Here? Are you suggesting right at your doorstep?" "Xiao Qian, you are quite the temptress. I hadn't even considered such a location. But you've certainly provided me with a splendid idea." Song Qian's complexion paled slightly. Anxiety gripped her as she struggled to break free. The man, with a single hand clasping her delicate waist, spoke with a harsh tone, compelling her to remain still. "Do not move. If you wish to avoid me humiliating you in front of your friend, you shall comply. Understood?" "What do you want from me?" she retorted. The man tightened his grip on her chin, a cruel smile dancing upon his lips. "You owe me, Song Qian. Who told you to meddle so much? You think your useless boyfriend will avenge you once he learns of our affair?" Chapter 66, a new stalker beside Mr. Duan. The thought of Shi Nian caused Song Qian's struggles to gradually wane. Ultimately, she found herself immobilized on the man's lap, whispering, "You promised me you wouldn't trouble him." Luo Qingchao nonchalantly tore at her clothing, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, once I have had my fill of this game, I shall let it go. But let me make this clear. Should you disobey, I shall crush your worthless boyfriend without hesitation. Do you understand?" Song Qian emitted a muffled sound, her body surrendering into the man's embrace, curling up helplessly. The scent of his cologne enveloped her senses. Forced into the most intimate act between a man and a woman, she felt utterly numb. She could not fathom what pleasure Luo Qingchao derived from such revenge. All she knew was that if she could endure, deliverance would follow. She believed that eventually, he would tire of this game. A man like him could not possibly maintain a long-lasting interest in a woman's body. Lin Zhiyu was already asleep, a steaming bowl of noodles she had prepared resting on the table. Song Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Although she and Lin Zhiyu were not related, it was Lin Zhiyu who often cooked for her during their days at home. Lin Zhiyu, a year younger, struggled to make a living while caring for a 3-year-old child. Yet she still found the strength to look after Song Qian. After being severely bullied by Luo Qingchao, the sight of that bowl of noodles brought tears to her eyes. She sniffled and sat down to finish the meal slowly. Both she and Lin Zhiyu were ordinary individuals, and the trials she faced were burdens she could not share. She could only grit her teeth and bear it in silence. Now, she could only hope that Luo Qingchao would soon grow weary of her. Seizing the opportunity, she slid into the back seat of the car. 2 assistants were reporting work to the man. Upon seeing Lin Zhiyu climb in, their voices faltered momentarily. Lin Zhiyu took the chance to lean against the man's side, her small hand resting on his knee. Duan Dushan remained still, lifting his gaze to the assistants. "Continue," he instructed, his voice low and heavy, exuding an air of pressure. The back seat of the business vehicle was spacious. The man, clad in a black striped suit, had his eyes half closed, his fair, handsome face exhibiting a cold and ruthless determination. This was the first time Lin Zhiyu had been permitted in the car over the past few days. Fearing abandonment, she remained silent, patiently awaiting the journey to the villa. They appeared less like strangers and more like a couple embroiled in a quarrel, the female taking the initiative to apologize and humble herself before the male. "See? Today, she is allowed to ride. Isn't she?" Chapter 67. "I acknowledge my mistakes, Mr. Duan. Please, punish me." Duan Shushan acknowledged with a grunt, stepping out of the car. While Lin Zhiyu instinctively grasped the hem of his suit, following him closely. The man paused, casting a glance at her delicate, pale fingers clutching his attire. Yet he remained silent, striding directly into the villa. Lin Zhiyu trailed behind him, accompanying him to his study. Observing the man's icy demeanor, she softly called his name. Irritated by her persistence, Duan Shushan did not lift his gaze, curtly responding, "Get out." His fingers halted over the keyboard as he glanced down, meeting Lin Zhiyu's pitiful gaze. She was petite, her hands resting on his knees, looking up at him with an innocent expression reminiscent of a pet cat. It was unclear from where she had learned such tactics, believing he would succumb to them. With indifference, he stated, "Our contract has been terminated. You may leave now." Lin Zhiyu's long eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly rose, supporting herself on his knees, and leaned in to kiss his cool lips. As she initiated the kiss, a hint of shyness colored her ears. Duan Shushan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. After a week of abstinence, the soft contact ignited a yearning for her petite form. However, this woman, who played tricks behind his back, was a source of irritation. Had it not been for his fortunate escape that day, he might have fallen victim to her schemes, potentially leading to an unwanted pregnancy, which would have given her leverage over him. Determined to teach her a lesson, he suppressed the rising desire and pushed her aside. "Are you hoping I'll call the police to have you taken away?" Lin Zhiyu fell silent, observing the man's frosty expression, and slowly released her grip. Retreating to sit on the sofa in the study, this man, who had once been easily placated by her antics, had evidently grown in resilience over the past 3 years, rendering her usual tactics ineffective. Chapter 68. Throw her out of my house. The study, infused with a faint scent of sandalwood, was now accompanied by a subtle sweetness. He glanced at the woman seated nearby. Lin Zhiyu reclined on the sofa, curled up with her eyes closed, hands clasped beside her fair cheeks, appearing to have drifted into slumber. Today, she wore loose-fitting clothing, and in this position, much of her shoulder peeked out from the neckline, flawless and pristine. She seemed to sleep soundly, undeterred by the gravity of her transgressions. Duan Shushan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a swell of irritation. As she dozed, the scent of tobacco wafted through the air. The sharp aroma quickly roused her, and she opened her eyes to see the tall, slender figure of the man passing before her. In the dining room, he was slicing a steak. Lin Zhiyu's plate lay empty. A nearby maid, holding a portion of steak, was about to place it in front of her when the man barked, "Who told you to feed her?" Startled, the maid nearly dropped the dish. Lin Zhiyu reassured her, "It's all right. I'm not hungry." The maid retreated, looking somewhat exasperated. Duan Shushan cast a sidelong glance at her, and Lin Zhiyu widened her eyes, striving to appear sincere. "I truly realize my mistake. I have reflected on it at home. I promise I won't dare to do it again." She seemed to be engulfed by a sense of guilt, lowering her head as her long hair cascaded down either side of her face, revealing her delicate, porcelain neck. Duan Dushan towered over her, and from his vantage point, he could gaze down her neck until it was obscured by the fabric of her clothing. Her slender waist and ample bosom contrasted with her limbs, which appeared somewhat meager, while her slightly more voluptuous hips offered a hint of allure. Beneath the unadorned fabric lay a form that could ensnare any man's lingering desire. Throughout his life, Duan Dushan had never felt that carnal cravings were something difficult to relinquish. After all, he had lived for nearly 3 decades with a heart devoid of such yearnings. Yet, he had fortuitously encountered this woman. How audacious of her to scheme against him in secret, and after being caught, to approach him with such brazen nonchalance. As if mere apologies would suffice to absolve her transgressions. Observing the silhouette of the man as he turned to leave, her petite chest heaved intensely for a moment, followed by a resigned sigh. Well, it was indeed quite challenging to defuse the situation after being caught in the act with a condom. Chapter 69. No matter what you say, leave by tomorrow. The night grew late, and Duan Dushan was roused from his slumber by the sound of a gentle knock at the door. The housekeeper entered quietly, bearing a cup of coffee, which she placed delicately upon the desk. Duan Dushan took a sip, only to furrow his brow in confusion. It was peculiar, though brewed from the same coffee machine. Lin Zhiyu's concoction had a distinctly different flavor. He glanced at her, noticing her hesitation to speak. "Speak," he commanded succinctly. The housekeeper, gauging his expression, replied softly, "Miss Lin is still waiting for you at the door." Once outside, she regretted her words, fearing she had overstepped. Duan Dushan perused the corporate reports for a while, but soon found himself growing restless. The patter of rain outside unsettled his mind. Resolutely, he rose from his desk, lit a cigarette, and moved to the window to gaze outside. The season's first rain brought a chill to the air. September's weather was characterized by a significant temperature fluctuation between day and night. Below, a small white figure huddled on the ground, shivering as it wrapped its arms around itself. In Lin Zhiyu's blurred vision, a pair of shiny black shoes came into view. She slowly lifted her gaze, following the tailored trousers to the man's distinctly defined face. The rain had soaked her hair, and cold droplets trickled down her lashes, leaving trails on her pale cheeks, reminiscent of tears. Duan Dushan observed her, trembling like a kitten in the rain, and felt as if he was descending to rescue a stray cat. He remained silent for a moment, studying her pallid complexion, before bending down to cradle her frail, icy body in his arms. Perhaps she was indeed frozen. Upon contact with his warmth, she instinctively curled into him. Duan Dushan pressed his lips together, ultimately deciding against abandoning her, and turned to carry her into the room. The bathroom was already filled with warm water, and he gently placed her in the bathtub. Lin Zhiyu extended her hand, softly grasping his sleeve. Duan Dushan stood there, coldly regarding her. "Let go. No matter what you say, leave by tomorrow." Lin Zhiyu bit her lower lip, compelled to rise and embrace his waist from behind, her cold, damp body pressing against him. Soaking his shirt, Duan Dushan turned his head, fixating on her pale lips. "Are you afraid now?" Chapter 70. Second Marriage, Divorce. No matter what you say, leave tomorrow. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip again and stood up, wrapping her arms around his waist, her icy form adhering to him, dampening his shirt. Duan Dushan turned to observe her colorless face, his cold demeanor softening slightly upon hearing her explanation. At her age, many women were still in school, yet she was out in the world, caring for a sick 3-year-old. Perhaps she had seized a rare opportunity for sustenance, hoping to secure a long-term arrangement with such a desperate ploy. After a week of neglect, she must have understood the stakes. Duan Dushan scrutinized her for a moment before unfastening the buttons of his shirt and stepping into the bathtub. It was not until dawn broke that he carried her back to the bathroom to freshen up. Lighting a cigarette, he observed the distressed woman curled up in his embrace. As the sky lightened, he gently brushed away the tears lingering on her lashes. Even in her sleep, she shed tears, hoarsely calling his name. "Sleep," he whispered, running his fingers through her long hair, inhaling the scent of the identical shampoo they used. He pondered if she could remain this obedient. Perhaps he could keep her by his side a little longer, rather than just a month. When Lin Zhiyu awoke, he was still in bed, bare-chested, leaning against the headboard while reading messages. Upon seeing him, Her eyes brightened, a glimmer of joy surfacing as she climbed up to wrap her arms around his neck. Aren't you working today? Duan Dushan's gaze remained fixed on his phone screen as he lightly pinched her waist, signaling her to get down. If he couldn't rise today, she shouldn't tease him the moment she woke. After finishing the printed documents he had received, he set the phone aside, only to find Lin Zhiyu curled under the blanket, eyes wide and fixated on him. Her pitifully obedient demeanor was somewhat endearing. Duan Dushan stated, "I will be staying in Ouching for 6 months." Lin Zhiyu was taken aback. Chapter 71. So many rules. If you can be as obedient every day as you were last night, our contract will be extended for 6 months. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, I will cover all your son's medical expenses. After our relationship ends, I will give you another 10 million. His offer exceeded what any benefactor would provide. 10 million for 6 months was ample to ensure a carefree future for her and her child.
This was his bottom line.
Lin Zhiyu lay in bed for a while before hoarsely replying, "I understand." The man extended his hand to gently ruffle her hair before lifting the covers and stepping out of bed. His fair back bore the marks of her uncontrollable scratching from the previous night, soon concealed beneath the fabric of his black robe. "You were exhausted last night as well. Continue to rest," he said to her. "I shall make a brief visit to the office." It was only when his silhouette faded from her view that Lin Zhiyu released a slow breath. Dushan should be calmed down. Half a year had passed. Is there a way to conceive? She lay wearily on the bed, gazing at the crystal chandelier above, her heart heavy with unease. Regardless of the circumstances, tampering with condoms was no longer an option. Every inch of her ached. This act of self-sacrifice could be deemed a success. Lin Zhiyu remained in slumber until the afternoon, finally dragging her fatigued body out of bed. Famished, she ambled barefoot down the stairs, just in time to see the man in a black coat emerge from his car. Surrounded by admirers, his long hair cascaded down, and the oversized shirt he wore revealed a glimpse of her shoulder. From such a distance, the faint red marks were still discernible. She radiated the essence of having been cherished throughout the night. Even heroes cannot escape the allure of a beauty. With a decisive slam, Dushan shut the car door and lowered his voice. "All right, report back to me tomorrow. For today, you may disperse." He then handed the report to the female assistant at the front and strode quickly into the house. She looked up in astonishment, feeling somewhat bewildered. "I'm not cold," she replied. "Dress appropriately." His tone was stern as he glanced at her bare feet, admonishing, "How can you come down like this? There's no one else at home." Lin Zhiyu softly replied, "But I'm hungry." She had descended in search of food. The man extended his arms, effortlessly lifting her from the staircase, instructing the housekeeper to fetch her slippers. "In my absence, do not dress like this," he frowned, resembling a parent reprimanding a child. "You must not present yourself in such a manner to others, understood?" Lin Zhiyu comprehended. It seemed this possessiveness had reared its head. Usually, she resided with Song Qian, and both of them, being women, often went without bras at home, typically donning nothing but a nightgown. She wrinkled her nose and feigned compliance. Understood. Chapter 72. Indulgence is not true affection. Dushan observed her delicate visage and detected the insincerity in her tone, furrowing his brow once more. This woman, who had clung to his sleeve like a forlorn kitten the day before, now seemed to have entered the household and reverted to her old ways. Yet, he found it rather endearing. The housekeeper approached with a pair of women's slippers. Dushan took them, cradling Lin Zhiyu in his arms, personally slipping the light brown slippers onto her feet. The meticulous and tender gesture caused her heart to skip a beat. However, she quickly regained her composure. In retrospect, it might simply be a reflection of this man's inherent upbringing and his affection for his own woman. Indulgence, but that does not equate to genuine love. The man remained oblivious to the woman's bewilderment in his embrace, gently patting her head before ascending the stairs to change his attire and subsequently descending to dine. Lin Zhiyu rose from his arms, responding with a soft, "Oh." That day, Song Qian called, inquiring if she had time that evening. When Lin Zhiyu asked the reason, Song Qian sweetly replied, "Today is Yen's birthday. We plan to gather." Lin Zhiyu had met Song Qian's boyfriend when she moved in, a man with an academically distinguished visage and a rather aloof demeanor. Exceptionally talented, he was swiftly recruited by a Fortune 500 financial firm upon graduation, poised for a permanent position after his internship. Given that Song Qian had no friends in Ouching, it was rare for her to call, and Lin Zhiyu naturally did not wish to decline. Duan Dushan did not impede her social interactions and, upon hearing this, remarked, "Shall I send someone to pick you up tonight?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Zhiyu shook her head. "No, it's rare for Qian's boyfriend to celebrate his birthday. I should stay and keep her company." Duan Dushan shot her a sidelong glance. "You're going to be a third wheel while they celebrate?" He chuckled at her indignant expression. Isn't that quite normal for adults? Why act like a little girl? Don't we spend our days watching television together in bed?
Nearby.
A nanny delivering fruit couldn't help but laugh, prompting Lin Zhiyu to shyly cover the man's mouth. Be quiet. You have the nerve of a fortress. Chapter 73. Birthday Celebration. Lin Zhiyu twisted uncomfortably. I want to accompany my friend. What does it mean for you to accompany her while she's with her boyfriend? Lin Zhiyu pondered, realizing that tonight, Song Qian and Shi Nian might share a special moment, and her presence as a third wheel might not be appropriate. Ultimately, she pouted and replied, I'll consider it. Duan Dushan still wished to send someone to escort her, but Lin Zhiyu declined. Song Qian had invited Lin Zhiyu to the supermarket near her rental apartment to procure ingredients, and Lin Zhiyu hurried over by taxi. As dusk fell, coinciding with the end of the workday, Song Qian appeared in a light green long-sleeved knitted dress, her hair elegantly styled, presenting a softer, more graceful image than her usual composed demeanor.
Xiaoyu.
As Lin Zhiyu stepped out of the car, Song Qian spotted her, waving from the bustling street corner. Lin Zhiyu smiled and ran toward her. Shi Nian hasn't finished work yet, Song Qian informed her. Let us buy some groceries first. We'll have dinner at home. It was evident that Song Qian was quite excited about celebrating her boyfriend's birthday. During their shopping excursion, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, seeing Song Qian joyfully selecting beers. Lin Zhiyu felt a contagious happiness, sharing in her delight. Though she might never experience the thrill of romance again, witnessing her dear friend's joy genuinely warmed her heart. After gathering the groceries, Song Qian led her toward the cake shop. She had ordered a 3-tiered cake, which was now ready. The store manager had called, asking her to collect it. Standing at the door with the groceries, Lin Zhiyu awaited Song Qian's return from settling the bill. As the workday drew to a close, the streets bustled with a lively throng. Lin Zhiyu, feeling rather listless, observed the crowd when suddenly, she spotted a familiar silhouette. Was that Shi Nian?
Who was the woman beside him?
Lin Zhiyu momentarily froze, instinctively glancing towards the opposite side of the street, but a passing vehicle obscured her view. Once the traffic light turned green, the couple had vanished amidst the crowd. Surely, she must have misidentified him. Hadn't Song Qian mentioned that Shi Nian was still at work? It was barely the end of the workday, and given that his company was notorious for late hours, he could not possibly leave so early. Xiuyu, what's wrong? You look rather pale, Song Qian chimed in, emerging with a large cake in tow. With a sweet and blissful smile adorning her fair face, Lin Zhiyu refrained from mentioning her fleeting glimpse. After all, her acquaintance with Shi Nian was minimal, having met only a handful of times, and the likelihood of a mistake was significant. Nothing. Is the cake heavy? She replied as Song Qian hurried her along towards their rented apartment. Song Qian, unable to cook, busied herself in the kitchen washing and preparing vegetables while Lin Zhiyu took charge of the stove. Before long, they had prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. They arranged the cake and lit the candles, while Song Qian adorned the space with colorful lights and balloons. As they busily decorated the room, a knock echoed from the door. Lin Zhiyu was the first to hear it.
Qian, it seems Shi Nian has arrived.
Please go answer the door, I'll help with the balloons. Song Qian responded cheerfully, darting barefoot to the door, and soon the sounds of their laughter filled the air. Chapter 74. An unexpected message. Lin Zhiyu lifted her gaze to see a young man clad in a tailored suit being ushered inside by Song Qian. With a fair and well-defined face framed by rimless glasses, he exuded a polite and composed demeanor. Upon noticing her, he nodded and greeted, hello. Hello, Lin Zhiyu replied, her smile softening the moment. Setting down the air pump, she added, the braised pork is simmering, I'll check if it's ready. She stepped aside to allow the young couple some privacy. The meat, purchased by Song Qian herself, was now tender and fragrant. Lin Zhiyu served the dish, and Song Qian hurried to take it from her. The small, cramped living room felt even more crowded with an extra person and the festive decorations. Song Qian playfully scolded, it's rare for the 3 of us to gather, and yet you're still glued to your phone. Even our sweet Xiaoyu can't stand it. Enough of the phone. Let us blow out the candles and make a wish before we eat. Shi Nian turned to Lin Zhiyu, nodding in acknowledgement, his voice cool and measured. I apologize, Miss Lin, for the inconvenience. Lin Zhiyu shook her head, assuring him it was no trouble. She sensed that Shi Nian was not one to engage in small talk. Nor did she seek to forge a deeper connection with Song Qian's boyfriend. Her thoughts lingered on the fleeting glimpse she had caught earlier. Yet, in light of Shi Nian's composed demeanor, she began to doubt her initial perception. She had heard that the 2 of them were childhood friends who had attended the same high school and even the same university, their bond seemingly unbreakable after more than a decade. It seemed implausible that such a connection would dissolve merely 6 months after graduation. Lin Zhiyu mused that perhaps it was indeed her eyes playing tricks on her. Song Qian said, and Nian, quickly blow out the candles. Sure Nian cast a doting glance at her, obediently blowing them out. Then Song Qian stood up to distribute the cake among them. The birthday dinner was quite lively. After the meal, Song Qian indulged in a few cans of beer, embracing Shi Nian as she recounted amusing anecdotes from the company. Lin Zhiyu graciously excused herself, saying to Shi Nian, "You two sit for a while, I'll tidy up the kitchen." Shi Nian, feeling a touch of guilt, replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Lin. I've caused you trouble on my birthday." Lin Zhiyu smiled lightly, "It's no bother. I enjoy doing housework." She discarded the leftovers into the trash, then entered the kitchen to wash the dishes and organize the countertop. When she emerged, Shi Nian and Song Qian had already moved to the balcony, and from the silhouette, it appeared they were sharing a kiss. The intimacy between Shi Nian and Song Qian resembled that of newlyweds, leaving Lin Zhiyu feeling it was inappropriate to stay and supervise Song Qian. Just then, Shi Nian's phone on the dining table lit up unexpectedly. As Lin Zhiyu was clearing the table, she noticed a message notification pop up on WeChat. "Shi Nian, you want to let me celebrate your birthday this year, but I must celebrate it for you next year. I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll come to your house." The sender was someone named Nana. Lin Zhiyu wished to scrutinize the message further but was interrupted by the sounds from the balcony. Shi Nian and Song Qian had returned inside. Lin Zhiyu stiffly stood in place, watching Song Qian draped over Shi Nian, her heart racing wildly. Who is Nana? A colleague from Shi Nian's company? Male or female? She discreetly turned back to the kitchen, her peripheral vision catching Shi Nian hurriedly grabbing his phone, glancing at it, and then looking in her direction. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, anxiety coursing through her veins. Rationality urged her to dismiss the notion. Shi Nian would never betray Song Qian, for they had known each other since childhood. Yet, emotionally, she could not shake off the image from earlier that afternoon. Had she truly mistaken those two hand-in-hand figures? Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, her brows furrowed tightly. She wished for the kind-hearted Song Qian to find happiness. When she emerged from the kitchen carrying the garbage bag, Shi Nian had already left the living room, while Song Qian lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly intoxicated. Lin Zhiyu approached and covered her with a blanket, observing the vibrant, festive living room arranged by Song Qian. She pursed her lips and stepped outside with the trash bag. Descending the stairs to dispose of the garbage, she indeed spotted Shi Nian standing at the entrance of the community, engaged in a phone call. During mealtime, many residents were out discarding their trash, and while she couldn't hear his words, his expression conveyed that he was likely apologizing. To whom was he apologizing? Perhaps to that Nana? Mr. Shi. Shi Nian, caught off guard, turned to her, his emotions shifting rapidly before settling into calmness. He replied coolly, "Miss Lin, what brings you here? Has Qian awakened?" At that moment, Shi Nian seemed to exude a hint of warmth in his gaze as he lowered his eyes and softly remarked, "Why does Qian waste so much money?" Lin Zhiyu observed his expression and pondered that Shi Nian still loved Song Qian. Therefore, she gently suggested, "You two have weathered many storms over the years. It is rare for a couple to be together for so long, so you should cherish it." Upon hearing this, Shi Nian cast a deep glance at her and replied, "Qian is a wonderful girl. I would never let her down. Rest assured, Miss Lin." Lin Zhiyu felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing his words. Nana intended to celebrate Shi Nian's birthday, yet he ultimately chose to be with Song Qian. It appeared that, in Shi Nian's heart, Song Qian held greater significance. Shi Nian was an exceptional man and, as expected in the corporate world, was often pursued by women. However, as long as he remained steadfast in recognizing who he truly cherished, that would suffice. With this thought, Lin Zhiyu refrained from further speech and said, "All right. I won't say much more. Qian may be waking up soon. Let us head upstairs." Chapter 76. The gaze of affection as Lin Zhiyu ascended the stairs with Shi Nian. Song Qian had already awakened. Shi Nian half embraced her, explaining, "My boss called, and I went downstairs to take the call." As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Zhiyu, who calmly entered the room. Song Qian's roommate was quite measured in her actions and words, which explained why Song Qian always spoke highly of her. Lin Zhiyu entered the kitchen, brewed a pot of detox tea, and brought it to Song Qian. The young couple sat on the sofa, affectionately embracing and whispering sweet nothings. Shi Nian's gaze lingered on Song Qian's face, brimming with tenderness. Lin Zhiyu could discern that this was indeed the gaze of someone in love. A sense of relief washed over her. She too had once experienced such a gaze, having seen it reflected in the mirror. Perhaps she had truly misjudged the situation. Shi Nian, discerning Lin Zhiyu's sentiments, felt a slight tightening in his throat as he held Song Qian's small hand and gently reassured her, "Qian, I'll stay to take care of you. Your friend might be busy with work." Lin Zhiyu then added, "I have some tasks to attend to back at the dormitory. With your boyfriend here to look after you, I feel at ease." Qian, I shall take my leave. Lin Zhiyu smiled at her, waved goodbye, and gently closed the door behind her. Once Lin Zhiyu departed, only Song Qian and Xinian remained in the room. Song Qian cradled her teacup, sipping the detox tea in small sips as she gazed at her partner's youthful and graceful visage on the sofa. Xinian's gaze upon her was warm and gentle. Qian, he murmured, his voice slightly husky as he focused on her lips, now moistened by the tea. He cradled her face and leaned in for a soft kiss. Both were spirited young souls, and soon, the cup in Song Qian's hand slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the floor. Just as Xinian sought to deepen their connection, an unusual ringtone unexpectedly resonated from the table in the living room. As if doused by a bucket of cold water, Xinian suddenly awakened, struggling to rise in disarray, clutching his belt as he answered the phone. He glanced at the screen and promptly ended the call. However, the relentless ringtone soon resumed. Song Qian, disheveled and leaning against the sofa, had her fair face flushed, her striking black and white eyes misty, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Yen, who is it? Xinian hung up once more and turned to Song Qian, saying, "It's my boss." With a gentle tone, Song Qian replied, "You should take the call. We can manage this later." As she uttered these words, her face turned even redder. Xinian lifted his gaze, meeting the tender and trusting look in his lover's eyes. Suppressing the emotions within, he softly said, "I will step out to take the call." Chapter 77. There's a hotel nearby. Shall we drive there? Song Qian nodded. Her cheeks still flushed, then retreated to the bathroom to wash her face. By the time she emerged, Xinian had finished his call.
Oh.
A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. It had been quite a while since they had spent an evening together, even without any plans. She yearned for him to stay and keep her company. Yet, she understood that this was a critical time for Xinian at work and with orders from his superior. She did not wish to be an unreasonable girlfriend. "You go ahead, Yen," Song Qian encouraged, mustering a gentle smile. "I've sobered up, and I will take good care of myself." Xinian noticed the hint of sorrow in her eyes. Approaching her with tenderness, he embraced her, gently ruffling her hair, and in a low, husky voice assured her, Qian, I promise you, once I establish myself at the company, I will bring you happiness." Inhaling his familiar scent, she nodded vigorously and smiled up at him. "I believe in you." With his phone in hand, Xinian hurried downstairs, where he encountered a fiery red sports car, brilliantly contrasting against the darkness of the night. He pressed his lips together and approached, yanking open the car door, seizing the wrist of the woman in the driver's seat, pinning her against the seat. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Didn't we agree that I would accompany you shopping and not to call me tonight?" The woman gasped slightly, her gaze meeting his frustrated face. With a playful smile, she leaned closer, her crimson-painted fingers caressing his firm chest. "I have changed my mind. Is that not permissible? Are you truly angry?" Her fingers roamed, quickly disrupting his breathing. Observing the flicker of struggle on his face, she became increasingly bold, blowing a teasing breath towards him. "Good brother, don't be mad. Later in bed, you can do as you please, all right?" Though his heart remained with Song Qian, he found himself unable to resist the pleasure this woman offered. "Yen, please don't be upset. I'm celebrating your birthday, and I bought your favorite lingerie. I'll wear it for you later, okay?" Her sultry gaze ignited a desire within him that Song Qian could never evoke. He and Song Qian have known each other for many years, yet they have never shared a bed. He harbors affection for Song Qian, wishing to provide her with a good life, fully aware of the sacrifices she has made for him over the years. However, Lina is his first woman and also his immediate superior. He finds it impossible to suppress his impulses when he observes her accommodating expressions aimed at pleasing him. As Lina gazes into the depths of his eyes, she playfully cradles his face and kisses him, whispering softly, "There's a hotel nearby. Shall we drive over?" In that moment he departs. The once lively restaurant, filled with laughter and joy, suddenly feels desolate. Song Qian leans back on the sofa, sitting alone for a while before slowly rising to retire for the night. Suddenly, a knock resonates from the door.
Yen?
Chapter 79 Translation. Song Qian trembles as she sits up, hastily pulling up her fallen dress. Luo Qing looks around the tastefully decorated living room, observing the balloons and fairy lights. "Did you arrange all this?" Song Qian, eyes closed, chooses to ignore him. Yet, he seems to revel in his own amusement. He cuts himself a slice of cake, shoving it into her hands and insisting she feed him, struggling to suppress the urge to smash the cake in his face. Song Qian carefully brings a spoonful to his lips. Although Luo Qing is not fond of sweets, he finds exhilaration in her expression, which seems to oscillate between a desire to murder him and forced compliance. "Darling, since your boyfriend isn't here, I'll keep you company tonight." Song Qian's fingers press firmly against his chest, ultimately leading her to tremble as she embraces the weight of his body leaning over her. Lin Zhiyu has signed a new contract, extending the previous agreement by an additional 6 months. During work, Duan brings her along. The men in the company differ from how they appear when facing her. They are upright, serious, yet possess a sense of humor. As the CEO has been with a subsidiary for just a month, he quickly earns the respect of the employees at the largest company in Ouching. Wait a moment. The man, whose gaze rests on the screen, hands over a document, saying, "I hear your English is quite good. Could you translate this contract?" Lin Zhiyu glances at him, responds affirmatively, and takes the spare laptop to translate in the break room adjacent to the president's office. Having spent much time performing menial tasks, Lin Zhiyu finds this rare opportunity to engage in professional work quite stimulating, and she approaches it with utmost seriousness. 2 hours later, she emerges with a 20-page professional contract translated. Duan checks the time, surprised that only 2 hours have passed. Given the abundance of specialized terminology within the contract, even a professional translator would require considerable time for verification. How could Lin Zhiyu, merely a waitress, possess translation skills rivaling those of his company as professional translators? Nevertheless, he remains silent, simply reviewing the document. After about 10 minutes of serious reading, the contract is set aside. Duan raised his head, gazing at the delicate features of the woman before him, his eyes filled with profound emotions. "What is your educational background?" he inquired. "High school," she replied. "Have you been accepted into university?" Lin Zhiyu hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. "Yes, but I did not obtain a diploma." "What was your major?" "English." Duan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze serious and piercing. "With your translation skills, you must have excelled in school. Why did you not complete your university studies before entering the workforce?" Chapter 80. The Translator. Why did you not complete your university studies before entering the workforce? Because she had married. She had married the very man standing before her. Back then, in order to care for him, she had to suspend her studies. And it was also because of him that she did not obtain her graduation certificate. Once the top scorer in the liberal arts entrance examination, she now found herself working as a waitress in a hotel. Did she regret it? The only regret she harbored was not safeguarding her own heart, nor realizing the cruelty of this man. Lin Zhiyu lowered her eyes and replied softly, "I am married." At her age, she had a 3-year-old child. While most girls her age had just graduated from university, he suddenly asked, "Have you ever regretted it?" Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together, meeting his gaze. "I do not regret it." Duan furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable unease. "Even after your ex-husband abandoned you and your child, you do not regret it?" Lin Zhiyu stated. "Everything is of my own making." Duan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to question her about her past with her ex-husband. That was not his place to meddle. "Here," he said, pushing a stack of documents toward her. "When you have time, please translate these 2 documents." Lin Zhiyu was taken aback. Duan's intention was to nurture her. Her fingers trembled slightly as she looked at the documents, hesitating to reach for them. Sensing her nervousness, his tone softened a bit. "Do not worry too much. This contract has already been translated by my company's translator. You may proceed as you wish." Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhiyu stepped forward and accepted the documents. She raised her gaze to the man seated in the office chair and quietly uttered, "Thank you." Duan inclined his chin, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Do not take it to heart. Even if you are not capable, I will not say anything." After all, having Lin Zhiyu by his side was not solely for her utility. He merely feared she would grow bored at home alone. "Then I shall go translate it." Lin Zhiyu clutched the documents tightly to her chest as if holding a treasure, her eyes sparkling with delight, her long lashes fluttering gently. During her university years, her career aspiration had been to become an English translator. However, that hope was dashed by her marriage. Over the past 3 years, to support Yaya, she had taken on translation work online, but the demands of her hotel job, coupled with Yaya's frail health, left her with little time to pursue her dream. Duan could not discern her expression clearly, yet he could feel the joy radiating from Lin Zhiyu at that moment. This happiness even began to infect him. Chapter 81. Yaya's birthday. He nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." Lin Zhiyu spent the entire afternoon translating, her slender figure hunched over the desk, under the dim light of a desk lamp, as she intermittently scribbled with a fountain pen onto her notebook. On the open computer screen, the translated contract was displayed. Du-Shin stepped inside, leaning close to her ear and inquiring, "What are you writing?" Startled, Lin Zhiyu jumped from her chair, nearly colliding with the man's head. Her eyes widened in surprise, resembling a startled little rabbit. Du-Shin reached out, taking her notebook, which contained English words alongside their corresponding translations. He closed the notebook, nodded, and unexpectedly complimented her. "Well done." Then, returning the notebook, he continued, however, one must balance work with rest. Have your eyes endured the strain of translating all afternoon? Lin Zhiyu blinked. After staring at the screen for too long, the beautiful irises of her large eyes had developed a hint of redness and felt quite dry. Du Xin declared, it's time to clock out. Lin Zhiyu paused in disbelief. Clock out? She lifted her gaze towards the window, realizing that the streetlights outside had already begun to twinkle. Please be mindful of the clock-out time, lest I have to pay for overtime in the future. He jested, causing Lin Zhiyu to feel a bit embarrassed as she touched her petite nose and replied, I will remember that from now on. Du Xin smiled faintly, taking her hand and leading her out of the break room. He walked leisurely, exuding an innate confidence and elegance. Lin Zhiyu believed that this man would never experience a fall from grace in his life. He would remain forever esteemed, radiant, and admired by many. Aside from the fact that he did not love her, he was indeed a remarkable man. This time, she would carefully guard her heart, ensuring there would be no opportunity for regret. Soon, she would be capable of fulfilling the role of translator by his side. His support for Lin Zhiyu was not intended merely to secure her a job. Who could accept their lover studying vocabulary while in bed together? Nevertheless, the words had been spoken, and he could not dampen her enthusiasm, especially when, after every translation, Lin Zhiyu would present him with the printed document, her eyes sparkling as she handed it over for his review. He found himself at a loss for words, merely receiving it with a composed expression to assist her with revisions. Ye's birthday was fast approaching. Chapter 82. Ye's birthday too. Du Xin had already arranged for the small artist to send a painting as a birthday gift for Runaway. On the day of the birthday, Lin Zhiyu hurried to the bakery to pick up the pre-ordered SpongeBob birthday cake, destined for the hospital. Upon entering the ward, she called out, "Yeah, Mama," her voice faltering. The room was empty, devoid of Ye's presence. Alarmed, she rushed to the nurse's station, asking, "Nurse, where has the patient in room 501 gone?" "Room 501? Please hold on, let me check." The nurse, taken aback by Lin Zhiyu's pale complexion, quickly reviewed the records and informed her, a man just came by, claiming to be Ye's father. He took her away. Ye's father? Lin Zhiyu felt as though the world was spinning around her. Ye has no father. Just as Lin Zhiyu was so frightened that she could barely stand, a sweet, childish voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Mama." Lin Zhiyu looked up to see the man who should have been in the office, holding Ye, standing not far from her. As he released the child, Ye immediately scampered over with her little short legs, leaping into Lin Zhiyu's embrace. Duan walked over, slightly regretful as he touched his prominent nose, and said to Lin Zhiyu, "I intended to surprise you, but it seems I startled you instead. What are you doing here?" She was surprised, having left work early today. He should have been at the office. Duan replied nonchalantly, "Did you not want to celebrate the child's birthday? I took a leave from the doctor and booked a private room for you outside. Surely, a child's 4th birthday should not be spent in a hospital room?" Lin Zhiyu was taken aback by his thoughtfulness. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Ye's eyes sparkling as she looked up at her. "Mom of Mama, can we go outside and take a look?" After spending more than a month in the hospital, even the obedient and sensible Ye could no longer contain her desire to explore the outside world. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip. It was rare for the child to celebrate her birthday, and she could not bear to let Ye spend it in the cramped confines of a hospital room. Ye enthusiastically nodded, reaching out her little hands to wrap around Lin Zhiyu's neck and showering her face with kisses. Seeing the joyous expression on his little face brought a smile to Lin Zhiyu's lips. Hand in hand, the mother and child entered the ward to change clothes. Wearing her regular outfit for the first time in a while, Ye appeared excited, running several laps on the floor in her little shoes before handing her hand to Lin Zhiyu, exclaiming, "Mama, we're going out." Chapter 83. Winning her affection. Lin Zhiyu's eyes curved in delight as she led Ye outside. The man waiting at the door straightened his posture and looked at Lin Zhiyu, who was dressed lightly, asking, "Are you cold?" "Not really," she replied, shaking her head. Without further comment, he removed his black coat and draped it over her slender shoulders, then wrapped his arm around her as the three of them made their way toward the elevator. Duan had reserved the open-air observation deck of a nearby restaurant. From the top floor, the view revealed a coastline shimmering with sunlight, painted in deep crimson hues. The gentle sea breeze wafted in, and in the distance, a massive Ferris wheel twinkled with neon lights, gradually turning. Lin Zhiyu had never brought Ye to such a dining establishment, and the little one, having limited experiences, clung to Lin Zhiyu's neck, captivated by the sights. He pointed at the figures of tourists along the shoreline and softly said, "Mama, Ye wants to play by the sea." Lin Zhiyu, concerned about the cold, shook her head. "No, it's getting chilly. Ye might catch a cold." Understanding, Ye fell silent, Yet her gaze still lingered longingly at the children playing barefoot on the beach, holding their parents' hands. She too wished to play in the sand with her mother. Yaya looked up at the tall uncle standing beside her mother, nervously yet curiously asking, "Really, uncle?" Duan glanced at Lin Zhiyu, saw her not objecting, and smiled as he adjusted the little hat on Yaya's head. "Of course, it's true. Have you ever ridden a Ferris wheel, Yaya?" Yaya, indeed, brightened up, shaking his little head, exclaiming no. Despite his indifference towards other children, save for the little one at home, there was something about Yaya that captivated him. He had gone to great lengths to prepare a birthday gift for him. It was uncertain whether he sought to win over Lin Zhiyu's favor, or to please Yaya. The server wheeled over a magnificent 5-tier birthday cake adorned with SpongeBob, Yaya's favorite character. Gazing in astonishment at the towering, shimmering cake, Yaya's mouth fell open in awe. Wow. Lin Zhiyu could not restrain her laughter as she carried Yaya closer, saying, "Come, let us blow out the candles first." After lighting 4 candles, Yaya skillfully clasped his hands together to make a wish, his eyes sparkling as he extinguished the flames. Lin Zhiyu playfully inquired, "What did you wish for, Yaya?" He shook his little head. "If I say it, it won't come true." Lin Zhiyu replied, "Then you can secretly tell mommy. If you whisper it to me,
It will be fine.
Yaya looked at her with suspicion. "Really?" Lin Zhiyu nodded earnestly, cutting a perfect slice of the SpongeBob cake. "Of course. If you share it quietly, no one will know." Duan, sipping his orange juice absent-mindedly, felt somewhat isolated by this mother-son duo. It was unexpected that such a demure woman like Lin Zhiyu could so deftly deceive a child. The feeling of winning her favor was indeed rather pleasant. Chapter 84. The Ferris wheel. After indulging in the birthday cake, Lin Zhiyu carefully placed the little hat back on Yaya and dressed him in his outerwear. With great enthusiasm, he took her hand, pointing excitedly at the grand, colorful Ferris wheel that slowly turned in the twilight, his eyes sparkling. "Mommy, it's so beautiful." Understanding his eagerness, Lin Zhiyu smiled. "We'll go as soon as you're dressed." Upon hearing this, Yaya immediately opened his little arms, allowing Lin Zhiyu to help him into his coat. Feeling a tad shy, Duan, who was usually engrossed in his myriad responsibilities, had found time to accompany her in celebrating the child's birthday, and soon they would ride the Ferris wheel together. "Let me carry the child," the man offered, extending his arms to take Yaya from Lin Zhiyu. He playfully pinched Yaya's delicate face. Grinning, "Shall uncle take you to ride the Ferris wheel?" Descending from the top floor via the elevator, the trio ambled along the bustling pedestrian street. It was the weekend, and the street thrived with a lively mix of tourists and locals. Duan pondered, if one day he were to discover that Yaya was indeed his biological son, and he had personally celebrated his 4th birthday, would he feel surprise or anger? In the future, when Yaya grew up, she could reveal to him that he was not a child without a father. His father had also wished him a happy birthday. Beneath the Ferris wheel, several couples queued for tickets. The man handed the child back to her, saying, "You wait here with him. I'll go stand in line." Lin Zhiyu nodded, watching the tall figure of the man blend into the crowd. The girls chattered animatedly, their fragmented conversations drifting through the air. Lin Zhiyu could not make out the details, only catching snippets like "what a pity" and "early marriage." "Let's go," a man approached, holding 3 tickets in hand, and as Lin Zhiyu remained in a daze, he extended his hand, guiding her toward the direction of the Ferris wheel. The vibrant neon lights flickered as Yaya exaggeratedly gasped, "Wow." Lin Zhiyu chuckled, adjusting his hat, and said, "If Yaya enjoys it, when the weather warms up, I'll bring her back." Chapter 85. The phone. The man found a seat inside and Lin Zhiyu released Yaya, allowing the child to explore the compartment. The Ferris wheel gradually ascended. Yaya leaned against the transparent glass wall, curiously gazing at the distant scenery. Duan walked over, lifting the child so she could see farther. Lin Zhiyu took out her phone and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, snapped a photo. After taking it, she glanced down at the image, feeling as if she were a thief. On the screen, the man's smiling expression mirrored Yaya's joyful face. Perhaps due to the poor lighting, his usually intense dark eyes had taken on a gentle hue. A wave of inexplicable bittersweetness washed over Lin Zhiyu. She could not articulate why, in such a moment of joy, she felt an urge to cry. Perhaps what she desired, what she wished to provide for her child, was precisely this kind of happiness. He set Yaya down and checked his phone, but instead of answering, he simply hung up. The moment he ended the call, the phone rang again. This unusual behavior caught Lin Zhiyu's attention. While they were conversing, the phone vibrated once more. Such persistence did not seem characteristic of a work-related call. After all, employees rarely dared to disturb their boss so repeatedly. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, unsure of what to say. She felt she had no right to inquire into his life. She squatted down, joining Yaya in observing the scenery outside. Half an hour later, the Ferris wheel descended to its lowest point. Lin Zhiyu noticed the phone in his pocket still flickering with light and instinctively suggested, "Why don't you answer the call?" He replied coldly, "Don't worry about it."
He or she?
Lin Zhiyu wisely refrained from asking. Embracing the child, she walked toward the parking lot.
Mom.
"I told you I'm busy. Don't call me unless it's urgent, okay?" "I understand." The call ended. Chapter 86. What do you want to do to my girlfriend? He handed her his coat, saying, "A friend of mine is at the airport in Ouching. I need to go pick her up." Lin Zhiyu obediently took the coat, nodding, "Don't worry, I'll call you when I arrive." Observing her considerate demeanor, Duan slightly furrowed his brow, but chose not to say anything further. Ruffling her hair gently, he said, "I'll be off then." Lin Zhiyu responded affirmatively, watching as the tall figure of the man entered the car. The black Bentley slowly departed from the hospital entrance, soon disappearing from her sight. In truth, there was no particularly profound feeling. It was merely that only moments ago, three of them had been jovially sharing cake, and now she found herself utterly alone. A stark contrast that left her somewhat disoriented. Lin Zhiyu clutched her coat and made her way to the bus stop, where she sat in solitude, waiting for a taxi. Perhaps due to the bustling weekend crowd, she sat for a while without a single taxi passing her by. Not far off was a small bar from which a group of inebriated young people emerged, laughing and leaning on each other. As they passed by Lin Zhiyu, one young man suddenly halted, gesturing toward her solitary figure. His companions, understanding his cue, gradually began to approach her. "What do you intend to do?" A piercing female voice shattered the darkness of the night, causing passers-by to pause in their tracks. The group of ruffians immediately bared their teeth, shouting back, "What are you looking at? Be careful lest we gouge out your eyes." The would-be heroes among the pedestrians promptly clutched their bags tighter and hurried away, heads bowed. Lin Zhiyu never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament in plain sight. "Is she your girlfriend? What does she have to do with us?" "Don't be scared, sweetheart. We just want to buy you a drink." The closer they drew, the more evident it became that she was strikingly beautiful, with skin as pale as snow and a figure that was perfectly proportioned, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Particularly captivating were her doe-like eyes, filled with fear and anxiety, which could ensnare anyone's gaze. A brazen man, unable to contain himself, reached out to touch her, prompting Lin Zhiyu to drop her coat and flee in terror. The men laughed as they pursued her, as if hunting a cornered fawn, while the bystanders dared not intervene. The night was too dark, and in her haste, she slipped and fell. Pain shot through her as her knee grazed the rough concrete, burning fiercely. With the drunken men closing in behind her, Lin Zhiyu felt a surge of panic. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt behind her. Its bright headlights illuminated her figure and revealed the faces of the approaching ruffians in stark clarity. A tall man emerged from the vehicle, lifting Lin Zhiyu from the ground. His cool voice resonating with authority. "What do you intend to do to my girlfriend?" Chapter 87. Old Friends. The ruffians, cowards at heart, were momentarily sobered by the car's headlights. They exchanged glances and chuckled awkwardly. Nothing, just having a chat with her. "We're leaving now, we're leaving." The group quickly dissipated into the shadows. Lin Zhiyu hesitantly raised her gaze, meeting the eyes of a handsome, young man. They both stood momentarily stunned. Lin Zhiyu slightly widened her eyes, finding him somewhat familiar. A flicker of surprise crossed his refined features as he called her name, "Zhiyu?" About 10 minutes later, Lin Zhiyu found herself in the man's emergency room, where he was gently cleaning her scraped knee with antiseptic. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, inhaling softly as the other person gently reassured her, "It may hurt a bit, but it must be cleaned thoroughly. Otherwise, it will leave a scar." Lin Zhiyu replied, "I am not afraid of scars." The man lifted his gaze, a hint of mirth shimmering in his clear eyes. "Indeed, our little you remains as courageous as ever." His words, tender as those spoken to a child, caused a faint blush to rise on Lin Zhiyu's cheeks, prompting her to lightly scold, "Xian, I am no longer a child. Please refrain from speaking to me in such a manner." She had never anticipated encountering one Xian in Ao City. Like her, he had been sent to an orphanage at a young age. However, unlike her, at the age of 13, when Xian was 16, his biological parents found him. They had relied on each other in the orphanage, and his departure had filled her with both sorrow and happiness. Gradually, their communication dwindled. To her astonishment, nearly a decade later, they had reconnected in Ao City. Lin Zhiyu's small face flushed with excitement as she gazed at Xian, softly inquiring, "Are you working as a doctor here, Xian?" Xian nodded, "I am a pediatrician." "That's impressive," Lin Zhiyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She remembered that Xian had aspired to become a doctor, and she was delighted to see that he had achieved his dream while she felt her own aspirations slipping further away. "All right," he said, tying a lovely bow around Lin Zhiyu's knee. Rising to his feet, he encouraged her to stand and walk a bit to see if anything else hurt. Lin Zhiyu stood and stretched, shaking her head. No, it feels fine now. When Xian tidied up his things and asked, "What were you doing alone waiting for a taxi at this late hour? Don't you know it's dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night?" His tone, reminiscent of an older brother's, carried a hint of sternness. Lin Zhiyu hesitated, softly explaining, "No, it's not that. My friend had to leave early. I was trying to catch a taxi, but couldn't." When Xian paused, giving her a scrutinizing glance, "A boyfriend?" Lin Zhiyu shook her head, "No." At the airport entrance in Ao City, Duan Dushan's car came to a halt. Not far away, a woman carrying a red suitcase spotted him and immediately rushed over in her high heels.
Dushan,
she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his waist and looking up at him with a pitiful expression. "Why did you arrive so late? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Chapter 88. Nanji. Duan Dushan pushed her away gently, taking her red suitcase and placing it in the trunk. The woman followed closely behind him, her gaze filled with affection and longing. "Dushan, I waited here for you, for several hours. If Aunt hadn't called you, would you have ignored me?" Nanji pouted. "Am I not your fiancé? After you've been away on business for so long, can I come to see you?" Her words instantly provoked Nanji's temper. Duan Dushan took a drag from his cigarette and replied coolly, "Even so, it's none of your business." Nanji gazed longingly at the handsome profile of the man, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet she mustered her spirits and softened her tone. "Dushan, I know my sudden arrival in Ao City might have upset you. However, we have been engaged for so many years. It is time for us to celebrate our wedding next year. I wish to cultivate our feelings before we tie the knot. Along with all my affection for her, I bury them in the memories of the news." When she recalls this matter, her heart is filled with resentment. The Duan family spent a considerable amount of money to help him gradually recover. Yet he has also forgotten many things. If it were not for that car accident, where would there be an opportunity to nurture our bond? Duan Dushan, while driving, remained noncommittal to her words. Nanji bit her lip in disappointment. Nonetheless, seeing his indifferent demeanor, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. He has always been aloof, indifferent to women, and his life is solely accompanied by work. It is improbable that there would be any woman in his life. Suddenly, with a jolt, the Bentley that was cruising at a steady pace came to an abrupt stop. Nanji's eyes widened in shock, nearly flinging her out of her seat. Regaining her composure, she observed the usually expressionless man beginning to make a phone call, perhaps due to the call being unanswered. The other party's expression turned cold in an instant. Chapter 89. Have a child with him. Luo Qingchao was easy to talk to, perhaps sensing the tension in his voice. He offered some comfort. "I'll head there right away. Don't rush." The hospital was somewhat secluded, and the waiting area was dimly lit. Nearby there was a seedy bar. He might have thought that Lin Zhiyu was an adult and nothing serious would occur, and under normal circumstances, he would not perceive any danger while passing through that area. However, he suddenly realized that Lin Zhiyu was a woman, a petite and vulnerable woman. He dropped Nanji off at a nearby hotel and turned to leave, but Nanji grasped his arm and quietly asked, "Dushan, is it because of me that your friend is in trouble?" She insisted, "Dushan, let me accompany you to find him." As she spoke, a shadow of gloom passed over his expression, and he hastily got into the car. Madame Duan's cheerful voice echoed from within. "Has Dushan come to pick you up? That's wonderful. Did you bring the intimate lingerie I asked you to pack?" Nanji felt her cheeks flush, responding affirmatively. At 26, she knew that waiting any longer would not yield many fruitful years. This thought ignited a warmth within her. As Duan Dushan drove towards the police station, Luo Qingchao emerged. He handed over a black trench coat, inquiring, "Take a look, is this yours?" Duan Dushan accepted the coat, glanced at it, and confirmed it was the one he had given to Lin Zhiyu for warmth before leaving. The darkness in his gaze deepened. Luo Qingchao, observing his expression, understood that the coat indeed belonged to him. Chapter 90. Regret. The police found the coat near the bus station. Luo Qingchao informed him. "They are reviewing the surveillance footage now. Results should come shortly." "Her phone still hasn't connected?" Duan Dushan shook his head. "Perhaps there was a power outage," Luo Qingchao casually remarked, "but no sign of her phone has been found nearby." Duan Dushan clutched his trench coat, his expression somber, remaining silent for an extended period. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, yet he could not bring himself to abandon a fragile woman alone at a desolate bus stop in the dark. The world remained perilous for women. The name Nanji momentarily stunned Luo Qingchao. At this juncture, he hesitated slightly, suggesting she come in to take a look. Duan Dushan observed his expression, a sense of foreboding stirring in his heart. Nowadays, roadside surveillance cameras boasted high definition, capturing even sound. "What do you intend to do?" A frightened female voice shattered the tranquility, prompting Luo Qingchao to click his tongue in dismay as he gazed at the screen. The worst had indeed transpired. His eyes were already bloodshot with concern. The footage showed Lin Zhiyu fleeing toward a darkened alley, pursued by a gang of ruffians, abruptly concluding. However, as he spoke, Luo Qingchao felt a twinge of guilt. If she had escaped, then why was she not answering her phone? If she had not escaped, where could she possibly be? What had transpired? Recalling the lecherous hands that had reached for her in the footage, Luo Qingchao's expression darkened further. In the face of reality, he felt utterly powerless. Duan exited the surveillance room with an impassive demeanor, dialing several numbers on his phone. Soon, pressure from above reached the deputy director. The deputy had not anticipated that those hooligans would provoke a woman of significant stature, grimacing as he instructed his subordinates to locate her immediately. Meanwhile, a group of ruffians, reveling in beer and bravado at a barbecue joint, were suddenly surrounded by a swarm of police officers. Hands behind your backs, do not move. Faced with the ominous barrels of firearms, the ruffians were rendered speechless. What had they done to warrant such a formidable police presence? Chapter 91. The leisurely Lin Zhiyu. Outside, chaos reigned. At this moment, Lin Zhiyu was serenely enjoying tea at Wen Heshuan's residence. The Wen family hailed from a distinguished medical lineage, and upon reclaiming his heritage, Wen Heshuan displayed remarkable medical talent, swiftly transforming from an abandoned illegitimate child into a legitimate member of the Wen family. He worked in the city of Ao, and as such, the Wen family procured a quaint villa for him there. Typically, he resided in the villa with only a housekeeper for company. Meow. A beautiful ragdoll cat scampered over, mewing as it circled around Wen Heshuan's feet. What a lovely little feline, Lin Zhiyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Its name is Feather, Wen Heshuan said, cradling the little creature in his arms for Lin Zhiyu to pet. You can also call it Little Feather. Lin Zhiyu chuckled. Little Feather? That sounds odd, as if you're calling me. The playful kitten sniffed Lin Zhiyu's fingers with its moist little nose, then purred contentedly while rubbing against her. Unable to resist, Lin Zhiyu scooped it up into her arms. The little creature showed no signs of shyness, snuggling against her, and even licking her face. Wen Heshuan watched her with a smile, remarking, "It seems quite fond of you." Lin Zhiyu replied with a grin, "I am quite fond of it as well." After a delightful interlude of play, the little one was summoned away by its owner, protesting vigorously with plaintive cries. Wen Heshuan sighed gently and remarked, "Little creatures are quite fond of Zhiyu." Lin Zhiyu was reminded of the past, her gaze softening slightly. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land is indeed a great joy in life. As they sat on the sofa in Wen Heshuan's home, conversing for a while, Lin Zhiyu noticed the hour was late and said, "Ah Xian, it's almost midnight. Perhaps you should rest early." Wen Heshuan gazed deeply at her fair and innocent face for a moment before nodding in agreement and responding softly, "I have prepared a guest room for you. Your wound should not come into contact with water. You ought to wash up before sleeping." Lin Zhiyu acknowledged his words and proceeded to the guest room. Upon entering the bathroom, she washed her face and wiped away the dust on her body before lying down on the bed. When she took her phone out of her pocket, she discovered that it had been damaged during her earlier encounter with the ruffians. With a grimace, she pressed a few buttons, only to find that the phone was beyond repair. What a day it had been. Nevertheless, the thought of reuniting with an old friend brought a smile to her heart. She removed the SIM card and placed it in her pocket, then quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast at Wen Heshuan's home, the man drove and inquired about her residence. As Lin Zhiyu walked in through the door, she noticed several maids huddled together, wiping away tears. Surprised and puzzled, she asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Chapter 92. Why aren't you answering the phone? "Miss Lin, are you alright?" The maids surrounded Lin Zhiyu in concern. After stepping out for a brief moment, she had no idea that chaos had erupted outside throughout the night. Her relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the terrified expression captured on the surveillance footage. Ignoring her calls and not returning home all night, where had she been wandering? The worries and regrets from the previous night transformed into an uncontrollable fury at that moment. Duan, observing her laughing with the maids, felt a surge of anger rising within him. What was wrong with her? Confused, she instinctively stood up just as the man raised his hand and struck towards her. Gasps echoed from the butler and the maids. Suddenly, Luo Qingchao rushed in, exclaiming, "Dushan, what are you doing? Isn't it better that Miss Lin is unharmed?" She was startled, yet upon seeing the man's cold and grim expression, she fell silent in fear. What was happening? Remembering the events of the previous night, Lin Zhiyu felt a surge of anger brewing within her. The pleasant mood she had experienced upon meeting Wen Heshuan dissipated entirely. Unsure of what had transpired, she tried to discern clues from the man's face. After the group of ruffians had been apprehended, they confessed that Lin Zhiyu had been taken away by her boyfriend. Lin Zhiyu wondered, what boyfriend? It was more likely that some gallant hero had masqueraded as her boyfriend. Chapter 93. Duan Dushan, you truly frightened me just now. However, after Lin Zhiyu got into that car, she seemed to have vanished without a trace. This only heightened the tension. Judging by her expression, it appeared she had enjoyed a rather pleasant night. She cast a glance at the man's sullen visage. His eyes were heavy and brooding. Her petite figure was reflected in his gaze, evoking a sense of fear. Lin Zhiyu edged closer to Luo Qingchao, then pressed her lips together and murmured, I am staying at a friend's house. Duan Dushan inquired coldly, what friend? A friend from the orphanage. He works as a doctor here. She continued, last night, I was harassed and he happened to pass by and took me away. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip. My phone was broken. In any case, she felt fine now, and that was sufficient.
Sigh.
Luo Qingchao sighed lightly, observing the two silent individuals, and decided to make a discreet exit before the situation grew more complicated. After saying that, she swiftly departed. Duan Dushan lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a while before softly replying, The living room was enveloped in silence. The servants brought a medical kit and handed it to Lin Zhiyu. Grasping the man's battered hand, she lowered her head and selected some disinfecting cotton to clean his wounds. Does it hurt? She glanced at him. The man leaned back against the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he merely shook his head. Since he claimed it did not hurt, Lin Zhiyu refrained from further inquiries. She silently treated his wounds, staunching the bleeding and then bandaging him. Once she had completed the task, she intended to leave the living room. However, unexpectedly, after taking a single step, she felt the man's large hand seize her wrist. Lin Zhiyu let out a small gasp as he encircled her waist with one arm, pressing her down onto the sofa. Duan Dushan's heavy form loomed over her, his palpable aura sending chills down her spine. What are you doing? She murmured in complaint, but the man had already grasped her chin and kissed her. Contrary to his dark demeanor, the kiss was remarkably gentle. He gently nibbled on her lips before deepening the kiss, as if seeking confirmation, slow yet profoundly tender. Chapter 94. Bearing a son for Duan Dushan. The man responded in a deep voice, his fingers caressing her long hair, his gaze resting upon her delicate face. His profound eyes revealed no discernible emotion, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts at that moment. Lin Zhiyu shook her head, then recalled something, and gently nodded. My knee is scraped, but it has been bandaged. It's nothing serious. Duan Dushan lowered his eyes, lifting her skirt to reveal the mottled abrasions on her fair calves. They had already scabbed over, but the most significant wound remained obscured by the bandage, making its condition unclear. His eyes darkened further, and after taking a deep breath, he stood up, cradling Lin Zhiyu as he seated himself back on the sofa, lapsing into silence. Lin Zhiyu pondered that she must have caused him concern, hesitating before saying,
I'm sorry.
I should have found a way to call you to assure you of my safety yesterday. I thought you were busy picking up a friend and wouldn't be able to attend to my situation. Duan Dushan remained silent for a moment, then tightened his embrace around her, his voice deep as he said, no need to apologize. If anything, it was he who erred more significantly. For instance, leaving her alone at a dark bus station. For instance, one should not indiscriminately rush over to question her. The one who ought to apologize is him. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to utter them. After a prolonged silence, he finally released her and said to Lin Zhiyu, You need not go to the office today. Stay home and rest. Shall I ascend to the upper floor then? Dushan nodded. Lin Zhiyu made her way upstairs alone. Although the events of the previous night had cast a psychological shadow over her, the appearance of Wen Heshuan had somewhat alleviated her fear. Deep down, she harbored few thoughts. There were countless women in this world more beautiful than she. This realization stirred a sense of jealousy within Nanji. Even more so, she envied the fact that while she was studying abroad, other women had seized the opportunity to step in. Perhaps now that her child with him was 6 years old, there was no room for anyone else to bear him a child. However, it was too late for such considerations. The child had already been born. Chapter 95. The deeply affectionate Du Shen has forgotten her. Mrs. Du appeared to possess considerable experience, stating that no man could resist the allure of lingerie. Blushing, Nanji donned the intimate apparel and then draped a trench coat over it, concealing the alluring sight beneath. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. He opened the office door, only to find Nanji absent. As he contemplated calling her, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the lounge. Startled, he paused and moved towards the lounge, opening the door to find a snow-white figure crashing into his embrace. Du Shen, you have finally arrived. Nanji's fair arms encircled his neck, planting kisses along his neck, her body clad only in lingerie pressing against him. She attempted to draw him closer, throwing herself into his arms. After all, she had always been beautiful. Unbeknownst to her, he harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness. Instinctively, he pushed her away.
Ah!
The cry that escaped her lips was genuine and filled with despair. Nanji fell to the ground. Incredulity etched on her face as she gazed at the man in the doorway, whose expression was more dismal than hers. Put on your clothes and come out. In the confined space of the lounge, Nanji felt a mix of resentment and humiliation, covering her face as tears streamed down. You clearly dote on me. You clearly love me. How can you treat me this way? Did you not promise me happiness? Was that all a lie? He replied calmly, I do not remember. Sorrowfully, Nanji concealed her face, tears flowing incessantly. He did not love this woman, feeling nothing in his heart. However, since they were engaged, he bore a responsibility. These past few years had been relatively peaceful, yet he never anticipated that today she would act so irrationally in his office. Was this place merely a playground for her? Such behavior was utterly thoughtless. Chapter 96. Having once possessed a perfect girlfriend, how could he ever fall for an ugly duckling? That figure appeared somewhat familiar, causing a slight tightening in her chest. The other party did not notice her, running past with her face covered, sobbing. Lin Zhiyu caught a glimpse and recognized her profile. Nanji. That beautiful face, Lin Zhiyu would never forget in her lifetime. She could still recall the overwhelming sense of inadequacy she felt upon first encountering Nanji. How could one possibly fall for an ugly duckling after having experienced such a flawless girlfriend? A flicker of anxiety spread through her heart. Nanji had arrived. Would Duan preemptively terminate their contract? And as for her, Lin Zhiyu gently caressed her still and silent abdomen, her heart swelling with agitation. There had been no news about Yeye's marrow, and her own belly was proving to be a disappointment, showing no signs of pregnancy whatsoever. Lin Zhiyu paused, bewildered. What was happening? Well, I'm not quite sure, but I suspect it's due to a quarrel with his fiancée. The assistant patted her shoulder before turning to leave. The tone of her voice was no different from usual. Lin Zhiyu walked over in silence, organizing the documents neatly. Just as she straightened up, her movements faltered. The collar of the man's white shirt bore faint traces of red lipstick, lingering close to his elongated neck, ambiguous and subtle. The man inclined his head slightly, as if in agreement. Lin Zhiyu exhaled, and upon entering the lounge, she was met with a strong scent of women's perfume. Chapter 97. Having one woman at home and another outside is only natural. She had, after all, attempted to establish her own identity. It was somewhat nauseating. Regardless of their actions, they were engaged, and thus had a legitimate relationship. And to put it nicely, she was a lover. To put it bluntly, she was merely the mistress. Nanji's arrival laid bare the most unbearable aspects of her situation. Lin Zhiyu opened the window and inhaled deeply the clean air outside, attempting to suppress the surge of negativity within her. There was no need to overthink, she reminded herself. Nothing was more important than Yeye. As long as it could save his life, she was willing to endure any sacrifice. In the evening, as she finished work, Lin Zhiyu received a message from Xuan. Do you have any free time this weekend? Let us go out for a drink. Lin Zhiyu recalled how hurriedly she had left that day, and how she hadn't had the chance to express her gratitude the following day, so she promptly replied, Sure, I'm free. He responded with a cat emoji. Then let us meet this weekend, see you. Xuan's message lightened Lin Zhiyu's mood, which had been overshadowed by Nanji's arrival. His presence finally provided her with a moment to breathe. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. The petite woman remained oblivious to his gaze. Engrossed at her phone, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she chatted with someone. She snuggled under her blanket, blinking at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? It was likely a call from Nanji, Lin Zhiyu surmised. Leaving so late was probably a sign that he would be spending the night with Nanji. Perhaps for affluent men, having one woman at home and another outside was only natural. A slight twist of her stomach made it difficult for Lin Zhiyu to shake off the feeling of nausea. Nonetheless, she softly said, drive safely on your way. Duan fastened the buttons of his shirt, gazing at Lin Zhiyu, who was swathed in a gray silk quilt, her smooth shoulders and collarbone exposed. She had just bathed, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, her long hair tousled by his fingers, and a kiss mark lingering on her delicate collarbone. Both alluring and demure, she incited an irresistible urge to cherish her fervently. Chapter 98. He delivered a resounding slap. Duanshan's Adam's apple bobbed as he approached, pulling her from the quilt and enveloping her in his arms, showering her with passionate kisses. After the embrace, he glanced down at Lin Zhiyu. Breathless yet obediently nestled against him, a flicker of irritation surfacing in his heart. Leaving such a compliant pet to rest while he soothed Nanji was driving him to madness. However, with his mother personally calling, he found himself compelled to comply. He cast a glance at the woman in his arms, contemplating the repercussions of his mother discovering that he had another woman in Australia. The inevitable uproar would ensue. Lin Zhiyu acknowledged him, albeit with a hint of regret. Her chances for conception dwindled with each passing moment. After all, how else could their child, Runaway, have come to be? She had arranged to meet Hechuan at a cafe, her heart tinged with anticipation after their long separation. As she engaged in conversation with Hechuan, a cacophony erupted outside. The clamor, reminiscent of a quarrel between security personnel and someone else, drew Lin Zhiyu's attention. In this affluent neighborhood, it was uncommon for anyone to mistake the address. Setting down her spoon, she ventured outside, only to encounter Nanji, clad in an exquisite white lace dress, vehemently arguing with a security guard. Their eyes met, astonishment evident in their expressions, one reflecting surprise, the other disbelief. Lin Zhiyu. Nanji's once melodious voice sharpened into an incredulous tone, her beautiful eyes widening in shock and fury as she fixated on Lin Zhiyu, clad in a silk nightgown. Witnessing the household staff treat Lin Zhiyu as the lady of the house exacerbated Nanji's ire. Wretched woman. Chapter 99. I will soon be leaving him. Miss Lin. The household maid, startled by the scene, hurried forward to shield Lin Zhiyu. Miss Lin, are you alright? Do you want me to call the police? Upon hearing this, Nanji pointed at Lin Zhiyu's face. Call the police. Get this wretched woman living in my fiancé's house out of here. Lin Zhiyu felt a sharp sting on her right cheek, the taste of iron flooding her mouth. Once the intense pain subsided, she comprehended Nanji's words. She raised her gaze calmly and remarked, Fiancé? If I recall correctly, we have yet to finalize our divorce. Nanji paused, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glared at Lin Zhiyu. Lin Zhiyu merely stated the truth. If Duan wished, he could simply visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to annul their marriage. What are you doing here? Nanji bit her lip, glaring intently at the woman across from her. Her disdain for Lin Zhiyu palpable. Nothing of value, utterly worthless. Apart from her pleasing appearance, she is essentially devoid of merit. What does she possess that can compare? In terms of beauty, she too is endowed. As for lineage, power, and intellect, in what aspect does she not surpass her? For years have elapsed. She had once believed that this woman would vanish from her life. Yet, they have rekindled their connection? Duan, has he not lost his memory? Is it possible that this vain woman has ensnared him once more for monetary gain? Nanji's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Lin Zhiyu, how much have you extorted from Duan this time?
Tell me,
and I shall repay you double. In the gaze of the crowd, Nanji's words struck Lin Zhiyu like a whip across the face. Having spoken, Lin Zhiyu turned to leave. As Nanji attempted to pursue her, she was restrained by a servant. Lin Zhiyu, came Nanji's anguished cry from behind. Lin Zhiyu paused momentarily. Please, just leave him be. I have known him for over a decade. I have loved him for over 10 years. I relinquished everything for him back then. All I ever wanted was to be with him. He may not remember me now, but he will eventually. What have I done to deserve your contempt? I love him. You must let him go. Her choked sobs gradually faded from Lin Zhiyu's consciousness. The echoes of Nanji's cries lingered in her ears. She slowly cradled her head, burying her face in her knees, taking a gentle breath. I will soon leave him. Nanji, I have never intended to compete with you for him. Of course, I am aware that he loves you. I merely wish to hold on to my beloved for a fleeting moment before your happiness together. Is that truly a fault? Chapter 100. He will forever love you.
Duan?
When do you intend to divorce Lin Zhiyu? Whenever you wish. If she becomes pregnant, will you still leave? Nanji. I shall not allow you to suffer any further. In her mind, she recalled the moment she discovered her pregnancy, filled with anticipation to surprise her beloved. Yet, that surprise turned into terror. He simply does not remember me now, but he will inevitably recall. Indeed, Duan will eventually remember the depth of his love for Nanji. A love so profound that he once would forsake wife and child for a single word from her. Therefore, do not be so despondent. Duan belongs to you. He will forever love you. As for me, I am left with only my child. At present, I merely wish to possess him for a brief moment.
Soon enough.
I shall return him to you. Lin Zhiyu slowly closed her eyes, feeling the chill in the air with every breath she exhaled. However, she did not anticipate Nanji's appearance. She gradually sat up in bed, retrieved her phone, and sent a message to Wen Hexian. Xian, I apologize. But I encountered an unexpected incident today and cannot make it. She drifted into a hazy slumber. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Zhiyu was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps. The villa was eerily quiet. Nanji's cries had ceased. She had already. Lin Zhiyu took a gentle breath. Does it hurt? The man inquired with a deep voice. After a brief slumber, her injured cheek seemed to throb even more. Lin Zhiyu nodded softly, eliciting a frown of discontent from him. He pressed his lips together and stepped outside to summon a maid for the medicinal supplies. Nanji's strikes were indeed severe. Half of her face was swollen, with glaring imprints of fiery fingers etched upon it. A tinge of tenderness stirred within him as he embraced her, delicately applying the ointment to her reddened and swollen visage with gentle motions. "Where is Miss Nan?" Lin Zhiyu asked. At this, she refrained from further comment. Duan Dushan observed Lin Zhiyu's tranquil expression, his dark eyes deepening as he questioned. "Do you not wish to inquire further?" Lin Zhiyu replied, "That day, were you there to fetch Miss Nan?" Though the date was unspoken, they both understood which day was referenced. Duan Dushan gazed unblinkingly at her face, initially believing Lin Zhiyu to be upset. Yet her demeanor remained placid as she posed the question. Chapter 101. This woman was clearly in his embrace, yet he felt an emptiness within it. Lin Zhiyu merely nodded, pulling the blanket up, fatigue evident in her voice as she remarked, "She is your fiancée. You ought to comfort her well. If necessary, I can relocate from here." In that moment, Duan Dushan held his breath. The guilt and affection swirling within him inexplicably transformed into a surging anger due to Lin Zhiyu's few words. She was aware. He pressed his lips together, reaching out to pull her tightly from under the covers. Lin Zhiyu, delicate and petite, felt like a gentle kitten nestled in his broad embrace. Despite her presence, he felt an absence, as if she were but a fleeting shadow or a dream on the verge of vanishing. Such thoughts compelled him to hold her even tighter. Lin Zhiyu blinked in surprise. "Today, I was negligent. I will handle this matter properly. After the contract concludes, I shall grant you an additional $1,000,000. 1 million. Duan Dushan was indeed generous. He pursed his lips, gazing at Lin Zhiyu for a moment before leaning down to firmly grasp her chin and kiss her deeply. Following the kiss, both found their breaths slightly hastened. When the man beheld her injured cheek, he instinctively restrained himself. Nanji had arrived. Time was of the essence. Lin Zhiyu's body remained pliable. She opened her eyes to behold the man's features, serene and sculpted, radiating an alluring charm like a finely crafted work of art. The sun shone brightly outside, illuminating the day. She truly felt herself descending further into depravity. The man kept his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to her presence. He extended his arm, drawing her into his embrace. The incessant ringing of the phone on the bedside table persisted, ringing and ceasing, only to ring again, relentless. This unyielding persistence made it easy to deduce the caller's identity. What would transpire then? She could not concern herself with. Finally, the man opened his eyes, appearing somewhat displeased, releasing her as he rose to answer the incessantly ringing phone. Chapter 102. He desired Lin Zhiyu's heart? It seemed particularly unscrupulous. How deeply he had once loved Nanji. In the future, regret will undoubtedly linger. She embodies the malicious female antagonist in their narrative. He tossed his phone onto the bed and remarked to Lin Zhiyu, "I shall step out for a moment." Lin Zhiyu glanced at him and nodded. "All right, attend to your matters." Duan Dushan paused momentarily, unable to resist stealing another glance at her. Observing Lin Zhiyu's calm and gentle demeanor, he approached and playfully pinched her cheek. He feared that Lin Zhiyu might sulk or throw a tantrum, yet to his surprise, she remained obedient and uncomplaining, even in the face of Nanji's bullying. He had never kept a mistress before. Were all others' lovers as unassuming and uncontentious as her? He took the rare opportunity to explain to Lin Zhiyu. "On the day I was engaged to her, aside from a car accident, I awoke having forgotten many things." He had been in an accident on the day of his engagement to Nanji? Lin Zhiyu was taken aback. Wasn't that merely the day after her own incident? Was this some form of retribution? Being born into a wealthy family and entering into a commercial marriage left little room for personal choice. However, he had not yet reached that point. Furthermore, he was indeed at an age where marriage was expected. A distinguished businessman should fulfill his duties at the appropriate time. A beautiful and accomplished wife, along with 1 or 2 delightful children, was the standard for a man of his age. Such a family would instill confidence in his shareholders and clients. He held no animosity towards Nanji. If she could remain compliant, he might even find her somewhat more likable. Nonetheless, as his fiancée, he felt obliged to consider her dignity, or rather, the dignity of the Nan family. After all, he was a businessman. Lin Zhiyu nuzzled his palm and softly said, "I understand." Duan Dushan gently caressed her delicate cheek. She was indeed well-behaved. Ever since her disobedience previously, she had been consistently docile. Such compliance was both endearing and somewhat vexing. Yet, what was he truly angry about? Duan Dushan furrowed his brow. Lin Zhiyu's quiet demeanor was far preferable to Nanji's incessant noise and chaos. He preferred simplicity, and Lin Zhiyu's sweet nature should have pleased him. However, her strikingly clear black and white eyes reflected his visage, appearing to harbor no trace of him within her heart. Duan Dushan felt a slight jolt. Did he desire Lin Zhiyu to hold him in her heart? He wished for her to do so. Lin Zhiyu glanced at the used condom in the trash. Instinctively, she frowned and touched her abdomen. Was she pregnant? Chapter 103. Lin Zhiyu truly contemplated harming Duan Dushan. Was she pregnant? Yet, she exhibited no symptoms whatsoever. Perhaps she should visit the hospital again today. Duan Dushan could never suspect that following the incident with the punctured condom, she dared to employ the same trick again. The man was confident, utterly assured of her submission, oblivious to the fact that she had secretly tampered with the condom once more. Lin Zhiyu went to the gynecology hospital for a B-scan. The results arrived swiftly. She bore no signs of pregnancy, and over a month had passed. Lin Zhiyu could not help but feel a tinge of impatience. Duan Dushan appeared to be ascetic, but in the intimacy of their bed, he was anything but. In her quest for pregnancy, Lin Zhiyu believed she had made numerous sacrifices. Yet, why had she not conceived? Was it possible she was incapable of bearing a child? Doctor, my husband and I engage in conjugal relations almost daily. Why then are we unable to conceive? In the obstetrics and gynecology department, Lin Zhiyu presented herself as a newlywed yearning for a child. The gynecologist attending her gently reassured, "Miss Lin, do not be overly anxious. The journey to parenthood cannot be rushed." But how could Lin Zhiyu afford to wait? "Doctor, if we do not conceive soon, my husband may seek divorce. He has taken a mistress." The gynecologist, observing the swollen redness on Lin Zhiyu's cheek, seemed to ponder deeply, sympathy flickering in her eyes, before hesitantly inquiring, "Miss Lin, have you ever experienced any injuries to your uterus? This could be a contributing factor to your current difficulties in conceiving." Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. Injuries? Instinctively, she placed a hand upon her abdomen. Alone, she returned to the gynecology department, undergoing a comprehensive medical examination once more. The final results revealed scarring within her uterus, remnants of a past hemorrhage, which accounted for her present struggles with conception. Difficulties in conceiving did not imply impossibility. It merely indicated a significantly diminished probability. Lin Zhiyu had not previously entertained the notion of her infertility. She believed herself to be youthful, having nurtured her body for years. Confident that her uterus had long since healed. Coupled with her own determination, she was resolved to make that cold-hearted man pay for his transgressions. She sat alone on a bench by the street, hugging her knees, silently weeping. Yet if a child were to emerge from her womb, it would save Yea's life. And she would cherish that child immensely. She dared not contemplate the despair that awaited her and Yea after 6 months. Should they fail to secure the cord blood and find a matching marrow, she could only focus on the positive possibilities. "Zhiyu?" A gentle voice resonated from a distance. A black BMW halted by the roadside, followed by hurried footsteps. Lin Zhiyu, with tear-filled eyes, lifted her gaze to see Wen Hechuan emerging from the vehicle, rushing towards her. Upon witnessing his concerned expression, her heart ached, and the tears she had managed to hold back began to flow freely once more. Chapter 104. His little feather had been struggling since his departure. Perhaps she had been alone for far too long. Thus, encountering Wen Hechuan now stirred emotions reminiscent of her childhood, prompting her to shed tears uncontrollably. Upon seeing her weeping, the man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He approached her, squatting down to meet her gaze. Noticing the imprint of a hand on her cheek, his brown eyes widened in alarm as he reached out to caress her face. "Xiaoyu, who has wronged you?" Lin Zhiyu took several deep breaths before slowly regaining her composure. She shook her head and wiped her eyes with her sleeve before asking, "Xian, what brings you here?" Gentle and warm-eyed, Wen Hechuan gazed upon her swollen eyes before slowly rising to his feet. "You unexpectedly missed our appointment today. My colleague's child had a fever, so I covered for him at work for a few hours, just finishing the handover." He paused before asking, "Zhiyu, are you alright?" The tenderness in Wen Hechuan's voice caused the tears that Lin Zhiyu had just managed to suppress to overflow once more. Since turning 18, she felt as though she had been thrust into adulthood. Never once had anyone asked her, "Lin Zhiyu, are you alright?" In truth, she was not. She had fallen for someone she should not have, given birth to a child she never intended to have, and committed mistakes she deeply regretted. She had become another man's mistress, engaging in actions she abhorred. Yet, the heavens had bestowed upon her but this solitary path to tread. She had nowhere to turn. When Hechuan observed the tears cascading down her cheeks, refraining from further inquiries, merely producing a tissue and offering it to her. With her head bowed, Lin Zhiyu silently absorbed the burgeoning turmoil within her. She sensed Wen Heshuan's worried gaze upon her, but she grappled with how to convey her plight to him. Once, they had been the closest of friends, yet she pondered whether, should she reveal the entirety of her circumstances, he would still regard her with such gentle eyes. Would he come to despise her? The burdens of her unavoidable misfortunes were not something she wished for Wen Heshuan to discover. His gaze was like a gentle spring rain, soft and enveloping, yet devoid of any pressure. Wen Heshuan's clear, refreshing eyes fell upon Lin Zhiyu's delicate neck, partially revealed as she kept her head lowered. Her skin was alabaster, almost blindingly so, rendering the marks of affection upon her pale neck even more conspicuous. He forced himself to divert his eyes from those intimate traces. His Xiaoyu had fared poorly in his absence. The hardships of life were starkly evident upon her fragile frame. She appeared so petite, as if she had ceased to grow the moment he departed. The man who left marks upon her was not kind. Had he been, she would not have been left to weep in solitude outdoors. Once Lin Zhiyu had gathered her emotions, she lifted her head and smiled at Wen Heshuan. "Ah, Xian, would you accompany me for a stroll?" Wen Heshuan replied softly, "Sure." He found a parking spot, and together they walked along the sidewalk. Aocheng was a tourist city, bustling with people year-round. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets were filled with workers returning home and travelers exploring the locale. Side by side, Lin Zhiyu and Wen Heshuan ambled through the throngs of people, with a friend she had known for over a decade walking beside her. She felt a rare moment of respite. Wen Heshuan was kind-hearted and attentive, refraining from probing into her troubles, treating her as he always had. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, Lin Zhiyu thought. They watched a movie together, and by the time they emerged, it was already past 7. After confirming her messages were read, Lin Zhiyu felt at ease continuing their leisurely shopping excursion with Wen Heshuan. They shared a hot pot meal together. Both reluctant to indulge in spicy flavors, yet resolutely ordered the fiery broth. As they emerged, Lin Zhiyu and the man bore flushed noses and lips. After their meal, it was already past 9 o'clock, and Lin Zhiyu, concerned about disturbing Wen Heshuan's work the next day, decided it was time to take her leave. "Xiaoyu, please accompany me for a little while longer." The man smiled at her from a short distance. Naturally, Lin Zhiyu found it difficult to refuse his earnest request. As night fell, the colorful streetlights began to illuminate the surroundings. The two of them navigated through the bustling crowd, with Lin Zhiyu's petite frame easily swept along by the throngs of people. Wen Heshuan's strong arm rested reassuringly on her slender shoulder, guiding her as they strolled and explored. Heshuan, what a coincidence! They encountered his colleagues, both male and female, appearing to have just finished a gathering, and they approached to greet him. All eyes turned to Lin Zhiyu, when Heshuan kindly introduced her as a friend. One of the colleagues chuckled. "You skipped the departmental dinner to accompany your girlfriend for a stroll, huh?" Fearing they might misinterpret her relationship with Wen Heshuan, Lin Zhiyu hurriedly clarified, "Not a girlfriend. Just a friend." Wen Heshuan gently added, "She's a good friend I've known for over 10 years. We recently reconnected and decided to have a meal together." This explanation seemed sufficiently clear, allowing Lin Zhiyu to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon glancing back, she noticed the group of colleagues still gazing at her and Wen Heshuan with amused expressions. A few of the female colleagues teasingly elongated their words. "Oh, a good friend of over 10 years, childhood sweethearts, I see." Lin Zhiyu instinctively felt compelled to explain further, but Wen Heshuan gently pressed her shoulder, and then he said, "I still want to show her around, so let us not talk anymore." The friends giggled. Who would have thought Heshuan would forget his friends for a pretty face? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. "When will you treat us to your wedding feast?" Their banter grew increasingly absurd. Worried that Wen Heshuan might feel upset, Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but glance at him. He stood there, a resigned smile gracing his handsome features. Noticing her gaze, he reached out to tousle her hair and reassured her, "They mean no harm. Please don't be upset." Lin Zhiyu shook her head. "I'm not angry." She merely felt anxious about his potential displeasure, as her own status felt so unworthy, fearing it might tarnish Wen Heshuan's image. Not far away, at a traffic light, a black Bentley idled at the crosswalk. The man's gaze quietly settled on a group of men and women gathered nearby, their laughter ringing out. Among them was the woman who had recently texted him, claiming she was going out with friends, now standing beside another man. The streetlight's glow cast light upon her and the unfamiliar man, revealing their faces to be remarkably well-matched. Out with friends? He had assumed it was Song Qian. But to his astonishment, she was out with another benefactor, hidden from him. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, Lin Zhiyu. Chapter 106. Crossing Deep Waters. Is that Miss Lin's boyfriend? The atmosphere within the car suddenly grew heavy. An imposing man with a gentle demeanor placed his hand atop her head, gently ruffling her hair. Ahead, the green light illuminated. until the impatient honking of the car owner echoed through the air. The black Bentley slowly advanced. The sudden cacophony of horns along the roadside prompted Lin Zhiyu to instinctively glance towards the traffic light. A male colleague gently patted Wen Huaxuan's shoulder, suggesting, "Next gathering. Bring Xiaoyu along. Why keep her hidden? Let us get to know her." Wen Huaxian smiled and replied, "If there's a chance next time." After bidding farewell to his colleagues, Wen Huaxian led her towards the parking lot. His voice was warm as he said, "Xiaoyu, I apologize for their ruckus." Lowering his gaze, he looked at her kindly, smiling as he asked, "Will you be upset if others misunderstand?" Lin Zhiyu was taken aback and responded, "I won't tea. I'm more worried about you being upset." When Huaxian softly replied, "I won't be either." Lin Zhiyu did not catch his words clearly, and as Wen Huaxian tugged her gently, a speeding bicycle brushed past her. "Be careful." Throughout the walk, Wen Huaxian did not release his hold on her hand. The path to the parking lot became increasingly tranquil. Lin Zhiyu caught a whiff of the delightful aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. After scanning her surroundings, she spotted an elderly woman selling roasted sweet potatoes in the shade of a tree. Exchanging glances with Wen Huaxian, they synchronously approached the woman. "How much for the sweet potatoes, Grandma?" "5 for 1, 10 for 2. Lin Zhiyu replied, "I'll take 2, thank you." Inside the car, she divided one of the roasted sweet potatoes with Wen Huaxian, smiling as she said, "I wonder if you still like sweet potatoes." Both had endured poverty and hardship in their childhood at the orphanage, where the best treat they could indulge in during winter was the sweet potatoes they stealthily pilfered from the fields, roasted in the hearth. They shared it half and half. This was the fondest memory for orphans like them. Chapter 107. So dirty. He rolled down the car window and said to Lin Zhiyu, "If you have time next time, let us go out to watch a movie." As he watched her figure gradually fade into the sidewalk, when Huaxuan's car remained stationary. Unconsciously, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Lin Zhiyu might think that by stopping here, he would lose track of where she lived. Yet, someone of his background generally understood that those who resided here were either affluent or noble. The villas in this area were not available for rent, each costing billions, far beyond Lin Zhiyu's means. Who was the man who had left a mark on her? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a black Bentley slowly passed by his vehicle. His gaze fell upon the car, recognizing the license plate number, yet he did not dwell on it. Did the heir of the Duan family reside here as well? On vacation? The servants attending to her began to make their way towards the entrance. After taking a shower, she stood by the window in her silk nightgown, drying her hair. "What are you doing?" The man's voice was cold. "Is it dirty? Why are you bringing everything into the bedroom?" "The things I bought, how could they be dirty? They were packed perfectly. Nothing leaked out." "What does he find displeasing?" Unexpectedly, the man seized her wrist and forcefully pushed her against the bed. She opened her eyes and gazed at the man before her, brimming with hostility. Slowly realizing that something was amiss, Duanshan's gaze fell upon Lin Zhiyu, adorned in silk pajamas with her hair cascading loosely. Once he sensed the discord, everything felt profoundly wrong. This woman, while entwined with him, was also entangled with other men outside. The image of her dutifully standing beside that stranger flickered in his mind, a picture of innocence, mirroring her demeanor while lying beneath him. His rough fingertips caressed Lin Zhiyu's delicate neck, marked by the imprint he had left earlier that day. A chill crept into his eyes. Darkness loomed in his gaze as he, in the face of Lin Zhiyu's incredulous expression, tore away the soft fabric that adorned her. "How filthy," he uttered with disdain, regarding her as though she were a soiled rag. Lin Zhiyu's eyes widened, trembling slightly under the weight of the man's oppressive aura. Desperately, she tried to cover her body with the tattered cloth, unable to fathom how this once composed and mature man had suddenly succumbed to madness. Had they quarreled? And was she to bear the brunt of his fury? Exposed without any protection under the scrutiny of the man and the harsh light, Lin Zhiyu felt a surge of shame and indignation. If it were Nanji, he would never dare to treat her in such a manner. But then again, what right did she have to compare herself to Nanji? After an indeterminate amount of time, her phone, resting on the nightstand, vibrated suddenly. She glanced at it and discovered it was a call from Wen Huaxuan. Perhaps he was concerned she had not returned home safely, prompting him to reach out. She felt as insignificant as dust, yet she did not wish to lay her pride bare in front of her friend. The sound of the phone vibrating resonated sharply in the stillness of the room. Then, he abruptly extended his hand and seized the phone. Ah Xian, such an intimate nickname. Polite and refined, those 3 syllables starkly illustrated the distance that lay between them. Duanshan narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on the terror and unease reflected in the woman's gaze. A bitter laugh escaping his lips as he hurled the phone at Lin Zhiyu, commanding, "Answer it." She had shared coffee, watched a film, and enjoyed a hot pot with her friends. Duan, you will inevitably face retribution, she thought, feeling a warm glow envelop her. As if she had forgotten everything that had transpired. She should not have reconnected with Wen Heshuan. The once pristine Lin Zhiyu had long since lost her former self. If Wen Heshuan were to discover her current identity, the disdain that would surely flicker in his once kind eyes would cut her deeply. Instinctively, she grasped the phone and hid it behind her, but the call ended due to her silence. However, fearing she might have met with an accident, the phone rang again, breaking the silence. Lin Zhiyu instinctively attempted to hang up, but the phone was abruptly seized by the man. Give it back to me. She stood up, trying to wrestle it from him, only to be pressed down onto the bed by his single hand. The man loomed over her, his expression frigid as he glanced at the phone screen, a smirk playing on his lips. You seem quite concerned about him, don't you? Duan inquired coldly. Who is he? Lin Zhiyu's face paled, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. The tall man extended his hand, gently caressing the hair of the woman beside him in front of their friends. They exchanged a knowing smile, and the streetlights cast a soft glow upon them, as if they were adorned with a veil of golden dust. Quite a match, indeed. Your boyfriend? Duan mused, recognizing how well she concealed it. Despite his relentless efforts to investigate her, he had never uncovered the identity of this man. This wretched woman, sharing his bed while simultaneously entangled with another. Was he her ex-husband? The father of the child named Yaya? A surge of uncontrollable rage surged within him, an ambiguous feeling of betrayal igniting an inferno of anger. Lowering his gaze to the anxious Lin Zhiyu, he suddenly smiled at her. What do you think about me answering his call? Answer his call? Lin Zhiyu felt the chill of his gaze upon her exposed skin and suddenly comprehended his intent. Her face turned ashen as she instinctively kicked him away, attempting to flee, only to have her ankle grasped firmly by the man. He flipped her onto her back, pinning her against the soft bed. His movements were leisurely, almost methodical. Her bare back came into contact with the warmth of his smooth shirt. Duan pressed the phone before her, coldly instructing, answer it. Either you take the call, or I shall. Lin Zhiyu's vision blurred. Staring at the screen displaying the name A Xian, a wave of pain washed over her. What had this man brought into her life over the years? If only she had never married him, if only she had never borne his child. She had yet to awaken from this nightmare. Closing her eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks, drop by drop, soaking the gray bed linens. Duan observed her tears with a chilling gaze, suddenly raising his hand and forcefully hurling the phone away. Then, amidst her resistance, he dismissed her objections with ruthless indifference. That night, Lin Zhiyu wept until her tears ran dry. No matter how she struggled or cursed, the man atop her remained unmoved, a ferocious beast that consumed her whole. Eventually, she exhausted all her strength, curling up in his embrace, weeping softly. When she awoke the next day, the man had vanished from her side. Her body felt as though it had been shattered, and after lingering in bed for a moment, she sniffled and limped into the bathroom to freshen up. Like a mere shell of her former self, she sat alone in the dining room, consuming breakfast. After finishing, she glanced at the time, realizing it was time to head to work. However, upon reaching the door, she was intercepted by the security guard. Lin Zhiyu spoke with an air of indifference, expressing her desire to visit her child at the hospital. The other party remained unmoved, merely casting an apologetic glance in her direction. Miss Lin, we are merely following orders. Please do not put us in a difficult position. Lin Zhiyu slowly clenched her fists, bewildered by her own ignorance of any wrongdoing. Why was Du Xin confining her in this manner? Yet, her requests were met with refusal. Du Xin ignored her calls, barred her from leaving, and prohibited her from seeing Yaya. She felt imprisoned, akin to a caged bird, entirely unaware of what had incited his wrath. The atmosphere was tumultuous and perplexing. Not only was she unable to reach the outside world, but she couldn't even step beyond her doorstep. She yearned to see Yaya, fearing for her child's well-being and longing for her affection. Let me out. How dare he confine me? I need to call him. Release me. The affluent villa, designed for utmost privacy, had transformed into her prison. Regardless of her desperate cries and struggles, those around her could only gaze at her with pity, ultimately preventing her from venturing outside. She had never realized how effortlessly the wealthy could punish someone. She lamented her own ignorance of her faults. Was it wrong not to answer Wen Heshuan's calls, or to resist during the discord between him and Nanji? All she wished was to secure her son's life. Yet why was it so arduous? She never desired to be in such a pitiful state. It was all her fault for clandestinely nurturing a child that was unwanted. Chapter 111. Let the contract end. I no longer wish for money. Is this the punishment bestowed upon her by fate for her disobedience? A mere orphan yearning for a home? If only she had not been so greedy, none of this would have transpired. Was she truly too avaricious? Lin Zhiyu pushed past the maid blocking her path and rushed into the kitchen, retrieving a fruit knife from the cabinet and pressing it against her wrist. Miss Lin. The maids who followed her gasped in horror. With determination, Lin Zhiyu sliced her wrist, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the white tiles. She pressed the blade against her wrist once more, slowly drawing it along, her eyes filled with fury and despair. Otherwise, I will make him a murderer. In the conference room, the secretary, having received the alarming news, hurriedly entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. The man, who had been listening to a report from an employee, furrowed his brow in annoyance. Leave. In the conference room, all mid-level and senior staff felt the tension rise. As the days had been arduous under this newly appointed CEO, who seemed to be in a foul mood. When the superior was displeased, the subordinates lived in trepidation. Meeting the man's gaze, the secretary mustered her courage to say, "She has been unreachable. She has harmed herself." Duan abruptly stood up. Lin Zhiyu was rushed to the hospital, where her wrist received over 10 stitches. By the time Duan arrived from the company, she was still in the emergency room undergoing treatment. Her hair, tousled and unkempt, cascaded over her shoulders, and in recent days, she had lost considerable weight. Her face was devoid of any color, and even her lips appeared parched. Upon seeing the man arrive, the maid who had been by her side quietly exited the emergency room. Lin Zhiyu lifted her head, casting a glance at him devoid of emotion. Duan entered without acknowledging her presence, merely inquiring of the doctor, "What is her condition now?" The female doctor glanced at him, maintaining a professional demeanor. The treatment was timely. However, the wound is rather deep and may leave a scar on her wrist. The phrase struck Duan's heart, causing a slight pang of discomfort. The doctor prescribed medication and added, "You are both young. Is there no way to converse amicably? Miss Lin, please refrain from such foolishness in the future." Lin Zhiyu lowered her head, softly responding with a faint M. Duan approached, effortlessly lifting the seated Lin Zhiyu into his arms. Indeed, she felt even lighter than before. He paused, looking down at her. Lin Zhiyu struggled to break free from his embrace, attempting to descend, but her body lacked the strength to do so. Ultimately, she ceased her struggle, her long eyelashes casting shadows as she whispered, "Let the contract end. I no longer desire money." Remaining by his side, she realized she could not save Yaya, nor could she save herself. She might perish. As long as he wished, he could indiscriminately confine her within a room indefinitely. To see him even once would require her life as payment. In this world, indeed, everything comes at a cost. Yet this time the price was too steep. She was frightened. Chapter 112, The Contract Ends. Duan paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on Lin Zhiyu's pallid face. Her 4 words silenced her completely. He carried her from the car into the vehicle, a black Bentley that gradually set off towards the villa. However, the events of that day had shattered her limits. She remained unaware of what had transpired between them, surmising that they had quarreled. Unable to vent her fury on Nanji, all her anger was unleashed upon her. This was the reality faced by a woman in a transactional relationship. What followed was an endless confinement. He was too adept at such actions. Lin Zhiyu felt fear. This was not the outcome she had desired. The arrival of the villa's male owner rendered everyone within the residence silent as the grave. After taking a few steps inside, Lin Zhiyu remarked, "We're home now.
Can we talk?"
The man turned slightly, his narrow eyes assessing her before he adjusted his tie, his tone icy. "Are you certain?" Lin Zhiyu averted her gaze, her long eyelashes downcast, her voice soft and deliberate. "I am certain. This time, consider it my breach of contract. You need not compensate me. I shall change into another outfit upstairs and depart." Her words were resolute. Duan fixed his gaze upon her, narrowing his eyes slightly, remaining silent for an extended moment. Lin Zhiyu paid no heed to his expression. She had spoken her piece, and there was little else to be said. The events of recent days rendered her unable to remain in this room for even a moment longer. With that, she ascended the stairs. To be honest, the past few months had been a loss. She had gained nothing and had expended several months in vain. Yet, she harbored ulterior motives, a fact that was, regrettably, unavoidable. Lin Zhiyu mused, akin to a dog being bitten by another dog. Suddenly, a man's arms encircled her bare waist from behind, prompting Lin Zhiyu to instinctively strike backward with her elbow. The man did not evade her, but rather, in a deep voice, inquired, "Did I ever say you could leave?" Duan remarked, "Our contract still has 4 months before it concludes. When you signed initially, did you truly comprehend the terms of the agreement?" Chapter 113, Lin Zhiyu delivered him a slap. Duan reiterated, "Our contract still has 4 months before it concludes. When you signed initially, Did you truly comprehend the terms of the agreement? Lin Zhiyu glared at him. What do you mean? Nothing significant. The man replied nonchalantly. I merely wish to remind you that even as the second party, one must adhere to the rules of the contract. Duan observed her for a moment before silently adding, I could point out, for instance, that the party violating the contract must pay a penalty for breach. A penalty for breach? Lin Zhiyu gasped momentarily. He had imprisoned her and now, should she choose to withdraw, she would be liable for a penalty? She gritted her teeth. But you have breached it as well. Duan nodded. Indeed, which is why I shall pay the penalty. Lin Zhiyu pushed him away and turned to glare fiercely. I refuse. I do not require it, she declared. She was not truly staying by his side for the sake of money. His actions now threatened her personal safety. Moreover, remaining with him did not guarantee the possibility of conceiving a child. Upon hearing her refusal, the man's handsome visage remained impassive. He coolly stated, that is acceptable. However, the prerequisite is that you must pay me 50 million as a penalty for breach. If you wish to terminate our arrangement prematurely, you must compensate me. It is clearly stipulated in black and white. Would you like me to retrieve the contract for you to review? Lin Zhiyu widened her eyes, fixating on the elite face of the man, infuriated into silence for a moment. He pointed to the terms in the contract for Lin Zhiyu to see. There it was stated that should the second party terminate the relationship without the consent of the first party, they must compensate the first party with 50 million as a penalty for breach. Lin Zhiyu was rendered speechless. How shameless! This clause had not been included in the initial version of the contract. After all, being in need of his assistance, she had carelessly glanced through it, believing it bore no difference from the first version, and had simply signed her name. You did this on purpose. Such an amount of money. I cannot possibly pay that. Had he foreseen that she would wish to end their relationship prematurely? Indeed, who would desire to remain long-term with a man as capricious as he? Lin Zhiyu felt utterly blind. In her youth, she had failed to recognize the man's true nature, which had led her to harbor feelings for him. Duan put away the contract. The second contract was drafted by his secretary, designed to protect his interests. He had merely glanced at it initially and did not believe Lin Zhiyu would wish to terminate their relationship prematurely. Yet he was too indifferent to request a reprint. To his surprise, it came into play sooner than expected. The man's tone was nonchalant. Either pay up or... Before he could finish his sentence, a loud slap resonated through the air. Lin Zhiyu had struck him. Chapter 114. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Duan's voice faltered, his head slightly tilting to the side. Even for the petite Lin Zhiyu, a slap could inflict considerable pain. The man's fair skin instantly bore the imprint of 5 fingers. He licked his cracked lips, which now bled. Remarkably, no woman had ever dared to strike him before, yet this woman had done so twice within 2 months. Lin Zhiyu trembled with rage. By what right do you think you can dictate when I leave or stay? You confine me here, preventing me from seeing my child. What have I done to deserve this madness? Her voice quivered with a blend of anger and grievance. Duan recalled the sight of her standing alongside that man, and his gaze turned icy. You may leave, but first, pay me. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Lin Zhiyu laughed in anger. Unprofitable? After keeping her for several months, he expected her to compensate him 50 million? Did he truly believe he was at a loss? Ignoring the fury in Lin Zhiyu's eyes, the man reached out, sweeping aside her long hair from her shoulder. In the midst of her wrathful glare, he spoke leisurely. You lack funds. Does that man, Xian, possess wealth? Would he hesitate to spend 50 million on you? Fuming, Lin Zhiyu raised her hand, intending to slap him again, but he seized her wrist. Standing before her, he towered, his gaze frigid. He stepped closer, causing Lin Zhiyu to instinctively retreat and fall onto the edge of the bed. He leaned down, scrutinizing her pale face, and asked softly, how much did that man offer you? Is it more than what I can provide to make you so eager to leave with him? Lin Zhiyu looked at him in disbelief. What was he babbling about? When had she secretly gotten involved with him? He grasped her chin, his tone chilling as he chuckled darkly. You truly are impressive. Even the young master of the Wen family has become your admirer. I underestimated you, Lin Zhiyu. In recent days, he had dispatched people to investigate that man's identity. The young master of the wealthy Wen family had been working in Australia for several years and had unexpectedly entangled himself with Lin Zhiyu. A wealthy man, satisfying Lin Zhiyu's proclivities and desires for companionship, yet he did not anticipate this fellow could engage with her right under his nose. When had they become involved? He narrowed his eyes, a smile almost mocking gracing his lips, his tone delicately soft yet sinister. When I was with you, you barely knew each other, did you? Tell me, if I were to inform him of our relationship, how would he react? Would he realize that his innocent girlfriend is, in fact, a mistress of a wealthy man? Lin Zhiyu gazed at the elegantly shaped lips from which such venomous words emerged. How could he perceive her relationship with Wen Hechuan in such a manner? Before she could articulate her thoughts, the man seized her lips with fervor.
His dark,
brooding presence enveloped her like a ferocious beast, stealing away her breath, and regardless of her struggles, he held her firmly beneath him. He was intimately acquainted with all her sensitive spots, and soon, Lin Zhiyu melted beneath him like spring water. The man, with an expression as frigid as ice, slowly lifted his head, gazing at the woman gasping in his embrace, and coldly chuckled. Am I not different from him? Would he treat you the way I do? Or is his touch gentler than mine? Chapter 115. Has Duan lost his mind, tormenting his woman in such a way? He grasped her chin, demanding, How many times have you slept with him behind my back? Duan was oblivious to the fact that his tone mirrored that of a jealous husband confronting infidelity. Throughout the day, she was held captive in his grasp, enduring relentless torment. She bit her lip, unwilling to utter a sound, ultimately losing consciousness, without realizing how. Already frail, after being so ruthlessly manhandled, she developed a high fever that night. When Luo Qingchao received the news and rushed over, Lin Zhiyu was already hooked up to N4. Peering into the bedroom, he beheld her pale face, flushed with fever, her wrist exposed and wrapped in bandages, a pitiful sight indeed. What calamity had befallen her? Had Duan truly gone mad, subjecting his woman to such distress? The man was clad only in a black bathrobe, his demeanor cold in the dim light, with remnants of her nails marking his wrist. Sighing, Luo Qingchao lamented his own misfortune. How many times had he come to clean up this man's mess? Duan was not one to be swayed by emotions, yet he had lost control on several occasions with Lin Zhiyu, and the delicate woman bore the brunt of his turmoil, suffering each time. Perhaps I should find you another woman? Luo Qingchao mused, sensing that these two were ill-fated. Duan cast him a sidelong glance. Who would that be? Song Qian? A fleeting shadow crossed Luo Qingchao's cheerful face. After uttering his words, Duan ceased to acknowledge him. Lin Zhiyu likely remained unaware that her friend had already fallen into Luo Qingchao's hands. However, that was of no concern to him. He would neither intervene nor speak of it. Luo Qingchao remarked, If you're upset, don't take it out on me. After a moment of silence, Duan replied, Apologies. And what of you and her? Nothing much, he retorted. I just inadvertently discovered that she has another man outside. This revelation carried significant weight. Luo Qingchao paused, contemplating. Could it be true? He prided himself on his judgment of women, and Lin Zhiyu seemed too innocent to engage in such fickleness. He stroked his chin. Are you certain? Let it not be a misunderstanding. Duan inhaled a puff of smoke, scoffing coldly. Misunderstanding? I saw her with my own eyes, embracing that man.
Certainly.
He had embellished the account somewhat. However, it was indeed true that when Hechuan had touched her head, Luo Qingchao still found it hard to believe. Convinced of his discerning eye for women, he inquired, What is that man's name? I will help you investigate. Duan coldly uttered a name, Wen Hechuan. The name Wen Hechuan was somewhat familiar to Luo Qingchao. The Wen family is a century-old lineage of medical practitioners, specializing in perplexing ailments and highly esteemed by the upper echelons of society. After all, even the wealthiest among us may fall ill, and fostering a good rapport with a physician can extend one's life. The Wen family, with its vast branches and descendants, boasts numerous eminent medical figures across the globe. Among them, Wen Hechuan stands out as a prominent member of the younger generation. Although now a pediatrician, he has also made significant contributions in the field of oncology. The Luo family, anticipating future medical needs, has taken the initiative to establish contact with him. Upon hearing this name, Luo Qingchao was momentarily taken aback. He still had Dr. Wen's number saved on his phone. Lin Zhiyu had become involved with him? A nagging sense of unease crept into his subconscious. Nevertheless, he decided to refrain from further contemplation. Duan was evidently in a foul mood, and defending Lin Zhiyu might provoke his ire. The man, whose demeanor had previously calmed, suddenly radiated a chilling aura. He extinguished his cigarette, crushing it in the ashtray, and turned towards the bedroom. Soon, the sounds of a heated argument echoed from within.
Yes.
I want to leave you. I've had enough.
Money?
I will find a way to give it to you. Let go of me. A loud crash resonated, followed by a startled gasp from a maid. Luo Qingchao's brow furrowed in concern as he proceeded toward the bedroom. Duan was clutching his forehead, blood trickling down his palm. It appeared he had been struck on the temple with a vase. Lin Zhiyu, upon witnessing the blood, seemed to regain a semblance of composure. Her frail form seated on the bed, and N4 drip attached to her hand, her face pale and drawn. Duan lowered his hand, dabbing at the blood with a tissue, his voice icy as he regarded Lin Zhiyu. Have you calmed down now? His face was marred by blood, which flowed along his sharply defined jawline, hastily wiped away with a tissue. Lin Zhiyu looked at him, mouth agape, then closed her eyes as tears cascaded from her trembling lashes. Then I shall take my leave. Luo Qingchao cleared his throat and spoke. Feeling the weight of the unsettling atmosphere, the scene was truly harrowing. The nonchalant man observed the chaotic tableau with a tinge of trepidation. His friend had been caught in a tumultuous affair, and it seemed he had bled for it. Surely, he had not become ensnared in his own web. It was wiser to continue his secretive dalliance, teasing Song Qian, for Lin Zhiyu, despite her delicate appearance, possessed a fiery temper that rivaled Song Qian's. Had he not shifted his focus, that vase might have shattered upon his own face. Coughing softly, Luo Qingchao slipped away. After the uproar, Lin Zhiyu finally appeared exhausted. She wearily gazed at the man seated on the sofa, whose wound was being tended to by the maid. Without uttering a word, she turned away, presenting her back to him.
All right, you may leave now.
As the maid concluded the disinfection of his wound and exited, the man rose to his feet. Lin Zhiyu felt the bed shift behind her. She stared into the void, her reflection in the glass window revealing her weary, pallid visage. I must go out tomorrow. Chapter 117. I fear I may truly perish at his hands. I shall depart tomorrow, and I will arrange for the driver to take you. Lin Zhiyu hesitated, assuring him that she would find a way to repay the money from the contract. Tomorrow, I must move out from here. Suddenly, she felt a tightening around her waist as someone embraced her from behind. The man rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath brushing against the side of her face. Duanchen's voice carried an icy tone. That man treats you so well? Willing to repay such a large sum for you? Lin Zhiyu remained silent, attempting to pry away the arm that restrained her waist. The man seemed intent on opposing her, not only refusing to release her, but tightening his grip even further. He sneered, before you repay me, you remain my woman. I shall do as I please. Lin Zhiyu held her breath, striving to break free from his embrace. Duanchen grew irritated by her resistance. He turned her around to face him, observing her long, thick eyelashes and her tightly pressed lips, which bore a defiant expression. Due to her fever, her lips appeared particularly dry. His gaze darkened as he grasped her chin to kiss her pallid lips. Lin Zhiyu's resistance intensified, yet her struggles were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. This kiss was not one of affection but rather of punishment and possession. Duanchen indulged himself, transforming her pale lips into a crimson hue before delicately caressing her flushed lips with his cool fingertips, his voice laced with a mocking smile. As I stated, until you repay me, you are still my woman. I shall do as I please. You would do well to obey or else for the next 4 months. I shall ensure you remain in bed without respite. Lin Zhiyu's petite body stiffened, and she finally quieted. The man did not pursue further actions, simply pulling her small frame closer and patting her back, urging her to sleep. Lin Zhiyu believed she would find no rest in this man's embrace. However, after months of acquaintance, she had grown too familiar with his essence. Exhausted, her body succumbed to slumber the moment she relaxed. As he sensed her once tense body gradually soften, the man slowly opened his eyes. In the hazy moonlight, he beheld the woman's fragrant, flowing hair and her fair profile. Lin Zhiyu, a true daughter of the Jiangnan water towns, possessed a delicate frame and a gentle appearance. Throughout their time together, she had indeed shown little temper. Had it not been for today, he might never have realized the formidable strength that could erupt from her petite form. His gaze deepened. To reach him, she even dared to use a knife on her wrist. Not at all obedient. Very well. She presently found herself at a loss as to how to face that man with a pleasant demeanor. Outside, the sun rose, casting a bright light on the splendid day. Lin Zhiyu lay in bed, gathering her strength before slowly rising to wash up in the bathroom. It seemed her fever had subsided. The mirror reflected a pale, lifeless face. Weary and pitiful, that man showed no concern for her well-being whatsoever. Chapter 118. Xian, please refrain from contacting me in the future. Over these past few months, it seems I have suffered a loss without gain. Not only did I fail to conceive, but I also found myself burdened with a debt of 50 million, without any financial return. Knock, knock, knock. A voice resonated from outside the door. Miss Lin? It was the voice of her caretaker. Lin Zhiyu emerged from the washroom, responding. I'm here. The maid opened the door and informed her, Miss Lin, driver Lao Yang is waiting for you downstairs. He is taking you to the children's hospital for a meal. Lin Zhiyu paused momentarily, pondering the implications. What was this? A slap followed by a sweet date? Nevertheless, this offer was one she had little reason to decline. She silently descended the stairs, partook of a modest bowl of congee, and then set off for the children's hospital. Mommy, Why haven't you visited me for several days? Upon seeing Lin Zhiyu, the little girl, Yaya, who had just finished breakfast with the aid of a caregiver, bounced over and enveloped her in a hug. Lin Zhiyu had applied a touch of light makeup and donned long sleeves to conceal the scars on her wrists. She bent down, lifted Yaya, and affectionately kissed her cherubic face, saying, "Mommy has been under the weather these past few days and was afraid of bringing germs to you. Mommy is sick?" Yaya raised her delicate face, worry etched across her features as she cradled Lin Zhiyu's face, inspecting it from every angle. It was evident that Lin Zhiyu appeared considerably haggard. She immediately attempted to wriggle free from Lin Zhiyu's embrace. "Mommy is unwell and should rest properly. Yaya will take good care of herself." Taking Yaya's hand, Lin Zhiyu led her to the bedside, gently patting the little girl's head and reassuring her. "Mommy's cold has already improved, but Mommy still looks very pale." Lin Zhiyu touched her own lightly made-up face. In an effort to appear vibrant, she had even applied blush. Yet, her current frail state rendered even makeup ineffective, as Yaya had noticed her condition instantly. To her surprise, upon arrival, she found herself being urged to leave by the child. Lin Zhiyu sipped some water. "Shall Mommy stay a little longer to chat with Yaya?" Yaya shook her head vigorously. "Mommy is sick and should be resting in bed." The child's thoughtful words warmed Lin Zhiyu's troubled heart, which had been burdened for days. She cradled Yaya once more. "Let Mommy stay with you for another half hour." After half an hour, Lin Zhiyu reluctantly exited the ward, bidding farewell to Yaya. The little girl was equally reluctant to part ways, yet she could sense Lin Zhiyu's frail condition. In weighing her own desires against her mother's health, she evidently chose to prioritize Lin Zhiyu's well-being. "Mommy should come back to see Yaya once she is better," she sweetly suggested. Lin Zhiyu felt the weight of her exhaustion. Playing with the child required energy. After meeting Yaya, a significant burden lifted from her heart. Alone, she descended the stairs, registered for a consultation, intending to reapply treatment to her wrist. While in line for registration, a man's voice called out from behind, "Aren't you Xian's girlfriend?" Lin Zhiyu turned to find a doctor in a white coat, his face adorned with a warm smile as he looked at her. Due to her previous encounter with friends of Wan Heshuan, all dressed in casual attire, Lin Zhiyu failed to recognize him at first glance. "You wouldn't recognize me dressed like this, would you?" The other party, amiable and cheerful, beckoned her closer. "What's wrong? Are you in a hurry? Running a fever?" "I have some time now, let me take a look." Instinctively, Lin Zhiyu concealed her wrist behind her back, not wishing for Wan Heshuan's friends to discover the scars adorning her skin. How embarrassing! Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly heard the other person call out behind her, "Heshuan, come over here and see who this is." Wan Heshuan? What was he doing here? Lin Zhiyu was taken aback, instinctively following the direction of the other person's gaze, and indeed, among the group of interns, she spotted Wan Heshuan clad in a white coat. How could Wan Heshuan be at Yaya's hospital? Her mind racing in confusion, she sought a place to hide. But the affable male doctor had already bounded over to Wan Heshuan, beaming as he gestured towards her. The warm gaze of the man landed on her, leaving Lin Zhiyu with nowhere to retreat. She watched helplessly as Wan Heshuan conversed with the intern beside him before making his way toward her. If he were to inquire about that day, she truly wouldn't know how to explain. As Wan Heshuan approached her, clad in his white coat, Lin Zhiyu's expression stiffened, and she greeted him awkwardly. "Hi." What a coincidence. Wan Heshuan's brown eyes softened as they met hers, and he smiled. "I'm here for an exchange at this hospital today." "What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Are you unwell?" Lin Zhiyu felt a wave of guilt wash over her, stirred by his gentle gaze. She would inevitably have to entangle herself with him for 4 more months. Yet by the end of these months, she and Yaya were uncertain if they would still be alive. Regardless, it was best if she severed contact with Wan Heshuan. She feared she would drag him down with her. Looking at the man before her, Lin Zhiyu bit her lip and quietly said, "Heshuan, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Observing the pallor of her face, which the makeup could not conceal, Wan Heshuan's gaze shifted slightly, and he smiled. "Sure. I just finished my exchange. What do you wish to discuss here?" Lin Zhiyu pointed towards a corner. "Shall we go over there?" It was a secluded spot, devoid of people, perfect for a farewell. Wan Heshuan nodded and accompanied Lin Zhiyu to that corner. "Xiuyu, what's the matter?" he inquired softly, once they had settled. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, lifted her gaze to meet his, and mustered the courage to say, "Heshuan, please don't contact me anymore. We should avoid seeing each other." Chapter 119. She was no longer the young girl who could hide behind Wan Heshuan. He paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, responding gently, "What's wrong? Has something happened, Xiuyu?" Lin Zhiyu replied earnestly, "I am in debt, a significant amount, and the creditor is seeking me. I cannot involve you in this. Therefore, it is best if we do not meet until I have repaid my debts. Upon finishing her words, Lin Zhiyu sensed a faint smile from Wen Hexuan, who then gently inquired, Zhiyu, how much do you owe? If there is any way I can assist, I would be glad to help you repay it. Lin Zhiyu was taken aback, not expecting such a response from him. Gazing at his warm smile, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Wen Hexuan was indeed a wonderful person, unchanged over the years. She couldn't bear to burden him. They had both been orphans since childhood, and he had finally managed to carve out a good life for himself. How could she allow him to incur expenses on her behalf? Her life was already a chaotic mess, and she could not involve another person in her turmoil. Lowering her gaze, she shook her head and softly replied, It's an insurmountable amount that you cannot cover. Moreover, I do not wish for you to help me repay it. How can you say that without me knowing how much it is? Wen Hexuan reached out, grasping her wrist gently. No matter the sum, I can repay it for you. His voice faltered slightly as he spoke. Lin Zhiyu's face reflected pain. She had not anticipated that his instinctive grip would be on her injured hand. It was too late to halt him. He lifted her wrist, pulling back her sleeve to reveal the bandaged injury, now exposed to his gaze. His voice, usually so soothing, took on a serious tone, leaving Lin Zhiyu feeling anxious, as if she were a child caught in wrongdoing. Biting her lip, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to elucidate her situation to Wen Hexuan. Xian, was it your boyfriend who did this? He asked. Boyfriend? Lin Zhiyu instinctively shook her head. No, it's not that. It was my doing, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Zhiyu. Wen Hexuan furrowed his brow, concern outweighing his anger as he regarded the trembling Lin Zhiyu before him. He gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering, Do not be anxious. I will not harm you. If you do not wish to speak, then I shall ask nothing further. The cool scent of antiseptic mingled with his warm tone, causing Lin Zhiyu's eyes to mist over. Her heart constricted. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to confide everything, to hide behind Wen Hexuan like she used to as a child. However, she was no longer that little girl who could seek refuge behind him. She had grown up and must take responsibility for her own life. With reddened eyes, she whispered, Xian, I am truly fine. After a moment of silence, Wen Hexuan did not respond but gradually released her, standing before her with lowered eyes. He scrutinized her for a while before letting out a gentle sigh. Let us first tend to your injury. You came today to change your dressing, did you not? Yes, she replied. Wen Hexuan contacted a friend and borrowed an office. If Xiaoyu is willing to confide in me, I would brave any challenge for her. Lin Zhiyu sat before him, watching as his long, fair fingers delicately began to unwrap the bandages from her wrist. The exposed wound made her uneasy. She did not wish for him to see her in such a vulnerable state, so altered from her former self. Wen Hexuan, as he had just mentioned, did not inquire further. He silently applied the medicine to her wounds and then rebandaged them with a clean wrap. Gently stroking the newly wrapped bandage, he softly inquired, Does it hurt? Lin Zhiyu inhaled deeply and smiled. It's bearable. Wen Hexuan raised his gaze to meet hers and said softly, When you were little, you would cry even if you stumbled. Now, you seem unaware of the pain when injured. Lin Zhiyu paused, biting her lip, and lowered her head before him. His gentle hand brushed her hair, and with a soft sigh, he continued, I called you twice that night, but when I couldn't reach you, I was genuinely worried. Feeling guilty, Lin Zhiyu lifted her gaze. Xian, Wen Hexuan looked at her with tenderness, asking, Is there something I truly cannot assist you with? If you wish to confide in me, I would brave any challenge. Lin Zhiyu's stomach tightened. This was her greatest fear. He had finally left the orphanage, securing a respectable job, and she did not wish for him to incur any loss because of her. Xian, I don't need it. She shook her head. I will manage my affairs, do not worry. Was her notion of managing her affairs merely to exclude him from her life, never to see him again? The warmth of his voice, if not for the unwavering tone, would have made her believe he was reproaching her. Taking a breath, Lin Zhiyu raised her eyes to him, rubbing her own eyes. I want to cut ties with you. Once I've resolved my issues, I will. Wen Hexuan's hand gently touched her cheek, his palm radiating warmth. Lin Zhiyu felt her tears poised at the base of her lashes, ready to fall with the slightest blink. In the future, if you find yourself hurt, come to me, all right? He murmured, I do not wish to see you alone, healing in solitude. Lin Zhiyu nodded. I will ensure I do not get hurt again. The man smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. That is good. Wen Hexuan then stood up, saying, Shall I escort you? Lin Zhiyu shook her head. No need. Someone is picking me up. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Very well, I shall not accompany you then. With a sigh of relief, Lin Zhiyu bid farewell to Wen Hexuan and hurriedly left the doctor's office, her head bowed. Oh, dear. Why did they let you go so quickly? I even intentionally stepped aside to create a shared moment for you two. As her colleague's voice trailed off, she noticed the man's expression had darkened. The gentle visage he typically presented was now shadowed, as if foretelling a storm about to break. Chapter 121. He came to find her personally. Hechuan stood by the window, watching as Lin Zhiyu entered a black Bentley. His gaze lingered for a few seconds, committing the vehicle's license plate to memory. Perhaps the encounter with Hechuan at the hospital had relaxed her. She slept soundly until the afternoon. Being young, her recovery was swift, and when she awoke, the fever had completely subsided. On her bedside lay the latest model of a smartphone, and as Lin Zhiyu sat up, she hesitated. Had someone been here? She reached for her phone, discovering it was already powered on, and the contacts reflected her own card. She ended the call abruptly, addressing the phone. What is it? This question was directed at Lin Zhiyu, who glanced at him and pushed the phone away, saying, How much? I'll repay you later. I'll compensate for the damage to your phone. The previous phone was also purchased by you, so it cannot be deemed as having been broken by her. Duan stood before her, gazing down with a penetrating look. Do you insist on delineating our boundaries so clearly? Lin Zhiyu replied, I believe it is better for us to maintain some clarity between us. He had manipulated the contract, imposing an additional 50 million in debt upon her. She feared that by continuing to rely on him, she would ultimately be stripped bare of everything. The man remained silent, scrutinizing her from above for a moment. While Lin Zhiyu contemplated whether to retrieve her old clothes from Song Qian's shared apartment, her chin was suddenly grasped by the man, who leaned down and kissed her gently on the lips. 1 kiss equals 10,000. All right, you've had your fun. Now leave. I have work to do. He waved her off dismissively, ushering her out of the study. Logging into her WeChat account, she noticed a person who had added her several days prior. The account bore the image of a plush cat. He had sent multiple requests inquiring, Are you alright? After some deliberation, Lin Zhiyu chose not to accept Hechuan's WeChat request. Exiting the app, she also blocked his phone number. After completing these actions, she exhaled softly. Once everything settled, she would face him with dignity. At this moment, Lin Zhiyu felt incapable of lifting her head in front of Hechuan, unsure of how to confront him. Duan had not anticipated this. He had not sought out the man named Duan. Rather, one had come to him. In the brightly lit conference room, a man dressed in a white shirt stood up from the sofa upon seeing him enter and nodded slightly in greeting. Duan's gaze casually assessed the other man. Previously, from a distance, he had merely noted that this fellow was quite tall. Now, at close range, he found him to possess an unremarkable appearance, neither offensive nor particularly striking. The youngest scion of the Wen family bore a face that women found appealing, fair and refined, reminiscent of a gentle spring rain, devoid of aggression. You are aware she has a 4-year-old son? Hechuan spoke with polite formality. I apologize for my unannounced visit. I hope you can forgive the intrusion. Duan scoffed lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. Are you attempting to defend a woman? The Duan and Wen families had little to do with one another, and he had no personal connection with one aside from Lin Zhiyu. He could not fathom what business this man had with him. Hechuan, however, was forthright, nodding and stating, Xiaoyu owes you money. I am here to repay her debt. Duan's expression darkened instantly. It was unexpected that this young master from the Wen family harbored such sentiments. Did Lin Zhiyu intend for Hechuan to repay him? It seemed she had indeed found a fool to back her up, which emboldened her to confront him. In that moment, Duan's mood soured significantly. Despite having long suspected that this woman was playing both sides, witnessing her lover confront him directly stirred an impulse within him to drive the man away. Duan, with a smile that barely concealed his disdain, remarked, Did you inform your father that you spent 50 million on a woman? Hechuan stood up, retrieving a check from his pocket and placing it on the desk. 50 million, you say? Fill it out. I shall go fetch her shortly. He then licked his back teeth. In his life, he had only ever handed out checks. This was the first time he had received one. The sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Is this how the Wen family conducts business, spending 50 million to acquire a woman? Hechuan cast a calm glance at him and stated, Xiuyu is priceless. Duan scoffed derisively. Your priceless treasure was in my bed last night. She hardly seems worth that much. His belittling words caused the man's pupils to narrow momentarily. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The disdain with which this man spoke of Lin Zhiyu suggested that she led a rather humble existence in his presence. He recalled the scars on Lin Zhiyu's wrist and the evident weariness that she could not hide when standing before him. He did not wish to see her forcing a smile for him. If 50 million could restore her smile, it would be worth it. He was no longer the impoverished youth of a decade ago. He could now provide a life of happiness for the woman he cherished. Having reunited with Lin Zhiyu, he vowed not to let her endure any more hardships. Duanshan's previously confident demeanor gradually faded. He could sense that the man before him spoke with earnest intent. Accepting that check would mean Lin Zhiyu would be taken from his villa to reside with the other man, perhaps even sharing a bed at night. Engaging in all that he had done to her. Chapter 123. Do not humiliate Xiaoyu any further. Duanshan's words caught Wen Heshuan off guard. He was unaware that Lin Zhiyu hid this from her lover, fearing that the young master of the Wen family would scorn her. Concealing the satisfaction in his eyes, he replied, by your expression, it seems you do not even understand what kind of woman she is, yet you come to rescue her. Let me be frank, that woman is not only divorced, but has a 4-year-old son. I do not know what she has told you, but your family would likely disapprove of you spending such a sum on this girlfriend. To be honest, his words were quite shameless. As expected, upon hearing them, a flicker of anger rose in Wen Heshuan's eyes. The man's voice grew deeper. Do not humiliate Xiaoyu any further. Yet, this anger was directed at him. Duanshan was taken aback. As Wen Heshuan listened to the sanctimonious man critique Lin Zhiyu, he recalled her forced smiles in his presence. The way she had secretly wept on the street, and how she had gone alone to the hospital to treat her wounded wrist. A trace of pain appeared in Wen Heshuan's gentle eyes. Had his Xiaoyu fallen for this heartless man? After hearing about Lin Zhiyu's past, this man not only did not disdain her, but seemed to care for her even more. Is it not customary for a man to be consumed by rage upon discovering that his beloved has been unfaithful, perhaps even secretly married with children? Why, then, does he appear so resigned to his fate, seemingly unperturbed? Instead, he directs his ire toward himself. It is perplexing. Duan lowered his gaze to the check in his hand, stifling the urge to tear it to shreds, finding himself unable to maintain his composure. He addressed Wen Heshuan with a measure of finality. I believe it is impossible for you to take her from my villa today. Wen Heshuan stood momentarily stunned, disbelief evident in his expression. Before being escorted away, he managed to ask, if you do not cherish her, why not allow her to be with me? Duan replied, his face devoid of emotion, because I have yet to tire of the game. Does that answer satisfy you? Wen Heshuan, irritated, lit a cigarette and withdrew to the solitude of his office, contemplating the situation. He contacted the security at the villa, instructing them to bolster their numbers. He cursed under his breath, fearing that the man might storm into his home to reclaim what he perceived as his. Chapter 124. The anxiety begins. The thought of changing residences flickered through Duan's mind. After finishing his cigarette, he gradually regained his composure. He envisioned Lin Zhiyu's tear-streaked face as she silently wept to protect Wen Heshuan, juxtaposed with the image of the man barging in, brandishing a check for 50 million. A sardonic smile crept across Duan's face. These two truly shared a profound love. What was he, then? A wretched interloper? Under the warm orange glow of the lamp, he was immersed in work when she entered, prompting him to ask coldly, what do you want? Lin Zhiyu, clad in loose sleepwear with damp hair cascading from her recent wash, brought a subtle, fragrant sweetness into the room.
Duan's jaw tightened slightly.
Unaware of his reaction, she stated, I've rested well. I can accompany you to the company tomorrow. She was pragmatic, since she could neither provoke nor evade the situation. She aimed to acquire as much knowledge as possible in the next 4 months. Duan closed the file before him, his tone frosty as he replied, you have been absent for too long. You are no longer employed. Lin Zhiyu paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. Fired? But aren't you the boss? Keeping me at the company is merely a matter of a word from you. Observing the man's silence, she could no longer contain herself and continued. You go out with Nanji every day and I say nothing. Yet, when I go out to see a film with a friend, you create unfounded tales about our relationship. If there were anything untoward between us, would I be able to conceal it from you? You could investigate. So why be so juvenile? Duan's expression remained impassive. Had Lin Zhiyu claimed that her relationship with Wen Heshuan was merely a misunderstanding, he might have entertained the notion. However, with Wen Heshuan's bold declaration of intentions earlier that day, he could no longer indulge such naivety. If they were just friends, then what did that make his nightly encounters with her? Mere flings? Duan fixed her with a piercing gaze. Are you still concerned about my outings with Nanji? Lin Zhiyu fell silent for a moment, then, with a bitter smile, replied, I dare not. Who am I to interfere with you?
Duan nodded slightly,
acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, she was not worthy of comparing herself to Nanji. Lin Zhiyu gazed at him for a while, then slowly exhaled a breath. This breath seemed to suppress something entirely within her. Even her gaze upon him lost all warmth. After speaking, she disregarded him further, lowering her eyes and departing. Duan watched her slender silhouette, gradually tightening his grip on the pen in his hand. It was only when Lin Zhiyu's figure vanished from his sight that he, filled with suppressed anger, hurled the pen onto the floor. The sharp sound echoed. Duan stared at the ink stain for a moment, his chest rising and falling slightly. Troubled by the memory of Lin Zhiyu's final glance at him. This woman, had the audacity to regard him with such cold indifference. And he, indeed, was beginning to feel flustered. Chapter 125. But you must promise me never to meet that man again. It was unclear how much time had passed when she felt a weight settle behind her. Lin Zhiyu kept her eyes closed, pretending not to hear. But you must promise me never to meet that man again. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. She opened her eyes, filled with complex emotions, and turned to face the man who held her in his embrace. In the night's dimness, his chiseled features concealed his emotions, leaving Lin Zhiyu unable to discern his expression. I have no real connection to him. You are overthinking it. However, since he had chosen to let the past be, he would not linger on it any further. His dark eyes rested on the delicate features of her face, his tone unhurried. I shall not hold this against you again. But should I see you with him once more? He gently caressed Lin Zhiyu's cheek, his voice softening. I will spare you, but not him. Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together, ultimately remaining silent. I had no intention of continuing contact with him. With her eyes lowered and a cold demeanor, she responded, all right. This simple affirmation seemed to please the man beside her, who chuckled softly and leaned down to kiss her, and Lin Zhiyu felt the desire emanating from him. She made an effort to adjust her demeanor to meet the weight of his body pressing down upon her. He handed her a document, instructing her to present it to the executives during the upcoming meeting. It was not unusual for a secretary to deliver a business report in place of the boss. However, it was Lin Zhiyu's first time undertaking such a task, and the pressure weighed heavily upon her. She held the document, flipping through its pages repeatedly, trembling with anxiety. Observing her evident nervousness, Duan called her over and pinched her cheek. If you are truly afraid, just imagine everyone in the room as potatoes. What is there to fear when reporting to potatoes? Lin Zhiyu swatted his hand away, exasperated. How can people be likened to potatoes? Besides, aren't you nervous? Duan chuckled lightly. What do I have to be nervous about? What if I embarrass you on stage? Chapter 126. An inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. The man smiled gently, his tone warm. I believe in your abilities. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, while she was meticulous about life, she maintained a relaxed attitude towards work. Indeed, the afternoon meeting was led by Lin Zhiyu. Before stepping onto the stage, Lin Zhiyu gazed at the room filled with impeccably dressed executives, fervently reminding herself, they are all mere potatoes. They are all mere potatoes. This self-encouragement served as a magical elixir, calming her wildly racing heart. As she ascended the stage and activated the PowerPoint presentation, she began to articulate the forthcoming quarter's metrics fluently to the assembly of potatoes. Lin Zhiyu's spoken English was impeccable, her command of professional terminology effortless, and she navigated the executives' inquiries with remarkable ease. After more than 2 hours of reporting, she descended from the stage. A secretary waiting off to the side pulled her aside, expressing envy. Zhiyu, your spoken English is so authentic. Have you studied abroad? You've certainly brought honor to our boss. The secretaries accompanying the VPs couldn't hold a candle to your presentation. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Zhiyu's lips. The satisfaction derived from her professional success was immeasurable by monetary standards. Today, having left work early, she found the man in the office had already shed his suit, donning a white shirt, stretching languidly. Upon seeing her enter with a smile, he beckoned her over, playfully pinching her cheek. Look at how pleased you are. From now on, you shall lead the meetings. Lin Zhiyu feigned a stern expression. Such an endeavor would require additional compensation. You little money grubber, he teased with a hint of affection. To be fair, Lin Zhiyu's exceptional oratory skills today had indeed surprised him. If nurtured properly, she might evolve into a capable assistant in due time. Alas. Buzzing. A message from Nanji filled his phone with a playful tone. Dushan, today is my birthday. Could you accompany me for a stroll? Dushan replied with calm composure. Didn't you just celebrate your birthday last month? Nanji responded. Last month was my lunar birthday. Today is my solar one. He looked up to see Lin Zhiyu. Her expression serene, retrieving her bag from the lounge and adjusting her attire, embodying a leisurely demeanor as she prepared to leave work. His gaze darkened slightly. Something about her calmness stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Chapter 127. This must be the feeling of having completely given up on someone. Lin Zhiyu glanced at him, perplexed by his sudden cold demeanor, but her spirits remained high, so she chose not to dwell on it. Dushan nodded. If it gets dark, call old Yang to come fetch you. Their mutual wariness lingered since the last incident where she nearly faced an unwanted advance. Lin Zhiyu responded affirmatively. All right. I shall take my leave now. Nanji, listening to their conversation through the phone, waited until Lin Zhiyu's footsteps faded away before cheerfully exclaiming, "Dushin, I'm right downstairs. Come and get me." As Lin Zhiyu exited, she spotted Nanji standing a short distance away, adorned in a delicate green princess dress, holding a black umbrella. She looked stunning, her makeup flawless, her long hair meticulously styled into elegant curls, and standing under the sunlight, she truly resembled a princess. Employees passing by couldn't help but glance at her. Lin Zhiyu, in contrast, surveyed her own attire, a pair of worn denim jeans and a white t-shirt. Her makeup, after a long day at work, had dulled. She felt like the ugly duckling serving tea beside the princess. A faint smile graced her lips as the once agonizing feelings faded away. In the past, she would feel a sense of inferiority due to the disparity in their identities and temperaments, but now all her emotions had settled. She no longer felt sorrow for not measuring up to Nanji. This must be the sensation of completely letting go of someone. Lin Zhiyu exchanged a glance with Nanji, offered her a faint smile, and turned to leave. Nanji stood still, watching the slender figure board the bus and depart. Her lips pursed in reluctant discontent. While she looked down upon Lin Zhiyu, she could not deny that Lin Zhiyu's face and figure were indeed appealing to men. Curvaceous yet slender, her petite face was adorned with exquisite features, embodying an alluring innocence that was irresistible to men. Such a harmonious proportion of features was something that even cosmetic surgery could not replicate. That vixen. She had stolen her man back then, and now she was trying to take him again. Even as Lin Zhiyu's silhouette vanished with the bus, Nanji remained indignant. Today, Lin Zhiyu finished work early and decided to buy a small cake for Yaya. She took the bus to a nearby bakery and carefully selected several cartoonishly adorable cakes with exquisite packaging. "Hello, that will be 180 yuan, the cashier informed her. After completing the transaction, Lin Zhiyu carried the cake box and walked cheerfully towards the children's ward. As she reached the doorway, she called out, "Yaya, mommy's here." No sooner had she spoken than she heard a conversation within. "Director Wen, this child has chronic leukemia. Currently, the pathological condition is stable, and the likelihood of it becoming acute is low. However, we have yet to find a suitable bone marrow donor, and the future remains uncertain." Chapter 128. When Hechuan became Yaya's attending physician. Lin Zhiyu listened to the conversation, feeling somewhat perplexed. Upon entering, she was met with a pair of warm, gentle eyes. A young man in a white coat was surrounded by a group of doctors and interns, who unmistakably displayed their admiration for him. The original attending physician for Yaya approached Lin Zhiyu with a bright smile. "Yaya's mother, today Director Wen is on rounds. From now on, Yaya's treatment will be entrusted to him." Lin Zhiyu gazed into the man's brown eyes, her complexion paling, and the smile on her face abruptly stiffened. When Hechuan discreetly closed the folder and addressed the doctors and interns beside him, saying, "You may step out for a moment. I need to speak with the family." The group filed out, leaving the ward to them. Lin Zhiyu silently entered, placed the cake on Yaya's bedside table, and caressed the child's small face. "Did you miss Mommy, Yaya?" Upon seeing her, Yaya's beautiful eyes lit up, and she reached out to wrap her arms around Lin Zhiyu's neck, snuggling into her embrace several times. A nearby nurse chuckled, "This child talks about you every day. There isn't a single day she doesn't miss you." Lin Zhiyu smiled back, took out the cake, allowed Yaya to choose her favorite, and handed it to the nurse to feed her. She then placed the remaining 2 small cakes in the refrigerator to chill. After completing all of this, she finally found the courage to face another person in the ward. The young man in a white coat, as gentle as jade and possessing an elegant demeanor, regarded her with eyes that mirrored the warmth she remembered. Yet at this moment, Lin Zhiyu felt as though all her courage to confront him had vanished. When Hechuan had discovered her child, would he inquire about the identity of the child's father? Or did he already know? To expose the most disgraceful past and present before the one person she least wished to confront was an unbearable thought. Lin Zhiyu's fingertips trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the nurse. "I need to speak with Director Wen." When Hechuan seemed to perceive the pallor of her face and, with a composed demeanor, suggested, "Let us go to my office first." Lin Zhiyu nodded and followed him to his office. The treatment accorded to Wen Hechuan was commendable. This once empty office had been furnished with a computer and cabinets, and a director's plaque hung outside the door. Upon closing the door, the man chuckled with a hint of helplessness. "Zhiyu, are you startled? The hospital director holds me in high regard and has hired me at a generous salary. I never anticipated such a coincidence." Standing before him, Lin Zhiyu felt somewhat disoriented. She certainly believed that when Hechuan had fortuitously become Yaya's attending physician. However, the sheer coincidence was hard to fathom. She could hardly imagine the expression on that capricious man's face upon discovering this matter. Moreover, the revelation of Yaya to Wen Hechuan stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. akin to a child who, having erred before indulgent parents, feels a twinge of guilt despite knowing they would not blame her. Chapter 129. His cherished treasure. Bullied by a wicked man. Under the gentle gaze of the man, Lin Zhiyu felt somewhat at a loss. Ah Xian, I'm sorry. Unable to restrain herself, she lowered her head, reminiscent of how she behaved in his presence whenever she had erred in her youth. When Hechuan appeared slightly taken aback, then approached and tenderly ruffled her hair, smiling softly. What are you apologizing for? I should be the one feeling remorseful. Xiaoyu has a child, and I was completely unaware. When Hechuan poured her a glass of warm water and encouraged her to sit on the sofa, then began to sift through the thick stack of pathology reports on the table. The prognosis for Lin Zhiyu was not optimistic. The child had a frail constitution, prone to colds, which could easily precipitate inflammation and exacerbate his leukemia. The most challenging aspect was his rare blood type, which further diminished the already minuscule chances of finding a compatible bone marrow match. Negative blood, often referred to as panda blood, made the quest for matching bone marrow akin to scaling a precipice. After perusing the reports for a while, when Hechuan's expression grew increasingly grave, he lifted his gaze to Lin Zhiyu, who sat a short distance away, her demeanor somewhat reserved and bewildered, and quietly inquired, has the child's father come to match the bone marrow? He did not ask who the child's father was, which evoked a sense of gratitude in Lin Zhiyu. Closing the report, when Hechuan looked at her and sighed softly, currently, this is the treatment plan for leukemia. Lin Zhiyu understood the situation, yet hearing it uttered from when Hechuan's lips sent a chill through her heart. After a moment of silence, when Hechuan inquired, have you considered umbilical cord blood? Lin Zhiyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she remained silent. His voice was calm and professional, offering the same advice as her attending physician. If you were to have another child with him, we could collect umbilical cord blood stem cells for bone marrow matching in 4 months. Lin Zhiyu lowered her eyelashes and softly replied, the child's father does not want him. This sentence rendered when Hechuan silent for a few seconds. His fingers, resting on the table, clenched silently, a wave of anger towards the unseen man swelling within him. His cherished treasure was being mistreated by a wicked man. If only he had found her sooner. Lin Zhiyu rubbed her eyes and looked up, offering a helpless smile to Wen Hechuan. Ah Xian, I'm sorry for turning my life into such a mess. I didn't dare tell you about the child. She hesitated to share the turmoil she was experiencing with someone as kind as Wen Hechuan, fearing it would cause him distress. It was her choices that had led to this. Why should she burden others with her pain? When Hechuan observed Lin Zhiyu's reddened eyelashes and her forced smile, unable to contain himself any longer, he stood up from the table, stepped forward, and gently enveloped her frail figure in his embrace. Why should someone so small endorse so much? Chapter 130. He did not wish to pressure her. He longed to shield her beneath his wings, ensuring she would never again smile at him with tear-stained eyes. When Hechuan's embrace was tight, his warm presence causing the tears Lin Zhiyu had been suppressing to finally overflow. She buried her face in his chest, clinging to his waist, and sobbed uncontrollably. Ah Xian, I can't save him. He's so small, yet I cannot save him. I should never have brought him into this world. I am not a good mother. I haven't given him a single day of happiness. He is so obedient, so well-behaved. Why must he suffer from this illness? I truly wish it were I who were afflicted instead. Lin Zhiyu's heart-wrenching cries caused the man's eyes to redden as well. He gently stroked her hair, soothingly urging, it will be all right, Xiuyu. We will surely find a suitable bone marrow match. Under his gentle voice, Lin Zhiyu's emotions gradually stabilized. She buried her face in Wen Hechuan's embrace, feeling her tears and nose smudge his white coat. She lifted her head, her voice muffled and her long eyelashes glistening with moisture, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Action.
I've stained your clothes. When Hechuan, witnessing her guilty expression, felt his heart soften. He handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. Lin Zhiyu bowed her head, silently blowing her nose. Once she composed herself, the man offered her a glass of water and asked, are you feeling better? She nodded shyly. I'm sorry for showing you such a spectacle. When Hechuan sighed softly, I truly wish Xiuyu could cry and laugh freely in front of me, without pretense. He then grasped her wrist, which was wrapped in bandages, and asked, did you tend to your wounds today? Lin Zhiyu shook her head. The man responded with a sound and fetched the tools to reapply the medication. The wound on her wrist had already formed a scab. Wen Hechuan gently remarked, it's time to remove the stitches today. It may hurt a little, so bear with it. Lin Zhiyu nodded. I'm not afraid of pain. The man gazed at her intently, then deftly snipped away the sutures with surgical scissors. His long fingers moved with grace, and watching his technique was akin to witnessing a form of art. After he had redressed her wound, Wen Hechuan advised, remember to change the dressing daily. This will prevent scarring. If you're unable to do it yourself, come to me. Lin Zhiyu sniffed and nodded. No matter what obstacles arise. One must never take their health lightly, understood? Ultimately, Lin Zhiyu chose not to elaborate. Observing the obedient woman, when Hechuan's gaze softened with affection as he softly said, Zhiyu, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Your elder brother Xian has saved some money over the years and can ensure your comfort. Lin Zhiyu looked up in confusion, her eyes meeting his warm, gentle gaze, which reflected her face with depth. In the end, when Hechuan said nothing more, he merely caressed her hair and said, Go now. Yaya must be missing you. Lin Zhiyu acknowledged him and left the office. He did not wish to pressure her. However, he could not stand by idly and, unable to resist, used his connections to transfer to this hospital.
Chapter 131, Duan.
Will it upset you that I spend your money so freely? She approached, extending her hand to snatch the phone from the man, playfully asking, Duan, what are you looking at? Is your fiancé not as attractive as your phone? The man's expression darkened instantly. He extended his hand, his voice cold and firm. Give it back. She apologized. Duan, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I was just teasing you. Duan's hand was tucked into his pocket. If it pleases you, then that is sufficient. To a man like him, money was the least significant trait, the least consequential matter. Spending to secure her peace was a worthwhile transaction. He glanced at his phone again. It was past 9. And Lin Zhiyu had yet to message him to say she was safe. Was she still with the child? Yet, he could not pinpoint what was troubling him. There's a saying that reveals a man's concern for you. Observe whether he is willing to spend on you. From this perspective, she and Lin Zhiyu were in a league of their own. Duan, I'm making plans today. A delightful new cake shop just opened. Will you accompany me to buy some? Duan's gaze remained fixed on the illuminated screen, seemingly oblivious to her words. Nanji bit her lip, recognizing that the man's mind was elsewhere tonight. The fleeting joy from purchasing jewelry had now plummeted to despair. Women are like this. Once they receive money, they become greedy, desiring affection in addition. The man's dark gaze settled on her face, and Nanji distinctly sensed a hint of impatience emanating from his eyes. In an instant, she felt as though she had plunged into an ice cellar, tears cascading from her eyes. Duan, if you dislike my presence, it would be better if you simply told me, rather than forcing yourself to accompany me. Duan inhaled deeply, suppressing the impatience lacing his voice, and furrowed his brow as he quietly implored, Nanji, could you refrain from behaving in such a manner in public? It would be one thing to celebrate 2 birthdays in a month, but weeping uncontrollably in public was testing the limits of his patience. Duan had intended to take responsibility for her, despite the absence of any lingering feelings. Having lost his memory, he had also lost the affection he once held for his fiancée. He had thought that nurturing their relationship might suffice, only to realize that it was utterly futile. This woman was far too melodramatic. Had he truly been attracted to such a type in the past? With that thought, she covered her face and ran off in tears. Duan watched her retreating figure, bewildered by his own transformation. Xiaoji, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Auntie, I can't take this anymore, Ji choked out. Duan, doesn't he love me? He wants to even comfort me.
How could that be?
He has merely lost his memory. Once he regains it, everything will be fine. Regain his memory? It's been 4 long years. He seems perfectly fine now and shows no intention of recovering his memories. Auntie, I'm not scolding you. I just can't endure it any longer. Nanji realized her tone had been excessive and softened her voice, apologizing. I'm sorry, Annie. I was overwhelmed today because I saw Lin Zhiyu. She shifted the blame onto Lin Zhiyu. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Du paused, her tone shifting. Lin Zhiyu? Ultimately, she had not truly considered Lin Zhiyu a threat. A fair competition, perhaps? Chapter 132, is Uncle Wenmom's boyfriend? At this thought, a wave of unprecedented anxiety surged within Nanji. Lin Zhiyu had been accompanying Yaya in painting until the late hours. During this time, Hechuan, who had already finished work, changed into casual attire and joined them. A caregiver, having cut some honeydew melon in the kitchen, brought it out to offer to Hechuan. Having seen the way Hechuan looked at Lin Zhiyu, she could tell that the man held an interest in her. With his handsome appearance and status as a doctor, he was quite a match for Lin Zhiyu, who, in this instance, was arguably aiming high. However, having cared for the mother and child for several months, she understood the hardships they faced and naturally wished for a man to look after Lin Zhiyu and her son properly. Thank you. When Hechuan received the honeydew, his voice warm and refined, exuding charm. The caregiver, increasingly pleased with him, smiled broadly as she offered the fruit platter to Lin Zhiyu. Yaya was engrossed in painting the night sky, his little face smeared with black watercolor. Lin Zhiyu offered him a piece of honeydew on a toothpick, and the little one happily devoured it, looking up at her with sparkling eyes and a smile. Lin Zhiyu's heart melted entirely. Mommy. Ye beckoned her with his tiny hand. When Lin Zhiyu leaned down, he wrapped his arms around her neck and whispered in her ear, "Is Uncle Wen Mommy's boyfriend?" Lin Zhiyu was taken aback, unable to help but feel both amused and exasperated by the child's whimsical notions. She pinched Ye's little cheek, replying, "Uncle Wen is just a friend of Mommy's. Furthermore, does he comprehend the meaning of a boyfriend?" "Oh," Ye blinked her large eyes, casting a somewhat disappointed glance at Wen Hshuan. He licked his lips and leaned closer to Lin Zhiyu's ear, saying, "But he resembles my father quite a bit." If Lin Zhiyu had been drinking water at that moment, she would undoubtedly have sprayed it all over her son's face. "Dad, whenever I see handsome men, I always think of you. Moreover, your biological father has met you once, and yet you failed to recognize him." Lin Zhiyu shook her head, urging, "Stop daydreaming. Hurry and sleep." Ye nestled into her blanket, revealing her delicate little face, and cheerfully addressed the smiling Wen Hshuan. "Goodbye, Uncle Wen." Wen Hshuan nodded and gently replied, "Good night."
Yeah. Good night.
Lin Zhiyu and Wen Hshuan walked along the quiet corridor. Beside her, the man clad in a brown sweater resembled a blooming cereus in the spring, exuding warmth and elegance. In Wen Hshuan's presence, she always felt at ease and secure. Lin Zhiyu shyly remarked, "Ah Xian, children often speak without a filter. Please don't take it to heart." Ye's innocent voice rang clear, though she believed she had spoken softly. Wen Hshuan undoubtedly heard her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Zhiyu thought she was unworthy of someone of his stature, feeling it almost defiled his noble identity. "Xiaoyu." The man halted in front of her, his voice gently calling her name. Lin Zhiyu looked up into his brown eyes. He softly said, "If I were to express my joy." Just then, a ringing mobile phone interrupted the words he had yet to utter. "I apologize." Her expression changed as she averted her gaze from Wen Hshuan and stepped aside to answer the call, lowering her voice to inquire what was amiss. The man, noticing her deliberately hushed tone, felt a twinge of annoyance. "What are you doing? Are you sneaking around in the hospital? Your voice is so low." "Lin Zhiyu, why did you call?" "I've already finished work." Lin Zhiyu found his inquiry perplexing. Hadn't he gone on a date with Nanji? Typically, their outings extended into the late hours, so why was he so early today, even bothering to check on how long she lingered at the hospital? Lin Zhiyu retorted, "This is my personal time. I can stay at the hospital as long as I wish." Duan replied coolly, "Look outside." Instinctively, Lin Zhiyu glanced out the window of the inpatient department. A car's headlights shone directly at her, blindingly bright. Duan continued, "You have 10 minutes. If you're not here by then, you needn't come to work tomorrow." Damn it, that man is infuriating, Lin Zhiyu thought, taking a deep breath to suppress her urge to curse, before abruptly hanging up the phone. Wen Hshuan chuckled softly. "Shall I drive you?" Lin Zhiyu shook her head, "No. Someone is coming to pick me up." Observing the gentle smile on his face, she hesitated and couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, Ah Xian." She had many unspoken concerns that needed explanation, but he never inquired. His understanding nature only deepened her feelings of guilt. "What are you apologizing for?" When Hshuan reached out to ruffle her hair gently, saying softly, "Go ahead. Don't keep them waiting." Lin Zhiyu lifted her head and gazed deeply at him, then bit her lower lip, hurriedly grabbing her bag and departing. She left behind the gentle Xian, who had stayed at the hospital to accompany her long after his work hours, filling her heart with guilt. "Lin Zhiyu, you truly are despicable. You do not deserve his kindness. Once everything concludes, I shall reveal all to him. Whatever disdain or distance he may show, I will accept it. This is the consequence of my own actions." Breathless, she rushed to the entrance of the illuminated Bentley just as she was about to open the door. It swung open from within, and a hand pulled her inside. The familiar scent of the man enveloped her, and Lin Zhiyu was forcefully pressed against the passenger seat. Her chin held firmly as she surrendered to his passionate kiss. His tongue danced between her lips, intertwining their breaths. Already breathless from her haste, the intensity of his kiss nearly rendered her faint. Once the kiss ended, Lin Zhiyu leaned back against the seat, clutching her chest, struggling for breath. Meanwhile, the man sat composed in the driver's seat, impeccably dressed in an elegant suit, exuding an air of refined sophistication. The scent of Lin Zhiyu dissipated his irritation regarding Nanji, and he appeared to be in good spirits. "Lin Zhiyu, damn you," he muttered. Duan. Chapter 133. Sleeping Apart. In the distance, the children's ward still glowed with light. The gentleman with a gentle demeanor stood still, his gaze fixed on the black Bentley. Upon witnessing Lin Zhiyu being pulled into the car, a fleeting pain crossed his warm eyes. "My little feather, how can I assist you?" He had pursued a career in medicine to save lives, yet now he realized he couldn't even save the child of the one he cherished most. His fingers, resting on the windowsill, slowly clenched into a fist. She discreetly opened the window to let the evening breeze disperse the heavy fragrance in the air. Duan glanced at her, observing her delicate face pale under the wind, and spoke slowly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Sometimes, she would spend the night outside. She thought that their relationship was steadfast. Could it be that they had quarreled again? The thought of their discord made Lin Zhiyu a bit wary. As the man drove, he replied nonchalantly, I'm tired of it. Tired of it? Lin Zhiyu looked at him in confusion. Duan offered no further explanation. In fact, he was indeed somewhat weary. After all, he was to marry Nanji next year. He wished to cultivate their relationship, but now contemplated calling off the engagement. The socialite, a well-bred canary, beautiful and precious, certainly made a fine companion, yet he found her utterly tedious. He was devoid of even the energy to feign interest today. He was certain he felt no spark for that beautiful woman. Affection could not be nurtured. It was intrinsic. The evening breeze caressed her long hair. Her fair complexion brightened by the wind, rendering her enchanting and alluring. It was hard to imagine that at their first meeting, he had merely desired to possess her. If only I had never married, or perhaps if I had no children. To wed a woman devoid of interest is far less appealing than to unite with one who stirs my heart. She braves the cold wind, which indeed nips at the air, yet stubbornly refuses to close the window, unwilling to inhale the scent of another's perfume. Lin Zhiyu shot him a glare, warning him not to curse her. Duan pulled her inside, chiding as they walked. Is that a curse? What if you catch a cold and transmit it to me? How much work will I miss if I take a day off? Can you compensate for that? Lin Zhiyu retorted, then we shall sleep in separate beds tonight. Duan replied, that is not an option. Chapter 134. She suspected this insufferable man was indulging in a playful whim. The two bickered as they entered the house, and the servants, witnessing their seemingly harmonious exchange, smiled and approached to assist them in changing into comfortable attire and slippers, inquiring if they desired a late-night snack. Duan, having accompanied Nanji on a shopping excursion and consumed little throughout the day, felt famished. He pondered momentarily before requesting Lin Zhiyu, could you prepare a bowl of noodles for me? Lin Zhiyu hesitated, firmly declining, I shall be taking a shower and going to bed. Duan insisted. But I am hungry. Lin Zhiyu regarded him with suspicion, suspecting that this insufferable man was merely feigning. Since she had already been led to the kitchen, she found little merit in refusing him any further. She rolled up her sleeves and tied her long hair back, preparing to wash the vegetables. Just as she was about to begin, she noticed him leaning against the doorframe, chuckling softly. What are you laughing at? She inquired. Oh, nothing. I just find you embodying the image of a virtuous wife, he replied. Lin Zhiyu was no stranger to cooking for him. Her movements were swift and efficient. Within 10 minutes, a steaming bowl of beef noodles emerged from the stove, and she served herself a small portion as well. The two of them, with bowls of steaming noodles in hand, sat in the dining room, savoring their meal on an early autumn evening. The servant brought them some pickled vegetables. Duan ate quickly and silently, exhibiting a refined upbringing. He observed Lin Zhiyu sipping her soup delicately, her petite nose reddening from the steam, her tongue cautiously probing the broth, as if afraid of burning herself, reminiscent of a cat. He couldn't help but chuckle, finding that sharing a bowl of noodles with Lin Zhiyu was far more enjoyable than accompanying Nanji on a shopping spree. The following day, Lin Zhiyu predictably caught a cold. Feeling guilty, she refrained from speaking up as she watched the man take her temperature, relieved to find no fever. He granted her a 3-day respite from work, instructing her to rest at home and avoid unnecessary outings. Lin Zhiyu indeed had nowhere to go. Suddenly, a text message arrived on her phone. It was from Song Qian. Xiaoyu, are you free now? Could you come out for a bit to keep me company? Reading the message, an uneasy feeling surged within Lin Zhiyu. The address provided by Song Qian was a wetland park in Aocheng. What could Song Qian possibly be doing at the park during work hours? Lin Zhiyu, her expression flustered, hurriedly hailed a taxi to the destination. From a distance, she spotted Song Qian, dressed in professional attire, slender and petite, hugging her knees while seated on a bench in the park. It is early autumn, and the park is carpeted with fallen leaves. Song Qian, who has always been brimming with hope for the future, now wears a face marked by the traces of dried tears. She is unaware of how long she has sat there, with delicate yellow leaves drifting onto her shoulders. Chapter 135. Shernyan has strayed. She appears as though her very soul has been lost. Qian. Lin Zhiyu hurriedly approaches her, concern etched on her face. What's wrong? Has something happened at work? Upon seeing Lin Zhiyu, Song Qian's vacant eyes fill anew with tears, as if she has finally found her anchor. She collapses into Lin Zhiyu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Zhiyu holds her tightly, feeling Song Qian's tears dampen her clothing. After weeping for about 10 minutes, Song Qian finally manages to stabilize her emotions. Lin Zhiyu crouches beside her, scrutinizing her pale face with worry. Qian, is there something wrong at work? Do you need money? I can help you. Lin Zhiyu understands the arduous nature of Song Qian's job. Long hours at the design firm are commonplace. Song Qian has worked tirelessly for the sake of her future with Shernyan, enduring hardship yet finding happiness in it. Listening to Lin Zhiyu's concerned tone, Song Qian shakes her head through tears. She lifts her long lashes and whispers, Xiaoyu, Shernyan has cheated. The words echo in Lin Zhiyu's mind. And the image of that day, Shernyan's birthday, alongside an unfamiliar woman, floods her thoughts. She recalls the name Nana saved in his phone. Is it her? Is she the one? Yet, he had promised her he would never betray Song Qian. Lin Zhiyu's small fists clench tightly. In a moment of fury, she grasps Song Qian's wrist and declares, Let us go to his company and confront him. But Song Qian shakes her head, remaining seated, her face buried in her hands. No, Xiaoyu, we cannot go. Why not? Lin Zhiyu retorts, anger rising within her.
He is cheated.
Shouldn't he be made to face the consequences? With a bitter smile, Song Qian weakly replies. His affair is with his female superior. How could we possibly compel her to dismiss him? If we create a scene, we would only humiliate ourselves. Lin Zhiyu pauses, taken aback by this revelation. Words escape her, leaving her heart heavy with despair. Song Qian and Shernyan have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together and striving from a small city to a big one. Yet, within less than 6 months he has strayed. Is it the nature of men to abandon their childhood companions upon reaching greater heights? Seeing the tear-streaked face of Song Qian, Lin Zhiyu feels a tightening in her chest. A mix of anger and helplessness. Song Qian hides her face, tears streaming through her fingers. She has sacrificed so much for Shernyan, yet his betrayal has shattered everything she held dear. To prevent Luo Qingchao from seeking revenge against Shernyan, she has endured torment, believing that once Shernyan established himself in the company, her suffering would come to an end. Little did she expect that today, as she stepped out to deliver documents for her superior due to a malfunctioning printer, she would witness Shernyan on a date with a stylishly dressed woman. The woman exuded an air of exquisite nobility, her attire both resplendent and striking. Each piece she adorned was beyond the means of her monthly salary. The man beside her, who appeared somewhat aloof and haughty, was exceedingly attentive, not only carrying her bag but also holding her hand. The woman uttered something, prompting him to lower his head and bestow a gentle kiss upon her cheek, seeking to bring her joy. Chapter 136, Scoundrel. Sitting on the bus, Song Qian's heart shattered. The man for whom she had sacrificed everything had not only betrayed her, but had also forsaken their shared past. Had it not been for him, she would never have attracted the attention of the devilish Luo Qingchao, nor would she have endured his torment until now. Yet, the man she cherished most brazenly walked the streets hand in hand with another woman, arranging clandestine meetings. The pain was excruciating. In that moment, Song Qian contemplated leaping from the vehicle, overwhelmed by despair to the point of wishing for her own demise. She had left her parents behind and ventured to ouching for work, utterly alone, with only Lin Zhiyu as her solitary friend. On a bench, Lin Zhiyu enveloped Song Qian's trembling form, allowing her to find solace in her embrace. Lin Zhiyu, having once endured the anguish of betrayal by a beloved man herself, understood the heart-wrenching pain that could linger for a lifetime. Yet, she could only attribute it to self-inflicted suffering for loving the wrong man. However, Song Qian had been deceived. Recalling the day of her birthday, when that man had vowed never to let her down, Lin Zhiyu felt a surge of indignation, almost wishing to stab him in the heart. If she had only warned Song Qian back then, perhaps her despair would not have reached such depths. With a gentle tone, Lin Zhiyu remarked that she was out with friends. Out with friends? The man, having experienced a prior ordeal, was clearly skeptical. Have your friends speak to me. Lin Zhiyu retorted, You're insane. Behind her, Song Qian's voice, slightly hoarse, emerged. Xiuyu, did a colleague of yours call? Are you heading to work? Lin Zhiyu felt as if she were speaking like a character from a drama. She responded affirmatively and concluded the call. After soothing Song Qian to sleep, Lin Zhiyu settled in the living room for a moment of respite. She pinched the bridge of her nose, still troubled by Song Qian's situation. Feeling a weight in her chest, regret washed over her. She should have spoken up for Song Qian. Buzzing. The phone in Song Qian's bag rang. Fearing she might miss an important work call, Lin Zhiyu hastily retrieved it. The screen displayed a call from Shernyan. The scoundrel was calling. Lin Zhiyu stared at the screen, neither declining nor answering. She waited until he eventually hung up. After about 10 seconds, indeed, Shi Nian had ceased calling. Expecting another call from him, she frowned and instinctively glanced at the screen, only to find the word scoundrel flashing in the caller ID. Scoundrel? Chapter 137, The Gift. Who is the scoundrel? Lin Zhiyu felt utterly perplexed. Yet, seeing the label, she realized it had been personally designated by Song Qian. Just as she hesitated to decide whether to answer, her hand slipped, nearly dropping the phone. When she steadied herself, the answer key had already been activated. A youthful male voice emerged, tinged with a hint of annoyance. "Why did you take so long to answer?" The man paused momentarily, as if contemplating, and then lowered his voice slightly, adopting a more amiable tone. "Hello. I have business with Song Qian. I am concerned about her well-being." Naturally. Lin Zhiyu refrained from commenting on Song Qian's private affairs, yet the man's courteous demeanor appeared to diverge significantly from the derogatory label attached to him. Strangely enough, she felt an odd sense of familiarity with his voice. "Please call her again once she awakens," Lin Zhiyu concluded the conversation. She feared that Song Qian might awaken feeling famished. After preparing a meal, she took a sticky note and wrote a message for Song Qian. Qian. "I've made some food in the kitchen. If you're hungry, remember to warm it up in the microwave. I've caught a slight cold and don't want to transmit it to you, so I'll be leaving now." It was merely a mild cold, and being young, Lin Zhiyu felt relatively fine. Surrounded by servants, she went inside to take her medicine and drink warm milk. The medication took effect, and she lay down for a nap. When she awoke, the sun was setting. Upon glancing at her phone, she noticed a message from Song Qian. "Thank you, Zhiyu. The meal was delightful. I've finished every bit." Accompanying the message was a photo of the empty dishes. It was a relief to know she had eaten well. Lin Zhiyu sighed contentedly. But as she got up, she sneezed and wiped her nose with a tissue, hoping not to pass her cold onto Song Qian. She intended to take good care of herself today, so she could spend quality time with Song Qian during the upcoming 2-day holiday. Unable to resist another sneeze, she dabbed at her watery eyes, just as the bedroom door swung open. A sharply dressed man entered, glancing at her with a hint of reproach. "Running around while you're this sick? Lin Zhiyu, I think you need a lesson." Surprised, Lin Zhiyu responded. "What brings you here so early? It's barely past 4. Your office should still be in session." Duan loosened his collar, casually tossing her a small gift box while remarking, "It's rather dull to work alone."
What?
"You require company at your age just to go to work?" Lin Zhiyu silently scoffed at his words, then curiously picked up the small box, asking, "Is this for me?" "Of course," he replied. Upon opening the box, she discovered a stunningly clear bracelet adorned with transparent crystals, glimmering in the setting sun. Chapter 138. Sleeping alone is quite dull. Every girl has an affinity for sparkling items, and Lin Zhiyu was no exception, her eyes lighting up with delight as she cradled the bracelet, exclaiming, "It's beautiful." He replied nonchalantly, "I passed by a jewelry store and bought it on a whim." Her delicate wrist was pale and slender, devoid of any imperfection. Observing Lin Zhiyu's sparkling eyes and the slightly reddened tip of her nose from wiping it, Duan casually reached out to fasten the bracelet on her wrist. The translucent crystal bracelet complemented her fair skin exquisitely. "Such vanity," he remarked. Lin Zhiyu retorted, "You bought it for me, didn't you hope I would wear it?" Duan's mood was quite pleasant as he playfully pinched Lin Zhiyu's cheek, silencing her protests. He retrieved a fluffy pajamas from the cupboard and insisted she wear it, remarking on the recent drop in temperature. "Dress warmly when you go out. If you catch a cold and infect me, I will not let you off easily." As Lin Zhiyu struggled to don the pajamas, she retorted, "That's why I suggested we could sleep in separate rooms. Sharing a bed makes it so easy to pass on illnesses." Duan replied, "Sleeping alone is rather dull. Are you a baby that needs to be coaxed to sleep?" He mentioned that he was going to comfort a friend who had just suffered a breakup and would be doing so again the following day. Lin Zhiyu, aware that he had thoroughly investigated the people around her, said with lowered eyelashes, her boyfriend cheated on her, and it turns out he was unfaithful with his superior. Duan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is indeed tragic. It seems that the woman was tormented by Luo Qingchao for her boyfriend's sake. Now she has lost both love and resources. Lin Zhiyu nodded in agreement, indignantly exclaiming, "Men are truly no good."
Duan shot her a glance. "What are you looking at?"
She challenged. "Are you any better?" Duan leisurely shifted his gaze to the television. "Don't think that just because you have a cold, I won't deal with you." Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. The man, currently enjoying a candlelit dinner with a female companion, momentarily hesitated as his gaze fell upon the screen. A delicate hand painted in a rich crimson pressed against the phone, and the beautiful heiress before him playfully scolded, "Luo Xiao, we agreed that tonight is my time. With enchanting peach blossom eyes, the man took a sip of red wine and smiled gently. Of course. I never said otherwise. There's no need to be anxious. The heiress pouted, saying, Don't think I don't know that Luo Xiao is a busy man. It's hard to schedule a meal together, even once a month. It's merely work, he replied. The man was exquisite in appearance and charming in demeanor, particularly with those alluring, elongated peach blossom eyes that seemed to ensnare a woman's heart with a mere glance. Chapter 139. When did you learn to smoke? The heiress gazed at him, her heart racing. To win Luo Qingchao's favor, she had skillfully arranged a business deal between him and her father. After much effort, they were close to finalizing the contract, which was why this infuriating man finally agreed to dine with her. She was captivated by his looks and was aware he was not a good man. However, for women, the thrill of taming a bad boy is a different kind of success. She believed that with her father's business as bait, she would soon capture this handsome man. I don't think it's just work keeping you busy. It seems like Luo Xiao has too many important matters to remember, she playfully complained. It took so much coaxing just to get you to agree to this meal. Apologies, Luo Qingchao interrupted, dabbing his lips with a napkin. I need to use the restroom. Naturally, the heiress had no reason to object. She didn't believe that Luo Qingchao would stoop to such a low excuse. As she observed the man retrieve his phone and gracefully depart from her sight, she grasped her wine glass and took a sip, sending a text to her best friend. Tonight, he must fall at my feet. You are referring to Mr. Luo, right? He settled the bill half an hour ago. The wealthy heiress exclaimed in disbelief. What a scoundrel. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. He has been lured away by a wild woman. When Luo Qingchao arrived at the Imperial Hotel, Song Qian was already waiting there. Leaning against the doorframe, she donned a tailored ash-gray long coat, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. With delicate fingers, she held a cigarette, squinting into the void, her expression somewhat dazed. Upon seeing him, she nodded slightly, acknowledging his presence. You're here. In that moment, Luo Qingchao experienced a surreal sensation. It felt as though she were the one who had come to sleep with him, rather than the other way around. Today marks the first time you've taken the initiative to invite me, he remarked, producing the room key to unlock the door. Glancing down at the woman who stood a head shorter than him, a teasing smile playing on his lips. What's this? Have you developed a taste for it? Can't that boy satisfy you? Have I ever given you such pleasure? Song Qian's demeanor remained indifferent as she pushed him away slightly. Your cologne is quite unpleasant. Go take a shower. Luo Qingchao's narrow, almond-shaped eyes glimmered with intrigue as he grasped her delicate wrist, pulling her into the bathroom. Let's wash together. Warm water cascaded down from above, creating an illusion as if it were about to engulf Song Qian. Her forehead pressed against the cold wall, with the man's heated chest behind her. His firm embrace enveloped her feeble form, and he whispered, When did you learn to smoke? It amused him to discover that such a diligent student like Song Qian had taken up smoking in the real world, presenting a refreshing contrast to the pristine image of that boy. Her striking beauty set her apart from the typical good students. She ought to be captivating those rough youths who smoke and drink, engaging them in brawls, rather than blending in with the well-behaved crowd, poring over dictionaries and memorizing vocabulary. Chapter 140. Who is the person in your room? Song Qian furrowed her brow, struggling to endure the situation. She attempted to push him away, but he seized her wrist, bringing it to his lips, playfully nibbling on it. The subtle pain elicited a lingering tickle. Hey, I'm asking you, when did you start smoking? He pressed, pinning her down. Gasping for breath under his weight, Song Qian managed to stammer. The pressure at work is intense. I smoke occasionally. Luo Qingchao raised an eyebrow. Observing the woman before him, her fair skin flushed with a hint of pink from his teasing. He chose not to press further, focusing intently on her. After an indeterminate amount of time, Song Qian felt a sudden chill on her cheek. Opening her eyes, she found the man draped in a black bathrobe, holding a can of beer. Care for a drink? He inquired. Song Qian nodded and reached out to take it. Rising from the bed, she leaned against the headboard, took a sip of the beer, and under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, she was aware that every inch of her pristine skin had been marked by his explorations. She understood that he was observing her with keen interest from the edge of the bed, yet she remained unfazed. He sipped his icy beer with a stoic expression, a faint scoff escaping his lips as the man reclined languidly against the genuine leather sofa. Speak, what troubles you? Nothing much. Do you know what became of the last woman who treated me as a mere massage tool and discarded me? Song Qian cast a glance at him and replied slowly. I didn't summon you here, implying that it was he who had come of his own accord. Luo Qingchao, licking his back molars, gazed at Song Qian's impassive face, amusement mingling with irritation. He tossed the beer bottle aside and stood up again, intent on giving her a proper reprimand. However, The forthcoming encounter would not be as agreeable as the last. Just as Luo Qingchao was preparing to impose his will upon Song Qian, her phone on the bedside table began to ring. He glanced at the screen and smirked maliciously. "Oh, it's your boyfriend calling. Shall I answer it for you?" Song Qian shot him a look and tossed the phone in his direction. "You answer." Luo Qingchao, holding the phone, appeared somewhat perplexed. Song Qian took a sip of her drink, her expression indifferent. She bit her lip, thinking of that scoundrel. Setting the beer down, she answered the phone before Luo Qingchao could react. A cool voice resonated from the other end. "Qian, are you not home? I bought you your favorite fried rice cakes." Song Qian's voice carried a faint huskiness from their earlier encounter as she responded, "I'm working overtime at the company. Why didn't you call me beforehand?" Perhaps sensing the unusual tone in her voice, the caller hesitated slightly, inquiring, "Are you alone now?" At this question, Luo Qingchao couldn't help but chuckle softly from a distance. The man's voice immediately turned vigilant. "Qian, who is in your room?" "A man? It's a client. I'm working late, Xinian." "It's normal to have outsiders around," Song Qian explained. "Are you truly at the company?" Song Qian chuckled lightly. "What else would I be doing?" After a brief silence, he gently reminded her, "Remember to eat something for supper. Your stomach isn't well, skipping meals will cause you pain." "I know, Anian. I'll hang up now." Once the feminine voice faded from the phone, the bespectacled man clenched his fists, gazing at the empty office of Song Qian. A colleague had just informed him that she had taken leave today and was not at work.
Who was she with? Why was she deceiving him?
Chapter 141. She is a good woman. I am a bad woman. Who is that man smiling beside Song Qian? The mere thought of Song Qian possibly betraying him ignited a flicker of anger and disbelief within him. It was inconceivable. Song Qian could not be unfaithful. She loved him so deeply, having come to Australia to build a life together, depending solely on each other. How could she betray him? Suppressing the rising agitation, Xinian descended the elevator from Song Qian's company. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Assuming it was Song Qian, he instinctively answered, "Qian, who is your Qian? I am your Nana." A sultry voice emerged from the phone, and Xinian, feeling vexed, hung up without a second thought. If it were not for that woman incessantly entangling him, he would not have lacked the time to seek out Song Qian, nor would their affection have grown distant. His initial entanglement with Lina stemmed from her position as his immediate superior. Having finally emerged from a small county to secure a position at this prestigious top 500 national company, he yearned to carve out a future for himself and Song Qian. Lina promised him that a single night with her would secure his formal employment. He, believing himself a man who would not be at a disadvantage, consented. Little did he anticipate that she would surreptitiously capture photos to threaten him, thus binding him to her. The thought that Song Qian might betray him ignited an unquenchable fire within him. He trusted Song Qian, yet she had deceived him about her whereabouts, claiming to be at work, while the laughter echoing from her room was unmistakably that of a man. He could not delay any longer. He must confront Song Qian. Arriving at the street, he intended to hail a cab to her residence, hoping to catch her unawares. Regardless, Song Qian was due at work the next day, and he needed clarity from her. With a screech, a red sports car came to a glamorous halt before him. "Darling, are you hailing a cab? Where to?" "Let me give you a ride," came the voice from the window, revealing a beautifully made-up face. Surprised to encounter Lina here, he pursed his lips and turned to leave. "Sure Nian," Lina called out loudly, "do you believe I will send that photo to your girlfriend?"
Try taking another step.
Sure Nian's pace abruptly halted. He glared at Lina, her alluring visage now appearing utterly detestable.
"What do you want from me?"
"Because of you, my girlfriend is ignoring me. I need to find her." "Cease your harassment." Lina, playfully twirling her curls, shot him a flirtatious glance. "If she ignores you, I will pay attention to you. Don't be upset. Your girlfriend might be enjoying herself with someone else. What's the point of your anger?" Instinctively, Sure Nian retorted, "That's impossible. She is not that kind of person." Yes, she is not that kind of person. She is a good woman and I'm a bad woman, isn't that right?" Lina laughed, pulling Sure Nian into the car. "Alright, don't be angry. If you spend one more night with me, I will delete that photo. How does that sound?" Sure Nian hesitated, gazing at Lina. "Is that true?" "Of course," she replied with a beaming smile. "Have I ever deceived you? I promised you a formal position. And here you are, the only intern who has remained among dozens." Sure Nian pondered. Although this woman acted frivolously, she was indeed true to her word. Relaxing, he loosened his tie and exhaled, turning to Lina. "After tonight, I will no longer share a room with you." He had secured his position. After enduring a few more years, his salary would rise, allowing him to purchase a home in his hometown. At that point, He would marry Song Qian and bestow upon her a life of happiness. Every sacrifice made was worthwhile. It was all for Song Qian. With this thought, he clenched his fist resolutely. Lena observed the man's cultured face, which was marked by restraint, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What a fascinating man he was. Song Qian had endured a night of turmoil at the hands of Luo Qingchao. This man was akin to a rabid dog, relentlessly pursuing her without pause. Upon awakening the next day, Song Qian felt as though her waist might snap. Rising from bed, she intended to freshen up when the drowsy man reached out, encircling her waist and nuzzling against her for a few more moments of slumber. "Let go, I must go to the office," she urged. "Take a day off," he replied. "No way. Is your company so unreasonable that they won't grant you a leave?" Song Qian cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly. "The resignation process takes a month to be approved. I wish to expedite it." At her words, Luo Qingchao opened his eyes, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with a captivating light. She gently pushed him away, and the handsome man, feeling somewhat guilty, ran a hand through his hair and cleared his throat. "If it comes down to it, I'll just..." Song Qian, exasperated, seized a vase from the bedside table and hurled it at him. Luo Qingchao, startled, dodged, glancing at the trembling Song Qian, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. He diverted his gaze. "If you're pregnant, just have the baby. After all, I can afford it." Song Qian retaliated by throwing an ashtray at him, exclaiming, "Go to hell." Regret flooded her. What a wretched person she had chosen to spend time with. Who knew if he had any diseases? Feeling overwhelmed, she took a deep breath, shot Luo Qingchao a furious glance, and limped into the bathroom. The man lying on the bed stared blankly at her departing figure, bewildered. He couldn't help but glance towards the bathroom, where the sound of running water filled the air. Song Qian was showering. Could it be that she was truly pregnant? If so, what would she do?
Keep it?
No, given her temperament, she would surely terminate it. Moreover, he hadn't intended to become a father so soon. Yet, the image of Song Qian, pregnant with his child, lingered in his mind. Luo Qingchao couldn't resist lighting a cigarette. Song Qian scrubbed herself vigorously, ensuring that the scent of that man was completely washed away before turning off the tap with a pale face. It was indeed her fault. She had known Luo Qingchao was no good, yet in a moment of emotional collapse, she had chosen to be with him. However, it had only been less than 24 hours. There was still hope. Gazing at her disheveled self in the mirror, Song Qian managed a bleak smile. In chapter 143, Duan Dushan's mother disapproved of her. She could never have imagined departing from Ouching in such a manner. She had come to Ouching for Xinian, and now she was leaving for the same reason. Song Qian submitted her resignation and then arranged to meet Lin Zhiyu for a meal. Lin Zhiyu was her sole friend in Ouching, so she could only invite her for a farewell dinner. Lin Zhiyu seemed still unwell from a cold, her voice hoarse, as she quietly agreed. Dressed in a turtleneck sweater, she followed the address Song Qian had provided and arrived at the restaurant she had booked. It had only been a day since they last met, and the woman who had wept so freely the day before seemed to have collected herself. She sat there, rose to greet her, and then called the waiter to bring out the dishes. Song Qian had made a reservation at a hot pot restaurant, the entire establishment radiating warmth with the alluring scent of chili in the air. Lin Zhiyu approached, observing the expression on Song Qian's face, and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Song Qian offered a faint smile, regaining her composure. "I must have provided you with quite the spectacle yesterday." Lin Zhiyu shook her head, reassuring her, "In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. I will always come to you whenever I am available." She had few friends, and Song Qian was the most gentle woman she had ever encountered. During the tumultuous times surrounding Yea's incident, it was Song Qian who had been her steadfast support, a kindness Lin Zhiyu held dear in her heart. Song Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Lin Zhiyu, softly saying, "Xiao Yu, I must leave." Lin Zhiyu was taken aback into silence. She understood that Song Qian was quite capable, having recently secured a permanent position at her design firm. The truth was, her departure from Ouching was mainly due to Xinian being there. But why should it be so? It was he who had betrayed her, yet she was the one leaving. However, she felt she had no right to keep Song Qian from departing. After all, she too harbored secrets from her. In 4 months, she would also be leaving. Perhaps it was better this way. Rather than witnessing Song Qian's departure, it was preferable for her to bid her farewell first. "Have you considered what work you will pursue?" Lin Zhiyu quickly regained her composure and asked. Speaking of her career aspirations, Song Qian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Lin Zhiyu listened with a smile as they enjoyed their hot pot together. "In the future, I shall design clothes for Yaya," Song Qian declared. Lin Zhiyu nodded with a smile. "That sounds wonderful."
Cheers. Cheers.
Song Qian's resignation would take about a month to process, once the report was finalized. Lin Zhiyu found herself momentarily dazed by this news. Duan Dushan's mother did not favor her. Chapter 144. You indeed remain as oblivious to propriety as before. Duan Dushan's mother did not harbor affection for her. Although she would call her Xiaoyu with a smile, the warmth was absent from her eyes, which bore the marks of age. A heaviness settled in Lin Zhiyu's heart, likely due to her obligations towards her mother. The following day, she awoke groggily to the light of dawn. Lin Zhiyu texted, "Is it about time? I heard your mother has arrived?"
Yes.
"I'll be accompanying her around Ouching for the next few days. Just behave at home," came the reply. Holding her phone, Lin Zhiyu longed to ask, "Does your mother know about our relationship now?" Yet, she felt it unnecessary. But Nanji. With a sigh, Lin Zhiyu lay back in bed, feeling fatigued. She was uncertain how to face her former mother-in-law. However, she knew she could not leave just yet. Her fingers lightly rested on her flat abdomen as she lamented her own shortcomings. Why could she not be stronger? She curled up, releasing a soft sigh. Song Qian had departed. From now on, she would be all alone. Yet, she had not anticipated this would come so soon. What was supposed to be a tea gathering felt more like a trap. Following the address to the tea room, she spotted a refined woman seated there, sipping tea. "You may leave now," the woman instructed the nearby waitress. "Auntie, I have arrived." She let out a sigh and remarked on Andal, "You remain as oblivious to decorum as ever." Lin Zhiyu's movements became slightly rigid. After a prolonged moment of suppressing her emotions, she ultimately raised her head and calmly said, "Long time no see, Auntie." Chapter 145. A Billion. Before her stood a noble woman clad in a crescent-colored qipao, adorned with exquisite emeralds worth millions on her wrists and neck. Her hair, cascading like clouds, was elegantly styled into a bun, secured with a string of ancient green hairpins. Her refined features, though marked by faint lines at the corners of her eyes, still hinted at her former beauty, one that must have captivated many in her youth. Mrs. Duan sipped her tea and lazily stated, "To make a long story short, how much would it take for you to leave, Dushan?" Lin Zhiyu sat calmly before her and replied softly, "It is not a matter of money, Auntie." Mrs. Duan pushed a check inscribed with a figure towards Lin Zhiyu, saying, "Here is 10 million. Take it, and I shall pretend as if I know nothing." Lin Zhiyu gazed at the check, finding it somewhat amusing. This mother and son were indeed cut from the same cloth, both inclined to throw money at their problems. She had long understood that a girl from a humble background, having finally ensnared a wealthy man, would hardly be inclined to let go easily. For years ago, when she departed, she thought she had come to terms with everything, yet, little did she know that, after just 4 years, she would find herself entangled with him once more. Had Dushan not suffered from amnesia, he would have married Nanji long ago, leaving no room for Lin Zhiyu to play act before him now. Mrs. Duan fixed her sharp gaze upon Lin Zhiyu. "I wonder if Dushan is aware of your past with him?" Lin Zhiyu's pupils briefly narrowed. Mrs. Duan, perceiving her reaction, continued unhurriedly, "My son has lost his memory. And you think you can take advantage of that? Aren't you afraid I might reveal that you married him for his money?" Lin Zhiyu met her eyes and confidently replied, "You wouldn't dare say such things, Auntie." Mrs. Duan was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing. She sensed that Lin Zhiyu had changed significantly over the past 4 years. She was no longer as obedient and seemed to have grown greedier. A cold smile crept into Mrs. Duan's heart as she reflected on Lin Zhiyu's earlier protestations that it was not about money. In truth, what else could it be, if not for the wealth of her son? Mrs. Duan relaxed, taking a sip of her tea. "Just tell me, Lin Zhiyu, how much do you truly want? Is 10 million insufficient? 15 million? 20 million? State your figure." Lin Zhiyu replied, "I was once married to him, and nearly bore his child. When I left, I took nothing with me. Therefore, asking for 1 billion now seems entirely justifiable." Chapter 146. Unrefined and lacking decorum. Mrs. Duan nearly spat out her tea. "1 billion? Why don't you just rob a bank? Selling yourself wouldn't even fetch that amount." Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Duan's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Lin Zhiyu. Lin Zhiyu, however, remained unfazed, nonchalantly sipping her tea. Finding it unpalatable, she set it down again. "Since Auntie cannot provide such a sum, I shall take my leave." She rose to depart. "Halt!" Madame Duan's sharp reprimand rang out. Lin Zhiyu paused, turning her head to regard the furious woman. The past, spoken from the woman's lips, left Lin Zhiyu in a daze. She felt as if she were on the brink of death, while they basked in happiness. Had she erred? What had she done wrong? It was he who willingly lay with her, he who had fathered her child. Why was it all thrust upon her? As if she were the one shamelessly intruding upon his relationship with Nanji? She remained seated, captivated by Lin Zhiyu's diminutive figure, momentarily hesitant to utter a word for fear she might lash out. Madame Duan, after all these years, had never been so threatened, her entire being trembling with rage. And she broke down in tears. Lin Zhiyu, stand still. Who permitted you to speak to me in such a manner? I am your elder. You uncultured wretch. Devoid of any decorum. Lin Zhiyu exhaled, casting not a glance in her direction. She opened the private room door intending to leave, only to collide with a wall of flesh rushing towards her.
Oof.
Pain shot through her nose, and she covered her face, nearly on the verge of tears. Was it Duan Dushan who had arrived? Lin Zhiyu was taken aback, lifting her head while clutching her nose. Through the tears brought forth by the pain, she beheld the man's grim expression. Chapter 147. A son grows up and cannot be kept. An inexplicable panic surged within her. What had Duan Dushan overheard? She pressed her lips together, feeling a sudden unease. Upon further reflection, she could surmise her intentions for approaching him. Lin Zhiyu clenched her fists, her heart racing wildly. Under the penetrating gaze of the man, she began to avert her eyes, a first for her, fueled by fear and guilt. Son, you have finally arrived. This woman not only berated me but also threatened me, demanding 100 million to leave you. 100 million. This avaricious woman must not remain by your side. You must expel her immediately. Mother, Duan Dushan interrupted coldly. His tone was devoid of inflection as he inquired, who permitted you to meet her without my knowledge? Madame Duan. Duan Dushan was seething with rage.
Dushan.
What are you doing? Get rid of her. I will not allow such a woman to be near you. Duan Dushan replied, my affairs with her are none of your concern. When I wish for her to leave, I will make that clear myself. You do not need to interfere. But she seeks your wealth. Do you think she remains by your side out of love? This woman is vain and covets your riches. Duan Dushan replied, I am aware. His connection with Lin Zhiyu was indeed tethered by monetary matters. Were it not for the financial aspect, her presence would only complicate matters further. She had just claimed that she lacked decorum, yet here she was, losing all semblance of grace as she was driven to fury by her own son. Madame Duan was utterly infuriated. Not only had she failed to rid her son of Lin Zhiyu, but she herself had been ousted by him. Was this what they meant by a son growing up and not being able to keep him? Look at his judgment since his amnesia. The world had turned upside down. Chapter 148. He intends to break off the engagement with Nanji. Madame Duan's rationality unraveled in an instant, prompting her to rise and approach. Release me. I must teach that little vixen a lesson. Lin Zhiyu, with her head bowed, felt her heart racing due to lingering trepidation. The more familiar faces that appeared, the greater the chance her secrets would be revealed. She felt as if she were walking a tightrope, where one misstep could lead to her utter ruin. Not only her fate hung in the balance, but also the life of Yaya. Would Duan Dushan accept a 4-year-old boy? Would the Duan family tolerate a love child?
No. It simply could not come to that.
What was she contemplating? Her chin was gently lifted by the man, and the fear in her eyes had yet to dissipate. He gazed at her pale visage, sighed softly, and brushed his fingertip across the reddened corner of her eye. You were quite bold in front of me. Yet now you resemble a quail before my mother, reduced to tears. Lin Zhiyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she inhaled deeply and inquired, Aren't you angry? Angry about what? That you clandestinely met with my mother, or that you demanded 1 billion as a breakup fee? Lin Zhiyu fell silent for a moment before quietly replying, I was just joking with Annie. I didn't actually want that much money. Duan Dushan made a nonchalant sound, ushering her into the car, then, appearing fatigued, pinched the bridge of his nose. The next time she contacts you, disregard her. Lin Zhiyu asked, What if she seeks me out? Then call me. She responded with an O, turning her face toward the car window, her heart settling somewhat. That would suffice. While diligently working at the company, he received a message from his mother, threatening to expose Lin Zhiyu's true nature. It was evident that Nanji had informed his mother. Duan Dushan's gaze hardened slightly. He had little patience for capricious women. Marriages in affluent families were fundamentally exchanges of interests, often with spouses engaging in affairs. Moreover, he had not yet wed her. She had already begun to stir trouble, running over to create a scene and bringing his mother from Jiangcheng, directly disrupting his work progress. He was now unequivocally certain that he held no interest in such a capricious canary like Nanji. Even when his 4-month agreement with Lin Zhiyu concluded, he would not marry Nanji. He intended to annul the engagement. Chapter 149. I am Lin Zhiyu's man. Though life was calmer than he had anticipated, for some reason, she could not shake her unease. This weekend, Lin Zhiyu made an infrequent visit to Song Qian. After a week, Song Qian appeared significantly calmer. informing her that she had submitted her resignation but was still unprepared to discuss breaking up with Shen. After sharing a bit of beer and tidying up the room together, Lin Zhiyu and Song Qian slowly made their way downstairs. Just drop me off here. At the entrance of the community, Lin Zhiyu turned to glance at the woman beside her, who had noticeably slimmed down in recent days. The heartbreak has rendered Song Qian considerably pale, her pair of exquisite brows and eyes revealing a hint of weariness. Lin Zhiyu parted her lips, intending to offer further consolation, yet ultimately deemed it unnecessary. In this world, no emotion is devoid of profound pain. Only one's own resilience can pave the way forward. Song Qian managed a faint smile and nodded, stating that she would not be busy with work for the time being and that Lin Zhiyu was welcome to visit often. Lin Zhiyu acknowledged her with a nod, raised her hand in a farewell gesture, and turned to leave alone. In the aging community, the dim streetlights cast a shadowy glow, and Song Qian could not discern Lin Zhiyu's expression. However, the body language suggested a familiarity between them, likely as colleagues. Without further contemplation, Song Qian ascended the stairs. Later that night, after finishing her shower, Song Qian stood by the window drying her hair when a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. "Who is it?" she called out cautiously after switching off the hairdryer. A voice from outside responded, "Cough. It's me." Furrowing her brow, Song Qian slipped on her slippers and opened the door, only to discover not just Luo Qingchao but also a tall, young man in a suit, remarkably handsome with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, standing at around 6 feet 3 inches. The imposing presence of the stranger instinctively made her take a step back, her eyes widening as she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Lin Zhiyu's companion," he declared, stepping confidently into her sparsely furnished living room. His sharp features scanned the vacant space for a few moments, and then his furrowed brow deepened as he asked, "Is Lin Zhiyu not here?" Song Qian took a moment to process his words, her heart racing as she regarded the strikingly aloof man before her. She thought to herself that he seemed less like Lin Zhiyu's partner and more akin to a creditor. After hearing Luo Qingchao's words, Song Qian's expression shifted. Lin Zhiyu had become unreachable. She glanced at the unfamiliar man, hesitated, then hurriedly seized the living room phone to dial Lin Zhiyu's number. However, after several rings, no one answered. When the call eventually ended, anxiety crept in as she said, "Xiaoyu isn't here. We had dinner together, and I saw her off. How could this happen?" Feeling intimidated by his demeanor and attire, which were far from ordinary, Song Qian wondered how Lin Zhiyu could associate with such a man. "Wait, just a moment," she called out, hesitating for a few seconds before pursuing him. "Sir." "Young and beautiful woman?" Luo Qingchao pondered for a moment, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, displaying a photograph for Song Qian to see. "Is this her?" The image revealed a strikingly fashionable young woman with fair skin, unforgettable in her beauty. Instinctively, Song Qian nodded, exclaiming, "That's her." As soon as she uttered those words, the atmosphere in the room fell silent for several seconds. Observing the expressions of the two men, Song Qian realized that they not only knew the beautiful woman but were also quite familiar with each other. She inquired, "Do you know her? Who is she? Did she take Xiaoyu away?" Luo Qingchao fell silent for a few moments before reaching out to embrace Song Qian's slender shoulders. "It's all right. This matter will be handled by Dushan. Miss Lin guarantees that everything will be restored to its rightful state." However, Song Qian harbored doubts about their assurances. She broke free from Luo Qingchao's grasp and, gritting her teeth, declared, "No, I must report this to the police. If Lin Zhiyu has truly been taken away by that woman, these affluent individuals are colluding and shielding each other. Does Lin Zhiyu even stand a chance of survival?" As she took out her phone to call the police, Luo Qingchao grasped her hand firmly. He forcefully pulled her into his embrace, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair that fell across her cheek. With a gentle yet authoritative tone, he reassured her, "We will resolve this matter without involving the police. Please remain calm, all right?" Unable to break free, Song Qian glared at Luo Qingchao with clenched teeth. "That woman has kidnapped Xiuyu, and you all know her, don't you? You want to protect her, don't you?" Luo Qingchao spoke softly. "The situation is not as dire as you imagine. I assure you your friend will be safe. Is that acceptable?" Song Qian's chest heaved with agitation. She remained silent, biting her lip as she gazed at the tall young man standing by the door. He exuded an air of arrogance and nobility, rendering her feel like a mere insect in his presence. The man made a phone call, seemingly to no avail, his brow furrowing slightly before he turned his gaze toward her, locking eyes for a moment. Chapter 151. But when did I say you had a choice? He merely glanced at her before addressing Luo Qingchao. "I will investigate the people she has interacted with over the past few days. You should comfort her friend." Then, as if to reassure her, the man paused briefly and added, "I will contact you if I have any news." With that, his imposing figure vanished from the doorway. As the man departed, the subtle pressure in the air gradually dissipated. Song Qian pressed her lips together and pushed away from Luo Qingchao's embrace, extending her hand towards him. "Return my phone." Luo Qingchao, however, tucked the phone into his pocket and, with a mischievous smile, teased, "Come and take it yourself." Song Qian shot him a glance and reached for his pocket. He chuckled softly, swiftly capturing her wrist and lifting her effortlessly, pinning her against the sofa. "Luo Qingchao." She protested, struggling against him. "Be good," he said, pinching her cheek lightly. "With me here, your friend will be fine." "Why the urgency? Reporting to the police won't resolve the issue immediately." "Then, why can't we report it?" Song Qian glared at him, her inherent distrust of the wealthy evident. Luo Qingchao replied, "Family matters shouldn't involve the police." "Family matters?" Song Qian's eyes widened slowly. "What is the relationship between that beautiful woman and that man?" Luo Qingchao chose to be vague, opting not to elaborate further. He held her firmly beneath him, his cunning eyes narrowing slyly. "By the way, I heard you have completed your resignation procedures? What does that have to do with you?" Song Qian was taken aback, regarding him warily. "How is it not relevant? Between us, I could very well be considered a paramour." Song Qian found herself both furious and amused. "You are clearly the one committing the offense." Luo Qingchao raised an eyebrow. "A strong woman offender? Wasn't it you who contacted me last time? What does this mean? Chasing after me and shouting about strong women?" Song Qian, unable to retort,
Chose silence.
She closed her eyes in restraint. "Get up, Luo Qingchao." Yet the man, emboldened, lowered his head, his prominent nose brushing against her neck, as if savoring her scent. "After you resign, why not work for me?" He spoke leisurely. "You were betrayed by Xinian. Don't you wish to take revenge on him? In this world, what could be a greater retribution than for you and I to be together?" The warmth of his breath stirred between her breaths, stirring a familiar restlessness within her. Song Qian gazed at him, and in his exquisite eyes was a nonchalant, flirtatious smile, a bottomless abyss. A single step in could lead to perdition. "Are you not pleased that Xinian and I are like this, Luo Qingchao?" The man looked down at her. "I kept you in prison for 4 years. Surely you yearn for revenge against me?" Song Qian extended her hand, forcefully pushing him away, sitting upright on the sofa to face him. "If I were mad, I would never use you to avenge Xinian." Taking a deep breath, she declared to Luo Qingchao, "Once my resignation is processed, I will leave Ouching. Do as you wish to Xinian, I shall no longer be concerned." Their relationship had always been one of her compromising, and now that Xinian had betrayed her, why should she continue to shield him? Whether it was revenge or retribution from Luo Qingchao, it no longer concerned her. Upon hearing her words, the man looked at her and chuckled softly. He reached out, caressing her face, and in a gentle tone asked, "But when did I say you had a choice?" Chapter 152. Miss Nan, don't cause a fatal incident. We shall not be responsible for collecting the body. Song Qian's expression slightly changed. The man regarded her with a smile, affectionately nuzzling her fair neck with his nose. "You and Xinian have ended. But you and I have not. You must stay to accompany me, Song Qian." "Why hasn't she woken up yet? Did you administer too much medication? Aren't you usually more careful with the dosage?" A slightly hoarse male voice expressed impatience. "What's all this noise? If you keep it up, I'll toss you all to the backyard to feed my dogs." The surroundings fell silent. Then a cautious female voice inquired, "What do you plan to do with her?" The hoarse male voice chuckled softly. "What to do with her? Isn't that up to you, Miss Nan?" Lin Zhiyu drifted back into a drowsy slumber, feeling as though she were floating in the air, sinking deeper and deeper. After an indeterminate time, a sudden chill enveloped her as something icy splashed upon her. She gasped, jolting awake, drenched. "Awake? Finally awake. I thought you were dead." The cacophony of voices surrounded her. Lin Zhiyu slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was lying on an open patch of ground, with several tall, tattooed men standing nearby, discussing her. As she gazed at their faces, fleeting images raced through her mind. Emerging from Song Qian's residence, Nanji called out to her. She halted, as a van approached from behind, encircling her. In the blink of an eye, she felt a hand cover her mouth and nose, and she was forcibly dragged into the vehicle, succumbing to unconsciousness amidst a peculiar fragrance. She had been abducted, and the orchestrator of this heinous act was. Gradually, she rose from the damp ground, lifting her gaze toward the woman standing not far away. Nanji met her eyes, and a fleeting flash of indignation crossed her once pallid face. She rushed over and dealt her a resounding slap. "How dare you look at me, you wretch!" Lin Zhiyu's face turned as she was struck, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, "Have you lost your mind? What you are doing is illegal. Upon hearing the term illegal, a flicker of doubt crossed Nanji's expression, yet her resentment toward Lin Zhiyu overwhelmed her rationality. She seized Lin Zhiyu by the neck, pinning her to the ground, her eyes ablaze as she screamed, "Do you even have the audacity to speak of legality? It was you who demanded the annulment of my engagement with Duan, wasn't it? Lin Zhiyu, how despicable can you be? What have I ever done to you that compels you to incessantly snatch him away from me?" The lack of oxygen made Lin Zhiyu's head buzz, yet Nanji's piercing wails still penetrated her ears. Lin Zhiyu was incredulous. Duan and Nanji had broken off their engagement? Just as she was on the verge of suffocation, someone stepped in to intervene. "Miss Nan, do not cause a fatality. We are not responsible for collecting the remains." Coughing violently, Lin Zhiyu gasped for air, her vision darkening until she finally regained her composure. Not far off, she could hear Nanji's choked sobs, and with great effort, she raised her head to look at her. The beautiful woman had reddened eyes, a pale complexion, and a haggard appearance. Yet, she was entirely oblivious to the truth. Chapter 153. Mr. Nero. Upon hearing that, Nanji glared at her resentfully. "Isn't it you who sowed discord between us? If it weren't for you, how could the bond between Duan and me have deteriorated to this point? How could it possibly be me who caused this discord?" Lin Zhiyu struggled to sit up, attempting to clarify, "I only just learned about your broken engagement. Your feelings for each other are so profound that it is inconceivable they could falter because of me. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Miss Nan, what you are doing, abducting me, is illegal. You must cease this before a grave mistake is made." Hearing this, Nanji hesitated momentarily. Her actions had been impulsive, and she had not anticipated how swiftly these events would unfold, leaving her with a sense of losing control. Observing the change in Nanji's expression, Lin Zhiyu seized the opportunity. "I assure you, once we are outside, I will say nothing. Miss Nan, you must have acted in a moment of confusion. I truly know nothing about your broken engagement." Before she could finish her sentence, a deep, mocking laughter interrupted her. Following the sound, Lin Zhiyu discovered a tall man standing in the open space nearby. The figure before her wore a golden metallic mask, obscuring his face, leaving only a pair of elongated green eyes visible. Clad in a white t-shirt, he emanated an aura that was both somber and perilous. This man exuded a danger that surpassed that of all others present. At the mere sight of his smile, Lin Zhiyu fell silent. Even the chattering minions around them ceased their noise. Nanji cast a nervous glance at him, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor, yet she spoke softly. "Mr. Nero, perhaps we should let this go. I will pay the money regardless." The man known as Nero stepped forward from the shadows, towering over her. Lin Zhiyu tilted her head back, acutely aware of how his shadow enveloped her entirely. The gaze that emanated from beneath the golden mask was tinged with a neurotic thrill.
Nero inquired,
"Just like that, we shall let it go. This woman has stolen your beloved fiancé, even sowing discord between you and him, resulting in your engagement being severed." Nanji paused, lowering her gaze to Lin Zhiyu, slowly biting her lip. "I've watched you drown your sorrows in my bar day after day. It pains me deeply. Are you truly not inclined to teach this woman a lesson? To ensure she never dares to approach your fiancé again?" Lin Zhiyu observed the expression on Nanji's face, which had initially softened under her words, gradually hardening once more. Her eyes now filled with resentment. A tightening sensation gripped her heart as she realized that if she did not act soon, her chance of leaving this place unscathed would diminish. She hastily exclaimed, "Miss Nan, do not heed his words. You must." "Ah." Lin Zhiyu heard Nero's voice, sweet yet laced with a sinister undertone. "Miss Nan, you have spent so much money. How could I, in good conscience, profit at the expense of a woman?" He leaned closer, locking eyes with Lin Zhiyu, whose expression was one of sheer terror. The gaze from beneath the mask was bloodthirsty and cruel, evoking images of a slick, cold-blooded creature. "This beautiful mistress, Miss Nan, has generously paid $1 million for us to teach you a proper lesson. You, so young, with hands and feet intact, why choose the path of a mistress?" Chapter 154. To truly end her. In the palm of his hand, Lin Zhiyu caught a whiff of a heavy metallic scent. Contrary to the dulcet tones of his voice, this man exuded an unspeakable air of danger. She felt a hand constricting her breath, and as she turned her gaze, her eyes pleaded for help from the distant figure of Nanji. The woman clenched her fists tightly, her expression tense and wavering. After all, she was a woman raised in a good family, well protected from a young age, and had never truly encountered the violence of blades or the sight of blood. Fear had taken root within her. Survival. This was not the first time Lin Zhiyu had tasted the essence of death. She understood that the man before her might indeed truly end her life. Her breath quickened, yet she ceased her struggles. He squatted down to meet her gaze, then released his grip, speaking with a curious tone. I will grant you a chance to speak. Leave behind a final message. I am not wholly devoid of humanity. Lin Zhiyu trembled as she straightened from the ground, her gaze fixed on the smiling green eyes before her, yet her words were directed at Nanji. Nanji's eyelashes trembled violently for a moment as her gaze fell upon Lin Zhiyu, drenched and shivering in her flimsy attire, and she slowly clenched her fingers. That was all. Yet chaos ensued. The little thug she had hired seemed to possess far greater influence than she had anticipated. She could not command him, and instinctively, she felt a sense of trepidation toward him. Nanji remained silent, while Nilu let out a soft chuckle. He grasped Lin Zhiyu's arm, urging her to rise, and gestured toward the expansive space before them, comparable to a basketball court, saying, "You are quite right. We cannot afford to cause any fatalities. I have no intention of doing anything harmful. I merely wish for you to entertain my little pets." As he spoke, 3 enormous Tibetan mastiffs were led forth. These dogs, towering at half a man's height, drooled in excitement upon seeing Nilu, immediately bounding toward him and frolicking around his feet. Lin Zhiyu, feeling utterly rigid, instinctively took a step back at the sight of the joyful scene between master and pets. While she held no fear of dogs, the 3 mastiffs, resembling tigers in size, instilled a visceral dread within her. Even Nanji, standing a distance away, unconsciously retreated a few steps, her expression betraying panic. Nilu, having sufficiently petted the dogs, tilted his head and regarded Lin Zhiyu. Although the expression beneath his mask was obscured, she could still perceive the manic gleam in his eyes. "These 3 dogs are currently in heat," he remarked, "and since you, Miss San, delight in men so much, why not indulge them a little? See how considerate I am. I've even prepared 3 dogs for you, lest you find yourself short of playmates." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyu's complexion shifted dramatically, and even Nanji regarded him with disbelief. "Let us not pursue this any further. Consider this money a gift to you. Nilu, I no longer wish to partake." "How can that be?" Nilu stroked the head of the mastiff before him. "Did I not promise to help you take revenge on her? What, is Miss Nanji afraid?" Nanji gazed at the 3 mastiffs, each towering over her, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. She shook her head in fright, retreating a few steps. "This will lead to tragedy. Nilu, you must stop. You never mentioned you would handle her in this manner. How could it lead to tragedy? The dogs I raised are always obedient." He smiled slightly, disregarding her pleas. Nanji finally comprehended that his intentions were solely for amusement, rather than the vengeance he had professed to undertake on her behalf. The towering man bent slightly, patting the large dog's head, and commanded, "Go, devour her." In an instant, the 3 massive mastiffs charged forth like arrows unleashed from a bow, racing towards Nanji. She pressed her hands to her mouth, her entire being chilled, as she watched one of the dogs tackle a slender figure in the distance to the ground. A piercing, desperate scream echoed across the open space.
Ah!
She could no longer contain herself. Doubling over, she began to retch violently. The juxtaposition of human and beast was unbearable. "Young Master Nilu." Someone hurriedly entered, whispering a few words into the man's ear. "Oh, have they finally arrived?" He chuckled with amusement, nodding slightly. "Very well, if that is the case. Return her to her. I have had my fill of this game." As soon as his voice fell, a deafening gunshot rang out, and the tightly shut iron door was pierced by a bullet. A line of armed bodyguards surged in from the outside, encircling Nero's men. Nanji, her eyes tinged with fear, glanced over and caught sight of the familiar profile of a man, exclaiming in panic, "Duan." She was about to throw herself into his arms. "What are you doing?" Nanji struggled, her displeasure evident, but upon meeting the man's cold, menacing countenance, she was too frightened to utter another word. 2 men of similar stature stood before her. One wore a mask and appeared carefree, while the other, clad in a tailored suit, exuded an air of aloof nobility, both radiating a chilling aura. Duan cast a glance at Nero and spoke in a calm tone. "Where is the person I seek?" Nero chuckled lightly, gesturing into the distance. "Playing with my pet, though I wonder how many bones are left. After all, my dog doesn't eat vegetarian." Following his gaze, Duan saw Lin Zhiyu surrounded by 3 Tibetan mastiffs, the situation obscured. His expression shifted, and without further words, he hastily strode away. Nero raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly following suit. At that moment, Lin Zhiyu was pinned to the ground by the 3 large dogs, who were enthusiastically licking her face. The trio of mastiffs resembled 3 playful puppies, encircling her as Lin Zhiyu felt her hair becoming sticky from their affectionate antics. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fright that rendered her unable to push them away. The 3 clumsy dogs assumed she adored them, jostling to nestle closer. They even squabbled over the best spot in her embrace. Shen approached with an imposing presence, observing Lin Zhiyu seated on the ground, her expression one of utter despair, while the mastiffs bickered for a place in her lap. In chapter 156, she appeared to be in no real distress. Yet her long hair was a tangled mess clinging to her face, her clothes soiled. She likely had been crying, her small face pale and devoid of color. Fortunately, despite being in Nero's clutches, she had not suffered any physical harm. He exhaled deeply, kicked aside the clumsy dog circling Lin Zhiyu, and lifted the shivering woman off the ground in a protective embrace. This fellow had not only escaped injury, but seemed to have been lavished with affection by the three foolish dogs. Shen's men filed out in succession, and soon, everyone had vanished from the clearing. Nero, amused yet infuriated, slapped a bough on the head and kicked it aside. Weren't you just enjoying the licking? Have you forgotten who your master is? I sent you to intimidate, not to be a lapdog. You've embarrassed me beyond measure. You three dogs have sullied my reputation. De Bao howled in protest, its tone brimming with discontent. Nero sneered, "Scram. Keep barking, and I'll have you roasted."
Shen.
That hurts. What are you doing? Let me go. Shen placed Lin Zhiyu in the vehicle before turning to face Nanji, who was a head shorter than him. Upon his gaze meeting hers, she rushed over, her eyes reddened. Shen, are you angry with me? Please let me explain. I truly did not mean it. Shen said to her, I have already sent the annulment agreement to your family. Once your parents receive the notification and respond, we will no longer be connected. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from contacting me in the future. Nanji gazed at him in disbelief, tears cascading down her cheeks. Through her sobs, she implored, Is it for Lin Zhiyu? You are ending our engagement for her? What have I done wrong? She appears to be perfectly fine now, does she not? Before she could finish her plea, the man's hand forcefully gripped her delicate throat. Nanji met his fierce gaze, too frightened to utter another word. You ought to be grateful she is unharmed. Otherwise, you would be responsible for a life lost. But she is unharmed now, is she not? Not only is she fine, but I have even lost $1 million. Shen had no right to speak to her in such a manner. Had he not been the one to initiate the annulment, she would not have acted in such a way. Chapter 157. Shen, the most cruel man in the world. A man who had never uttered a harsh word to her finally spoke with vehemence. One day, when you regain your memories, you will undoubtedly regret treating me this way. The night was already deep. The streets leading to the hospital were deserted. The car was enveloped in silence, with the driver not making a sound. The man's hand unexpectedly clasped her trembling fingers. The suit slipped from her head, revealing her damp hair and pale face. His gaze fell upon her. Have you calmed down? Lin Zhiyu hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. After enduring so much terror that night, she was utterly exhausted, her throat parched, and her voice rendered mute. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly as she softly inquired, Where are we going now? I am taking you to the hospital to receive a rabies vaccine and undergo a physical examination, Shen replied, observing her disheveled state. He gently embraced her, whispering, You have suffered. I will ensure Nanji receives her due punishment for tonight's incident. It was indeed her fault, and I will take responsibility. Responsibility? Is that merely providing her with money? She nearly fell victim to a dog attack. Lin Zhiyu exhaled slowly, gazing at the man's handsome, yet cold visage illuminated by the fleeting glow of streetlights outside. She recalled Nanji mentioning that he intended to annul their engagement. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. She certainly did not wish to overthink it. It was merely a surprise. She had not anticipated that their relationship had deteriorated to the point of annulment. Reflecting on the heart-wrenching sight of Nanji in tears and recalling Shen's previous decision to forego their child for Nanji, Lin Zhiyu felt a strange mix of amusement and sorrow. How wonderful it was. He had forgotten everything, cast aside all burdens, and moved forward alone, leaving only those he abandoned to endure the pain. Shen was indeed the most ruthless man in existence. As if to shift the focus, Lin Zhiyu gently asked, Is Nanji not good enough? I mean, she is quite beautiful, and the two of you make a fitting pair. Chapter 158. I am your man. Shen glanced at her before responding coolly, She does not meet my standards for a future wife. Then, she found it rather amusing. How could he possibly not meet her standards for a future husband? In their youth, he had eloped with her, and later even abandoned his wife and children for her sake. He had genuinely forgotten everything, even the standards he held for a spouse. Lin Zhiyu sighed softly and remarked, You will regret this. When you remember everything, how will you face yourself? That night, Lin Zhiyu was admitted to a private hospital. She received a rabies vaccination and underwent a comprehensive medical examination. The results revealed only a trace of anesthesia in her bloodstream, along with some bruises, but nothing serious. This outcome relieved both parties. The man's expression was grim, yet he bore it stoically. Do you have any idea what she has done? You know nothing, and yet you call to plead for her. I warn you, if you continue to indulge her, it will inevitably lead to disaster. I am withdrawing from this marriage. I will not regret it. Watching the man furrow his brow as he hung up the phone, Lin Zhiyu remained quiet for a few seconds before emerging from the washroom. The hospital gown they provided was somewhat oversized, making her appear rather fragile, with the rolled-up sleeves and pant legs exposing her battered wrists and calves. Upon hearing her footsteps, the man entered the room. Lin Zhiyu, seated on the bed, looked at him and asked, "Was that a call from your mother?" He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, thinking she shouldn't engage in conversation with anyone. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip and glanced at him. "Are you blaming me?" Duan replied, "No, it's my fault." Taken aback, Lin Zhiyu inquired, "My friend?" Seeing the man's innocent expression, her previously calm heart began to race. He had actually met Song Qian. What had he said to her? What did Mr. Luo convey to my friend? Duan shot her a sidelong glance and then said, "I am your man." Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to catch her breath.
What? Hello?
Duan observed her flustered demeanor and felt a twinge of guilt, yet he had come to find her. Who told her to be so foolish as to pause and chat with someone?
What do you mean by that?
Do I seem inadequate? Lin Zhiyu threw off the blanket and glared at him fiercely. Exactly. What makes you think you are impressive? Duan opened his mouth as if to say something. But seeing Lin Zhiyu in such a state of agitation, he fell silent for a moment. He had always known that Lin Zhiyu cherished her female roommate. If it weren't for tracking her whereabouts, he would be mindful of not intruding into her personal life given their current relationship. Everyone has secrets. In matters of the heart, mutual consent is sufficient without the need for excessive entanglements. There was a subtle irritation brewing within him. Although he was indeed feeling a bit reckless tonight, it was solely to save her. Yet now she was scolding him, finding fault with him. Standing by her bedside, Duan said with a hint of sarcasm, "Don't assume your friend is some delicate flower. She might have more secrets than you." Lin Zhiyu glared at him, indignantly declaring, "You shall not speak ill of my friends." The man pinched her cheek lightly and replied coolly, "Go to sleep. I have matters to attend to." Who is Duan? He is the heir of the Duan family, whose enterprises span the globe, from essentials of life to military industries. There exists no commercial empire that remains untouched by their influence. Is it ignorance of his identity, or a lack of fear? Upon hearing this, the man's eyes darkened slightly. He reached out to ruffle her hair and reassured her, "Rest assured, as long as you behave, no one will dare to harm you again." She pulled up the blanket and said to him, "Then I shall sleep." Duan stood by the window, quietly observing Lin Zhiyu for a few seconds before he stepped out of the hospital room. The night was tranquil. Duan inquired, "What reaction has there been from Nero?" "The bid documents have been delivered," replied Ni Lu. "What did he say?" "He wished you a Merry Christmas." Duan lit a cigarette and, upon hearing this, let out a light scoff. $300 million in exchange for a simple Merry Christmas. How utterly ridiculous. Indeed, he had let his guard down this time, allowing the mad dog raised by the Austin family an opportunity. There would not be a next time. Chapter 160, Xiaoyu. Have you been involved with that man during this period? The next day, Song Qian hurriedly pushed open the door to Lin Zhiyu's hospital room early in the morning. Behind her was Luo Qingchao, carrying breakfast. The man with enchanting peach blossom eyes held a takeout box and cheerfully greeted Lin Zhiyu. "Miss Lin, I've brought you some soup dumplings. Song Qian mentioned you enjoy them." "Xiaoyu, are you alright?" Song Qian rushed over, grasping Lin Zhiyu's hand, inspecting her closely. Upon seeing her rosy complexion, she finally sighed in relief. "It's all my fault," Song Qian lamented. "I should have seen you off." Lin Zhiyu reproached gently. "What are you blaming yourself for? I'm not a child anymore." Song Qian took the takeout box from Luo Qingchao's hands and said to him, "Thank you, Mr. Luo. I can take care of things from here." The implication was clear. Luo Qingchao was to leave. The man blinked his charming eyes and, out of Lin Zhiyu's sight, playfully tapped Song Qian's palm with his fingertip. Song Qian shivered and shot him a glare, silently urging him to leave. A mischievous smile spread across the man's handsome face. And indeed, the next moment, he sidestepped her and approached Lin Zhiyu, cheerfully stating, "Dushin has a meeting today. I shall stay here to watch over Miss Lin." He winked at Lin Zhiyu, adding, "After all, I've known Miss Lin for quite some time. We are friends." Lin Zhiyu stiffened, unable to suppress a glance at Song Qian, who was frowning lightly, uncertainly appraising her and Luo Qingchao. However, it was preferable to delay any explanations. She had a tendency to evade. Lin Zhiyu cleared her throat and said, "No need. My friend can take care of me just fine." Luo Qingchao paused slightly. Song Qian then approached, opened the door. and addressed Luo Qingchao. Mr. Luo, I am quite familiar with Xiuyu, so we won't trouble you any further. With both issuing a clear dismissal, even Luo Qingchao, no matter how brazen, could not remain any longer. Responding to him, Song Qian closed the door with a gentle touch at the tip of his nose. As Luo Qingchao departed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Standing at the threshold, Song Qian inhaled deeply, turning her gaze towards Lin Zhiyu, who lay on the hospital bed. Little Yu, she began, shaking her head slightly, I do not harbor any grievances against you. My concern lies solely with your well-being. Lin Zhiyu looked at her in surprise. Song Qian tightened her grip on Lin Zhiyu's hand and continued softly, I am unaware of when your relationship began with that man. He is indeed affluent, and if his intentions towards you are genuine, I would remain silent. However, do you know what he did when you went missing yesterday? Observing Lin Zhiyu's innocent visage, Song Qian felt a surge of frustration. He forbade me from notifying the authorities. You were in grave danger, and police intervention would have facilitated a resolution. Yet, he prioritized that other woman over your safety. How can one associate with such a man? This outpouring was the culmination of Song Qian's sleepless night. Lin Zhiyu, a powerless individual entangled in the affairs of wealthy men and women, had little hope for resolution. Moreover, she had a sick child to consider. What would become of Yeye if calamity befell her mother? After expressing these thoughts, Song Qian observed Lin Zhiyu, her heart heavy with trepidation. Lin Zhiyu stared at her for an extended moment, long enough for Song Qian to suspect she was upset. Pressing her lips together, Song Qian gently reassured, Little Yu, this is not meddling, it is concern. Lin Zhiyu, regaining her composure, grasped Song Qian's hand in return, a faint smile gracing her pale face. I understand you have my best interests at heart. I appreciate your guidance. Taken aback by Lin Zhiyu's radiant smile, Song Qian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to resist, she reached out and playfully tapped Lin Zhiyu's forehead, chiding, I truly fear for you. What will happen if I leave Ouching and you are left to fend for yourself? Her heart swelled with genuine concern. In her eyes, Lin Zhiyu was still naive and burdened with a child. Without her presence in Ouching, who would care for her? Lin Zhiyu sat up, shaking her head with a smile. I will take good care of myself, so you need not worry. Noticing the myriad of scars adorning Lin Zhiyu's body, Song Qian reproached her. Is this your idea of self-care? She watched as Lin Zhiyu adjusted her sleeves to conceal the marks. With a soft sigh, Lin Zhiyu replied, it was merely an accident. Regardless of whether it was an accident, your life was in jeopardy, and that man refused to call for help. To me, that is a betrayal. Nanji had orchestrated her abduction, and involving the police could potentially implicate him. Naturally, it was best to keep the situation within his control. Ultimately, it was a matter between him and Nanji. She was merely an unfortunate pawn caught in the web of their affluent grievances. Song Qian declared, I had already planned to resign, and my workload is minimal. You must take care of yourself and not dwell on others. Here, I brought you some soup dumplings. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Let's eat. Lin Zhiyu watched as Song Qian opened a soup dumpling and handed it to her, smiling with her eyes. On this day, Song Qian remained in the hospital, keeping her company. The man, dressed in a tailored suit and exuding a faint scent of smoke, radiated an air of elite sophistication, contrasting sharply with the ever-smiling Luo Qingchao. Upon seeing him enter, Song Qian instinctively rose from the edge of Lin Zhiyu's bed. It was undeniable that she felt a twinge of fear in his presence. Chapter 162. Impressive, Song Qian. His calm commands were compelling enough to elicit an involuntary desire to comply. Luo Qingchao leaned against the doorframe, smiling at Song Qian, who regarded him with a furrowed brow. Sensing his ulterior motives, and could not help but glare at him. The man, who was selecting clothes for Lin Zhiyu from the wardrobe, paused momentarily and glanced at her. Song Qian clenched her fists, aware that she had no standing to voice her thoughts due to her position, yet she felt compelled to speak. But Xiuyu is genuinely with you, and sincerity deserves sincerity. I hope you will cherish her more in the future. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingchao, who was observing from the doorway, displayed a look of astonishment. What is it that you are afraid to do? Lin Zhiyu quickly interjected, Qian, you misunderstand. He treats me well. Can this be brushed aside? What then? Song Qian was indeed quite something. Luo Qingchao swiftly covered her mouth, pulling her away. Having just endured a heartbreak from a scoundrel, she was reluctant to let her good friend suffer as she had, struggling to have Luo Qingchao release her. Fearing that Song Qian might utter something shocking, Luo Qingchao swiftly made his exit with her in tow. The hospital room became notably quieter with the absence of two individuals. The man stood at the edge of the bed, quietly observing her for a moment before suddenly asking, Do you think I am deliberately choosing not to report this?
Lin Zhiyu replied calmly, No.
Your decision not to report must be based on your own reasoning. It is undoubtedly the best choice for you. Duan approached, sitting at the edge of her bed. The best choice for me? He reached out, gently grasping Lin Zhiyu's chin, lowering his gaze to her pallid face and colorless lips. Pray tell, why is this the best choice for me? She genuinely did not know, nor did she possess any particularly profound thoughts on the matter. He was the coldest of men, and every choice he made was undoubtedly the most advantageous for him. Duan originally harbored no special thoughts, remaining calm even after being scolded by Song Qian for her protective nature. Yet, hearing Lin Zhiyu's obliviousness to these 3 words inexplicably irked him. Duan stated, "The reason I chose not to report this is that the police cannot intervene in this matter." Chapter 163, When Will Uncle Wen Become His Father? Lin Zhiyu glanced at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. The people who kidnapped you are not ordinary thugs. If the police get involved, the situation will worsen. I might not be able to extricate you from the casino immediately. Oh, Lin Zhiyu thought he spoke in riddles, finding it hard to comprehend. Curiously, she asked, "So the place I was at that day was a casino?" In the vibrant city of Australia, countless casinos beckon numerous tourists, who are often drawn there primarily for the allure of gambling, yet she has never set foot in one. Duan pinched her cheek, speaking of an underground casino. "Without me, you could have met your unfortunate demise there." Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together, retorting, "It is merely your incompetence." Under normal circumstances, why would he consider breaking off the engagement with Nanji, leading to her financial retaliation against him? Lin Zhiyu's gaze roamed over his face, and she furrowed her brow. "Are you truly going to end your engagement with her?" A shadow flickered in Duan's eyes as he replied, "I do not harbor any affection for her. However, that matter is now irrelevant." The abrasions on her body soon formed scabs and fell away, for she was still young, with a robust metabolism allowing her wounds to heal swiftly. Yet, at night, she often dreamt of dogs chasing her, lunging to bite her. Despite Lin Zhiyu's reluctance, that abduction had left her with a significant psychological scar. Perhaps it was best she remained unaware. Nonetheless, his work in Australia had suddenly become quite demanding, as if a grave misjudgment had occurred in company decisions, necessitating his personal intervention to rectify the situation. As Yeye's attending physician, Wen Heshuan had not interacted with her for long. Yeye was quite fond of him, persistently inquiring when Uncle Wen could become her father, leaving Lin Zhiyu feeling quite awkward. Conversely, when Heshuan displayed remarkable generosity upon hearing such remarks, showing no irritation towards the child. Lin Zhiyu had also instructed Yeye not to utter such things, as it could negatively impact Wen Heshuan. Regrettably, the normally sensible Yeye had become rather obstinate, insisting that Wen Heshuan should be her father and questioning why Lin Zhiyu opposed it when he treated her so well. Was it something that could simply be agreed upon? Chapter 164. It is because of Xiuyu's unintentional feelings towards me that she dares not contemplate anything further. Lin Zhiyu felt a throbbing headache, while Wen Heshuan reassured her, suggesting that children speak innocently and she should not overthink it. This left Lin Zhiyu feeling somewhat guilty when confronted by him. She felt unworthy of his affection. In her eyes, Wen Heshuan was a paragon of virtue, immaculate and radiant, while she perceived herself as sullied, believing that juxtaposing their names would tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, his patience with Yeye only deepened her sense of guilt. Typically, Yeye was not so unruly. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to seeing couples bringing their children for medical attention and yearned for a father figure, especially as Lin Zhiyu could not be there every day to care for him, leading him to develop an attachment to Wen Heshuan. On this day, Lin Zhiyu once again admonished Yeye, insisting she refrain from calling Wen Heshuan dad in front of him. Yeye, displeased, pouted and pulled the blanket over herself upon seeing Lin Zhiyu enter. This was the first time the child had been so disobedient, nearly exasperating Lin Zhiyu. After attending to other children in the ward, Wen Heshuan approached to soothe the mother and child, noticing their discord. "Xiuyu, Yeye wishes to have cake. Would you consider getting her one?" Upon hearing Wen Heshuan's words, Yeye peeked out from under the blanket, her large eyes wide with curiosity, eavesdropping intently. Lin Zhiyu observed his whimsical demeanor, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. She pinched the bridge of her nose and said helplessly, "Ah Xian, you mustn't indulge him too much, you'll spoil him." The man's handsome features softened into a gentle smile. Yeye is so well-behaved. How could he be spoiled? Ultimately, Lin Zhiyu did not wish to create conflict with the child. She descended to a nearby bakery to purchase a cake as a peace offering. Once Lin Zhiyu departed, Wen Heshuan entered the room. He approached the edge of the bed and kindly admonished the little one. "Yeye, your mother works very hard. You mustn't argue with her, understand?" Yeye blinked his large eyes, emerging from beneath the covers, and a hint of contrition shadowed his gaze. He realized he had erred. Wen Heshuan gently ruffled his small head, reassuring him. Yeye then asked, Will Uncle Wen be able to become my daddy in the future? The man paused momentarily, then smiled. That would require your mother's consent. Ye curled up his tiny form, resting his chin on his knees, and lamented, Mom is always so kind to me. But I do not understand why she disagrees with this matter. As a woman, the caregiver discerned Lin Zhiyu's thoughts. Folding Ye's small clothes, she shook her head and sighed. Dr. Wen, you possess such admirable qualities. Ordinary girls are not worthy of you. How could Miss Lin dare to hope for you? If you truly have feelings for her, it would be wise to take the initiative and clarify your intentions. When Heshuan chuckled softly, am I not being proactive enough? The caregiver paused, recalling how he had personally transferred from another children's hospital to be Ye's attending physician, forging a bond with both mother and child, devoting his heart to them. Did ordinary women not comprehend his intentions? The man replied nonchalantly, it is Xiuyu's lack of interest in me that prevents her from harboring any aspirations. His relationship with Lin Zhiyu was one where he took 99 steps, while she took but one. Yet, she had never made that crucial step towards him. What more could he do? He did not wish to find himself unable to remain by her side. Chapter 165. The Hero Saves the Beauty. The man gently stroked Ye's small head, his gaze soft as water. The caregiver observed his expression, momentarily taken aback, then sighed. He too was ensnared by matters of the heart. Indeed, in this world, regardless of one's excellence, all are equal in the realm of love. Lin Zhiyu visited a trendy shop nearby, purchasing 3 small cakes for Ye. Hello, would you like to sign up for a membership? The cashier asked with a sweet smile. The sky darkened. It was already 5 or 6 in the evening, the time when people were typically returning home. The usually bustling path was surprisingly deserted today. Lin Zhiyu tightened her coat and made her way toward the hospital. As she passed a narrow alley, she spotted 5 or 6 young ruffians with brightly colored hair blocking the way, their voices mingling in indistinguishable pleas echoing from within the alley. Lin Zhiyu paused for a moment, and the next second, she clutched the cakes and hurried away. She was the only woman on this road, and it was clear they were calling for her. Behind her, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Lin Zhiyu silently lamented her misfortune. Soon, she found herself cornered by a group of 5 or 6 ruffians. One of them, with dyed yellow hair, brandished a knife menacingly, gesturing towards her. What are you running for? Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, gazing at the fierce young men surrounding her. I didn't hear you. You didn't hear? Are you deaf? One of them snatched the cake from her arms, tore it open, glanced disdainfully, and discarded it on the ground. Hand over your phone and wallet. In such a predicament, Lin Zhiyu could only resign herself to her misfortune. Indeed, her recent days had been plagued by calamity, having been inexplicably kidnapped and now facing robbery. Lost in her thoughts, she cautiously handed over her bag and phone. Just as the ruffian took them, an unfamiliar male voice, filled with anger, suddenly rang out from nearby. What are you doing? The group instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Lin Zhiyu followed suit and saw a young man in a white t-shirt, carrying a crossbody bag, riding a shared bicycle towards them. He appeared to be a university student from the area, embodying a sense of justice. Upon witnessing a woman being extorted by a group of men, he was instantly filled with rage and raised his phone, declaring, "Let her go. I'm calling the police. Do you hear me?" The ruffians exchanged glances, their amusement evident as they pushed Lin Zhiyu aside and advanced toward the oblivious young man. You think you can be a hero? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Lin Zhiyu widened her eyes in horror as she watched the young man surrounded and beaten by the ruffians. Despite his imposing stature, he was quickly overwhelmed and brought down to the ground, where he was mercilessly pounded. Laughter from the ruffians echoed behind her, still playing the hero. Look. He.S. running away now, what a fool. Watch me not beat you to a pulp. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zhiyu hurriedly arrived at the alley with 2 auxiliary police officers. Officers, it's right here, she gasped, only to discover that the ruffians had vanished. Where did they go? Young lady, we are quite busy and don't have time for your games. If you call the police again for no reason, we might have to take you in. Officers, no, there were really people. However, the 2 auxiliary officers had already concluded that she was jesting, lecturing her before departing. Frustration welled up within Lin Zhiyu as she resolved to search the alley herself. The small cake she had bought for Ye lay discarded on the ground, and the shared bicycle was still toppled in the corner. But where was that young man? Could he have been taken away by those ruffians? Suddenly, a low groan emanated from a nearby corner. Following the sound of pain, Lin Zhiyu rushed over and discovered that the noise was coming from a green trash bin by the street. She paused momentarily before sprinting to the bin, lifting the lid, and was shocked to find the unfortunate young man, bruised and battered, crammed inside. Are you all right? Lin Zhiyu extended her hand, attempting to pull him out. The other party opened his violet-hued eyes and, upon seeing her, let out a faint hiss. Didn't he run away? I went to find the police. Lin Zhiyu grasped his outstretched hand and pulled him from the trash bin. Noticing that his once white t-shirt had turned black, she hurriedly removed her jacket and draped it over his shoulders. Are you alright? As she helped him out, she realized that this young man was remarkably tall, with long limbs. Though his face was bruised, it was evident that he possessed striking features, possibly due to a hint of mixed heritage, as his clear green eyes sparkled like precious emeralds in the dim light. Leaning weakly against the wall, the unfortunate fellow wiped the incessantly bleeding nose and mumbled. I thought you had escaped.
How could I?
Lin Zhiyu took a tissue from her bag and handed it to him, explaining, I couldn't fight them off. I had to find a way to save you. And thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have surely been robbed. No need for thanks. It was the least I could do. He used the tissue to dab at his nose, grimacing as he pushed himself up against the wall. Lin Zhiyu noticed him swaying and instinctively reached out to steady his arm. Are you alright? Can you walk? Do you need to go to the hospital? The young man shook his head. No hospital. It's too expensive. I have money, Lin Zhiyu quickly replied. You saved me. I will definitely help cover your medical expenses. Do you have any other injuries? Really, shouldn't we go see a doctor? As she spoke, Lin Zhiyu found herself hesitating. Chapter 167. The sister must take responsibility. Although he had saved her, they were ultimately strangers, and she was a woman alone venturing into his territory. After saying this, she leaned against the wall and limped out. Lin Zhiyu stood still for a moment, watching his retreating figure, her heart unwilling to abandon him. Gritting her teeth, she chased after him. Along the way, they exchanged names. As Lin Zhiyu had suspected, he was indeed a student from a nearby business college, 21 years old, in his second year at the business university in Aocheng. His residence was a dilapidated single-story house in the impoverished district of Aocheng, far from the city center, even more run-down than the two-bedroom apartment she rented with Song Qian. The people coming and going in the area included young workers just arriving in the city and university students like him who were working to support their studies. Upon entering the yard, a small, black dog came running out, barking excitedly. Lin Zhiyu froze at the sight of the dog, watching as it bounded towards her legs. The young man quickly bent down to scoop the dog up from her feet, raising an eyebrow at Lin Zhiyu's pale face. Are you afraid of dogs? I used to not be afraid. Lately, a bit. Lin Zhiyu cautiously examined the little dog cradled in his arms. The tiny creature, possibly a puppy, wriggled excitedly in his grasp, as if it liked her and wanted to leap into her embrace. Li Kue hasn't he lost his baby teeth yet, don't worry. He won bite. His name is Li Kue? Gazing at the little black puppy, Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but chuckle. It truly seemed quite fitting. After setting the dog down, the other party called for Lin Zhiyu to assist him and lead him into the house. The lights flickered on, illuminating the dilapidated stand-alone courtyard. Under Lance's direction, Lin Zhiyu rummaged beneath the sofa and discovered a small medical kit containing medicinal alcohol, hemostatic bandages, and some disinfectant solutions. Lin Zhiyu took out the antiseptic, dipped a cotton ball into it, and began to clean the wounds on his face. Observing his handsome features, which were quite favored by the female students on campus, now marred with bruises, she expressed her concern. Are you really not considering a visit to the hospital? I worry about your appearance. Lance appeared nonchalant, responding. A man's disfigurement is of little consequence. What if a girl finds you unappealing because of it? You may struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Lin Zhiyu jested earnestly. Lance blinked his striking green eyes, gazing intently at Lin Zhiyu. If I cannot find a girlfriend due to my scars, my sister would surely be held accountable. After all, I endured this for her sake. Lin Zhiyu let out a soft laugh, applying a band-aid to his face. Perhaps due to their similar ages, conversing with Lance felt quite effortless. I'm only teasing, she remarked, with your looks. I'm certain many girls at the university must be fond of you. Chapter 168. Personal Grievances. Lin Zhiyu spoke earnestly. To be honest, she had previously underestimated Lance's appearance. Now, as she cleaned him up, his mixed heritage became even more apparent. His chiseled features showcased a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, with a prominent nose and delicate, fair skin. Even with his current injuries, there was a certain melancholic beauty about him. He likely held the title of campus heartthrob for countless girls. Resting his chin on his hand, Lance pouted slightly, speaking in a languid tone. How could any girl possibly like me? I'm so poor that I can barely take care of myself. His words bore a hint of childishness, revealing that he was indeed 2 years younger than her. Lin Zhiyu smiled, pouring more antiseptic onto a cotton pad, turning to Lance and saying, You should take off your shirt. The man paused momentarily, his long lashes fluttering as they fixate on Lin Zhiyu. Noticing his hesitation, she simply added, I'm concerned that there may be wounds on your body that you cannot reach. If you're uncomfortable, I want to insist on treating you. Being a student, it was natural for him to feel shy and embarrassed about undressing in front of a stranger. Oh, Lance replied slowly. I thought you were trying to take advantage of me. Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, given our physiques, who would truly benefit here? Lance blinked innocently at her. It's my first time undressing in front of a girl. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Lin Zhiyu, slightly exasperated by his procrastination, lifted the iodine and gestured with her chin. All right, hurry up and take it off. With her urging, Lance felt compelled to comply and removed his t-shirt in her presence. Lin Zhiyu paused for a moment, taken aback by his physique. Initially, I presumed he was merely an ordinary university student, yet I was taken aback by his physique. Clad in attire that accentuated his slender frame, he revealed a well-defined muscularity beneath. His physique, characterized by a tapering silhouette, showcased each muscle delicately draped over his elongated skeleton, culminating in a cinched waist and defined abdominal lines. Lin Zhiyu, unfamiliar with the nuances of fitness, was oblivious to the fact that such a form could not be sculpted merely within the confines of a gym. She simply found it visually appealing. In stark contrast to his innocent visage, his body resembled that of a wild creature. Perhaps she had stared too long, for Lancelot elongated his voice, teasingly admonishing her. Sister, if you continue to gaze, I might just hold you accountable. She replied, Your physique is impressive. Do you have a habit of working out? He inquired, Do you like it, sister? I have worked at a gym before. As Lin Zhiyu tended to his wounds, she confessed, I do appreciate it. But I lack the time to frequent a gym. She felt too fragile at present. A bit of muscle would serve her well. Lancelot raised an eyebrow, playfully questioning whether she admired his body or the concept of fitness itself. Lin Zhiyu glanced at him. His innocent gaze met hers. As she vigorously cleaned his wound, she heard his pained gasp and admonished him earnestly, Do not jest with your elders. In comparison to his severely bruised face, Lancelot's wounds appeared somewhat less distressing. It seemed that a few ruffians had directed all their punches toward his visage. Lin Zhiyu glanced at Lancelot's strikingly handsome face, clicking her tongue in mild disapproval. This situation could not be entirely devoid of personal grievances. Chapter 169. Sister, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for me, have you? Lin Zhiyu deftly treated all of his wounds with antiseptic, perspiration beading on her forehead. Upon lifting her gaze, she found Lancelot sitting leisurely, observing her. She produced her phone, suggesting, Let us add each other on WeChat. If you experience any discomfort, do reach out. Lancelot raised an eyebrow, his smile radiant as he inquired, Can I contact you at any time? Observing his battered appearance, she nodded earnestly. You saved me today. I must take responsibility. If you feel unwell in the coming days, message me, and I will transfer the wages you lost due to your injury. Lancelot teased, Sister, are you implying that you wish to be accountable for me? Irritation bubbled within Lin Zhiyu at his nonchalant demeanor, yet seeing the injuries he sustained for her sake, she could only sigh in resignation. After all, he was her younger brother. She reached out, pressing gently on the bruise upon his forehead, and imparted a lesson. While I am grateful for your help today, you must not act so impulsively in the future. If you encounter extortion again, report it to the authorities, understood? Lancelot winced, letting out a couple of soft hisses, his green eyes glistening with unshed tears as he murmured, Violent woman. Oh, I am an orphan, he stated nonchalantly, rising from the couch to retrieve a package of instant noodles, mentioning his lack of family. Lin Zhiyu fell silent for a few moments before softly expressing, I am sorry. He smiled, revealing his sharp little canines, assuring her, It's nothing, I manage quite well on my own. Then lifting the noodles, he asked, Sister, would you like to join me for a meal? Lin Zhiyu glanced at his battered face and couldn't help but ask, Is this all you're eating? The dinner had been lost to some petty thugs on the road. I suppose I'll have to make do tonight. A twinge of guilt washed over her. How about I treat you to a meal? We can go out to eat. Lance grimaced, limping toward the kitchen. No, I'm in too much pain. I don't feel like going out. Lin Zhiyu observed his retreating figure, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She had intended to leave, but his condition weighed heavily on her conscience. After all, he had saved her. She couldn't let her savior subsist on instant noodles, could she? Lin Zhiyu's culinary skills were not to be underestimated. Having been an orphan, she had learned to fend for herself from a young age, mastering the art of cooking to sustain her. Lance, towering and robust, was in the kitchen boiling water when he glanced back at her, surprised. You're not leaving yet? With a sigh, Lin Zhiyu replied, I can't bring myself to. The man chuckled softly, his green eyes narrowing into a playful smile that revealed delightful dimples. Sister, you aren't seriously falling for me, are you? I don't engage in sibling romances. Lin Zhiyu shot him an exasperated look before rummaging through his kitchen, discovering frozen beef, noodles, and vegetables. Chapter 170. Thank you, sister. The ingredients were quite ample, though it was evident that this fellow was simply too lazy to cook. She rolled up her sleeves and insisted that Lance sit outside while she prepared a bowl of noodles for him. Lin Zhiyu worked swiftly, completing a bowl of beef noodles in under half an hour. She even fried an egg to nestle atop the noodles. The aroma wafting through the room was irresistible. Li Kuei, engrossed in play with Lance, caught the scent and scampered over, eagerly pawing at Lin Zhiyu's feet and rolling over in a display of affection. This little dog had grown on her. She no longer feared it. With a smile, she gently nudged it aside. Move over. There's some beef left in the kitchen for you later. The little creature seemed to understand, obediently settling to the side, its tail wagging excitedly. The young man, bare-chested and lean, turned his gaze toward her. His eyes lit up as they fell upon the steaming bowl of noodles in her hands. Lin Zhiyu placed the bowl on the table and softly urged, "Go ahead and eat. I'll just feed Li Kuei before I leave." He inhaled the delightful fragrance, his eyes brightening as he reached for the chopsticks and eagerly dug into the meal. Seeing him enjoy it brought relief to Lin Zhiyu. She had feared he might not relish the noodles. As the little dog devoured a piece of beef, it let out excited yelps. Quickly finishing its meal and circling around Lin Zhiyu, she extended her hand, and the little creature eagerly licked her fingers. Unable to suppress her laughter, she gently patted its small head, and Li Kuei closed his eyes in bliss. After playing with Li Kuei for a while, Lin Zhiyu stood up and said to Lance, "I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just message me." Lance had just finished half a bowl of his meal, reclining languidly against the back of his chair, resembling a large, contented cat. Upon hearing the words, he nodded and immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister." Lin Zhiyu smiled gently and departed with her bag. Li Kuei followed her outside, tugging at her pant leg, reluctant to see her go. The little creature, upon hearing its master's voice, released its grip and sat disconsolately on the ground, emitting a soft whimper, utterly dejected. Lin Zhiyu bent down to stroke its furry head, soothing it with, "I will come to see you again when I can." After Lin Zhiyu left, Li Kuei, with its tail drooping, wandered back indoors. It cast a pitiful glance at Lance before curling up in its dog bed. Lance savored the last sip of soup, exhaling contentedly, and patted his still flat belly, relishing the thought that this woman truly possessed culinary skills. Li Kuei, having approached at some point, leapt onto his lap, nuzzling affectionately against him. Lance extended his hand to lift the little one, whose moist, dark eyes gazed up at him, filled with unspoken sorrow. "Ah, ah, ah." Li Kuei barked insistently. All right, Lance replied, setting it down with a sigh. "What do you think I'm doing? You think it's easy to catch a woman like that?" he muttered, casting a glance at the now empty bowl. The food had indeed been quite delectable. Suddenly, his phone, nestled in his pocket, rang. Leaning back in his chair, he lazily retrieved the device and glanced at the caller ID. With a wry smile, he answered, "Miss Nan?" A woman's voice, trembling with emotion, came through the line. "Mr. Nero, do you have a moment? I would like to see you." Lin Zhiyu hesitated, not wanting to burden anyone with her troubles. She omitted the details of her extortion experience, simply mentioning that she had encountered some ruffians and reported it to the police. When Hechuan furrowed his brow, "That area is generally safe, with auxiliary police patrolling. How could such thugs appear?"
Lin Zhiyu sayed, "Isse på sig just unlucky."
Who would have thought that, even in well-lit areas, gangs could roam freely? The man stood at the edge of the bed, gazing deeply into her eyes before gently advising, "Be cautious on your way home, and call me when you arrive." Under the warmth of his tender gaze, Lin Zhiyu felt a subtle tightening in her chest. As she descended the stairs alone, she looked up at the brightly lit hospital room of Yaya, her thoughts drifting to the tall figure in a white coat. Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together slightly. Sometimes, under the profound gaze of one Hechuan's jade-like eyes, she found herself momentarily lost in the illusion of being profoundly loved by this man. But how could that be? A person as pristine and perfect as one Hechuan could never fall for someone like her. She deemed herself unworthy of him and dared not to contemplate matters of the heart any further for the rest of her days. Perhaps the hardships of recent years have rendered her emotionally fragile, leading her to desire a shoulder to lean on. With a slight dimming of her gaze, Lin Zhiyu shook her head. How could she dare to entertain thoughts of one Hechuan? Such a flawless man deserves a woman equally perfect, and she, having been married and having borne children, felt utterly unworthy of him. She then sent a message to one Hechuan to inform him of her safety. Upon seeing her, the maid hurried over, her tone laced with urgency. "Is Dushan unwell? If he is unwell, why hasn't he gone to the hospital? Why come home?" Lin Zhiyu furrowed her brow and responded with a soft acknowledgement, slowly making her way toward the bedroom. Could something truly have gone awry? A tightening sensation gripped her heart as she instinctively pushed the door open. Chapter 172. Go. Summoned Duan to me. The room was dimly lit, with only the sound of water emanating from the bathroom. The bath lights were off, shrouding the space in darkness, save for the sound of water flowing. Suddenly, the noise ceased. The light from the wall lamp illuminated the bathroom, revealing the tall, lithe figure of a man unclothed. His fair complexion bore a flushed hue, and her gaze trailed downward to his slender waist and perfectly sculpted abdomen. Lin Zhiyu instinctively covered her mouth, her cheeks aflame. What on earth was he doing in the bathroom? How much longer are you going to stare? The man's deep voice resonated ominously, filled with irritation. Get out, Lin Zhiyu. She had no desire to linger. She shouldn't be concerned about him. How shameless. Before she knew it, he had seized her, pinning her against the wall. He buried his face in her neck, his breath hot and rapid, enveloping her with a warmth akin to a raging inferno. Though drenched in cold water, Duan felt feverishly warm, his palms radiating an alarming heat. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, cautiously turning to face him, her heart racing as she met his deep, obsidian eyes. The calmness that usually resided within those eyes was now replaced with a startling brilliance, as if flames danced within, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Before she could utter a word, he fiercely pulled her into an embrace, kissing her with a fervor that was overwhelming. His body exuded an all-consuming heat, like molten lava from a volcanic eruption, enveloping Lin Zhiyu entirely, as if he intended to melt her into the fervency that surrounded them. When she finally awoke, it was already evening, and 4 needle was still inserted in the back of her hand. The maid, upon noticing her open eyes, reacted with a joy akin to winning a lottery, her voice raised by several octaves. Miss Lin, you are awake at last. Is there anything you would like to eat? Are you hungry? Lin Zhiyu opened her mouth but found her throat parched and hoarse, unable to produce a sound, as if an invisible hand were constricting her neck. Lin Zhiyu was truly infuriated. Was it not said that no land was left untended? A normal woman would have crumbled under such stress. Did he not think he ought to seek medical attention? Did he not realize he was gravely ill, beyond the reach of remedy? Chapter 173. Is it moving? After a while, Duan indeed arrived. He donned a smoky gray loungewear, exuding an air of casual leisure, his entire being emanating a palpable sense of contentment. Any woman, inexplicably entranced, would find it impossible to reconcile her feelings. The man remained silent, merely approaching and sitting on the edge of the bed. He reached out to check her forehead, confirming she bore no fever, then remarked nonchalantly, utterly useless. How dare he express disdain? Lin Zhiyu, vexed, struck him with a pillow, only to have her hand restrained by the man. All right, cease this folly, lest the needle misplaces.
I am administering glucose.
Lin Zhiyu inquired what transpired last night. Typically, he was a man of restrained emotions. Even when insatiably demanding in their intimate encounters, he had never behaved as he had the previous night, as if driven by a frenzied yearning for her. Observing his expression, Lin Zhiyu felt a twinge of disbelief. If a business associate had indeed drugged him, could he remain so composed now? She pressed her lips together, wrapping herself tighter in the blanket. You must take care outside, especially someone like you. Duan lowered his gaze, watching Lin Zhiyu's puffed cheeks, a trace of amusement flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. He reached out to pinch her cheek, leaning closer. What kind of man am I? Lin Zhiyu replied earnestly, you are the sort who disregards male decorum. You frolic outside daily, which is why someone would drug your food. Duan paused for a few seconds, pinching her cheek firmly, and leaned in closer, pinning her beneath him. I disregard male decorum? What about you? Have you been gallivanting with other men lately? Lin Zhiyu squirmed beneath him, retorting angrily, you are the one gallivanting. Duan scoffed. The one going out to rendezvous with wild men behind my back. Who could that be? His tone dripped with jealousy, his lingering ire evident. Lin Zhiyu, hearing his accusatory tone, could hardly contain her laughter, realizing the absurdity of his claims. It was he who was out daily courting other women, yet here he was, attempting to cast blame upon her. What a despicable statement. Were she truly his woman, he would surely drive her to madness. Exasperated, Lin Zhiyu shot him a glare and exclaimed, Get lost. The man, who had been watching her intently, burst into laughter, lowering his head to grasp her relentlessly squirming chin, forcibly claiming a kiss. Chapter 174. Mother forbids you from fathering any illegitimate children outside. The fragrance emanating from her captivated him, rendering him utterly devoid of reason. Duan kissed the curve of her ear, his voice low and husky. Enough, stay still. If you keep wriggling, you might ignite a fire. Do you still wish for me to sleep with you? The body struggling in his embrace suddenly stiffened, and Lin Zhiyu's voice, laced with irritation, emerged from his grasp. She muttered under her breath, "Scoundrel." Duan, charmed by her fierce yet adorable tone, pressed a kiss to her delicate ear. "Indeed, I am a scoundrel. Who instructed you to sell yourself to a scoundrel?" She was too preoccupied to desire anything at that moment. The man's cool palm pressed gently against her weary waist, which had endured a night of fatigue, as he tenderly applied pressure, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt. His deep voice carried a hint of coaxing. "I've asked them to prepare something easily digestible for you, all right? You haven't eaten all day, and that's simply unacceptable." Lin Zhiyu lifted her head and gazed into the man's dark, downcast eyes, where her reflection appeared soft and affectionate. Yet, such eyes could seem tender even towards a mere dog. Lin Zhiyu scoffed, dismissing his charm, and pushed him away, delivering a gentle kick. "Get lost." Her feeble strength was akin to a kitten's playful swipes, almost endearing. Duan rose from beside the bed, observing the sulking Lin Zhiyu with a soft sigh. "I'll go ask the cook to prepare a bowl of noodles for you." The maid acknowledged his request and departed. Mrs. Duan scolded him over the phone. "Duan, how could you treat Gigi this way? Leaving a young girl alone in a hotel at night is simply lacking in decorum for a man of your stature." Duan took a sip of coffee and retorted, "Is it you who encouraged Nanji to drug my drink?" They had seemed to agree on everything. Just the night before, Nanji had called him in tears from the hotel, claiming it was their last encounter and that she would no longer pursue him. He had gone. After consuming the farewell drink she offered, the woman, clad in a respectable outfit, suddenly disrobed to reveal only alluring lingerie. The drink he had just swallowed burned its way down his throat to his stomach. Had he succumbed to her advances that night, he would have been compelled to take responsibility, regardless of his intentions. Duan's voice carried an icy undertone. "Mother, I advise you to cease meddling. The daughter-in-law you've chosen is not as innocuous as you believe." Mrs. Duan was incensed, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could your mother ever orchestrate such a thing? I don't care whose idea last night's events were. You both must leave this afternoon. Is Nanji with you?" Duan sneered. "So it is indeed your scheme." Mrs. Duan recognized that her actions had been somewhat excessive. Her son was no longer the obedient little boy she once knew. With a heavy sigh, Mrs. Duan lamented, "You currently remember nothing. When the time comes that you recall everything, if Nanji is married to someone else, you may find yourself filled with regret." Everyone believed he would come to regret his choices. Even Nanji confidently thought he would rue the day he regained his memory. Yet, he felt nothing, no sensation when holding hands, nor when embracing. Had he not encountered Lin Zhiyu, perhaps he would have remained indifferent and married Nanji without a second thought. However, he now comprehended the essence of true feeling, leaving him with the absurd notion of possibly regretting a future with a woman who could not ignite his passion. Duan found the situation utterly ludicrous. Marrying Nanji seemed less appealing than directly choosing Lin Zhiyu, despite her vanity and the fact that she came with a child from a previous marriage. At the very least, her fragrance was delightful, and she possessed a physique that held considerable allure for him. Months had passed, and not only had he not grown weary of her, but he had also become increasingly captivated. Duan abruptly halted his wandering thoughts, pinching the bridge of his nose as he pondered that perhaps the remnants of the medication still lingered in his mind. Otherwise, how could such absurd notions arise? The heir of the Duan family marrying a woman with a previous marriage would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the upper echelons of society. Madame Duan pursed her lips, saying, "I understand. I'll give Nanji a call to prevent her from bothering you. By the way, are you still entangled with that vixen surnamed Lin?" "Her name is Lin Zhiyu." Madame Duan let out a light huff. "Son, if you're weary of this game, it's best to cease early. Women from impoverished backgrounds are often cunning. If you do not wish to marry Nanji, I cannot permit you to father any illegitimate children outside." Chapter 175. He awoke, yet all memories eluded him. In a traditional sense, Lin Zhiyu had willingly compromised herself for her son's ailment, though this woman had been secretly mingling with other men, unwilling to remain in solitude. Madame Duan was not inclined to hear her son defend the vixen. Her voice rose slightly. "Duan, you did not speak of her in such a manner before. You clearly disliked her, deeming her foolish and unrefined." Duan felt a sense of bewilderment. When did I ever say she was unrefined? He pinched his brow and ended the call, finding the conversation increasingly absurd, as if they were fabricating his thoughts. A series of monotonous beeps resonated from his phone. Madame Duan sat on the sofa of the presidential suite, gazing at the dimming screen. Her son had no interest in Lin Zhiyu. He had initially rejected her, having just awakened to find himself married to her. That woman was timid, petty, and not at all presentable, in stark contrast to the refined Nanji. It was evident to a mother who could easily discern the woman her son genuinely admired. Later, he awoke but retained no memories. No one understood why he had encountered an accident on the highway, heading in the opposite direction of the hotel. Even he could not recall. Madame Duan's fingers trembled violently. She set her phone down, lost in thought. In fact, forgetting might be a blessing in disguise. Duan Xin seemed to have left. Lin Zhiyu had eaten noodles and glanced out of the window at the setting sun. After finishing her glucose infusion, her entire body ached. She rose to wash up in the bathroom. Sister, are you awake? Sister, do you have time today? Sister, the noodles you made were delicious. Could you teach me how to prepare them? Sister, I was dismissed by the fruit shop manager. He said my current appearance would frighten the young girls buying fruit. Boo. I have no money for food. Tonight, I can only eat instant noodles. Lin Zhiyu opened WeChat and discovered these messages had been sent intermittently, the last one arriving half an hour prior. As she contemplated the bruised and battered visage of the other party, a pang of sympathy stirred within her. After a moment's reflection, she sent a message. Are you out of money? How much do you need? I can cover your lost wages. The response came swiftly, accompanied by several adorable dog-themed emojis. Chapter 176. Sister. Dogs are indeed the most loyal companions of humanity. The obedient pup replied. Are you going to give me money, sister? I'm quite expensive and not for sale. Lin Zhiyu responded with a string of ellipses. You should enjoy your instant noodles. The pup retorted with a series of pitiful emojis, lamenting, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. QAQ sister. I wish to eat beef noodles, not instant noodles. Lin Zhiyu replied, you have meat and noodles at home. You can cook for yourself. The pup replied, the meals I prepare wouldn't even be fit for Li Kuei. Last time I made dog food, it nearly made him ill. Lin Zhiyu sat up, inquiring, how is your injury? Several photos were sent back. The bruises on Lance's face had spread overnight, transforming one eye into a panda-like appearance, and his cheek was swollen, rendering him both disheveled and pitiable. It was no wonder the part-time fruit shop manager had refused him work. In such a state, he was rather intimidating. Lin Zhiyu felt a twinge of guilt. Aren't you going to the hospital for treatment? I'm a poor student working my way through school, came the response. Lin Zhiyu replied, just hold on to it for now. Sister, I don't want your money. I was joking. I have some savings from my job. Cheers erupted from the other side. Sister, which supermarket are you going to? I'll come pick you up. Listening to his jubilant voice, Lin Zhiyu was reminded of Li Kuei, who would often circle around her legs. This younger brother truly resembled his WeChat name, akin to a playful little pup. After changing her clothes, Lin Zhiyu headed to a nearby supermarket. A tall, lanky youth wearing a mask and a baseball cap leaned against a bicycle. Upon seeing her emerge from the vehicle, his eyes crinkled with delight, his emerald green irises glistening like jewels even in the setting sun. As Lin Zhiyu approached, he exclaimed, sorry to keep you waiting. Let us buy some groceries first, but you really ought to learn to cook for yourself in the future. Lance, beaming, inquired, sister, how did you become such a good cook? Did you take lessons? Lin Zhiyu diligently selected beef from the imported meat section. Hearing Lance's question, she smiled softly and replied, I did study a bit. Curiously, Lance asked, you're not very old, so why did you learn to cook? For whom are you cooking? Family? Like you? I, too, am an orphan. Lin Zhiyu compared prices and placed a piece of beef into Lance's shopping cart. She glanced at him and spoke in a calm tone once. There was someone who greatly enjoyed my cooking. To win his favor, I specifically learned from the chef at home. But that was a long time ago. Lance's emerald eyes sparkled as he gazed at the delicate, fair visage of the woman before him, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. If a woman were to devote herself to cooking for me, I would surely be entirely devoted to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyu raised her head, a smile illuminating her face as she regarded the young and handsome countenance of Lance. She nodded, affirming, in the future, there will undoubtedly be girls willing to learn how to cook for you. You must not let them down. Lance squinted his eyes and chuckled. Sister, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. Chapter 177. Adorable. Desirable. Lin Zhiyu had purchased a plethora of meat and vegetables for Lance on this occasion. Regardless of the circumstances, had he not intervened to assist her yesterday, the outcome could have been unpredictable. She felt immense gratitude towards this boy, 2 years her junior, for his chivalrous nature. As she pushed a cart brimming with fresh produce toward the checkout, Lance could not help but laugh. Sister, I can't possibly eat all of this on my own. Lin Zhiyu replied softly, you've been unable to work these past few days. This is your sustenance for the time being. Observing the cart filled with imported fresh goods, Lance's beautiful green eyes remained fixed on Lin Zhiyu, a hint of mirth flickering within them. Why are you so kind to me, sister? Are you hoping I might offer myself to you? The cashier nearby caught his words and let out a soft chuckle, causing Lin Zhiyu's fair cheeks to flush crimson. She shot a reproachful glance at the flippant Lance, exclaiming, "You'd best be quiet." Lance fell silent, yet his green eyes remained unwaveringly fixed on Lin Zhiyu's blushing face, excitement swirling within their depths. Truly adorable. Desirable. Lin Zhiyu rode on Lance's bicycle, cradling 2 bags of fresh produce, as she made her way to his home to prepare dinner. Upon arriving at the dilapidated courtyard, Lance secured the bicycle and carried the 2 large bags of ingredients inside.
Bark.
A small black ball of fur darted out from within, enthusiastically circling Lance before bounding towards Lin Zhiyu, excitedly greeting her with its tongue lolling out. "Hello, Likui." Lin Zhiyu crouched down, lifting the tiny pup, no bigger than the palm of her hand, and gently ruffling its shiny black head. As she entered, she noticed Lance rummaging through the plastic bags for ingredients. "Sister, what are we having for dinner tonight?"
Meat?
he asked. "I'll wash it up." Lin Zhiyu, holding the dog, replied, "Let us wash everything. I'll prepare everything for you today. You can store it in the fridge." Lance lowered his gaze to her, the dog's eyes drooping slightly, appearing somewhat pitiful as it asked, "Sister, will you not come again in the future?" Lin Zhiyu set the dog down and selected some leafy greens from the bags, placing them in a basin. She chuckled, "I have work too. How could I possibly find the time to come over every day to cook for you?" Gazing at her smiling face, a glimmer of light danced in Lance's green eyes as he gently countered, "But what if I desire for you to cook for me each day?" At his words, Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but chuckle, carrying the basin of vegetables to the well in the yard to wash them. "Then you must pay me," she teased. "You should find yourself a girlfriend soon. Let her cook for you." Lance remained silent. After a while, he approached with an armful of meat and vegetables, squatting beside her to assist with the washing. "Sister, you should go rest. I can handle this myself," he offered. Lin Zhiyu did not engage in overly warm conversation. She simply responded with a nod, wiped her hands, and picked up Li Kuei, who was circling around her, before walking to the entrance of the courtyard to gaze outside. Having spent too long in the city, she sometimes found it hard to believe that even a bustling metropolis like Aocheng could harbor such dilapidated urban villages. For 18 years, she had lived in such a rundown, backward place filled with cacophonous energy. Chapter 178. Never treat girls this way again. She did not find it unfamiliar. Rather, it felt oddly familiar. Perhaps this was a matter of unworthiness. From the beginning to the end, she felt mismatched with that man. Nearby, Lance had finished washing the vegetables and approached her, scrutinizing her face, curious about her thoughts. At such a close distance, the long lashes of his green eyes nearly brushed against her face, startling Lin Zhiyu. She took a step back, creating some space, and shot him a playful glare, admonishing him not to scare her. Lance gazed at her delicate pink lips, inexplicably thinking they must taste sweet. He even caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance emanating from her. Did she wear perfume? "Sister, are you thinking about a man?" he asked with a sense of amusement. Lin Zhiyu froze for a moment, unable to help but kick him playfully, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about?" After that, she rolled up her sleeves and eagerly headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Watching her petite figure, Lance couldn't help but chuckle. She seemed to believe that being 2 years younger than him made her a child. Even though standing together, he appeared the more mature man. Though he himself was only 23, freshly graduated from university, he felt compelled to act like the elder in her presence. After calling her sister a few times, she genuinely seemed to feel more grown-up, even though she was clearly a head shorter than him when they stood side by side. "Sister, is there anything I can help with?" A voice came from behind, startling her. Lance had silently approached, standing extremely close, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Lin Zhiyu nudged his chest with her elbow, urging him to go play instead, insisting he wouldn't be able to help with cooking. "I could help you chop vegetables," he offered. "No need," she replied. However, distracted by their conversation while chopping meat, Lin Zhiyu accidentally nicked her fingertip. A bead of blood immediately emerged, and she furrowed her brow slightly. In the next moment, the man behind her grasped her wrist, glancing at her bleeding fingertip. He lowered his head and gently took it into his mouth. His soft tongue licked away the blood from her fingertip, sending a shiver down Lin Zhiyu's spine. She instinctively pulled away, hiding her hands behind her back, insisting, "No, that's unnecessary, just rinse it under water." Lance spat out the blood in his mouth, his green eyes narrowing as he observed the woman's slightly flustered expression, his tongue brushing against his lip with a light chuckle.
"Well,
she has finally recognized that she is dealing with a man," he remarked. "Not used to it, is she? I usually just lick my wounds clean when I get hurt." Lin Zhiyu clenched her fingers, thinking to herself, "Lick it clean? Are you a dog?" However, gazing into his innocent eyes, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Stammering, "Please refrain from such actions towards girls in the future." Chapter 179. Young master, someone wishes to meet with you at this moment. Lance rummaged through the small medical kit and retrieved a band-aid, carefully applying it to the small wound on Lin Zhiyu's index finger. The bleeding had ceased, yet the wound remained slightly tender from moisture. Allow me to handle the chopping, dear sister. Your injury should not come into contact with water, Lance offered. Lin Zhiyu pinched her finger, observing the composed Lance, and for a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she had overthought the situation. Both she and Lance were orphans, wild children without parents, and when injured, they had learned to tend to their wounds with little more than a lick. His gesture seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, the sensation of having her fingertip licked sent shivers down her spine. Lin Zhiyu resigned herself to the thought that it was akin to being licked by a loyal dog. Likui. With nimble hands, Lin Zhiyu quickly prepared a feast. She wrapped the dishes in plastic wrap and placed them in the freezer, informing Lance. I've packed everything in small portions. Just heat them in the microwave when you wish to eat. Leaning against the doorframe, Lance watched her for a moment before calling out, Hold on, sister. Let me ride you home. There's no need. It's not far to the main city. I'll take a taxi once I reach the road. That won't do. Everyone has just gotten off work. I cannot bear to let you go out alone. He insisted. Given his earnestness, Lin Zhiyu acquiesced. Mounting the bicycle in Lance's yard, Lin Zhiyu glanced back at the dilapidated little courtyard, growing smaller behind her. The small dog stood at the gate, tongue lolling, watching her with hopeful eyes. Lin Zhiyu pondered, perhaps she would not return here again. Would her sister come to visit her? I will be leaving Ouching in a month or two, Lin Zhiyu stated. Is sister not planning to continue working in Ouching? Indeed. I intend to seek a different city. Where does sister plan to go? I shall join you once I graduate from university. Lin Zhiyu smiled, facing the gentle evening breeze. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. I do not yet know. For now, that is the only thought I have. She lacked the energy to contemplate anything further. If sister has nowhere to go, she may come to stay with me. Once I graduate and start earning, I shall surely have the means to support you, Lance said. His naive words eliciting a light laugh from Lin Zhiyu. She replied, Very well. Upon reaching the brightly lit main city, Lin Zhiyu hopped off the back of the bicycle. The tall youth leaned against the bike, casting a casual glance her way. His green eyes shimmered lazily in the glow of the lights. Lin Zhiyu hailed a taxi, waving her hand before entering the vehicle. Goodbye. The young man squinted and smiled, revealing charming dimples. Sister, farewell. He remained rooted in place, watching the taxi carry Lin Zhiyu away until the vibration of his phone in his pocket interrupted his reverie. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered languidly, Hello? Young master. Someone wishes to meet with you at this moment, came the quaking voice of his subordinate.
Now?
Lance raised an eyebrow and murmured, I can't do that right now. The meal my sister prepared for me will go cold. Chapter 180. Duan Dushan disappears. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. After a shower upstairs, Lin Zhiyu lay down. Her body, already weary, soon succumbed to sleep. The day passed swiftly. In the afternoon, Lin Zhiyu visited the children's hospital to see Yaya. If this child were not constantly scheming to unite her with Wen Heshuan, she might feel a bit more content. What if that fellow has met with misfortune outside? A troubling thought crossed Lin Zhiyu's mind. Could something truly have happened? She remained by his side solely to conceive a child and obtain cord blood. Her phone vibrated. The obedient little puppy texted, Sister, are you free today? I don't have class. Want to hang out? As Lin Zhiyu gazed at his cheerful message, she was reminded of Lance's transparent, clear green eyes. University life is indeed wonderful, carefree, devoid of any worries. Lance sent her another message, but Lin Zhiyu had already lost the inclination to read it. Scrolling through her phone contacts, she unexpectedly found his number. A perplexing feeling washed over her. She had long since resigned herself to her feelings for that man. Hello? A magnetic voice resonated from the phone. Lin Zhiyu tightened her grip on the device, feeling both anxious and cautious as she said, Mr. Luo, it's me, Lin Zhiyu. Miss Lin. The usually nonchalant tone of the man now carried a hint of fatigue. Chapter 181. Nanji disappears. Luo Qingchao paused for a moment in silence before he replied, He hasn't mentioned anything to you? Lin Zhiyu was taken aback and quickly asked, What is the matter? I'm unsure whether I should tell you. Luo Qingchao seemed to let out a soft sigh. Lin Zhiyu hesitated, wondering if this matter concerned her. It doesn't directly involve you. It's Dushan's fiancée who is in trouble. You know her, right? Nanji. Nanji is in trouble? Lin Zhiyu instinctively inquired, What happened to her? Luo Qingchao explained, She came to Ouching and made some unsavory acquaintances. You know how Ouching's safety is. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyu tightened her grip on the phone. Ouching indeed had a poor safety reputation, Tourists were confined to safe public areas, but after dark, underground casinos and some shadowy streets became chaotic, devoid of surveillance. News reports occasionally featured stories of women assaulted while returning home late, just as she experienced at her workplace in the main city, where she sometimes encountered petty delinquents after nightfall. Luo Qingchao contemplated for a moment, realizing he should be at the police station now. Don't go wandering around. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Lin Zhiyu thanked him and set the phone down, sitting on her bed in a daze. Nanji was in trouble. Her heart raced, and an instinctive sense of dread filled her. Nanji was likely in grave danger. This was not Jiangcheng, where no one knew she was a daughter of the Nan family. If something truly happened, even if someone sought vengeance in the future, it would be of little consequence. The phone screen continued to refresh with messages. Oh, shall we meet another day? I know a fun place in Ouching that you've surely never visited. She also realized that Lance's recent demeanor towards her had become rather overly familiar. Perhaps it was due to the absence of women of similar age around him. Or perhaps it stemmed from a childhood devoid of maternal affection. In any case, Lance's clingy behavior did not seem fitting for someone he had only known for a few days. Lin Zhiyu gently pinched the bridge of her nose, contemplating that it would be best to distance herself from him moving forward. She was preparing to leave Ouching, and there was no need to incite any inappropriate assumptions from others. The money she spent on groceries had nearly compensated for the wages he had lost during these past few days, and she felt no remorse. After approximately 10 minutes, the car summoned by Luo Qingchao arrived. Lin Zhiyu entered the vehicle, which ultimately came to a halt at the entrance of the Ouching police station. From a distance, she spotted the man she had not seen for several days, standing at the entrance engaged in a phone call. As she alighted from the car, the man seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. He muttered something into his phone before hanging up and striding towards her. Chapter 182. Both he and she were destined to be deprived of their beloved. His dark circles were profound, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes radiated weariness and agitation. What brings you here? He inquired, furrowing his brow as he pulled her aside. Duan Dushan momentarily froze, lowering his gaze to deeply examine her porcelain-like face. He reached out to pinch her cheek, assuring her, no one in this world would dare to lay a hand on your man. You need not worry. Lin Zhiyu brushed his hand away. Have you not slept for several days? She asked, her brow furrowing. Is it truly possible for someone to go without sleep for that long? Duan Dushan sighed, ruffling her hair. Now that you're here, you must be aware of what has transpired. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. Has Miss Nan truly gone missing? Understanding his implication, her mind became momentarily chaotic. Although she harbored no fondness for Nanji and even held resentment for the abduction incident that involved her, she did not wish for Nanji's demise. Such a beautiful woman could potentially be lost in Ouching. When Duan Dushan eventually regained his memories, how heart-wrenching would that be? Lin Zhiyu bit her lip tightly, her complexion growing pale. Duan Dushan exhaled a puff of smoke, observing the worry etched on Lin Zhiyu's face. She harmed you previously, yet you still concern yourself for her? He queried. Lin Zhiyu glanced at him and replied, while I am not a virtuous person, I would not take pleasure in her misfortune. Duan Dushan regarded her face this time without objection. He led her to a hotel near the police station. Before lying down, he took a shower, then embraced her as they settled onto the bed. Lin Zhiyu gazed at his face, gently patting his shoulder. Rest now. I'll keep an ear out for your phone. If it rings, I'll wake you. Duan Dushan appeared truly exhausted, burying his face in her embrace, and within moments, he fell into a deep, even breath, cradling the man's broad shoulders. Lin Zhiyu's emotions grew complex. It was astonishing that something had befallen Nanji. Watching the man's weary visage in slumber, she felt a twinge of sympathy. He, like her, was destined to be without the one he cherished most. Less than 2 hours into his sleep, Duan Dushan's phone began to ring. Lin Zhiyu gently roused him from slumber, and the man quickly awakened, accepting the phone that was handed to him. Lin Zhiyu softly tugged at him. Shall I accompany you? Chapter 183. The Underground Casino. In tumultuous times fraught with anxiety, the presence of a reassuring companion is invaluable. After resting for approximately 2 hours, the man's demeanor visibly improved. He swallowed the milk as Nanji's parents arrived at the airport. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyu felt a tightening in her chest. The airport was over 2 hours away. The car came to a halt as an elegantly dressed middle-aged couple hurriedly approached from a distance. Another middle-aged man, wearing a serious expression, continued to smoke, his brow furrowed and his countenance weary. Duan Dushan reassured them, Uncle, Auntie, please don't rush. I will arrange for you to go to the hotel now. Mrs. Nan, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, Don't rush? How can I not be anxious? I have only one daughter, just one. Hearing this, Nanji's mother immediately directed her ire towards Lin Zhiyu. Who are you? Why are you by Dushan's side? You have no children. How could you possibly understand our feelings as parents? Mei Xin, enough. Duan Dushan's side. The last place she was seen had no surveillance. We have been working to establish connections in that area for 3 days now. Nanji's father anxiously inquired, where could she have gone? Why do we need to pull strings to find someone? Can't the police conduct a direct search? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, came the reply. The place Nanji went is exceedingly treacherous. Mrs. Nan, her voice tinged with tears, lamented, our Nanji has always been sensible and obedient. Where on earth could she have run off to? Dushan, please be honest with us. Our family is not without means, and we have connections in Ouching. Duan Dushan pinched the bridge of his nose, helplessly addressing Mrs. Nan. She ventured into an underground casino late at night. Are you aware that there are no cameras there? That place is so dangerous that even the locals dare not approach it. Yet, she disregarded my arrangements and sneaked in on her own. Lin Zhiyu, who had been quietly listening, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. An underground casino. Yet again, another underground casino. Chapter 184. In the future. Will you truly not blame me? The last time she was abducted, it was that man named Nero who had brought Nanji to the underground casino. Back then, she had nearly been devoured alive by dogs. At that moment, not only was she terrified, but even the perpetrator, Nanji, was equally frightened. Just a few days later, had she truly ventured in again? Had she lost her mind? The chilling memory of Nero's merciless, animalistic eyes sent shivers down Lin Zhiyu's spine. If Nanji had offended those individuals, the consequences could be dire, potentially resulting in her complete disappearance. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Zhiyu's complexion paled slightly. She wiped her face and managed to utter the grim phrase, alive, one must see the person, dead, one must see the corpse. Darling, why would you speak such words? Do not curse Gigi, she will undoubtedly be fine. Lin Zhiyu sat beside him, remaining silent for a prolonged period. Dushan gazed intently at her solemn face and inquired, is there something you wish to ask? Lin Zhiyu softly questioned, was it Nanji who administered the poison to you? Dushan, staring ahead, pondered how she had suddenly become so astute. Receiving a confirming response, Lin Zhiyu found herself at a loss for words. It dawned on her that she understood Nanji's clandestine activities at the underground casino. Her expression shifted through various shades, and she fell into a prolonged silence. Dushan remarked coolly, do not overthink it. Even if something were to happen to her, you would not bear the blame. Lin Zhiyu's chest rose and fell with a deep breath as she observed the man's mature and composed profile. Her heart quietly questioning, if something were to truly befall Nanji, would you genuinely absolve me of any guilt? Even if I am entirely unconnected to this affair? Before entering the vehicle, the man gently tousled her hair, advising, while I am away these few days, do not wander alone. I understand, Lin Zhiyu nodded, gazing at his face. Please take care of yourself. The man seemed to smile slightly, releasing his hand to allow her to enter the car. She turned her head to gaze at her reflection in the black window, contemplating, is it justifiable to sacrifice one life in order to save another? I do not slay Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren perishes because of me. Will Dushan truly not harbor resentment towards her in the future? Even if her intentions stemmed solely from her concern for Yeye's health. Had she not maintained her engagement, Nanji would never have encountered someone as bloodthirsty and terrifying as Nero, thus avoiding the series of perilous decisions she had made. Burying her face in her knees, Lin Zhiyu inhaled deeply, feeling overwhelmed. She could not fathom how circumstances had spiraled into this state. All she could do now was fervently wish for Nanji's safety. She absolutely could not afford for anything to happen to her. Chapter 185. The sister's smile is far more beautiful. She awoke abruptly from a nightmare in which a female corpse was being devoured by wild dogs. As the scene shifted, the camera zoomed in, bringing the corpse alarmingly close. Lin Zhiyu clearly recognized her face. It was Nanji. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices as her gnarled hand reached out. Lin Zhiyu, why do you covet him from me? Upon waking, gasping for air, Lin Zhiyu found herself drenched in cold sweat. The sun had already dipped in the west. She had slept the entire afternoon. The child abandoned by the Du family, she would claim. The life disregarded by the Du family, she would save. Until Nanji arrived. It is the unloved who become the mistress, a truth she had long since comprehended. Descending the stairs with a pallid complexion, she instructed a servant to warm a glass of milk to soothe her nerves. Noticing her ghastly appearance, the maid suggested delicately whether she ought to visit a doctor. Fearing she might be gravely ill, Lin Zhiyu shook her head, cradling the milk cup and consuming its contents. She was not unwell, merely tormented by her own thoughts. Lance? Lin Zhiyu paused, her anxious demeanor easing slightly. What prompted your call? Who did you think it was? Lance's voice lowered. Is it wrong for me to call you? Lin Zhiyu had resolutely decided to ignore him, yet at this moment, when he personally called, she found it difficult to hang up. After a few moments of hesitation, she replied, not really. Lance's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. Sister, are you unhappy that I reached out to you? I noticed you seemed a bit down today, so I thought I would call to see if something was wrong. Lin Zhiyu stood up and walked upstairs, her voice tinged with fatigue. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired today.
You needn't worry about me.
Does my sister live alone? Is there no one to keep you company? Lin Zhiyu paused. Yes. I currently live alone. How about this? Lance suggested. If you have time tomorrow, I'll take you out for a breath of fresh air. If you no longer wish to see me, just consider my words as unspoken. Perhaps recognizing the distance in Lin Zhiyu's words, Lance spoke with an openness. Sitting on her bedroom sofa, Lin Zhiyu couldn't help but rub her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Lance interjected, Sister, there's no need to overthink it. I feel an instant connection with you, and knowing that you're also an orphan, I, being new in the city without friends, find comfort in wanting to be closer to you. If I have offended you in any way, please don't hold it against me. Through the phone, Lin Zhiyu could almost visualize Lance's puppy-like, pleading green eyes. He was young, an orphan, working tirelessly, and without friends at school. It was only natural for him to develop a dependence on her, especially after she had cooked for him twice. Lin Zhiyu even suspected that he might see her as a maternal figure. Alone in her bedroom, her spirits felt heavier. Upon receiving her acceptance, Lance beamed. That's wonderful. Sister, rest early today, and tomorrow I'll take you out for a drive. After her conversation with Lance, Lin Zhiyu noticed her mood had significantly improved. She slept soundly through the night. The next day, she washed up and had breakfast, when Lance called to arrange a meeting. She took a taxi to the designated spot and soon spotted Lance, clad in a helmet and riding a motorcycle. The young man, with his rapid metabolism, had a face adorned with fading bruises, although a dark mark remained on his cheekbone. Upon seeing her, he radiated joy, like a wagging-tailed puppy, and waved her over. Lin Zhiyu jogged towards him, surprised by the sleek black motorcycle beneath him. Is this your bike? Of course not, Lance replied, handing her a helmet. I borrowed it from the owner of the motorcycle shop where I used to work. Isn't it cool? Very cool, Lin Zhiyu responded obediently, donning the helmet, and carefully climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle, holding onto Lance's shoulder. Lance cheerfully said, Sister, hold on tight. We're off to the seaside for a joyride. His exuberant voice lifted Lin Zhiyu's previously gloomy spirits, and initially, she held onto his waist with restraint, but as Lance accelerated, she found herself gripping him tightly around his agile waist. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and the coastal highway was desolate. Lin Zhiyu turned her gaze towards the azure waters of the coastline, observing countless seabirds soaring and dancing along the shore. Her gloomy mood seemed to dissipate like mist in the wind, momentarily forgetting the mundane trifles of life. A day out proved to be quite delightful. Lance rode his motorcycle for over 2 hours before finally stopping at a secluded beach. Having worked in the city for 3 years, Lin Zhiyu had never visited the seaside. Life had weighed heavily upon her, nearly suffocating her spirit. Sister, come and play in the water. Lance cheerfully urged her towards the beach. As Lin Zhiyu waded into the sea for the first time, the gentle waves lapped at her calves with an unexpectedly forceful embrace. She stumbled slightly, but a firm hand grasped her arm, steadying her. Lin Zhiyu bent down, splashing water playfully at him, drenching his face. They frolicked in the water for half an hour before making their way back to the shore, soaked but exhilarated. Lin Zhiyu perched herself on a rock, gazing into the distance. Lance sat beside her, observing her relaxed features with a smile as he softly remarked, Sister, you look so much more beautiful when you smile. You always wear a frown. Lance scooped up a handful of sand, absent-mindedly playing with it. You're so much prettier when you smile, he noted. Lin Zhiyu touched her own face, pondering if she truly was always so glum. It had been ages since she had laughed without a care, feeling lighthearted and joyful. She glanced down as a small crab scuttled past her foot, bending down to pick it up and cradling it in her palm. Suddenly, she spoke softly. I may have made a mistake. Lance looked over at her, contemplating her words before responding, Sister, when you save someone, do you ever consider that it may harm another? Lin Zhiyu shook her head, No. Who possesses the foresight of the future? Lance chuckled softly, Sister. You are too kind-hearted to shoulder the weight of everything alone. In my eyes, sacrificing a few to save those we cherish is inconsequential. Lin Zhiyu shook her head in resignation. How could one act so? All she desired was a fleeting peace. Yet now, it seemed she might never find tranquility again. Lance's emerald eyes studied her for a moment before he reached out, gently ruffling her hair. and said with a smile, "Sister, you are truly kind, even towards those who wish you harm." The wind swept through, and Lin Zhiyu missed the latter part of Lance's next remark. She paused, asking, "What did you just say?" He chuckled, praising her adorableness. This guy had a knack for being smooth with his words at times. Lin Zhiyu shook her head in exasperation. "I won't discuss this with you anymore." Rising to her feet, she lifted her skirt as she walked back towards the shore, twisting the seawater from the fabric. Lance followed closely behind, catching the faint, fragrant scent carried by the wind. "How delightful! I want that!" he exclaimed. "Goodbye, sister. If you're ever feeling down, you can always come find me." Lin Zhiyu stood at the roadside, waving farewell. "Be careful on your way." He donned his helmet, grinning broadly. "You too." After a day of frolic, she felt considerably more at ease. In the following days, Lin Zhiyu continued to monitor the situation regarding Nanji and subsequently visited Yeya in the hospital. During this time, Lance would occasionally send her messages, sharing photographs of the picturesque scenery he captured by the seaside. A week later, Lin Zhiyu finally received news from Luo Qingchao regarding Nanji. Duanshan's men had successfully located her. Nanji was alive, but irrevocably altered. They found her in a KTV within the red light district of Aoqing, discovered amidst the unspeakable actions of clients. Upon receiving the news, Lin Zhiyu felt an icy chill envelop her. She envisioned Nanji's once proud demeanor and could hardly fathom the torment she must have endured during those harrowing days. Yet, as long as one lives, hope remains. Regardless of the circumstances, Nanji was at least still breathing. She inquired of Luo Qingchao whether she could see Nanji, to which he gently replied that Nanji likely did not wish to see her. Lin Zhiyu recognized that her current identity did not permit such visits. The man gazed at her exquisite face, playfully pinching Lin Zhiyu's cheek while chuckling softly. "You've grown quite thin from staying at home all day." Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together, her worry for Nanji palpable. Duanshan's expression softened as he caressed her cheek, sighing, "She is alive. She will heal in time." The thought of Nanji's demise haunted her. Duanshan gently patted her frail back, whispering soothingly, "Rest now. Do not fret. I am here with you." Lin Zhiyu sat up, handing him his clothes as she watched him hurriedly dress. "Shall I accompany you?" Duanshan glanced at her, casually remarking, "Your presence may only agitate her further." She stared at the adorable face of Yeya on her phone, pondering whether she was unable to conceive, unable to save Yeya, and had inadvertently driven Nanji to madness. A wave of intense negativity surged within her as Lin Zhiyu leaned against the headboard, unable to suppress her sobs. The psychological burden weighed heavily. Even though she understood that Nanji's plight was an unfortunate accident, witnessing someone so vibrant reduced to this state filled her with guilt. Among all, Nanji was the most innocent, undeserving of such fate. She endured until dawn. The voice that broke the silence sounded eerily familiar.
Hello?
Lin Zhiyu whispered. "Is Nanji all right?" "She has been rescued and is currently sleeping," Duanshan sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "She needs someone by her side. I must remain at the hospital. You should stay home and not wander about." "Understood," Lin Zhiyu replied, just as she was about to inquire further about Nanji's condition when a gut-wrenching scream pierced through the air. The anguished female cry struck her ears like daggers, sending shivers down her spine. The phone emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating the call had been disconnected. Nanji had lost her mind. Chapter 187. As long as one lives. In the hospital, Nanji's parents hurriedly emerged from the ward, panic-stricken. "Du Shen, Gigi is urgently looking for you. You should hurry over." Du Shen tucked his phone into his pocket, soothing the elderly couple as he made his way to Nanji's hospital room.
Inside.
Nanji had just been administered a sedative, still struggling and screaming under the nurses' attempts to calm her. The 4 nurses were unable to restrain her.
Du Shen, Herr Pelle.
Beautiful face was streaked with tears as she reached out her hands to him, yearning for his embrace. The man extended his arms, enveloping her fragile form, gently stroking her dry, coarse hair. "It's all right. I'm here. Sleep peacefully." Nanji's tears soaked into his suit jacket, her slight shoulders trembling. "I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I dream of that underground casino." Her violent shivering gradually subsided as she curled up in his embrace, gazing up at him with her pale face, lost in thought. "I've awakened. Are you still here? Sleep now. I will stay by your side." In the man's arms, Nanji finally drifted into a deep slumber. Mrs. Nan and Nan Zaitian anxiously awaited outside. Du Shen reassured them. "She is asleep now. You both have not rested for several days. You should get some sleep." The couple appeared to have aged a decade in just a few days. Nan Zaitian's hair had turned white. As their only daughter, he had cherished her deeply, willing to give her the stars if she wished for the moon.
Now.
Faced with such calamity, his heart ached unbearably. Before Nanji was found, they had prepared for the worst. Nevertheless, she was alive, and as long as she lived, there was hope. Mrs. Nen wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. Yes, as long as she is alive, that is enough. Du Xin remained in the hospital, caring for Nanji for an entire week. Due to the torment she endured in the red light district, she had reached a breaking point. The moment he left, she attempted to leap from the building. Even her parents' attempts to console her proved futile. When Mrs. Du visited her son and noticed his noticeably gaunt face, her heart ached. He simply responded, "I know." She glanced at the unconscious Nanji in the hospital room, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, how did this happen? Du Xin lit a cigarette, his gaze growing colder. Nanji's phone records indicated that the last number called was to Nero. Although she did not encounter trouble while with him, it was likely that he was still somehow implicated. Lin Zhiyu personally cooked a meal for him, preparing 3 dishes and a soup. After finishing the meal, she observed the increasingly defined contours of his face and asked, "Are you going to sleep?" He nodded in response. The two of them. Lin Zhiyu sighed lightly, her mood weighed down. Her question bore no ulterior motive, it was merely a casual inquiry. Yet the man, eyes still closed, opened them to scrutinize her, asking, "Feeling lonely? Don't you look like a lonely lady in an empty courtyard?" Seeing him jesting still, she pouted and chose to ignore him. Du Xin chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around her waist, gently massaging the back of her head as he said, "Just don't go frolicking with others while I'm away." Lin Zhiyu gave him a gentle push. "I certainly won't." The man let out a soft hum. "With your restlessness, how could you possibly not?" It was evident that many of the thoughts he harbored were mere fabrications of his own mind, yet he attributed them to her. Lin Zhiyu curled her lips in disdain. "Are you going to sleep or not?" The man playfully patted her petite backside, urging her to be quiet. He was utterly exhausted, having slept from morning until night. Observing his state, Lin Zhiyu refrained from waking him and chose instead to remain by his side throughout the day. The redness in her eyes had diminished significantly. She then inquired, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat for dinner?" The man gazed at her face and suddenly smiled. "What is so funny?" she asked, perplexed. "I now realize how nice it is to have a woman in the house." Lin Zhiyu paused for a moment before responding nonchalantly, "What do you want to eat? I'll prepare it for you." In the end, she made him a bowl of sea cucumber and shrimp noodles. As they sat across from one another sipping soup, the man suddenly asked, "How long have we been together?" Lin Zhiyu paused. "It's been a little over 3 months. Our contract is about to expire, isn't it?" She confirmed with a nod. This meant their relationship would come to an end, and it was likely they would never meet again in this lifetime. Lin Zhiyu slowly consumed her noodles, nodding, "Safe travels." She felt no particular emotion, only a sense of regret, having invested so much time, yet gained nothing in return. The heavens offered her no glimmer of hope. Duan Duxian cast a glance at her. Perhaps the warm lighting of the restaurant softened his demeanor. Lin Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback and looked up at him. Duan Duxian spoke gently, "I have no plans to marry, nor do I have anyone I like. I believe we get along quite well. If you're willing to stay with me, we could extend our contract." After a pause, she quietly asked, "How do you intend to handle the situation with Nanji?" Duan Duxian turned his gaze toward her. Lin Zhiyu pressed on, "She would be devastated without you. Are you still going to call off the engagement?" Chapter 189. Her fragile and broken body could not bear another child. It was a harsh truth, a brutal reality. This man was devoid of compassion. There was no way out. Her frail form was incapable of nurturing new life, as perhaps another soul would not wish to inhabit such a vessel. The world had not granted her a miracle. Duan Duxian fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. "It's up to you. I'll come over now." "All right, drive safely," she replied. Although she wished to see her, she understood that Nanji likely did not want to see her. Lin Zhiyu bit her lip. "She loves you dearly. During these days of absence, she must have missed you terribly. Please take good care of her." Duan Duxian paused in the act of fastening his buttons, then reached out to gently grasp Lin Zhiyu's delicate chin, meeting her gaze. His eyes were inscrutable. "How generous of you to push me away so hastily." Lin Zhiyu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Then can I still fantasize about you? If you don't give it a try, how will you know it's not possible?" "What do you mean? Does this imply that she should pursue him?" Lin Zhiyu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but the other party had already released her hand and gently stroked the top of her head, saying, "I'm leaving. Rest well at home." Watching the man depart, Nanji sat alone in the living room, gazing at the television. Lance asked her sister, "Do you have time to go out tomorrow? The sun has been lovely lately." Lin Zhiyu declined. "I've been rather busy, so I won't be going out." The other party did not press further, replying, "I see. Then I'll reach out again, when you're less occupied." He then sent her several photos taken at school. Lin Zhiyu had only attended university for a year, and as she looked at the students on campus, a hint of envy surfaced in her eyes. Lan suggested, if you have time, I can take you around the school. Lin Zhiyu responded, all right. Her mind was in turmoil, and only in this manner could she find a semblance of calm. Nanji's injuries were primarily superficial, and under modern medical treatment, she quickly returned to her former self, with no trace of scars. Clinging desperately, as if grasping the last straw, she entwined herself like a daughter vine, unwilling to let go. Duan found himself unable to attend to work. Chapter 190. Drive that vixen out of Duan's house. Unexpectedly, this statement stirred a hornet's nest. Upon seeing her, Nanji cried out in anguish, I'm fine? Where am I not fine? It wasn't Zhiyu who was sold to the red light district, so of course, you think everything is alright. I have been ruined. I have been destroyed. Duan, please don't leave me. I have no one but you. I beg you, don't go. Duan furrowed his brow. Suppressing his emotions, Nanji, don't say such things. He continued, that day you called Nero. Why did you call him? Nanji's voice abruptly ceased. She darted her eyes around, biting her lower lip tightly, remaining silent. Observing her neurotic demeanor, Duan pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. This is why I told you not to shift the blame onto others. This time, Nanji did not object. Mrs. Du accompanied her son outside and curiously asked, Duan, who is Nero? Why did Nanji call him? After Duan left, Nanji hugged her knees and sobbed for a long while. She felt a mix of resentment and fear. If it weren't for Lin Zhiyu, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Wasn't her misfortune a result of Lin Zhiyu's actions? Gigi. Nanji looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing at her mother, Mom. I don't want him to leave. Once he does, he'll be with that woman. Woman? Mrs. Nan's expression turned uncertain. Nanji threw herself into her mother's embrace. Mom, Duan has another woman outside, and that's why he wants to annul our engagement. It's all because of that woman, Mom. She's the reason Duan no longer wants me, and she's the reason I've ended up like this. How could Duan do such a thing? Nanji wept softly, Mother, I find myself in this predicament. If word of this gets out, no one will ever wish to marry me again. Duan must take responsibility. It was in his presence that I encountered this calamity. If he refuses, I see no other option but to end my life. Madame Nan, terrified, clutched her daughter tightly, her heart racing. Gigi, please do not act rashly. Chapter 191. Has she not already perished? Emerging from Nanji's hospital room, Madame Nan's heart raced with trepidation. To outsiders, the family appeared to be thriving. Yet only they understood the gravity of their situation. The elders on both sides disapproved of their union, leading to the scandal of elopement. Madame Nan's thoughts were in turmoil. Whispers suggested that he had driven to meet his obscure ex-wife that very day. Yet, rumors are but mere whispers, and none could ascertain his true intentions that day. Having once risen to prominence as a mistress, ousting the legitimate wife to become the matriarch of the Nan family, she was well acquainted with the tricks of such cunning vixens. Duan was a public figure, and news traveled swiftly. Within half an hour, Madame Nan's phone was inundated with photographs. His female assistant flitted about, yet one familiar face left Madame Nan in disbelief. Lin Zhiyu? Is it not true that she had perished? Madame Nan's complexion drained of color as she fixated on the unchanged visage from 3 or 4 years past, her heart engulfed in dread. The woman who should have been dead had returned, even appearing beside her prospective son-in-law. What was her intention? Vengeance? Could it truly be, as Nanji claimed, that this was all her doing? Unable to endure the weight of her thoughts any longer, Madame Nan set aside her phone and hurried downstairs. The man sat before her, quietly finishing his meal. Once he had wiped his mouth clean, he smiled faintly. Lin Zhiyu, still sipping her soup, shot him a glance, wondering at his smile. Chapter 192. Spreading rumors about you and Assistant Lin. Lin Zhiyu remarked. The chef can prepare something for you. That is not the same, he replied. Lin Zhiyu, not wishing to banter further, inquired, would you like to rest upstairs? Duan shook his head. I am not weary, merely exhausted. Observing the weariness and irritation etched on his distinguished face, Lin Zhiyu refrained from speaking further, understanding his plight. He had little time to devote to Nanji, yet Nanji was in dire need of support. Lin Zhiyu suggested, perhaps you could find her a psychologist? Duan sighed lightly. She is unwilling to see one. Lin Zhiyu lowered her head, silently consuming her noodles. Of late, she had been gathering her thoughts, preparing to depart. Duan suddenly asked, is there any news regarding Yea's bone marrow? Lin Zhiyu paused before nodding, yes. She swallowed hard. His blood type is rare. Finding a match is challenging. Duan fell silent for a few moments, expressing his regret. I too am powerless. He had dispatched others to assist her, yet such matters often depend on miracles. Unfortunately, no miracle had occurred. Lin Zhiyu forced a smile. Each person has their own fate. Du Shen inquired, "What do you plan to do moving forward?" Du Shen nodded, gazing at Lin Zhiyu without uttering another word. Lin Zhiyu had already declined Jiang Cheng's invitation. Given his temperament, he would not utter the same words a second time. Their acquaintance had been brief. It was a case of parting ways amicably. He ought to have wished her happiness, but the discomfort in his heart rendered those words unspoken. He found it impossible to envision Lin Zhiyu in the future, being embraced by another man, entwined in his arms. A vague image of a man flickered in his mind, and he swiftly dismissed the thought in annoyance. Duan Dushan remarked, "It has been quite a while since we last did this, hasn't it?" It was his assistant calling. "Hello?" The restaurant was quiet, thus Lin Zhiyu could still hear her voice intermittently. She was taken aback, dropping her chopsticks. Why was she included in this? Duan Dushan glanced at Lin Zhiyu, quickly rose, and stepped outside to take the call. When Lin Zhiyu exited, she discovered him in a suit jacket, being attended to by a servant. "Are you going out?" she asked, rushing over and grasping his arm. "I want to go with you." Chapter 193. Her identity was publicly exposed. The man regarded her silently for several seconds, seemingly sensing the stubbornness in her eyes. This time, he did not refuse but merely stated, "You may come, but do not regret it later." Would she regret it? Lin Zhiyu's heart sank, a foreboding feeling surging within her. "To the company," she instructed. Once the destination was set, Lin Zhiyu sat beside him in the back seat. His calm demeanor provided her with considerable reassurance. Half an hour later, the vehicle gradually approached the branch office. From a distance, Lin Zhiyu heard the sound of drums and gongs. Someone was using a loudspeaker at the entrance of the company. "Lin Zhiyu, you notorious mistress, get out of the company." A group of hired elderly individuals were beating drums and unfurling a banner that read, "The Lin family has a daughter named Zhiyu, who forsakes her marital duties to be a mistress. Shameful and brazen. We come to expose the truth." The once prestigious company entrance was now surrounded by throngs of onlookers, with some eager spectators pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. This commotion was bound to make headlines in no time. Her identity had been laid bare for all to see. Who would do such a thing? Was it Nanji? But wasn't she in the hospital now? Duan Dushan, staring ahead, coldly commanded, "Call the police." Within 10 minutes, 3 police vehicles arrived from the nearby precinct, swiftly apprehending the jubilant elderly group. Upon seeing the police, the crowd dispersed in a panic. Nevertheless, the incident quickly made its way into the local news in Ouching. Lin Zhiyu took out her phone to glance at the trending topics, biting her lips slightly before shoving the device into her pocket. She could hardly bear to imagine how Song Qian and Wen Huanchuan would react upon seeing this news. Would they distance themselves from her? Or would they simply ignore her? She had only these 2 important friends, if even they looked down upon her. Duan Dushan continued his call, "Suppress the news. Delete all online mentions. I no longer wish to see any videos or photos related to this news." Lin Zhiyu gazed at the man's composed face, bewildered by his calm demeanor despite being one of the parties involved in the news. Chapter 194. I will show you what your daughter is doing there. She bit her lip, questioning, "Aren't you afraid of your tarnished reputation? Surely, he has more friends than she does? Does he not fear the gossip?" Duanshan chuckled dismissively. "I never thought my reputation was particularly fragrant. But do you feel ashamed to be my mistress?" Lin Zhiyu pressed her lips together. "Being a mistress is shameful." "Of course. Do you wish to be seen in the light?" Lin Zhiyu moved her lips. Truth be told, they were not entirely wrong. Duanshan, somewhat exasperated, leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. "I don't even have a girlfriend now. What makes you think you're a mistress?" "Lin Zhiyu, hold your head high. You are my only woman." Sometimes, he found Lin Zhiyu as attitude perplexing. She had already made the leap to be his lover, yet still clung to her moral scruples. What was she thinking? At the police station, after several interrogations, the main perpetrator was quickly identified. A group of elderly men chattered. "She gave each of us 500 yuan to hold banners at this company's entrance. We haven't committed any crime. If you're looking for someone, find her." "Yes. If you're looking for someone, find her." Silence. The officer pounded the table. "Do you have any contact information?"
No.
"She paid in cash. She was a woman, quite pretty, and appeared wealthy." The officer inquired, "Where did the transaction take place?" Soon, the surveillance footage was retrieved. A woman dressed like a socialite appeared on screen. "It's her." "Yes, that's her." However, she quickly regained her composure. "Duanshan, let us consider this matter regarding the mistress settled for the Nan family. But you must ensure she leaves your side. Nanji informed me that it was because of this mistress that you wished to break off the engagement. You have been bewitched by her. She has ill intentions. and you cannot keep her around. Nanji has become this way because of her. She is the one who harmed Nanji. Duan was both amused and infuriated by such audacious accusations. I also feel regret over your daughter's predicament. But are you certain this situation has nothing to do with her? Hearing this, Mrs. Nan grew angry. Nanji has always been obedient. If she was not pushed to the brink by the mistress, how could she possibly go to such places to drink? He was enraged, which was terrifying. Though he smiled, there was no mirth in his dark eyes, and the temperature in the car seemed to drop. Why was he so angry? Was it because the Nan family had tarnished her reputation?
Sektor 195. Med for her.
Lin Zhiyu did not wish to be overly sentimental, yet she could not help but steal glances at the man's expression. She softly inquired, "Why are you so angry?" The man looked over and replied casually, "Am I?" Lin Zhiyu observed the depths of his eyes and confirmed, yes. A calamity, akin to a deluge, had befallen her. It must be admitted that this man possessed a certain reliability that was hard to overlook. Lin Zhiyu exhaled softly, reminding herself that Miss Nan was a patient and that he should not be overly harsh with her. "Are you still conversing with her?" The man glanced over, his irritation palpable as he furrowed his brow, abruptly ceasing his words. He recognized that today, he had succumbed to excessive anger. His emotions were spiraling out of control. His woman was being publicly denigrated as a mistress, subjected to the scorn of the world. Duan felt a deep discontent within. This was Nanji's own mess, logically. It should have been the Nan family who dealt with it. Now, not only was his time being wasted, but the situation was also escalating. Duan was angered by the humiliation she endured. What were his feelings for her now? Regardless of the nature of those feelings, they seemed irrelevant to her. He had merely lost his memory. Once it returned, everything would remain unchanged. Lin Zhiyu felt a peculiar sensation in her heart, a sense of being shielded by a man. In that moment, she would be the one subjected to the world's disdain. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Lin Zhiyu exhaled deeply, unable to shake off her propensity for sentimentality. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law met, both wore peculiar expressions. "Mrs. Duan looked at her in astonishment. "My son adores the meals you prepare. He's in the hospital, enduring hardships because of your situation. Can't you care for him a bit more?" It was true that Duan enjoyed her cooking, but what right did she have to come before her and issue commands? Chapter 196. Confrontation. He had indeed vanished in recent days. Her life had been remarkably tranquil. Lin Zhiyu felt a shiver run through her. So much had transpired since that day. He even intended to imprison Mrs. Nan? Was it truly for her sake? After a long silence, she murmured, "I'll go prepare something for him." Entering the kitchen, she instinctively began to wash vegetables and cook. Her mind was a whirlwind, yet her hands remained busy. An hour later, she had prepared braised ribs, red-cooked eggplant, and a bowl of Crucian carp soup. However, Mrs. Duan did not extend her hands. "Are you asking me to carry the lunchbox?" "I refuse. You will accompany me to the hospital and visit Nanji. She has been hospitalized for so long, and you have yet to see her, have you?"
Yet.
She did indeed wish to check on Nanji. In the luxurious nanny van, equipped with a refrigerator and bodyguards, Mrs. Duan munched on chilled lychees and inquired of Lin Zhiyu, "How have you been these past few years?" Lin Zhiyu lifted her gaze to the window. "Andy, we do not share a relationship conducive to casual conversation." Mrs. Duan scoffed. "You are so fond of our Duan, having clung to him for so many years. You might as well curry favor with me. I could speak well of you to Duan later." Lin Zhiyu chuckled softly, her laughter laced with irony. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the atmosphere was stifling. Nanji sat on the bed, looking incredulously at the young man leaning casually against the doorframe, arms crossed. The young man donned a black t-shirt emblazoned with exaggerated poster prints and worn blue ripped jeans, presenting himself like a college student. Madame Nan and Nan Zitian gathered by Nanji's bedside, observing their daughter's evasive gaze, and with a hint of perplexity, Madame Nan inquired, "Gigi, who is he? Do you know him?" Although the young man possessed a handsome visage, his demeanor exuded an unsettling aura, indicating he was not of good character. As Duan entered from outside, he cast a glance at the pale-faced Nanji, who was biting her lip, and said coolly, "Since you claim the videos are fabricated, let him recount what truly transpired that night. Why were you at the underground casino at midnight?" Chapter 197. Lin Zhiyu, I shall end you. Nanji's chest rose and fell anxiously. The motive for her actions stemmed solely from her mother publicly revealing evidence of Lin Zhiyu's role as a mistress. "Duan, do you truly love her so? Even after losing your memory, you still side with Lin Zhiyu?" Gripping the quilt tightly, Nanji's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. Her voice, hoarse, trembled as she asked, "Duan, Must you humiliate me like this for Lin Zhiyu? Duan replied darkly, you have overstepped your bounds. He pitied her plight, even erasing her initial intentions, granting her some dignity. Yet, it was she who persistently tested his limits, urging her parents to confront Lin Zhiyu and insinuating that Lin Zhiyu was the cause of her tribulations. Ji, Duan, Nan Zhiyan, seasoned in business, sensed the tension and cautiously interjected, please, do not quarrel. Let us discuss this calmly, shall we? She felt the hope of marrying into a good family slipping away. Duan replied coldly, Uncle Nan, do you not wish to uncover the truth behind your daughter's predicament? What unspeakable deeds has she engaged in to fall to such depths? And how has she shirked responsibility, refusing to acknowledge her faults while placing the blame on another? Nan Zhiyan looked incredulously at his once innocent daughter. What had his beloved daughter done in Ouching? Ji, do you have anything to say? Faced with her father's inquiry, Nan Ji bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Duan's voice cut through the tension. That day, you drugged my drink, and after I left, you contacted him. Whether you admit it or not, your last call was indeed to Nero. What were your intentions in reaching out to him after I rescued you from the underground casino the first time? I recall you were terrified, were you not? His tone was calm yet chilling, as if dissecting her mental turmoil before everyone present. The drugged man had forcefully pushed her away, furious, as he turned to leave. The thought of whom he would seek for an antidote struck her with a wave of defeat and jealousy. She wished for Lin Zhiyu's demise. She longed to humiliate Lin Zhiyu, to see her perish in despair and fear. She felt that Lin Zhiyu deserved it, and she could no longer afford to show mercy. She trembled as she picked up her phone and dialed Nero's number. Hello, is this Mr. Nero? She had arranged a meeting with him and took a taxi to the underground casino. Upon meeting him again, Nero was not wearing his mask this time. To her astonishment, he was a strikingly handsome young man of mixed heritage, with deep green eyes reminiscent of a serpent. Seizing the opportunity, she produced a check for 5 million and implored Nero to kidnap Lin Zhiyu once more, whether it be a person or a dog. She desired a situation where she would be left with no means to live or die. Perhaps due to her previous experience, she found herself surprisingly calm this time. However, to her disbelief, the avaricious Nero declined her request. He stated that he did not engage in the same business twice, but he was willing to accept 5 million to assist her in abducting another individual. Nongji was incredulous, yet Nero remained resolute in his refusal. He courteously escorted her out of his casino, and just as she was about to leave, he pointed to the dazzling casino across the street and chuckled. If you truly require assistance, you may try that establishment. However, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. That evening, following Nero's advice, she, by some strange fate, ventured into the other casino. Shortly after expressing her desires, the casino manager welcomed her, offering her a glass of juice and politely instructing her to wait in a private room. Upon drinking the juice, she instantly lost her memory and awoke to find herself sold into the red light district. Had he not uttered that one sentence, she would never have crossed over to the other casino, nor would she have found herself in such a predicament. It's you. Nongji pointed an accusatory finger at Nero, angrily exclaiming, you did this to me. You incited me. The man shrugged with a bemused expression. Miss Nong, I did nothing at all. This was all your choice. Was it not? After hearing Nero's words, Mrs. Nong and Nong Tian were left speechless. Was the person he spoke of truly their gentle and kind Nongji from childhood? Covering her face, Nongji choked back her despair, pleading, Mom, Dad, it's not true. You must believe me. It was Lin Zhiyu who orchestrated this. She must have manipulated this man to deceive me. Otherwise, why would he assist her? 5 million, Nero had no reason to refuse. Duan's voice, cold as ice, cut through her words. Enough. This matter has nothing to do with Zhiyu. If you continue to speak like this, be wary of my wrath. Before he could finish, a hesitant female voice rang out nearby. Lance, what are you doing here? Duan turned to see Lin Zhiyu standing beside his mother, holding a lunchbox, looking puzzled at Lance leaning against the door. Suddenly, sitting on the bed, Nongji erupted in a shrill scream. She pushed past Mrs. Nong, leaping barefoot from the bed and rushing to the door, furiously shouting at Lin Zhiyu, I knew you two were acquainted. It was indeed you who orchestrated this. You incited him to harm me. Lin Zhiyu, I will kill you. Help. Chapter 198. Nero, Lance, Austin. As she watched the fruit knife in Nanji's hand thrust towards her chest, she could not help but despairingly close her eyes. Ah! Why won't you move aside? This was Lin Zhiyu's first visit to the hospital to see Nanji. Witnessing her current state sent a chill down her spine. Nanji seemed truly unhinged. Lin Zhiyu, I will kill you. You have wronged me. It is you who has brought this upon me. You conspired with outsiders to set me up. I will kill you. Why are you still standing there? Bind her. Under the influence of sedatives and muscle relaxants, Nanji soon lost her capacity to resist. Yet she still clung tightly to her mother's hand, weeping, "Mom, it's her fault. You must avenge me. You have to avenge me." Mrs. Nan, in a state of confusion, instinctively glanced at Lin Zhiyu standing at the door. This woman was an incessant specter, repeatedly shattering her daughter's happiness. The wound inflicted by Nanji was deep, flesh torn open, blood gushing forth. After administering anesthesia, disinfecting, and stitching the wound, the man rose from the sofa and turned to the bewildered Lin Zhiyu. However, the atmosphere was so oppressive that Lin Zhiyu dared not utter a word. Duan grasped her wrist, pulling her before Nero, inquiring, "Do you know this person?" Meeting the gaze of those green eyes, Lin Zhiyu bit her lip. "Speak." Duan tone was somewhat stern. In her current state of disarray, confused about what transpired, Lin Zhiyu instinctively replied, "I know her." "What name does she go by?" "She told me her name is Lancel." Mrs. Nan, having listened intently, rushed over, her anger palpable. "Dushan, do not take her words at face value. Who knows if she is colluding with him to deceive you?" Chapter 199, disguising as a university student to elicit her sympathy. Nero crossed his arms, observing Lin Zhiyu, and smiled. "Indeed, how do you know it wasn't my sister and I who concocted a lie to deceive you?" Yet, Duan Dushan paid no heed to them, fixating on Lin Zhiyu, asking, "What you just said, is it true?" Under the scrutiny of his dark eyes, Lin Zhiyu felt an unexpected sense of trust. Duan Dushan nodded and spoke softly, "Address." After concluding the call, he turned to Mrs. Nan, "Until I uncover evidence. No one is permitted to slander Lin Zhiyu in my presence. Furthermore, your daughter nearly committed murder in plain view. If you wish to avoid my reporting her to the authorities, you should watch your words." He smiled, "Sister, remember the last time I took you to the seaside? You enjoyed it immensely. When shall we go again?" Lin Zhiyu was on the verge of exasperation. She had assumed he was merely a pitiable, impoverished student, and thus felt at ease accompanying him for a respite. Little did she know, this fellow was a depraved individual, masquerading as a university student to garner her sympathy. The thought of having nearly fallen prey to this twisted creature filled her with dread. Duan Dushan lowered his gaze to Lin Zhiyu's tense, delicate fingers wrapped around his wrist, then chose not to say more, embracing her and guiding her downstairs. Lin Zhiyu distinctly felt Nero's gaze piercing into her back, cold and clammy. Inside the carriage, the man, who had been calm and composed, suddenly changed his expression, gripping her chin and pinning her against the car door, coldly questioning her. Lin Zhiyu felt utterly aggrieved and shook her head vigorously, insisting, "No, it was not a date." Duan Dushan's expression darkened. "So you truly went out with him?" Lin Zhiyu lowered her gaze, too afraid to speak. Observing her pitiful countenance, Duan Dushan felt a mixture of anger and amusement. "Lin Zhiyu, you've done well at making a fool of me. I warned you not to associate with someone of a surname Wen, yet you chose another? I did not. How could I possibly do that?" However, a tinge of guilt washed over her. With her head bowed, she murmured softly, "I did not know he was Nero. He told me he was an orphan, a nearby university student. Ever since the incident with Nanji, I've been feeling quite down. He merely invited me for a drive once, and I haven't seen him since." Suddenly, a kiss laden with jealousy and fury fell upon her lips. As Lin Zhiyu found herself firmly pressed against the car seat, enduring his punishing embrace. His fingers gripped her waist, and his dark eyes burned with icy flames.